Hello guys, like this video and subscribe this channel now for more updates.
Chapter 1. Dragon Ball World, the bustling West City people come and go, it is a lively scene. Feng looked a little annoyed at the strange scene and the pedestrians walking in a hurry, feeling very bitter in his heart. Hey, I'm afraid it's the worst among the traversers, right? A wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Feng laughed at himself. That's right, he is a sad traverser, and the place where he is now is the Dragon Ball world he has longed for before. But at this moment, Feng was quite uncomfortable. Because I had waited for 3 full days, none of the golden fingers and systems that passed the standard configuration appeared. Not even a ding. You must know that in this dangerous world that destroys the planet at every turn, if there is no strength, it will be no different from the lamb to be slaughtered. Forget it, if there is no system, there will be no system, right? Fortunately, I still have an advantage. After all, I still know the world of Dragon Ball better. After complaining for a long time, Feng knew that he should do something. Can't really just wait and die like this. After all, I know the world of Dragon Ball very well, and those roles in the world of Dragon Ball. Then now, see if you can find those guys like Monkey King, then you can seek a wave of asylum. Feng thought secretly in his heart. I am not useless, anyhow I know how to become a Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, he also knows the method of becoming a Super Game God. It is estimated that only these 2 methods of transformation will make Monkey King and Vegeta quite interested. Ding. The sign-in system is starting. System loading, loading 10%, loading 90%, system loading is complete. Just when Feng wanted to find Monkey King and the others, suddenly an electronically synthesized sound rang out of his mind. Feng's body suddenly stiffened, and then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. I'm so excited, my own system, finally appeared. The haze in my heart just now was wiped out in an instant. The sign-in system, don't you know whether it is strong or not? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. After a while of excitement, Feng hurriedly asked in his mind, System, is there any newbie gift package or something? I can't eat pork and I've seen pigs walking. If I read too many novels, the system is naturally quite familiar. Back to the host, do you want to open the novice gift package? After Feng's question was asked, the electronically synthesized sound of the system rang immediately. Turn on. Feng felt that his already excited body began to tremble. Don't know what the new book spree will offer? It should not be too low. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining the super bloodline and imperfect freedom of extreme consciousness. Boom. For an instant, Feng's eyes flickered, and even his breathing became a little quick. This newbie spree is a bit too much, right? The first is to pass the blood of the Super Saiyan. You know that in the world of Dragon Ball, it is a world of blood. The reason why Monkey King and Frieza are so strong is because of their blood. Ordinary people on Earth cannot reach the height of a god even if they have cultivated for 10,000 years. The Saiyan Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Frieza can reach the realm of gods in just a few years or even a few months. This is the bloodline limitation of Dragon Ball world. And now the system rewards the bloodline of Chuan Super Saiyan, which is absolutely far more than the ordinary Saiyan like Monkey King and Vegeta. So if I want to reach the realm of gods, it will definitely not take too long. And the freedom of Ji Yigong is even more powerful. It should be known that even the strongest god of destruction, Beerus, has lived for hundreds of millions of years, but he has not reached the level of perfection, which shows how powerful it is. Even the imperfect free Ji Yigong is very powerful. Originally he was the blood of an ordinary earthling, but now he suddenly became the blood of a Super Saiyan. Moreover, he also obtained the freedom mastery, and he already has the capital to survive in the Dragon Ball world. Ding. Does the host perform blood fusion? Yes. Feng answered without any hesitation. If you are just an ordinary person's blood, it is difficult to achieve even if you have the free and extreme power. So now I have to change my own bloodline, in order to be able to give full play to the power of freedom. At that time, this Dragon Ball world will inevitably have its own world. Hiss. In the next second, Feng felt a heart-piercing pain in his body, as if the odd meridians in his body were about to burst. Then, for more than 10 minutes, Feng fell into endless pain. Hoo. Finally succeeded. Suffering from bitterness, and being a master, from now on, I will become stronger and stronger. Feng clenched his fists tightly, feeling the surging power in his body, and said to himself. Chapter 2. Dragon Ball World, I'm here. Feng's mood at this time was extremely comfortable. Just having the blood of the Super Saiyans and the free power is enough to make oneself in the Dragon Ball world alive and well. It's just that although I am very strong now, I shouldn't be able to compare with Monkey King and the others. It seems that I still need to practice well to consolidate my strength. And he happened to know a very good place to practice. That is the spiritual time house. But before that, he must learn how to control his chi and how to control his own power. Of course, it won't take too long. Time passed day by day, and a month passed quickly. Call. In a hotel, Ye Feng let out a foul breath and slowly opened his eyes. There was a ray of excitement in his eyes. Within a month, he had completely learned the abilities of chi control, air dance, and so on. And I also know that the Dragon Ball world he is currently in is not the original Dragon Ball Z world, but the Dragon Ball G time and space. In other words, the enemies that appear here are all very strong. Parasite Babe, Ultimate Cyborg 17, and Super 1-Star Dragon. Even the Super 4 Monkey King, Vegeta, and Gogeta, those are absolute powerhouses. There is a long way to go. It seems that although he has obtained the blood of the Super Saiyan, he still needs good practice. Otherwise, it is still dangerous. Learn the control of chi and the air dance, it seems that I need to go to the spiritual time house. Ye Feng had a good idea in his mind. One day outside is equivalent to a year in the spiritual time house, and it is a good place to practice. If you can practice in the spiritual time house for 10 years, you will definitely be able to surpass the Super 4 monkeys. After thinking of this, Ye Feng didn't hesitate anymore, and flew directly towards the Temple of Heaven. Call out. A minute later, Ye Feng appeared in the Temple of Heaven. Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. Who are you? What are you doing in the Temple of Heaven? The god Dandy looked at Ye Feng warily. Asked. The person who can come here is definitely not a messy guy. And he felt a dangerous aura on the guy in front of him. Don't be so nervous, Dandy, I just came to borrow the mental time house for a few days. Ye Feng smiled, looked at Dandy and said. Do you know my name? Who the hell are you? Hearing the other party calling out his name, Dandy asked in surprise. My name is Ye Feng. I am a friend of Monkey King and they recommended me to come. Ye Feng said casually. Because he felt that Monkey King was not in the Temple of Heaven now. Oh. It turned out to be Mr. Wukong's friend, then please come with me. Dandy nodded, and then led Ye Feng to the spiritual time house. He wasn't really sure if the person in front of him was Mr. Goku's friends, but he didn't feel any dangerous aura from him. Explain that he shouldn't be a bad person. Thank you. Ye Feng nodded towards Dandy and followed. Mr. Ye Feng, inside is the spiritual time house, you can go in by yourself. After leading Ye Feng to the door of the spiritual time house, Dandy said. It is good. Ye Feng walked in directly. Tenjin, is he really Wukong's friend? After Ye Feng entered the spiritual time house, Mr. looked at Dandy and asked. Not sure, I have never seen him. I'm going to the earth now, to confirm with Mr. Wukong and them. Mr. Stay in the Temple of Heaven to observe the situation. Dandy said with a serious face. Just now, I just figured out a way to keep the person named Ye Feng, and then I went to make sure with Wukong and the others. Because the two of them are not Ye Feng's opponents. Well, I know the gods. Nodded, it turned out that Lord Tenjin had already figured out a countermeasure. After entering the spiritual time house, Ye Feng observed the surroundings. It is exactly the same as in the Dragon Ball anime, except for a small room for rest, it is a vast expanse of whiteness. Of course, 10 times the gravity has absolutely no effect on Ye Feng, who is now fused with the Super Saiyan bloodline. Okay, let's start practicing. Ye Feng settled down. It would be very, very depressing, boring, and lonely to stay alone for a few years in such a place. But think about how you can gain super strength, this is your goal to stick to it. After thinking about it, Ye Feng's whole body suddenly rose up with a silver arrogance. That's right, this is Ye Feng's self-conscious effort. Although it's not perfect yet, it hasn't reached the point of reaching the top, but there is still a gap between the free power of the Dragon Ball Super Monkey King. That is that oneself can completely control the free extreme mind gong, and there will be no situations where there will be dysfunctions from time to time. Chapter 3. In this way, 2 days in the outside world quickly passed. And Kikai, hasn't Mr. Goku come back yet? In Baizai Mountain, Dandy looked at Kikai anxiously and asked. In these 2 days, I have been here 3 times, but Mr. Wukong is not here every time. I haven't come back yet. I'm so annoyed, Goku guy, I don't know where I went with Yub. Kiki said with a complaint on her face. This guy Wukong is really careless about his family. After coming back this time, I must tell him a good meal. By the way, Dandy, do you have anything important? Dandy is a god, there should be something important for him to find Wukong. It's like this. A few days ago, an earthling came to the Temple of Heaven. He said he was a friend of Mr. Goku and the others. I'll just make sure. Dandy said truthfully. That's it? Then you go ask Gohan and Vegeta. If Goku knows them, they must know them too. Oh yes, how did I forget Gohan and Vegeta? And Kiki, I'm leaving now. After Dandy finished speaking, he went directly to Sun Gohan and Vegeta. In the spiritual time house, Feng was quite embarrassed at this time, and his clothes were already in tatters. But the whole person looks very energetic. Moreover, Feng's temperament has completely changed at this time, and that feeling is completely different from 2 days ago. According to my current strength, I should be able to defeat Vegeta, right? Feng stopped practicing and said to himself. 2 years have allowed Feng to understand that the super bloodline rewarded by the system is not Broly's bloodline in Dragon Ball Z, but the super bloodline of Dragon Ball Super Broly. In other words, their combat effectiveness will not become stronger over time. But in battle, it will get stronger and stronger. Belongs to the kind with extremely strong fighting talent. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. It seems that the Super 4 monkeys, Super 17 and Super 1 Star Dragon will all be stepping stones for Feng to become stronger. It seems that I don't need to practice alone here anymore. After figuring out his own bloodline, Feng decided to leave the spiritual time house. Only by fighting can I become stronger. Squeak. The door of the spiritual time house was opened. The tattered Feng walked out of the spiritual time house. As soon as I came out, I saw a few familiar faces. Sun Gohan and Vegeta. That's right, in addition to Dandy and Mr., there are 2 people, Sun Gohan and Vegeta. Gohan, Mr. Vegeta, that's the Earthling, do you know him? Dandy watched Feng walk out of the spiritual time house, and asked Vegeta and Monkey King. I have never seen him. Monkey King shook his head. I don't have any impression. Vegeta hugged her hands proudly on her chest, and said coldly. Since you two don't know each other, watch him lying. Dandy frowned, looked at Feng and said. Hey, who are you? Vegeta stepped forward and asked Feng. Although the guy in front of him is an Earthling, but he feels that he is quite uncomfortable. There is an indescribable feeling. Me? Just an ordinary Earthling. Feng shrugged and said to Vegeta with a smile. Cut, there is always an uncomfortable feeling, and I don't like this guy's smile very much. Vegeta curled his lips, and when he first saw Feng, he felt this way. Uncle Vegeta, I can feel a strong pressure from him, but I can't feel his breath. Sun Gohan frowned, and whispered to Vegeta. This is indeed a very strange thing, this kind of pressure, I have never felt it before. If there is. That's the Broly I saw decades ago. Gohan, Mr. Vegeta, looking at you, is this guy difficult to deal with? Looking at the expressions of Monkey King and Vegeta, Dandy quickly asked. Obviously he is a human being on Earth, shouldn't he be the opponent of Saiyan like Gohan and Vegeta? I don't know, there is a very uncomfortable feeling. Monkey King shook his head and said to Dandy. Hey, who are you? What is the purpose of coming to Earth? If you don't explain honestly, I won't be polite to you. Vegeta squeezed her fist and began to threaten Feng. Chapter 4. I told you that I am an ordinary Earthling. As for you want to be polite to me, I think you shouldn't have the ability yet. Feng suddenly raised the corner of his mouth and said to Vegeta with a smile. Although his current strength does not know who is strong or weak with Vegeta, his combat talent far exceeds Vegeta. After fighting with him, he will definitely be able to surpass him soon. Oh? I haven't heard such arrogant words for many years. Vegeta smirked, and since she solved Majin Buu, few people have dared to talk to herself like this. And also an ignorant Earthling. I definitely have to teach him a good lesson. By the way, what is his ability? Really? Then you should thank me for letting you hear what you like to hear. Feng still had a calm face, and didn't put Vegeta in his eyes at all. But, damn BD, even more annoying than Kakarot. The muscles on Vegeta's face twitched, obviously quite angry. Uncle Vegeta. Sun Gohan wanted to stop Vegeta, but Vegeta's body had already jumped out and appeared in front of Feng in an instant. He fisted at Feng. Because he didn't know the opponent's strength yet, Vegeta didn't kill him either. He wanted to see how sacred the uncomfortable human in front of him was. Seeing Vegeta's fist rushing toward him quickly, Feng also blasted out with a punch. He naturally knew that Vegeta did not go all out, because he had not yet become a Super Saiyan. Bang! The next second, the two fists collided heavily, and they separated almost at the moment of the collision. Feng and Vegeta took a dozen steps each to stabilize their bodies. What? That BD actually has this kind of strength. A look of shock appeared on Vegeta's face. Although his punch was tentative, it was definitely not weak. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. He didn't expect to be picked up by him, and shocked himself. It's so strong, can you stun Uncle Vegeta? Monkey King was also full of shock. Their current strength is definitely very powerful. Including the top existence in the entire universe. As for the human beings on Earth, There is absolutely no possibility of such a terrifying guy. Vegeta, if you save your strength, you can't beat me. Feng shook his arm and said with a smile. Although my arm felt a little sore and tingling after touching, it was undeniable that this feeling was really great. I was actually fighting with my favorite anime character, and he was about the same as them, or even surpassed them. At this moment, Feng could clearly feel that the blood in his body was boiling. Very longing for a hearty battle to calm that feeling. Don't forget about it. If you think this is my full strength, then you are very wrong. Vegeta glared at Feng and said loudly. Of course, you haven't become a Super Saiyan yet, of course you haven't tried your best. Feng said lightly, but don't be naive to think that you can beat me by becoming a Super Saiyan. Even the Super Saiyan knows, you know a lot. Something arrogant, Vegeta must teach you a lesson today. But this place is not suitable for fighting, come with me. After Vegeta finished speaking, her body turned into a golden arrogance and flew down the celestial temple. Monkey King also quickly followed. Today, it is obvious that there is no battle that cannot be solved, but I cannot let Uncle Vegeta kill this human. Just to my liking. Feng also jumped and followed. Although I think I am not inferior to Vegeta in strength, there is still a big gap between his combat experience and combat skills and Vegeta. After all, Vegeta has wandered on the brink of death countless times, and he has been to hell. He can just use the battle with Vegeta to improve his combat experience. Shoo. The three came to a barren glacier area with no humans or animals within 100 li. This kind of place is indeed very suitable for combat and will not cause too serious damage. Humph. You really have the guts to follow along. Vegeta turned around, with a cold smile on her face, and said to Feng. Isn't it a Super Saiyan? Why not dare? Really? I wish you could be so arrogant in a while. Vegeta gritted her teeth tightly. Look at this BD. With a confident expression on his face, he was quite annoyed. Then he clenched his fists tightly, and the terrifying golden breath exploded directly from his body. Ha! Along with the low roar, Vegeta's hair directly turned golden yellow, and a hurricane swept in all directions with Vegeta as the center. Chapter 5. Vegeta's feet instantly cracked, and the rubble was suspended in the air, surrounded by golden flames and blue lightning. So strong, has he turned into Super Saiyan 2 directly. Feeling the terrifying breath Gao Gao, Feng said with a look of excitement. But also, Vegeta, after all, is different from Monkey King. In real battles, he usually doesn't make trials, but instead uses all his strength to fight in an instant. What's the matter, are you frightened by my anger? Vegeta said to Feng triumphantly. My current strength is definitely not comparable to that just now. You are so self-righteous that you are Vegeta, I'm just excited, and the blood is boiling all over the body of excitement. Feng said lightly. At this time, Vegeta's combat effectiveness was indeed higher than his own, but that was not a problem. Soon he was able to overtake him. At this time, on the other side of the earth, it was also in a barren valley. What is Vegeta's breath? Sun Wukong, who was training with Yub, suddenly stopped and said with a look of surprise. Master Wukong, is there an enemy? Yub quickly asked. He also felt Vegeta's anger. I don't feel any other powerful auras, but some enemies are breathless. Monkey King said. Just like cyborgs, they just don't have any anger. Since Vegeta raised his chi to the extreme, it would certainly not be unreasonable. Catch me, let's go and see. After Monkey King finished speaking, his index finger and middle finger nodded at the center of his eyebrows and moved instantaneously, and then the two of them instantly disappeared in place. Huh. Just when Vegeta and Feng were about to prepare to fight, Monkey King and Yub suddenly appeared in front of them. Kakarot. Father, read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Sun Wukong. Vegeta Gohan and Feng yelled out almost at the same time. Unexpectedly, I finally saw my favorite Dragon Ball character, Monkey King. Hey Kakarot, what are you doing? This is my battle. Vegeta scolded coldly. This guy always likes to fight ahead of him, this time he will never agree. Huh? Fight? With him? Monkey King looked at Vegeta with some confusion, then looked at Feng and asked. He can't feel what is so amazing about this guy in front of him. What? Do you look down on me? Monkey King. The tone and expression of Monkey King obviously just looked down on himself. Ah. You really are not Vegeta's opponent. Monkey King said to Feng very honestly. Really? Then open your eyes and take a good look. Feng was too lazy to argue with Monkey King, because he knew after a while that he would not be able to defeat Vegeta. Even his Monkey King is not his opponent. Well, what you said like this, I really look forward to it. Monkey King smiled. Since the guy in front of him is so confident, he should have some ability. Seeing that Monkey King didn't mean to compete with him, Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. Come on Vegeta, let me feel the power of Super Saiyan. Feng beckoned to Vegeta, although he didn't mean to provoke him. But in Vegeta's eyes, it was a challenge to herself. Cut, die. The moment Vegeta's voice fell, she rushed towards Feng. When he fights, unless he is a very powerful opponent, he will not attack with energy balls. So fast. Feng was horrified. After becoming a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's speed and strength have indeed been greatly improved. Appeared in front of Feng almost instantly. This made Feng, who had little combat experience, wondered how to deal with it for a while, so he could only instinctively block his fists in front of Hungary. Bang! Vegeta's fists fell heavily on Feng's arms, and suddenly a force like the explosion of the universe rushed into his arms. Call out! Feng's body flew out like a meteorite, leaving 2 feet deep gully on the ice with his feet. Rumble! Then the body directly smashed an iceberg. Okay, it hurts. Feng quickly rubbed his arms. Although it was painful, there were no signs of injury in his body. This is the biography. The benefits of Super Saiyan blood. Shoo! In an instant, Vegeta appeared in front of Feng again, and his fists attacked Feng in a torrential rain like a phantom. Every punch made Feng feel pain in his arms. If Feng used his free and extreme skill, he could completely dodge all Vegeta's attacks and defeat him. But Feng didn't want to do this now, he wanted to train his fighting skills. Also through this battle, improve your own strength. Chapter 6. Rumbling. Feng's body smashed the icebergs, and a violent burning sensation spread across his arms like a fire. But he felt very comfortable, extremely comfortable. Because the blood in his body was boiling even more fiercely, he was already extremely excited. I can clearly feel that the energy in my body is growing in a very fast way. Moreover, Vegeta's punching speed is getting slower and slower in his own eyes, and he can see every punch by himself. Feng is confident that he can easily follow. Bang bang bang. And Vegeta is also getting more excited as he fights. Usually, he is beaten. Now it's hard to find a person who resists such a beating. You must get out of your breath. Uncle Vegeta seems very excited. Monkey King watched the battle between the two and spoke. He also knew very well that Uncle Vegeta hadn't fought so easily in a long time. Vegeta may be losing. Monkey King said with a serious face. What? Uncle Vegeta has always had the upper hand, how could he lose? Both Monkey King and Bu looked awkward, looking at Monkey King puzzled. Now Vegeta has the upper hand completely, as long as the attack continues like this, the one named Feng will definitely not be able to hold on. In such a situation, there is no possibility of losing at all. I underestimated that guy, watch it. He is about to fight back. Monkey King watched the battle between the two very seriously. I really missed it this time. On the surface, Vegeta has indeed always had the upper hand, and the little guy who is pressing has no strength to fight back. But in terms of strength, he has completely mastered and even learned Vegeta's combat experience and combat skills. Moreover, I could feel an uncontrollable fighting force in that little guy's body. I had that feeling before. Huh? What's the matter, wasn't it arrogant just now? Can you only be passively beaten like this? Where did the arrogance go? Vegeta shook his fist frantically, with a smug smile on the corner of her mouth, shouting at Feng with disdain. Do you want me to fight back? It's not very simple. Feng, who had been bowing his head, suddenly raised his head, an excited smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The excitement that I had been suppressing myself just now can now be released to my heart's content. Bang, read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. When the voice fell, Feng grabbed Vegeta's fist. What? Vegeta was shocked. Just now, this guy was suppressed by himself and couldn't fight back. How could he take his attack all at once? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You should be tired after playing for so long, and then I will be replaced. Vegeta was still in a state of horror and ignorance. Feng directly shook it hard, and Vegeta's body was thrown out heavily. Bang. Rumble. A huge ice cave was smashed directly from the ground. What? Uncle Vegeta was thrown away. Son Gohan's shock was not weaker than Vegeta's. In his opinion, this is simply a battle without suspense. After all, there is a huge gap in blood between the Earthlings and the Saiyans, and it is not only relying on cultivation to make up for it. And depending on Feng's age, he should be younger than himself. Unexpectedly, it is very likely that that little guy has a strength that surpasses me. Sun Wukong frowned first, then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That is excitement after meeting an opponent. Beyond Dad. Beyond the Master. This is impossible. Monkey King and Yub exclaimed almost at the same time. In their subconscious mind, Monkey King is the strongest warrior in the entire universe, and now there is an earthling even stronger than him. Are you kidding me? Rumble. The next moment, the ground began to tremble violently, and the ice surface under the feet was centered on the ice cave, and spiderweb-like cracks spread in all directions. The moment the ice exploded, Vegeta's body jumped up. Damn BD. I will never forgive you. Vegeta's forehead blue veins rioted, her fists clenched tightly, and she glared at Ye Feng. Obviously the anger is extremely extreme. A hateful human being so embarrassed. It is simply unforgivable. You don't need to fight Vegeta, you are no longer my opponent. Ye Feng tidied up some of his clothes, and said to Vegeta. The voice was full of coldness, and in Vegeta's ears, it was natural to despise him. Damn. There should be a limit to being overwhelmed. Don't think that you can speak up if you happen to block an attack. Vegeta clenched his fist and squeaked. Then his body jumped out again and attacked Ye Feng. Coincidence. It was absolutely a coincidence. Vegeta comforted herself. Shoo. The shadow of the fist was like the wind, and Vegeta's fist shot at Ye Feng like a rain of bullets, but they were easily avoided by Ye Feng one by one. Of course, Ye Feng doesn't need to use his free and extreme power at all now. Because in the previous battle, he has completely mastered Vegeta's fighting skills and punching methods. Chapter 7. Vegeta attacked for more than 10 minutes, but did not touch Ye Feng's body at all, nor even the corners of his clothes. This made Vegeta even more annoyed, and at the same time punching was completely out of control. Woo. The rapid consumption of physical energy made Vegeta gasp. And his speed also decreased drastically as his physical fitness decreased, making it even more impossible for such an attack to hit Ye Feng. Okay, Vegeta, the battle ends here. After Ye Feng finished speaking, the palm of his right hand was directly attached to Vegeta, and when he applied force, Vegeta was pushed by the powerful force and flew out directly. Bang. Then the body was directly embedded in the iceberg, and the entire iceberg suddenly appeared huge cracks. What a powerful force, this guy is too scary. Monkey King squeezed his fists and said in a low tone. To be honest, even oneself, he may not be able to fly Vegeta so easily. And Monkey King and Yub were already shocked beyond words. There will be such a person on the earth? And they never found out, it's terrible too. Even I didn't expect my strength to increase so quickly in battle. Ye Feng squeezed his fist, felt the tumbling power in his body, restrained his excitement, and muttered to himself. According to his plan, after he fights Vegeta, his strength will be higher than Vegeta, but he did not expect to be able to crush Vegeta. Impossible, how could I lose to that kid? Absolutely, unforgivable. Vegeta embedded in the iceberg, with raging anger burning in her eyes. Even if you are surpassed by that BD Kakarot. Now that even a human on earth is riding on his head, how can I stand this? As the angry voice fell, Vegeta opened her palms, and 2 energy balls condensed in her palms. Then they merged directly together, and a low roar sounded. Ultimate, Flash. Yes, this is his strongest attack. If he could even attack him this time, then he would really lose. Vegeta, what are you going to do? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Seeing Vegeta directly cast the ultimate flash, Monkey King suddenly became a little anxious. At this time Vegeta's position is higher than Ye Feng's position. If he just casts the ultimate flash like this, and Ye Feng hides it, it will definitely cause huge trauma to the earth. Uncle Vegeta, stop now. Sun Wukong also quickly stopped yelling. Damn BD, get me down. Hey ah. The moment the deep roar fell, the energy wave in Vegeta's hand blasted directly at Ye Feng. Huh, come on. Ye Feng let out a long sigh of relief, and a serious look appeared in his eyes. Vegeta's strongest attack was indeed terrifying, and a dangerous aura could be felt from that energy wave. At that moment, a silver-white arrogance emerged from Ye Feng's body. Almost for an instant, the energy wave rushed over with lightning speed. The moment Ye Feng's palms were placed on the energy wave, his body was steadily retreated by the terrifying impact. Both legs have completely sunk into the ice surface, and the ice surface has drawn 2 long traces. In fact, he can completely avoid Vegeta's attack, but it is not necessary, and he will not avoid it. Because of this powerful attack, you will become even stronger. Huh. Suddenly, Ye Feng's pupils turned silver gray in an instant. The muscles on both arms obviously changed, and a super strong force burst out from the body. Then Ye Feng's feet sank and his body stopped completely. Abruptly took Vegeta's strongest attack. Okay. It's amazing. It's really exciting to have Vegeta's attack unarmed. Monkey King looked at Ye Feng in shock, and said in disbelief. It's just a few meters away, even if I can't do it. And Monkey King and Yub swallowed hard. This guy, is it an evildoer? What? Impossible, what kind of monster is this? Vegeta's eyes were about to bulge out. Although he didn't want to admit it, Ye Feng took his strongest attack this way, which meant that there was a huge gap between them. It seems to be a little different from the anime. Vegeta's ultimate flash is indeed very strong. With a flick of Ye Feng's right hand, the Kigong wave flew directly out of the earth. When watching the Dragon Ball animation, I always feel that Vegeta's ultimate flash is so powerful that there is no way to kill the enemy in seconds. But actually touch. Only when I came down did I realize that the power of Kigong wave was so powerful. Call out. In the next second, Ye Feng appeared directly in front of Vegeta. As soon as the right knee was raised, it hit Vegeta's lower abdomen heavily. Wow! As the pupils tightened, a mouthful of blood came out directly from Vegeta's mouth. Then it changed back to normal. Obviously the injury was serious. He used the strongest killer move on himself, and he didn't teach him a lesson. It was a bit too interesting. Chapter 8. Bang! Vegeta hugged her belly with both hands and fell directly to the ground, her pupils shrinking. There was an expression of pain on his face, intertwined with anger. Vegeta! Monkey King hurriedly flew in front of Vegeta. For fear that Ye Feng would kill Vegeta, after all, they didn't know who the opponent was, whether it was good or bad, and what purpose they had. Monkey Gohan and Yub also walked over and helped Vegeta up. And Monkey King stared at Ye Feng tightly. Are you really an Earthling? Monkey King asked questioningly. If it really is, then he has such a terrifying strength that he hasn't been discovered by himself, and it is indeed deep enough. Is it? Ye Feng's answer was ambiguous. Are you a human being on Earth? In the previous life, they were serious ordinary people on the Earth, and after crossing over, they can be regarded as ordinary Earth people in the Dragon Ball world. But after fusing the blood of Chuan Chaoxian, it should not be regarded as a complete Earthling. Looking at you, you seem to know us well. Monkey King asked again. Gohan had already told himself that when Ye Feng and Dandy were talking, they said they were his friends. That proves that he knows himself, and probably knows Vegeta and Gohan. Of course, it is no exaggeration to say that I know you better than yourself. Ye Feng smiled and said. I didn't lie. As a typical Dragon Ball fan, whether it is the fighters of Dragon Ball G or the fighters of Dragon Ball Super, I know very well. That's it? Hey, I seem to be more interested in you. Monkey King also smiled. He felt that Ye Feng didn't seem to be hostile. You probably are more interested in my strength, right? As a fighting madman, when Monkey King meets an opponent who is stronger than himself, that kind of excitement will appear in his eyes. And now, that kind of light gleamed in his eyes. Ah! It can be said that since you defeated Vegeta, can you compete with me? Monkey King nodded without hiding his thoughts. When I saw Ye Feng and Vegeta fighting just now. My hands are itchy. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. With you. Ye Feng smiled. This was exactly what he wanted to hear. Every battle will make yourself stronger. Fighting the strong will make you stronger. Obviously, Monkey King's strength far exceeds Vegeta, and he is a very strong opponent. This kind of opportunity, even if Monkey King doesn't mention it, he can't miss it. I can't ask for it. Then Ye Feng nodded. Dad, are you going to fight him? Monkey King looked at Monkey King with a serious expression and asked. He knew his father's strength very well, and Ye Feng had just shown a strength far surpassing Vegeta. The fighting between the two of them is estimated to cause a lot of damage to the earth. Don't worry about Gohan, I have my own measures. Sun Wukong knew what his son was worried about, so he comforted. If you are really so inadequate, you don't know how many times this earth has been destroyed. Okay. Looking at the confident expression of Monkey King nodded. Ye Feng, right? Then let's stop there. Then Sun Wukong turned his head to look at Ye Feng, and said with a smile. It is good. Ye Feng spit out a word. I have to live on the earth, I will not deliberately destroy it. And his purpose is to become stronger through battle, not to destroy. So, it started. Ha. Monkey King shook his arms, opened a posture, and directly became a Super Saiyan. The golden arrogance surged. And Monkey King only became Super Saiyan, not Super Saiyan 2. So the breath is not as strong as the Vegeta just now? You are really big. Just now Vegeta Super 2 form lost to me, now you are using Super Saiyan to fight. Although Monkey King's actions were expected, Ye Feng couldn't help asking. Well, warm up first. Monkey King said disapprovingly. Then his hands became claws, one after the other, in a fighting posture. Bring it on. Ye Feng also made a fighting pose. Since Monkey King didn't become Super Saiyan 3, then he didn't need to use Freeze Ji Gong. Anyway, now his own power can easily defeat the Super ER Sun Wukong. Ye Feng's voice. As they fell, Both of them stepped on the ground with their feet at the same time, and their bodies flew out instantly. Bang bang bang. Then there appeared a blast of voice circles in the air, the surrounding icebergs continued to collapse, and huge cracks appeared on the ground. Feng controlled his power just right. His purpose is not to rush to defeat Monkey King, but to learn Monkey King's fighting methods, skills, and experience in battle. Because compared with Vegeta, Monkey King's combat experience and skills are more abundant. Chapter 9. Bang bang bang. The two kept exchanging fists, constantly improving their strength during the battle, but they didn't pull too much. Good learning ability, this guy is learning my fighting skills. Monkey King is indeed a fighting genius, and within a few minutes he has fully understood Feng's purpose. He had completely learned his own fighting style, and it was also mixed with Vegeta's fighting skills. Bang! It was another violent collision, and Monkey King was directly shaken back several tens of feet with a punch, and his feet rubbed the ground and pulled out two long traces. Hey, it's been a long time since I was so excited. After being fisted by Feng, Monkey King was not worried, but was even more excited. In the past 10 years, although he often played against Yub's strength was very limited after all. There is no way for him to fight happily. Hey-ah! With a roar, Monkey King turned directly into Super Saiyan 3. The golden hair fell straight down his waist, the brow bones disappeared, and the slender eyes looked a bit evil. It was just a warm-up, but now is the real contest. Finally plan to go all out. Feng looked at Monkey King and said with a smile. After warming up, I know that even the strength of Super Saiyan 2 can't beat you, so now the battle really begins. Monkey King raised the corner of his mouth and said lightly. Well, if it's a real battle, then I'll take it seriously too. Feng's face also showed a serious expression. The strength of the Super 3 Monkey King is definitely not comparable to Vegeta. Call out. The next second, Monkey King flashed out directly, very fast, and appeared in front of Feng almost instantly. He fisted at Feng and blasted out. Feng wasn't prepared to avoid it at all, but also head-to-head, greeted him with a punch. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Bang. The moment the fists touched, Feng felt a force as vast as Wang Yang, and his body flew out in an instant. Boom boom boom. The body directly smashed several icebergs before reluctantly stopped. It's such a strong power, is it so much worse for Super 2 and Super 3? Feng shook his arm and said in surprise. The normal combat effectiveness of Monkey King and Vegeta should be similar, so you can use this to measure the gap between Super 2 and Super 3. In this case, let me learn your moves. Feng slowly raised his head, and his black pupils suddenly turned silver gray at that moment. Strands of arrogance, like thin silver threads, rose from around the body. Freedom's ultimate power. It's time to feel the power of freedom mastery. Have changed. The breath is as calm as the clear stream behind Baizai Mountain. Monkey King looked at Feng in surprise and whispered. Although Feng's chi did not grow at this time, it was very, very calm, and there was no way to feel any fluctuations at all. What's the matter with that silver arrogance? Monkey King and Yub looked at Feng in shock. Although the breath did not become stronger, there was a sense of sacredness and inviolability. I have never seen such an air. Yub shook his head. He had never seen such a calm person who could control his chi. Da-da-da. Monkey King walked towards Feng step by step, with a smile on his face. It seems that you are also ready to do your best. Looking at Feng, Monkey King said. You deserve my best effort. Feng smiled and said to Monkey King. The Monkey King of Super Saiyan 3 is indeed very strong. Although it is not clear what has changed in you, the strength of Super Saiyan 3 is definitely stronger than you think. Monkey King said very confidently. So. I'm looking forward to it. Feng nodded, stood there motionless, and said to Monkey King with a calm expression. Okay, then I attacked. Looking at Feng's equally confident expression, Monkey King hit the ground directly with his toes, and his body disappeared while the ground instantly cracked. At least Son Gohan can't see them at all. Feng smiled faintly, and after displaying his freedom skills, Monkey King's speed was not fast at all in his own view. Don't hide yet. Sun Wukong was a little surprised, his fist almost touched Feng's body. He didn't hide. What on earth did he want to do? Are you surprised by your own speed? Impossible. Feng is so confident that it is absolutely impossible to be frightened by his speed. But what was going on, it was quickly cleared. Chapter 10. Just when Monkey King's fist almost touched Feng's body disappeared like a ghost. What? Monkey King was shocked, his fist tore the silver-white arrogance directly. Feng's body appeared behind Monkey King, and then volleyed out with a punch. Bang bang bang. Just as Monkey King turned around, he was attacked with dozens of punches in front of his chest. The force of horror repelled Monkey King by dozens of steps. It's amazing, I can't see exactly how he moved. Monkey King held his painful body, frowned and said. Just now he thought that his attack would definitely hit Ye Feng. But at that moment, Ye Feng seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, and he didn't see his figure clearly. That amazing speed is too fast. Is this guy really a human? Monkey Gohan and Yub were already shocked, their mouths opened wide. It's horrible. Surprised. Come again. Ye Feng suddenly smiled faintly, and said to Monkey King. Although the speed is incomprehensible, it is even more exciting. Monkey King let go of his hand covering Hun's mouth, and suddenly said with a smile. There was a flame of excitement in his eyes. Then he attacked Ye Feng again. Shoo. The shadow of the boxing swept over like a machine gun, but still couldn't touch Ye Feng's body. No way, the consumption of freedom's extreme Yigong is really terrifying. Ye Feng frowned, he felt the energy in his body was quickly consumed. He felt a sense of exhaustion in just 2 minutes. If you continue to use it, it is estimated that there will be no energy to maintain the freedom of Ji Yigong. And afterwards, he will enter a rather weak state. Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. Although I know that Monkey King is not the kind of person who takes advantage of others, in such a dangerous world, I will never allow myself to be in danger. Even the risk factor is only 1 in 10,000. If oneself exerts the best effort of freedom to the limit, then oneself need to bear a very huge load. That kind of load is enough to make oneself completely coma. Thinking of this, Ye Feng didn't want to delay any longer, because Monkey King's fighting skills had already been learned almost by himself. The next second, Monkey King's fist suddenly blasted towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng easily hid the Monkey King's fist, and then his right fist landed on Monkey King's sideburns. Bang! The moment the deep sound sounded, Monkey King flew out sideways and directly crashed into the iceberg. After being attacked, Monkey King completely lost his combat effectiveness. After all, the temples are the vital part of a person. Even if Ye Feng didn't use much strength, his strength would naturally be strengthened at the extreme speed. Call. After easily letting Monkey King lose his combat effectiveness, Ye Feng exhaled deeply. The silver flames all over his body disappeared little by little, and his pupils turned into normal black. Hiss. At this moment, Ye Feng felt a tearing pain from the muscles all over his body. This is the sequelae brought by the imperfect and free-knowing skill. Although Zizao Ji Yigong is very powerful, it is not without cost. Guru. Dad, was defeated in an instant. Okay, so strong, the master was killed in a second. Monkey King and Yub have been petrified in shock. What happened today is indeed too shocking for them. In their hearts, Sun Wukong, the strongest in the universe, was defeated with a single blow. Wow, it hurts, it hurts. Monkey King struggled to stand up, rubbing his head vigorously. Until now, I still feel a little dizzy. He was very sure that if Ye Feng attacked with all his strength just now, he would be killed. You guys are too strong. Walking in front of Ye Feng, Monkey King still maintained a state of excitement. Even if I was defeated just now? You are too careless, because you have been on the offensive just now, so you completely ignored the defense. This gives me the opportunity to take advantage of this. Vegeta is much better than you. Ye Feng also resisted the severe pain from his body, and said faintly. Although I admit that I was negligent on defense just now, but your speed is indeed too fast. Even if I defend seriously, I may not be able to defend. Monkey King is very sincere. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it. There is no excuse at all. You are quite self-aware. Ye Feng smiled, and his affection for Monkey King doubled. Of course, I liked the role of Monkey King from the beginning, especially the Monkey King of Dragon Ball G. By the way, do you live in Zidou too? Monkey King suddenly asked. So far, yes. Why, do you still want to compete with me? Ye Feng could see Monkey King's thoughts at a glance. This militant guy, after finally finding such a strong opponent, he will definitely not let it go. Hey, of course, fighting with you will give me the excitement that I have been missing for a long time. Sure enough, it was exactly the same as Ye Feng guessed. Chapter 11. I may live in the Temple of Heaven in the next few days. If you want to fight, please wait anytime. Ye Feng said to Monkey King. There are 2 reasons for going to the Temple of Heaven. 1. Although he is super strong now, he still doesn't have a stable place to live. With his current strength, even if it is a trivial matter to control the entire earth, after having such strength, he doesn't have that kind of thought. At different heights, horizons, and goals will naturally change. Second, the heavenly temple has food and drink, and there is also a spiritual time house for practicing, which is a great place to go. After seeing his own strength, the god Dandy should welcome him very much. Temple of Heaven? That's great. Monkey King said excitedly. But before that, I have to practice hard, and I won't be so embarrassed in the next battle. Well, I have something to do, there will be a period later. After Ye Feng waved his hand at Monkey King, his body disappeared in front of everyone in a flash. What a powerful guy, I hope he won't become our enemy. Looking at Ye Feng's disappearing back, Sun Wukong said with a worried expression. Don't worry, Gohan, although that guy is very mysterious, I believe he has no malice towards us and the earth. Monkey King had a smile on his face, and after a pause, he continued, on the premise that we don't take the initiative to provoke him. I hope so. Monkey Gohan and Yub can only comfort themselves in this way. As for Vegeta, she actually woke up early in the morning, but she could only pretend to be in a coma because she lost such a big person just now. But after seeing Kakarot also be defeated, my heart suddenly felt much better. Temple of Heaven. Call out. Ye Feng appeared suddenly, shocking Dandy and Mr. Yeah, Mr. Ye Feng. Dandy exclaimed respectfully with a nervous expression on his face. Dandy could see exactly what happened on Earth just now from the Temple of Heaven. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. From the beginning, I felt that Ye Feng was unusual, but I didn't expect that even Wukong and Vegeta would be defeated. And it's so easy to defeat. Of course, this kind of powerful person will destroy the Earth minutely, and of course he will treat it very carefully. You don't need to be so nervous, Dandy, I'm just staying in your temple for a few days. Looking at Dandy with a nervous look, Ye Feng said with a warm smile. I am not a beast that can eat people, and I don't want to become that kind of person just because I have strength. Just consider me to be Monkey King's friend. Ye Feng continued. Okay. Okay, Mr. Ye Feng. Dandy nodded quickly. In front of such an unfamiliar strong man, it is impossible to be unrestrained. Mister, you go clean up a room and come out. Then Dandy hurriedly said to the. Ye Feng's politeness made him even more unable to slack off. Good God. Nodded and walked away. I need to go to the mental time house again, shouldn't it be a problem? Ye Feng looked at the spiritual time house and asked Dandy. I still have some discomforts in my body right now, and the sequelae after exerting my self-existence kung fu, I need to take care of it. And I have to find a way to eliminate this load after exerting my free and extreme power. If you are in the state every time you use the free extreme Yi Gong, then you are too passive to meet a master. This is Mr. Ye Feng, everyone can only enter for 2 days in the spiritual time house. Dandy finished speaking and looked at Ye Feng, and then said with a wry smile, however, with the strength of Mr., you can break the dimensional wall. I think that when Majin Buu and Gotenks were trapped in the spiritual time house, they broke through the dimensional wall with tyrannical power and came out of the spiritual time house. Ye Feng's strength far surpassed the demon Buu and Gotenks at that time, so naturally there was no problem. Well, then I'm going in. After Ye Feng finished speaking, he walked directly into the spiritual time house. He knows what Dandy said. With his current strength, breaking the spiritual time house is a small matter. After entering the spiritual time house, Ye Feng began to practice. Constantly repeat the battle moves and skills of Monkey King and Vegeta. Not only need to know, but also to be precise. Even on their basis, surpass them. In this way, in the constant reciprocation, 2 days passed quickly. Freedom to work hard. A calm voice came from his throat, and wisps of silver arrogance came from Ye Feng's body. Get out, the keyboard is all around. Ultimate, flash. The golden waves of Qigong condensed from both palms, and finally squeezed together, forming a huge energy ball. The energy ball flew out as soon as the palms pressed hard. Almost at the moment when the energy ball flew out, Ye Feng's body also shot out like an arrow from the string. I surpassed the Qigong wave in an instant, put my palms on the Qigong wave, rubbed the ground with my feet and backed more than 10 meters, blocking the Qigong wave. In 2 years, I have been able to hold on for 2 minutes from the beginning to 7 minutes now. And the load after casting is not that big. Chapter 12. Combine work and rest, and the boring practice ends here. After returning to normal, Ye Feng took a shower, put on the clean clothes that Dandy had prepared, and walked out of the spiritual time house. Mr. Ye Feng, have you finished your training? Dandy and husband waited outside and said respectfully to Ye Feng. Ye Feng is very polite to them, but they can't let go of their vigilance and awe just because Ye Feng is polite to them. Well, it's over. The clothes fit very well, thank you. Ye Feng looked at his clothes. It was a black exercise suit, which he wore very well. Mr. Ye Feng, you are welcome, Mr. has prepared a meal, do you think you need something to eat? Dandy naturally knows that the food in the mental time house is average, and it can fill his stomach. As for the taste, it's hard to say. Mr. S craftsmanship? Then I want to taste it. Ye Feng smiled, looked at the black and said. The cooking skills of Mr. and the King of the North in Dragon Ball are quite good. Sir, please. Hearing Ye Feng's words, Dandy hurriedly made a gesture of please. Ding. The system releases the task. Please go to the Realm King God realm to sign in and receive the corresponding reward. The task period, 10 days. Just when Feng was about to go to dinner, the system's electronic synthesis sound suddenly sounded in his mind. Feng was taken aback. He had been in Dragon Ball world for more than 4 years, including the time in the spiritual time house. I almost forgot the sign-in system. Unexpectedly, the sign-in task was suddenly released at this time. The realm of the Realm King, it seems a bit far away. Feng muttered in his heart. His current strength is indeed very strong, but it is difficult to reach the realm of the Realm King. Because even the most advanced spacecraft, it is estimated that it will take a long time, and the God Realm spacecraft may not arrive. In the original Dragon Ball, the position of the Realm King is not clearly given. However, according to my own guess, the Realm King God Realm should have some connection with the underworld, just like when the demon View appeared, Monkey King was brought to the Realm King God Realm by the Realm King God. Everyone on the earth couldn't feel Son Gohan's anger, and Son Gohan had been killed. But when Monkey King went to the underworld, he felt the anger of Monkey King. Of course, this is just my own guess. If you can move instantaneously, it will be easy to go to the Realm King God Realm. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Thinking of this, Feng suddenly thought of Monkey King. Although he can't move instantaneously, Monkey King definitely will. And definitely can take oneself to the Realm King God Realm. It seems that the ability to teleport is still very important to me. What's wrong with Mr. Feng? Looking at Feng in a daze, Dandy asked. It's okay, let's go. Feng nodded, before filling his stomach. The task deadline is 10 days and there is still a lot of time, so I am not in a hurry. Mr. S craftsmanship is really good, at least it tastes much better than the food in the spiritual time house. After eating, Feng went to the lower realm and circled around. I can't practice in the spiritual time house all day, life like that is too boring. In this way, 6 days passed quickly. That fellow Monkey King didn't come yet, which surprised me a little bit. In the Temple of Heaven, Feng said to himself. Originally, he thought that with Monkey King's combative character, he could not help but come to him to practice in 3 days. But after all these 6 days, he hadn't come yet, which really exceeded Feng's expectations. Since he won't come, it seems that I need to find him, otherwise I can't complete the task released by the system. I don't want to miss this opportunity to sign in. You have to know that the system's novice gift packs are so embarrassing, the mission gift packs shouldn't be too shabby, right? Just when Feng got up and wanted to take the initiative to find Monkey King, he suddenly felt the anger of Monkey King. And it was flying along the Temple of Heaven. Coming. Feng was overjoyed. Sun Wukong still couldn't bear his desire to fight anymore. Call out. In the next second, Monkey King appeared directly in front of Feng. Mr. Wukong. Dandy said hello when he saw Monkey King. Yo, Dandy. It's been a long time since I saw Feng. Sun Wukong waved his hand to Dandy first, then said with a smile at Feng. Long time no see? Isn't it just 6 days? This guy, Monkey King, seems to have worked hard enough to endure these past few days. Hey, but I feel. It's been a long time and can't wait to fight you again. Monkey King clenched his fists and said excitedly. I have been practicing desperately these days, especially in terms of speed. Just to prepare for the battle with Feng. This is not in a hurry, I want you to take me to a place first. Feng waved his hand and said to Monkey King. Huh? Where? Sun Wukong was taken aback, with Feng's strength, where could he take him to go by himself? The Realm King God Realm. Chapter 13. What? Are you going to the planet of Lord Realm King God? Monkey King looked at Feng in surprise and asked. Although he was very familiar with Lord Realm King God and Old Realm King God, Feng actually knew them, which made me a little curious. Also, why did he go to the planet of Lord Realm King God? Yeah. Is there any problem? Feng smiled and continued, we are all afraid of destroying the earth and we can't do our best. You don't want to be shackled when fighting with me, right? Realm King God Realm is indeed harder than the earth, and more suitable for combat. This is what the World King Goddessin himself said. It seems to be right to say that, Lord Realm King God's planet is indeed more suitable for combat. Monkey King rubbed his chin, thought for a while and said. And the god Jebet and the god of the old world who were far away in the realm of the Realm King suddenly sneezed. I always feel that something bad is going to happen. But I can't move to the realm of Realm King God Realm in an instant. Monkey King said awkwardly. One's own teleportation can only go to that place when he perceives chi. But the gods of the world kings and their spirits can't feel it themselves, so they can't go there at all. The last time I went there was because I suddenly felt Gohan's anger while I was in Snake Deo, and moved there in an instant. Damn, how did I forget about this? Feng patted his forehead and cursed secretly. He only remembered that Monkey King would move instantaneously, but he forgot that Monkey King's teleportation was limited. Now there are 4 days left, how can I go to the realm of Realm King God by myself? By the way, Dandy, you are the god of the earth, you should be able to contact the Realm King God, right? Feng's inspiration suddenly remembered Dandy next to him. Because the Realm King God did not come to the earth less, Dandy should be able to contact him. Well, I can indeed contact Lord Realm King God. Dandy nodded and looked at Monkey King. Obviously, Dandy still doesn't trust Feng too much. Please Dandy. Monkey King said to Dandy, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. He really wanted to compete with Feng again. Okay then. Seeing Monkey King say the same, Dandy nodded, and then began to communicate with the Realm King and God through his mind. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and a full 5 minutes passed. Feng and Monkey King both waited impatiently. Huh. At this moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of Feng. A weird costume, light purple skin, elf ears, long white hair draped behind him, and a pair of Padala earrings. God Jebet. That's right, the person in front of you is the fusion of the Realm King Usse and the Guardian Jebet, Jebai God. Master Realm King God. Monkey King greeted him with a familiar face. Gaku-san, Dandy, who is this gentleman? God Jebet looked at Monkey King and Dandy, and finally looked at Feng. Ah. His name is Feng. Monkey King's introduction is very simple and clear. Fortunately, Lord Realm King God. Feng arched his hands at God Jebet. Although he is a weak chicken, he is a god after all, so he still needs to show some face. Hello Mr. Feng. God Jebet is also quite humble. After responding to Feng, he looked at Monkey King and asked, Gaku-san, Dandy said you have something to do with me. Well, I want to fight Feng, but there is too much movement on earth, so I want to go to the realm of the Realm King. Monkey King said naturally. What? Go to the realm of the Realm King to fight? A black line flashed across the forehead of God Jebet. Just say it. I sneezed twice just now, absolutely nothing good happened. Afterwards, God Jebite looked at Feng twice, and the guy who could make Wukong take the initiative to fight was absolutely extraordinary. It's a pity that I haven't surveyed the earth through the crystal ball recently, so I don't know the origin of Feng. Oh, okay. After all, you guys try to restrain yourself a little. God Jebet also knew that he couldn't persuade Gaku, so he could only sigh for a long time. Now Zija King God Realm is going to suffer again. Feng and Monkey King arrived at the realm of Realm King God Realm in an instant under the momentary movement of God Jebet. A large grass-green planet, far larger than the earth. A large hall appeared in front of Feng's eyes, and a big G was written on the door of the hall. Obviously it was the residence of the Realm King God. In addition, there are some mountains and trees, which are similar to the earth's environment. Yo grandpa, it's been a long time. Seeing the king of the old world, Monkey King greeted enthusiastically. After all, he can give himself a lifespan of thousands of years. Cut, it turns out that you are here. I just sneezed and I knew it was okay. Compared to the tactfulness of Jebet God, the old world king God is obviously very direct. He didn't give Sun Wukong a good face at all. Chapter 14. Huh? Who is he? The old world king God looked at Feng, his eyes suddenly opened, looking at Feng with a little surprise. What a great potential, this guy's potential is even more terrifying than Gohan's little guy. The old world king thought with amazement in his heart. Gohan had already seen a highly talented human, and the little guy in front of him felt unfathomable. It's like a bottomless pit, making him completely unable to see through. My name is Feng, and I have seen Lord God of the old world, and I am disrespectful to be careful. Feng walked up to the old world king God with a smile, and handed a small book in his hand to the old world king God. From the expression of the old world king God just now, he should feel his powerful potential. This little man book was bought by him when he was shopping the other day, just for his own sake. If the old world king God can help him develop his potential, his strength will definitely change qualitatively. The old world king God looked at Feng, and then opened the small book for the first time, his eyes suddenly brightened. Hee wow haha, go is so deep, it's too big. A smile of VS appeared in the eyes of the old world king, and Hareza was almost flowing down. His fingers flipped hurriedly. Extremely, ancestors, please be more serious. Jebite blushed, and he couldn't stand it anymore. His ancestor's expression was also blatant. Ahem. Well, let's talk about it. What are you doing here in the Realm King God realm? Hearing the reminder from God Jebet, the god of the old world king only constrained a little, and asked after a dry cough. Hey, we are here to fight. Monkey King smiled and said bluntly. What? Fight? The old world king god was also taken aback. When he came to his own place, are you planning to tear down the God realm? System, I'm already in the realm of Realm King God realm, can I sign in now? Ye Feng said silently in his heart. The purpose of his coming here is to sign in and get rewards from the system. I don't have much interest in fighting against Monkey King anymore, read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Ding. The sign-in time is 15 days, so the host needs to stay in the Realm King God realm for 15 days to receive the sign-in reward. Damn, are you kidding me? Ye Feng felt that he was being tricked by the system. How can it take so long to sign in? This is a system task, please don't complain. After the electronically synthesized sound fell, the system disappeared completely. Damn, do you have to stay here for 15 days? Although I was very upset in my heart, there was no way. Since it's all here, I can only wait for half a month, maybe during this time I can let the Old World King God help him develop his potential. Although the Old World King God disagreed very much, Ye Feng and Monkey King still fought in the World King God realm. The result of the battle was naturally that Ye Feng won again. After all, after spending another 2 years in the spiritual time house, the Monkey King's fighting skills and at that time had been thoroughly studied by Ye Feng. Moreover, it takes longer for him to perform his free and extreme mind skills, and the load is relatively weakened. Wow Kaka, you guys are too good, right? You have become a lot stronger in a few days. After being defeated by Ye Feng, Monkey King said in surprise. Ye Feng was definitely not so good a few days ago. But now it was like a different person, and he was very familiar with the way he and Vegeta fought. This makes myself hard to defend. That Ye Feng even defeated Wukong, but he seems to be just an earthling. God Jebet is also very shocked. Idiot, that guy is not a human being on earth, from his body I can feel something very similar to Wukong and the others. The god of the old world scolded God Jebet, this guy is too insightful to see. It is impossible for a human being on earth to reach this level. My ancestor, do you mean that Ye Feng is a Xian like Wukong? God Jebet was even more surprised. This is unlikely. It's still not sure, but I feel that he and the Xian definitely have some kind of connection. The Old World King said seriously. As for what the connection is, I still don't know what it is. I hope he is not malicious, otherwise it will be a disaster for the entire universe. After the defeat, Monkey King left the realm of the Realm King God. Prepare to practice in the spiritual time house, and then challenge Ye Feng. But Ye Feng chose to stay in the realm of the Realm King, the excuse of staying here to practice, but the real purpose is to wait for the sign-in. Master Realm King God, can I ask you a favor? At lunchtime, Ye Feng looked at the Old World King God and spoke. Let's talk. But I may not be able to help you with your favor. The Old World King God replied perfunctorily while eating. It's a big job for me, but it's a small thing for you. Ye Feng smiled and said. Hearing what Ye Feng said, the Old World King squinted his eyes and saw Ye Feng seriously asking, do you want me to help you develop your potential? Chapter 15. Master Realm King God is indeed like a god, and what I said is really to help me develop my potential. Ye Feng smiled and said with a fist. The Old World King God seemed to be squinting all day long, but his vision and insight were indeed very accurate. It is definitely not something that Jebet God can compare. You came to Realm King God realm for this purpose, right? The Old World King God looked at Ye Feng with shining eyes and asked. With Sun Wukong's carefree personality, he would never go to the realm of the Realm King for battle. This idea must have been proposed by Ye Feng. Yes, it's about it. Ye Feng nodded. Although his real purpose is to sign in for the Realm King, God realm, this kind of purpose would naturally not be said by himself. Your strength has surpassed Wukong by a lot, in fact, there is no need to develop your potential at all. The Old World King God restored his previous look, and said faintly. Actually, I don't want to help Ye Feng develop his potential, because I don't understand him. His strength, potential, and even identity. This is a very dangerous thing. He is not as pure as the Monkey King, and the others. If he is strong enough that no one can restrain him, it would not be a good thing for the entire universe. Others don't know. You should know that Xian is definitely not only the strength of Super Xian 3, the potential of Monkey King has no limit. Ye Feng said with an old smile on the corner of his mouth. You must know that the reason why Monkey King was able to become Super Xian 4 was all the merits of the Old World King God. Know the way to transform, understand that the power of the Xian gathers in the tail. Do you really know a lot? What a little guy who makes people invisible. The Old World King God crouched, shook his head gently and said. This little guy seems to know a lot of things. Okay. I promised you. After thinking for a few seconds, the Old World King God nodded. My ancestor, you are really ready to, read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. God Jebite looked at Ye Feng, and he was obviously still on guard. It is dangerous to help a person who does not know the details and has great potential. Why did the ancestor suddenly become confused? Don't talk, I naturally have my plan. The king of the old world stared at God Jipad with hatred for iron and steel, and motioned him not to speak. Then thank Lord Realm King God first. Hearing the old world king's promise, Feng respectfully clasped his fists. No matter what his plan is, he is all pediatrics in the face of absolute strength. If he dared to play with himself or lie to himself, he would definitely let him feel the price of playing with himself. I can be neither humble nor arrogant towards them, or even respectful, but if they lie to themselves, they can also show them the more cruel side of themselves. Don't worry, thank you. Your potential is very strong. Although I promise to help you develop your potential, I am not too sure whether it will succeed. The old world king waved his hand and said truthfully. Feng's potential is like a bottomless pit, and he is really not sure about it. Just try your best, it's hard work. Feng smiled. If the old world king god really couldn't help him develop his potential, then nothing else. It is good. The old world king stared at Feng tightly and nodded. He seemed to want to see something useful from his face. But after a few seconds, there was no gain except for a light smile. Your potential is quite special. It will take about 10 days. Is there a problem? The old world king god spoke again. No problem, I have a lot of time. It takes half a month to sign in by himself, and 10 days is naturally no problem for him. Okay, let's get started. During these 10 days, you need to maintain a posture. Time goes by day by day. In the spiritual time house of the Temple of Heaven, Monkey King and Yub have been practicing. Because he wanted to catch up with Feng's footsteps, Monkey King practiced more desperately. Boom. The spiritual time house of the Heavenly Temple suddenly exploded, and the entire Heavenly Temple was devastated. Sun Wukong and Yub were so scarred, they helped each other and walked out. Sorry, Dandy, making the celestial temple like this again. Monkey King and Yub looked at the dilapidated Temple of Heaven, and said in embarrassment. Haha. You finally finished your training. Dandy gave a wry smile. This kind of result was already in my own expectation, but I would suffer myself and Mr. again. Okay, I will help you heal your injuries, and then prepare meals for you. After speaking, Dandy walked towards Monkey King and Yub. At the same time, taking advantage of the turmoil in the Temple of Heaven, Pilaf and the three sneaked into the Temple of Heaven. Because they learned that the Black Star Dragon Ball made by the gods is hidden in the deepest part of the gods. As long as he gets the strongest Black Star Dragon Ball, he will be able to rule the earth. Chapter 16. Master Wukong, Dandy, Mr., I'm leaving first, I can't worry about the younger siblings at home. After eating, Yub said goodbye to the three of them, and there are still many things to do in his own family. Then he looked at Dandy with an awkward look, and apologized. I'm sorry Dandy made the Heaven Temple like this. It's okay, Mr., and I will fix it soon. Dandy waved his hand and said with a smile. They are used to repairing the spiritual time house from time to time. Well, goodbye, thank you for taking care of these hours. After Yub finished speaking, he turned into a streamer and jumped off the Temple of Heaven. I'm leaving Dandy too. I guess Kiki will be furious when I go back this time. Monkey King scratched his head and said. It's probably going to be maddening that Kiki has been out for so long. Yeah, there will be Mr. Wukong after that. Dandy waved his hand to Monkey King, and he was about to clean up the mess next. And just when Monkey King was about to leave the Temple of Heaven, the Temple of Heaven suddenly burst of light. Huh? What is that glowing? Suddenly, Monkey King discovered that a dazzling golden light was emitting from a room in the Temple of Heaven. Monkey King hurriedly walked over and found a few familiar faces. You are Pilaf's group, right? Monkey King thought for a while and said with a smile. It should have been a long time since I met them. What are these bad guys doing in the Temple of Heaven? Hey! Monkey King, why are you here? The moment the three of them saw Monkey King, panic suddenly appeared on their faces. Why would someone bother themselves every time they gather Dragon Ball to make a wish? Pi, Lord Pilaf, what should I do? Monkey King looks stronger than before. Xiao Wu said with a horrified expression. This guy was able to deal with them when he was young, but now he has become more powerful. Isn't the three of them dangerous? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Hey, I'm asking you bad guys if you have any bad plans here. Monkey King looked at Pilaf three people curiously and asked. No way, attack. Pilaf directly ordered the fire, and he must not let this kid destroy his great dream of domination of the world. Shoo. 3 missiles were shot directly at Monkey King, but they were easily picked up. What? You guys are still the same, you use violence at every turn. Monkey King threw the missile aside and said with a smile. Damn, if he can become as small as before, I can definitely trample him under my feet. The moment Belof's voice fell, the eyes of the red dragon hovering above the heavenly temple suddenly burst into light. Okay, I see. After Shenlong's vigorous voice sounded, a golden ball of light directly enveloped Monkey King. At the same time, Monkey King's body was shrinking rapidly. What? Shenlong, what is going on? Monkey King had not fully realized that his body had returned to when he was 11 years old. The 7 dragon balls directly turned into gray stones, shot out in 7 different directions, and scattered in the universe. Idiot, Wukong, this big idiot, how come I don't know how to resist? In the realm of the Realm King, God Jebite stared at the little Gaku in the crystal ball and cursed loudly. Although Pilaf and the others had made a wish to the Shenlong just now, they were completely able to resist with Wukong's abilities. Unexpectedly, he just waited for himself to get smaller, except for curiosity, as if it had nothing to do with him. The most important thing is not that his body has become smaller, but that if the Black Star Dragon balls scattered in the universe cannot be found within a year, the Earth will explode. This is no small matter. You have a fart to get angry, if he is so shrewd, it's not Wukong. The old world king god slobbered while holding the little man's book while cursing God Jebit. Ye Feng, who was meditating attentively, naturally knew what had happened. Unexpectedly, Monkey King is still getting smaller. But it doesn't matter, it has nothing to do with me. Don't think about things, but concentrate on it. The old world king looked at Ye Feng and said. Does this old thing even know what I think? Ye Feng thought in surprise. In the past few days, I was sitting motionless, while the old world king and god was reading the little book all day long. If it weren't for knowing that he has this kind of ability, and also successfully channeling the power of Monkey King, I really suspect that he is that kind of liar. Then Ye Feng continued to concentrate on meditating. In this way, Ye Feng meditated for 10 days. Is it finally time for 10 days? My buttocks seem to be cocooned. Ye Feng slowly opened his eyes and whispered lightly. Although sitting like this for 10 days is trivial to myself, it also tests people's patience. If you haven't stayed in the spiritual time house, it's really hard to persist. But the time has come, it is time to check and accept the strength after stimulating the potential. After thinking about it, Ye Feng stood up slowly, clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashed sharply. Chapter 17. Huh. The black hair suddenly stood up high, and the expression in his eyes completely changed from just now, extremely sharp. There is an innate sense of self-confidence and pride. OM. The moment Ye Feng clenched his fists, the entire air hummed. Then a terrifying hurricane swept in all directions with Ye Feng as the center. The god of the old world and the god of Jebit were immediately lifted off by the strong air. A gust of wind blew around like a sharp steel knife, and the original grass-green ground turned into cocky, dusty. What a strong power! Ye Feng released his hand, an expression of excitement appeared on his face. Just now, I just released less than 1/10,000th of the chi, and he has reached this kind of terrifying destructive power. It is definitely far beyond the development potential before. I am very confident now, and this strength is enough to defeat the 4 Super Saiyan monkeys. Of course, this is the case when I don't use the free extreme power. It is estimated that the old guy has hidden himself or has limited abilities. I have merged with the super bloodline. How can the potential be only this power? Although the strength has improved a lot, this is definitely not his full potential. You must know that Son Gohan was only capable of Super Saiyan 2 before he was exploited, and Majin Buu could kill him casually. But after being developed, the sacred meal can compete with Goten Kabuto. Therefore, compared with the improvement of Monkey King, his improvement is not very big. The old world king god must be wary of himself. Forget it, even the current strength is enough to deal with many enemies. Ye Feng thought in his heart. There is no need to stimulate all the potential before you have completely determined the route you want to take. This approach is tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. I can now follow the path of God, and the path of the Saiyans has the same human path as the Monkey King, but now it is somewhat difficult to choose. Hey, you little BD, do you want to kill us? After the hurricane stopped completely, the old world king god walked towards Ye Feng with his waist twisted and complained. This old bone of oneself can't stand such a tossing. Master Realm King God, I haven't said that you are not kind, but you have to complain first. You are too perfunctory to stimulate potential, right? Ye Feng squinted his eyes, with a slight smile on his face, and said to the old world king god. Hearing Ye Feng's words, the old world king god suddenly felt a little bit in his heart, and then quickly said, how is it possible? I'm doing my best. Really? Why didn't I feel it? Ye Feng smiled and asked, is you doing your best when helping Sun Wukong develop his potential? When Ye Feng said so, the old world king god was immediately at a loss. Who is this guy? I haven't seen him at all, but he seems to know a lot of things. After thinking for a while, the king of the old world replied, Okay. To be honest with you, your potential is too strong. If it were my peak period, I might be able to help you guide it out, but now I am old. After speaking, the old world king god cast Ye Feng away from the corner of his eyes. Is that really the case? Okay, I believe it. Ye Feng still smiled and nodded. The old world king who looked at him with a smile felt a little vain. Because Ye Feng's mouth said the letter, but his face was written with 2 big characters, I don't believe it. Call. In any case, it's a foolish pass. Ye Feng did not leave the realm of the Realm King, but continued to wait for 5 days. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at Realm King God Realm for 15 days and completing the sign-in task. Reward, unlimited teleportation. The electronically synthesized sound of the system suddenly rang in my mind. Although knowing that today is the day to receive the reward, Ye Feng is still a little excited. Unlimited teleportation. Ye Feng's eyes shone brightly. Although it is not the ability to directly improve combat effectiveness, the effect of teleportation is definitely not weak. Just like half a month ago, if you have learned unlimited teleportation, you still need to ask God Jebit to bring yourself? And in Dragon Ball Super, if you know that Wes and the others need to fly for an hour, the World King, Usse, will be there in an instant. The Temple of All Kings, Washija and other universes, etc. Without teleportation, most people who want to go to these places may not be able to reach them. The system really didn't disappoint. I really look forward to the next sign-in. The corner of Ye Feng's mouth raised, an expression of expectation appeared on his face. Mission completed, leaves? Feng returned to the earth after bidding farewell to the Realm King God, because there is no need to stay in the Realm King God realm. After returning to earth, you can practice well to consolidate your strength, and then you can also have fun and enjoy life. Chapter 18. Because of the trouble of Pilaf, Ash, and Xiaowu, the Black Star Dragon Ball was scattered among the 4 galaxies in the universe. If the Black Star Dragon Ball is not retrieved and placed back in the Temple of Heaven within 1 year after making the wish, the earth will explode and disappear completely. So Monkey King took Trunks, and secretly went with the past 3 Xiaofang to search for Dragon Balls in the universe. It has been a month since the departure. On this day, after Ye Feng finished cultivating in the Tianshan Temple, he was going to the lower realm to fight the Tooth Ritual. It's the sushi restaurant, I finally found it. Ye Feng looked at the sushi restaurant in front of him and smiled happily. In the absence of enemies, it is necessary to enjoy life appropriately. Then Ye Feng walked into the sushi restaurant. Coincidentally, Ye Bishan is also inside, with a brown wavy little beauty beside her. His face was not deeply involved in the world, but he was kind of innocent and cute. It's just not the type that Ye Feng likes. Oh Mr. Ye Feng, come here to eat sushi too. Sun Wuxian took the initiative to come over and greet Ye Feng. He naturally heard Ye Feng's name from Monkey Gohan, a super master who can defeat Dad and Uncle Vegeta. Okay. Ye Feng nodded and watched Sun Wuxian jokingly said, as a Xian, you can't do without practicing like this, Sun Wuxian, without strength, how can you protect such a cute girl next to you? The descendants of the Earthsians, 1 generation is more wasteful than 1 generation. Sun Wufen is okay. At least Super ER and Shenfan are also high-gloss moments. Even if they become Wild Biffin later, they are once glorious. Sun Wuxian and Trunks are simply abolished. Mr. Ye Feng's lesson is that I will work hard in the future. Sun Wuxian smiled awkwardly and nodded in response. Although he agreed, but now the world is peaceful, and cultivation is useless at all. Besides, the earth is guarded by Dad and Uncle Vegeta, they don't need to suffer that kind of sin. Doesn't he fragrant when he makes appointments every day and takes his sister to go shopping? Ah. Ye Feng put a piece of sushi in his mouth and shook his head lightly. Rizai can't be taught either, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. It wasted the Xian's talent for cultivation. Whose anger is this? Suddenly, Ye Feng felt a faint breath, quite evil. What's wrong with Mr. Ye Feng? Seeing Ye Feng's eyes suddenly condensed, Sun Wuxian quickly asked. Don't you feel it? Ye Feng asked rhetorically. This chi has just appeared on the earth, and it is a bit evil, especially that kind of resentment is particularly strong. If he didn't think wrong, it should be Babe, the remnant of the ZVR. And if you count the time, it's just right. Rumble. At this moment, a huge explosion suddenly occurred in the center of Satan. At first, many people thought it was a gas explosion, but later discovered that it was caused by a middle-aged strong man. Dare to make trouble in Satan City. It's an old birthday star hanging himself, thinking that he has a long life. This is what everyone thinks of men. After all, Satan, the world's #1 fighting champion in Satan City, sits down and rarely offends anyone who doesn't open his eyes. I felt that a wicked air came from Satan City. Sun Wuxian said suddenly. Then what are you going to do? Ye Feng stared at Sun Wuxian and asked. Sun Wuxian naturally understood what Ye Feng meant. I have a very important thing today, and I may not be able to help. Sun Wuxian looked at the cute girl beside him, and said awkwardly. Today is an important date, and it must not be lost. Besides, my brother is in Satan City, he will handle it in the past. Humph. This is the gap between you and Monkey King. After Ye Feng shook his head, he ate a few more sushi before leaving the sushi restaurant. That parasite babe, I am very interested. Especially after being parasitic in Vegeta's body, it is still quite powerful. Satan City. The savior Satan had been so scared that he squatted on the ground, and a huge pit appeared in front of him. But there was panic on the faces of some ordinary people, as well as disappointment with Satan. Call out. Ye Feng moved over instantly and appeared in the crowd. Sure enough, babe. Ye Feng looked at the middle-aged man with yellow hair, his eyes turned completely red. That resentment came from this body. One over there is controlled, there is another over here, and that. Ye Feng's eyes swept, and he found 4 or 5 people on Earth under Babe's control. The speed of this guy is really fast. At this moment, the strong man controlled by Babe suddenly walked towards Ye Feng. There was a red light in his eyes. Hey, do you know where the Xian is? After walking in front of Ye Feng, Babe asked in a cold tone. Chapter 19. Xian? Do you look like me? Ye Feng suddenly tilted his head and said with a smile. The little babe in front of him, he could completely obliterate him in an instant. But I don't have that idea for the time being. After all, after such a long peaceful life, I need a decent opponent to stimulate my life. Besides, these are Monkey King's opponents, and Monkey King can obviously wipe out Babe the first time he meets him. Even many times, he has enough strength to kill Babe, but he hasn't. Rowing does not require oars, and all life depends on the waves. Since they like waves, the trouble they have planted will naturally cause them to bear the consequences. You. Xian. Babe was taken aback for a moment, and then a scarlet light appeared in his eyes, with a look of anger on his face. You can indeed feel something similar to Monkey King in your body. It seems that you are also a Xian. Then. Xians must die. As the angry voice fell, Babe directly blasted Ye Feng with a punch. He can naturally feel that the guy in front of him is very strong. But as long as he was scarred by himself, he could take the opportunity to invade his body. Controlling this powerful body, one's own strength will be even stronger. After all, the current body of this ordinary person is really too weak. Cut, don't know what you can do. Ye Feng sneered. Not to mention the current Babe, even Vegeta Babe, he can kill in an instant. When Babe's fist blasted, Ye Feng directly stretched out an index finger to block Babe's fist. Roll. The loud shout fell, and Ye Feng swept his leg heavily on Babe's chest, and his huge body flew out directly. A long trace was drawn on the ground, and after breaking the glass of the building, it fell to the ground. Okay, so powerful, I defeated that big guy in an instant. It seems that Mr. Satan was scared by that guy just now. When did such a powerful person appear in Satan City? I don't know, maybe he can replace Mr. Satan's savior. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. The spectators who were not afraid of death for a while when Babe was shot into the air began to talk in an uproar. Then he looked at Satan with a strange look. Feeling the eyes around him, Satan suddenly broke into cold sweat. No, my honor must never be broken like this. Satan's gaze is flowing, his mind is turning quickly. With. Re-implement the old technique. Thinking of this, the worry on Satan's face disappeared, replaced by excitement. What I will do next is probably more face-saving than I have defeated the big guy. Because, the one who defeats that big guy will be his apprentice. After the decision was made, Satan hurriedly walked towards Ye Feng in small steps. He wants to announce loudly to everyone that this powerful young man is his close disciple. With his prestige and status, as long as that young man is not stupid, he will definitely be happy to be his disciple. Stop. Just as Satan imagined the next highlight moment when he was admired by thousands of people, a cold voice suddenly rang. The source of the sound is Ye Feng. WH. What? Satan was stunned, then looked around in a silly manner. Certainly not to myself, certainly not. After some self-comfort, Satan slowed down and walked towards Ye Feng. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Ye Feng cast his gaze on Satan, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said coldly. Ye Feng didn't have a lot of favor with this missing Peking King in Dragon Ball. It was very annoying at first, but it gradually became like that. Satan suspects that he has heard him wrong, this young man does not know himself. It is absolutely impossible, as long as the people on Earth know their reputation. But Ye Feng's icy gaze made Satan petrified in an instant, and there was no way to move forward. I don't know you, and I'm not your apprentice, so no matter what you plan, please dismiss it as soon as possible. Feng spoke lightly again. Satan can still guess what he thinks carefully. If today is the work of the Z warriors on Earth, then the credit and glory must be Satan's. Monkey King and the others couldn't control what they wanted to do or did, and they didn't bother to care about it. But I don't want Satan to take advantage of him. Even if I don't want to enjoy this kind of glory that is worthless. How do you know? Satan's shocked pupils turned into a small green bean. He swallowed hard and whispered. Could it be that he can read mind? No, it must be a blindfold. And the people watching the excitement without fear of death began to point to Satan again. What does Mr. Satan want to do? He doesn't want to have a relationship with that young man, right? It turns out that Mr. Satan is such a person. It seems that he has no strength at all. Chapter 20. Feeling the doubts and accusations around him, Satan began to panic. The development of the situation was out of his control in an instant, and if this goes on, he may have his reputation and fall into the altar today. What should I do? What should I do? Satan looked around, and all he cast was questioning and verbal abuse. It turns out that this is a big liar, who has lied to us for so long. We must resolutely resist this liar. What savior, the world's #1 fighting champion, is a hoax. The situation of a typical hero after the curtain ends. Besides, Satan knows that he is not a hero at all. It just steals the fruits of other people's labor every time. It's over, it's really over this time. Satan squatted down and held his head. This time there is really no room for reversal. Even if he had all kinds of ghost ideas and countermeasures in his mind, it was completely useless for Feng at this time. A lie will always be exposed, eat your own fruit. Looking at Satan with a look of loneliness and panic, Feng didn't have a trace of sympathy. These honors and status shouldn't belong to him in the first place. Feng just shook his head, then his expression suddenly changed, then raised his head and looked into the air. Then he couldn't help but explode a dirty word, damn. Shouldn't Satan die? Or stepped on shit? Because the breath of that fellow Monkey King came over here. When Monkey King came, Satan's plight was solved. This old guy, luck is really not so good. Call out. In 2 seconds, Monkey King fell between Feng and Satan. Mr. Feng. Monkey King greeted Feng respectfully. If I knew you were here, I wouldn't come here. Gohan. It's Gohan here, I'm saved, great. Seeing the figure of Monkey King, the loneliness on Satan's face disappeared without a trace. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Instead, excitement, ecstasy. Dad, you are here too. Sun Wukong looked at Satan helplessly. This old man, knowing he has no strength, always likes to join in the fun and be a hero. Wow, haha. Gohan, you are finally here, ha ha ha. Everyone, let me introduce to you, this is my close disciple, Sun Wukong. Satan straightened his waist instantly, put his hand on Monkey King's shoulder affectionately, and proudly introduced him. When lunch comes, all of my difficulties will be solved. But Monkey King was embarrassed, and he didn't know how many times this was the first time he pretended to be a close disciple of Satan. Watching the lively crowd is still questioning why Satan has to rely on his apprentice every time. He never shot himself personally, could it be because he has no strength at all? You really came in a hurry, your father-in-law is lucky. Feng looked at Monkey King lightly, shook his head and said. Now that the Monkey King is here, there is no need to make another move. Although I don't like Satan, I have no interest and no time to deliberately expose him. Haha, it's troublesome for Mr. Monkey King smiled awkwardly, and said sorry. My father-in-law is so uncomfortable. Okay, solve it yourself. After Feng finished speaking, his body disappeared in a flash, and he didn't finish the sushi that he had just affected. After Feng disappeared, Sun Wukong looked at Babe seriously. Although the chi feels weak, there is a feeling of danger. This kind of guy must be treated with caution. Xian. Babe stood up again at this time, wiped off the blood stains from the corners of her mouth, and looked at Monkey King with an angry expression. You can feel the same anger as the Monkey King, you are the son of that little devil Monkey King. Babe looked at Monkey King and asked. It is absolutely impossible for oneself to forget the chi of Monkey King. Do you know my dad? Yes, I am Monkey King. A serious look appeared in Sun Wukong's eyes, and his eyes fixed on Babe and replied. Who are you? What is the purpose of coming to Earth? This is really interesting, so. I will receive your energy now, and then defeat Monkey King, and, the BD just now. Babe's expression of anger was mixed with excitement. Of all the Xians, one does not stay. This is the revenge from the ZVR people. Dad, you take all the humans and leave quickly, this guy is very dangerous. Monkey King turned his head and said to Satan. Okay. Okay. Satan nodded quickly, then summoned all the audience to leave. He has seen Gohan and the others fighting, and it is not an exaggeration to call it destroying the heavens and the earth. Once they are affected, they will be killed on the spot. Well, the crowds have been evacuated. It's not that easy for you to defeat me, just wait and see. Sun Wukong raised the corner of his mouth, clenched his fist and said. It's been a long time since I became a scholar, and it just so happened that today I can exercise my body well. Chapter 21. Really? Arrogancian, your Xian energy is very strong, I'm going to make it. A wicked smile appeared at the corner of Babe's mouth, and then her fists were clenched tightly, and a purple cyclone suddenly swirled around her body. Accompanied by gusts of wind, the destructive power is enormous. Rumble. Under the terrifying hurricane, the city under the two men's feet was directly turned into ruins. Monkey King clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashed with anger. Damn BD, dare to do this kind of thing, I can't spare you. The moment the low-pitched voice fell, Monkey King flashed out and hit Babe's face with a punch. Babe was punched into the ground. Umph. Angry Xian, anger can make your energy reach the highest point, so that I can completely control your energy. Babe was not worried because he was not as good as Son Gohan, but rather excited. Bang bang bang. Monkey King kept pressing Babe to the ground and rubbing. Although it occupied a very large advantage, in this kind of battle, he still suffered some skin injuries accidentally. What Son Gohan didn't understand was that this kind of scar that he couldn't feel at all was deadly. And on Ye Feng's side. Wow, I'm so full, this sushi is really delicious. Ye Feng patted his stomach and said contentedly. Respect. Respect guest, have you finished eating? At this moment, a waiter came over cautiously and asked Ye Feng respectfully. Damn, there's a Beidou reversal in your attitude. Ye Feng was a bit unclear, so when he came just now, he obviously didn't have this attitude. And it seems that the waiter seems a little afraid of himself. Well, eat well, something. Ye Feng asked. No. It's okay, Huan, welcome to visit next time. The waiter said cautiously. It seemed that she was a little afraid of Ye Feng and some respect. Nerve. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Ye Feng murmured, when he walked out of the sushi restaurant, he suddenly saw a scene of him sweeping Babe on the opposite big screen. Heh. So that's it? Seeing this picture, Ye Feng finally understood that there would be such a big gap in the attitude of the waiter. Okay, eat and drink, it's time to get something serious. A serious look appeared on Ye Feng's face. Then the body disappeared directly in place. When he appeared again, he had already reached the Temple of Heaven. Mr. Ye Feng, you are here. Dandy greeted Ye Feng respectfully. Well, I have something important this time. Ye Feng nodded and replied. As a traverser, he knew very well that Babe would control the entire human beings on the earth. Of course, including Tenjin and Mr. He can allow Babe to control the entire human beings on the earth, because he wants to fight the strongest form of Babe. But these people do not include the gods. Once the gods are controlled and the Black Star Dragon Ball is handed over to Babe, the earth is in danger of destruction. This thing is not allowed to happen by itself, at least it must not happen before leaving the world of Dragon Ball G. Usse. Looking at Ye Feng's serious expression, it shouldn't be a trivial matter. Have you seen the guy on earth fighting with Monkey King? He has the ability to control everyone, including Monkey King, Vegeta, even Monkey King and you. Everyone can be controlled, but as a god, you can't, understand. Ye Feng finished speaking in one breath. Yes, Mr. Ye Feng. But, my strength is far from that of Gohan and the others, if they are all controlled. Dandy didn't finish what he said, but the meaning was clear. If Gohan is controlled, what ability does he have to resist? Super Shen Shui can eliminate the live eggs left by Babe. If you feel abnormalities in your body, just take a drop of Super Shen Shui. After Ye Feng finished speaking, he immediately disappeared in the heavenly god temple. I see, thank you, Mr. Ye Feng. Although Ye Feng had already left, Dandy nodded his head in gratitude. My ancestor, judging from what Ye Feng did just now, he shouldn't be a bad person. The realm of the Realm King, the god Jebet and the god of the Old Realm are observing the situation of the earth through the crystal ball. In particular, he paid more attention to Ye Feng's actions. You know what a fart, if Ye Feng really doesn't want an accident on the earth, he can wipe out the ZVR in an instant. Old World King Shenzi. The one who slapped his head and covered his face was a curse, and he felt uncomfortable if he didn't scold him for a day. Maybe. Ye Feng, like Wukong, like Lang. God Jebite boldly guessed. The Old World King God gave Jebit God a big glance. This guy is really not suitable for the position of the World King God. His IQ is too low. At the same time, Monkey King, Trunks, and Xiao Fang in the universe have successfully found all the Black Star Dragon Balls. Returning to Earth. Chapter 22. One day passed quickly. At this time, in the Temple of Heaven, Dandy wandered back and forth sadly. Mr. Yefeng, please help. In just one day, all the people on earth have been controlled by Babe. After wandering for a long time, Dandy could only ask Yefeng for help. Now it's not just the people on earth, but even Gohan, Goten, and Vegeta are controlled by Babe. Moreover, Wukong and Trunks are not on the earth. The only thing that can save the earth is Yefeng. Has it all been controlled? Yefeng was eating, suddenly stopped, raised his head and asked. One day has enslaved the entire earth, and Babe's speed is indeed very fast. Yes, please sir help. Dandy nodded quickly and said. I'm optimistic about Super Shenshui, that is the key to whether everyone on the earth can recover. Yefeng stood up, and after speaking to Dandy, he walked out of the temple and jumped directly from the Temple of Heaven. It seems that Babe has successfully controlled Vegeta's body and is estimated to have reached the level of Super Saiyan 3 with his strength. If you absorb the Saiyan energy of Gohan and Goten, it is estimated that you can reach the Super 3 limits. You are also qualified to be your opponent. After returning to the earth, the atmosphere of the whole earth has completely changed. Can clearly smell the taste of hatred. Master Babe, I found Yefeng's anger. Gohan, who was controlled by Babe, said suddenly. Is that the BD who shot me? Babe gritted his teeth and asked. The two people I hate most now, one is the Saiyan son Wukong who shot himself, and the other is the arrogant thing that shot himself. It seems, is it called Yefeng? Yes, Lord Babe. Monkey King said to Babe respectfully. Then the corner of his mouth raised an evil arc, and the whole person's temperament changed drastically. Find him, I want him to die. Babe's extremely gloomy voice fell. Then several people looked in Yefeng's direction. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Huh. Is it finally here? But this anger seems to disappoint me a bit. Feeling a few breaths flying towards him, Yefeng muttered to himself disdainfully. Sun Wufan and Sun Wuxian are already reduced to wastes, and they are not worth mentioning in the first place. You can kill them with just one finger. But Babe, who invaded Vegeta's body, had such a weak aura, and he really had too high expectations for him. Shoo. Almost at the moment Yefeng's voice fell, the three of them appeared right in front of Yefeng at the same time. There was a scarlet light in his eyes and a bloodthirsty smile at the corner of his mouth. Damn mouse, you really make me easy to find. With a blazing flame in her eyes, Babe said to Yefeng word by word. At this time, Babe, who invaded Vegeta's body, looked the same as Vegeta, but her hair turned white. There were blood-red tears on his face for a few days, which was not a good thing at first glance. Look for me? Do you think you have lived too long? Yefeng smiled lightly and said. If it wasn't for him to have room for improvement, he could completely destroy him in an instant. Even if he invaded Vegeta's body, he became stronger. Damn it, dare to be rude to Master Babe, please allow me to kill that arrogant fellow, Master Babe. The controlled Son Gohan took the initiative to invite Ying, as if he had completely forgotten the fear of being dominated by Yefeng. Get down, I will break his neck personally. Babe drank to Monkey King. Only in this way can I eliminate the anger in my heart. Overestimated idiot. Yefeng glanced at Babe with some sympathy. I can't even tell the current situation, it's really an ignorant baby. I have to admire you for your ability to provoke me, it's really high, the ants who live and die. As Babe's cold voice fell, a light purple energy ball blasted directly towards Yefeng. Burst. The energy ball exploded, and Yefeng's body was instantly enveloped in thick black smoke. Humph. The corner of Babe's mouth raised, and the solution was so easy, and I had to admire that Vegeta's body is indeed very strong. It's just a pity that I didn't torture that unpleasant thing properly. It's too early to be happy. You want to hurt me because of this. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the black smoke. Call out. Then a figure shot out from the black smoke, very fast. The black smoke was pulled out a long tail. Bang. In the next second, Yefeng's fist plunged directly into Babe's lower abdomen, and his entire back arched. Wow. A mouthful of blood spurted from Babe's mouth, and her body bowed directly into a cooked prawn, and a look of horror appeared in her constricted pupils. Just now, what is going on? I hit myself in an instant, and the fast I didn't have time to react at all. And Yefeng's fingertips were already at the center of Babe's forehead. Can you become stronger? If you can't, you can die. An icy voice rang from Babe's ears, like a death call, making him shudder. Chapter 23. No, impossible. Babe's pupils tightened. It was almost impossible to restrain himself after invading Vegeta's body, and he was defeated in an instant. And now, fate is dying. Obviously he should be the strongest person in the universe. Who is this ant in front of him? Why is there such a powerful force? For a while, Many questions appeared in Babe's mind. Master Babe. When Sun Wufan and Sun Wuxian saw Babe being controlled by Yefeng, they went crazy and wanted to save Babe. Go away. Yefeng's other hand blasted out of the air, and directly shook Sun Wufan and Sun Wuxian back. You, who are you? At this moment, Babe's tone was panicked. Yes, he is really scared. Having planned for so long, he saw that the ambitious goal of civilization of the entire universe was about to be implemented. But now suddenly there are variables, and his life is in the hands of others. Can you become stronger? If you can't, you will disappear completely immediately. Yefeng didn't answer Babe's question, but asked coldly again. Can. Babe nodded quickly. He felt a strong killing intent from Yefeng's tone. If he couldn't become stronger again, he might really kill himself. Very good, then become stronger and show me. Don't let me down anymore. If it's still so weak, then you don't have to keep it. Yefeng retracted his finger after speaking. Babe instantly felt that the strong killing intent disappeared, as if he was released. Master Babe. Monkey King and Monkey King hurriedly returned to Babe's side, looking very loyal. It seems that Babe's control methods are indeed very powerful. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. You too, send all your Xian energy to me. Babe said coldly. As long as he fully absorbed the Sun Wuxian Xian energy, he might be able to kill Yefeng. This is my only hope. Yes, Lord Babe. The two brothers in Monkey King nodded without hesitation, and then channeled all their energy to Babe. The three of them were directly wrapped in a golden energy ball. And the energy ball exudes a powerful breath. In 2 full minutes, the energy ball finally disappeared little by little. Bang bang. Monkey King and Monkey King fell directly to the ground, looking weak. Master Babe, this is all our energy. What a powerful energy, ha ha ha. This power is really exciting. Babe completely ignored the two of Sun Gohan, but clenched his fists tightly, and a vast force was generated from his body. Absorbing the energy of Monkey King and Monkey King is definitely not as simple as adding 3 energy sources. It's a surge of dozens of times. At this time, Babe's appearance has also changed. The tear marks on his face became thicker, his eyes turned light blue, and there was a vest on his body that was not like a vest, and an armor was not like an armor. The appearance has moved closer to Babe. I now have the strongest Xian energy. Babe said with a very confident smile. Then he looked at Yefeng, are you ready to die? Ants. Tisk tusk tusk, a little increase in strength will make you bloated and not knowing the level. It seems that the annihilation of the planet ZVR was not accidental. Yefeng shook his head while looking at Babe sympathetically and said. Umph. Even now you still have a hard mouth, I will let you feel the strongest power in the world. After Babe finished speaking, he punched Yefeng directly. Purple rays of light hovered around the fist. Even if he couldn't kill Yefeng, as long as he made a little wound on his body, then he succeeded. Bang. A low crash sounded, and Babe's fist hit Yefeng's chest heavily. WH. What? Babe was shocked again, because Yefeng stood firmly on the spot like a rock. His own attack was completely useless. It's really a poor parasite. It has gained the power of 3 Xians and is still as weak as an ant. Yefeng grasped Babe's fist, then violently fell to the ground. Rumble. The whole earth trembled violently, and Babe's body slid directly into the ground. Yefeng's palm was aimed at Babe, a ball of destructive energy condensed from the palm of his palm. Originally thought you could let me practice hand skills, but now it seems that I wasted so much time in vain, so, you damn it. Yefeng has no hope for this parasite. Anyway, there are many powerhouses in Dragon Ball world. Chapter 24. Wait a minute, I can still become stronger, as long as I absorb Trunksian energy, I will become stronger. Babe quickly lifted up in horror and looked at Yefeng. He could feel Yefeng's killing intent very clearly, and Yefeng would kill himself without hesitation. Sorry, I don't have any expectations of you anymore. Yefeng shook his head, the energy ball in his hand was still condensing. At this moment, suddenly a stream of light flashed from the sky, and then Yefeng felt a few very familiar breaths. Sun Wukong, are they back? Shoo. At the moment Yefeng's voice fell, Monkey King, Trunks and Xiaofang suddenly appeared in front of Yefeng. Yefeng, what's going on? Dad, Gohan and Goten, what is going on? Monkey King and Trunks looked at the scene in front of them, and asked in a daze. Just now, I suddenly felt that Yefeng, Vegeta, Gohan and their anger were all together, so they moved over instantly as soon as they arrived on the earth. Why did Vegeta suddenly become like this? A strange chi also appeared in the bodies of Gohan and Goten. What's the matter? It's not your fault. Yefeng said lightly. We? What does it have to do with us? Monkey King looked at Yefeng and asked with some confusion. Although Vegeta and the others do have a problem, They have been on other planets for several months, so it can't have anything to do with them. There is a guy named Babe, do you remember? Feng explained. Baby. Is that ugly thing made by Dr. Meow? Monkey King said suddenly. Didn't he escape after being defeated by himself on Bidruhu? Vegeta and Gohan have something to do with him when they become like this, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. But Babe escaped by himself after being defeated by Uncle Goku when he was on the planet Bidruhu. How could he come to Earth? Xiaofang and Trunks also said with puzzled faces. You underestimated him, he is now possessed in Vegeta's body, and all the humans on the Earth have been controlled by him. After Feng finished speaking, he turned to look at Monkey King and Trunks and continued, I can completely erase him now, but the price is that Vegeta will also die. You choose yourself, do you need me to take action? In fact, I am also more entangled. For one thing, I really want to kill the parasite Babe. Secondly, Babe can help Monkey King break through Super Saiyan 4, so that he can fight Super 4 Monkey King. So entangled, so let them choose for themselves. Dad, will he be killed too? Trunks frowned, obviously unable to accept the price. That Babe doesn't seem to be that great either, he can drive him out of the body by himself, and his father is so arrogant, he can definitely do it too. Vegeta. Monkey King looked at Vegeta who was stepped on the ground by Feng with a serious look, and then there was a firm look in his eyes. Said to Feng, since Babe was released because of us, then I will take care of it. And it seemed that this guy became very strong after taking control of Vegeta's body. I feel a little excited. Okay, this is your choice, you will bear any consequences yourself. Feng nodded, then let go of Babe. I hope Monkey King can become a Super Saiyan 4 with the help of the old world king like Dragon Ball G. That would be more interesting. If there is no Super 4 in time and space, I always feel like something is missing. Then Feng flashed directly and disappeared in front of Monkey King and the others. When he reappeared, Feng had already arrived at the Temple of Heaven. Mr. Feng, you obviously can solve Babe just now, why should you give it to Mr. Wukong? Dandy asked with some incomprehension. With Mr. Goku's current strength, maybe there is no way to solve Babe. And more importantly, Mr. Wukong is too careless, not decisive enough to kill. Because I want to make Monkey King stronger, I need an opponent. Feng smiled lightly, seemed to be answering Dandy, and seemed to be talking to himself. Dandy looked at Feng with some doubts. He really didn't understand Feng's feelings because they were at different levels. In the realm of the Realm King, the old Realm King was blowing his beard and staring. What are these idiots thinking? The guy Babe is parasitic in Vegeta's body now, and his strength completely surpasses that of the current Wukong. If they continue to mess around like this, it will bring danger to the entire universe. The old world king said to the crystal ball anxiously. Obviously Feng could solve Babe completely, but he didn't expect that Wukong fool would have to solve it by himself again. It's really a big fool. My ancestor, maybe Wukong can solve it. And if you kill Babe, Vegeta will be killed too, so Goku and the others made that decision. God Jebite explained in a low voice. With Monkey King and their character, they would not watch their companion Vegeta be killed. Chapter 25. Xiaofang, Trunks, you two step back first, and this guy will let me deal with it. After Feng left, Monkey King said with a serious face to Trunks and Xiaofang behind him. Okay, Uncle Goku. You have to be careful, Grandpa. Trunks and Xiaofang regressed dozens of steps obediently. At this level of battle, the two of them simply can't get involved. We meet again, Monkey King. Although this way of meeting is a bit embarrassing. Babe stood up, patted the dust on her body, then wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and said to Monkey King with a sullen smile. I didn't expect it to be this way of meeting, but you dare to make trouble on Earth, I will never let you go. Monkey King clenched his fists, and a terrifying air exploded from his body. Obviously Monkey King was already angry at this time. The Earth and family, that is his bottom line. Is it? With your current strength, do you think you are my opponent? And will you have the heart to kill your son? Babe said with a cold smile. The sound is like a devil running out of hell, disgusting. When Babe's voice fell, Sun Wufan and Sun Wuxian directly surrounded Sun Wukong. The Xian you hate the most is right in front of you and kill him for me. Babe suddenly ordered Sun Wufan and Sun Wuxian. This has nothing to do with me, I just need to defeat you. Then they will naturally recover. Monkey King smiled suddenly, and then directly attacked Babe. It's just that, at this time, Monkey King has been unable to use all his power because of his smaller body. How could it be Baby's opponent? Swish. Monkey King kept waving his fists, but was easily avoided by Babe one by one. The strongest Xian, Sun Wukong, do you only have this power? While avoiding Monkey King's attack, Babe spoke to Monkey King disdainfully. But, damn, my strength should be enough to defeat him. Monkey King frowned, a little unbelievable. The speed and strength of his punches have become much weaker. Is it because your body has become smaller? Just when Monkey King was distracted, Babe directly grabbed Monkey King's fist. Then his right knee pressed heavily against Sun Wukong's stomach. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Bang. There was a low muffled sound, and Monkey King was directly knocked out. Hey, it hurts, it hurts. Monkey King hurriedly hugged his stomach with a painful expression on his face. Sun Wukong, now I will let you feel my mighty power. The corner of Babe's mouth raised a cold smile. Then the palms emptied, and a large energy ball condensed from the palm. Large ball of light. The moment the sound fell, the energy ball blasted towards Monkey King. Feeling the horror aura contained in the energy ball, Monkey King naturally did not dare to take it hard, so he could only evade quickly. Rumble. The huge ball of light fell on the ground, and a violent explosion occurred in an instant, and the dust rose from the ground, forming a huge mushroom cloud. The whole earth shook violently. It's like facing the end of the world. This guy, attached to Vegeta's body, is really different. It seems I can't underestimate you. Seeing the terrifying destructive power, Monkey King clenched his fists and said seriously. Sun Wukong, no matter how you resist, today you will not escape the fate of being killed by my own hands. Babe said confidently. In this case, it seems that I can only become the third tier of Super Saiyan. At this time, Sun Wushan also realized that Babe was powerful. If you don't become Super Saiyan 3, it is probably not his opponent. Ha! Then Monkey King squeezed his fists, and a terrifying chi exploded from his body. A hurricane swept in all directions like a sharp blade. What is his posture? Dad is going to become a Super Saiyan 3. Sun Wufan and Sun Wushan frowned and said. At this moment, Monkey King's hair turned golden yellow, and it stretched to his waist. That's right, the Super Saiyan 3 monkeys. It's just that Babe didn't panic in the face of the Super 3 Monkey King, and even his expression did not change. Cut, just show off, is this all your power? Saiyan. Looking at the Super 3 Monkey King, Babe still dismissed it. Said. Cut. Monkey King gritted his teeth and directly attacked Babe. Bang. The next second, Monkey King's fist directly hit Babe. Babe's body leaned back slightly. That's right. The punch of the Super 3 Monkey King was just a slight backing behind him. What? It's completely okay. Monkey King was shocked, but he didn't expect Babe to resist his fist unscathed. Has this guy become so strong after fusing Vegeta's power? What's the matter? That guy is completely okay in the face of Grandpa's attack. Xiao Fang on the side was also frightened. Wurong paled. After that, Babe is attached to Vegeta, it's a bit too strong. Huh? Babe Sama's strength is more than just this. Suddenly, Trunks beside Xiao Fang spoke strangely. Master Babe? Trunks, what do you call that guy? Xiao Fang looked back at Trunks when she was shocked. It was only then that Trunks' eyes had turned scarlet, with a grinning smile on his face. Trunks, you. Are you controlled by Babe? Xiao Fang was so frightened that he backed away a few steps. By the way, Babe once possessed Trunks when he was on the planet Bidrug. Could it be that Trunks was controlled at that time? Chapter 26. Trunks turned out to be. Looking at Trunks, who changed suddenly, a look of anger appeared in Monkey King's eyes. Even Trunks has control. I can't spare you, UBD. An angry voice popped from between his teeth, and Monkey King attacked Babe again. Huh. It's just that when Monkey King flew halfway, it suddenly became normal. Worse, because the body has become smaller, the energy can no longer maintain the third-order transformation of the Super Saiyan for a long time. This is terrible. Monkey King yelled badly. This kind of thing happens at this time, it is very fatal. What's the matter, Monkey King, does the strongest Saiyan only have this power? In this case, I have to do it? I will send you to hell now. Babe smiled coldly, and then an energy ball appeared in his palm, which instantly blasted towards Monkey King. Before Sun Wukong recovered from the shock, he was directly swallowed by the energy wave. Ah! Rumble. Accompanied by the screams, Monkey King was directly rushed into the ground by the energy wave. Ha ha ha. I finally killed you, Monkey King. Watching the violent explosion on the ground and the dust in the sky, Babe laughed loudly. I'm not that easy to fall down. Suddenly, Monkey King's voice rang, and then his body slowly floated up. Babe's laughter stopped abruptly. What a tough kid, if that's the case, let me torture you well. Although a little shocked, Babe was not angry. Let the Saiyan that he hates die just like this, wouldn't it be too cheap for him? After speaking, Babe's body suddenly disappeared, and when he appeared, he was in front of Monkey King. Then a punch fell heavily on Monkey's stomach. Wow. A mouthful of sour water came out of his mouth, and a tired look appeared in Monkey King's eyes. Babe's attack is too heavy. Especially the current self, still can't use all the power, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Then Babe clasped her hands and slammed Sun Wukong's head heavily. Bang. Call out. Rumble. Monkey King's body was like a falling meteorite, directly slamming into the hard rock wall diagonally. The whole mountain fell to the ground in an instant. And at this time in the heavenly temple of the earth, Dandy watched the battle below, frustrating his hands tightly, and if he continued like this, Wukong might be killed. Mr. Ye Feng, please help Wukong, he will be killed if he continues like this. Dandy could only look at Ye Feng again, asking for help. Even Mr. Wukong couldn't deal with the opponent, it is estimated that only Ye Feng can solve it in this world. This is his own choice, even if he is kneeling, he has to do it himself. After Ye Feng glanced at the dying Monkey King, he turned and walked towards the spiritual time house. If I shot now, it would be a pity to erase Babe with ease. But in this way, Monkey King can't become Super Saiyan 4. So choose for yourself, not to intervene for the time being. Mr. Ye Feng. When Dandy was about to work harder, Ye Feng had already walked into the spiritual time house. And at this time in the realm of Realm King God. My ancestor, Wukong is going to be unable to hold on anymore, what should we do? God Jebite looked anxiously at the dying Monkey King in the crystal ball and asked. That guy Ye Feng really didn't make a move. The old world King Shen frowned tightly, and his face was heavy. If Gaku is killed, Babe may really threaten the safety of the entire universe. Hurry up and use teleportation to bring Wukong here, I have a way to make him stronger again. I understand the ancestors. After God Jebit nodded, he disappeared into the realm of the Realm King. Son Wukong, now I will let you feel the energy ball gathered by all the ZVR people's grievances. This time I will bomb your body into atoms and disappear completely in the universe, so that you will never be able to resurrect. Babe frantically said to Monkey King lying in the gravel. Haha, you guys are really too strong, I might really be a member of Wan Quan Road this time. A helpless wry smile appeared at the corner of Monkey King's mouth. At this time, he was completely unable to resist, even blinking an eye. This is really going to be over. All the Earthlings who have been zverified, release all your grievances against the Saiyans. Babe raised her palms high, muttering silently in her mouth. At the same time, all the humans on the earth whose live eggs were planted by Babe suddenly had a crimson light in their eyes. Strands of black resentment rose from the body, and then inextricably converged towards Babe's palm. A few minutes later, the black energy ball in Babe's palm was as large as a mountain. Take your life. Monkey King. This is the death bomb of revenge gathered by the grievances of all the ZVR people. As the roar fell, the revenge death bullet slammed directly at Monkey King. It's over, the body can't move at all. Monkey King could only watch the black energy ball smashing towards him little by little. Chapter 27. Rumble. The next moment, the revenge death bomb hit the earth directly, sinking a little bit. Suddenly a huge sinkhole appeared on the earth, as if an energy ball had completely penetrated the earth. Ha ha ha. Finally killed you Monkey King, all Saiyans are resolved. Babe laughed loudly, his goal getting closer and closer. I can't feel Dad's breath at all. Well, Dad was killed by Lord Babe. Monkey King and Monkey King said indifferently. There is no pain or dismay at all, Babe's live eggs are indeed very powerful, leaving them completely deprived of affection. After solving the Saiyan, it's the BD's turn next. Ye Feng's figure suddenly appeared in his mind, and the smile on Babe's face solidified a little bit, and then disappeared. That BD is more tricky than Monkey King. My subordinates, then send all your Saiyan energy to me. After thinking for a while, Babe ordered Son Gohan and Trunks. I had absorbed the Saiyan energy of Sun Wufan and Sun Wuxian before and couldn't beat Ye Feng at all. But now after absorbing the energy of the three of them, I will definitely become stronger. Become the strongest Saiyan in the world, and you can definitely kill that BD at that time. Yes, Lord Babe. The three of Sun Wufan nodded, and directly surrounded Babe in the middle, and then a golden halo appeared around his body. Saiyan energy entered Babe's body little by little. Xiao Fang looked at the situation in front of her, turned her head and flew away. But Babe and the others hadn't delivered their energy yet, so there was no way to chase after Xiao Fang. It's just a little ant, it can't turn a big wave at all. 3 minutes later, the Saiyan energy of the Son Gohan 3 had been completely transferred to Babe, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Babe, Master Babe, this is all our energy. Sun Wufan said weakly. Ha ha ha. Great, now I have the strongest power in the world. Babe laughed wildly, and then her body changed little by little. The vest on his body disappeared and turned into a small vest like armor. The hair has become pure white, the eyes have become blue, and the overall image is infinitely close to Babe. Vegeta's appearance is getting faint. Master Babe, what are we going to do now? Monkey King asked. Now. It's time to go to the Temple of Heaven. I'm going to use the dragon to recreate a planet ZVR. After all, I won't be tainted by the wild monkeys. Whether it is the southern galaxy, the northern galaxy or the entire universe, it will be controlled by me. Babe clenched his fists tightly and said ambitiously. And I definitely have the ability to do it now? Yes, Babe-sama. Sun Wukong nodded and followed Babe. And just when Babe was going to the Temple of Heaven, a figure suddenly broke through the air. Call out. In the next second, a dark-skinned teenager appeared in front of Babe. And this dark boy is Yub, Sun Wukong's apprentice. Big brother Gohan, Goten and Trunks, I suddenly felt Master Goku's anger just now, what is going on? Yub's face looked a little ugly and asked the three of Son Gohan. He suddenly felt Master Wukong's anger before, but he disappeared very quickly, so he had a bad premonition. Oh. There are still people on the earth who haven't been planted with live eggs, which makes me a little surprised. Seeing Yub in front of him, Babe suddenly smiled coldly, and a flash of surprise appeared in his eyes. But that Xian, Monkey King, has been wiped out of this world by me. That kind of shocking picture is really rare. Babe said to Yub smugly. Although Monkey King seems to be the strongest Xian, the end is the most miserable. What? Master Wukong was. Yub clenched his fists tightly, and a picture of Master Wukong teaching himself appeared in his mind. I definitely won't let you be D. Yub instantly became extremely angry, his whole body was raging, and his hair went without wind. Then the toes hit the ground, and the body shot at Babe in an instant. Humph, I'm feeling bored, then wait until I play with you well before killing you. The corner of Babe's mouth raised, and Yub didn't even look at it. Now the only thing that can pose a threat to his plan is Feng. And at this moment in spiritual time. In the room, Feng was still doing various actions with a plain face. Although your own system can give you a strong ability, you still have to cultivate well. If you rely on the system alone, you can't stand at the top of this universe. Chapter 28. Not surprisingly, in a few minutes, Yub was completely defeated by Babe. After defeating Yub, Babe and the others went directly to the Temple of Heaven. It's bad, Babe is coming towards the Celestial Temple. Dandy's face was green when he watched Babe's arrival at the Temple of Heaven. Mister, please get Mr. Feng out. At this time, Wukong had been killed and Yub's life or death was unknown. Only Feng could stop Babe. If the Black Star Dragon Ball really fell into Babe's hands, the consequences would be disastrous. I see, God. Nodded, and walked directly into the spiritual time house. Shoo. At almost the same moment, Babe had already appeared in the Temple of Heaven with several of his subordinates. Baby. Dandy took a few steps back in shock. It's really an accident. I didn't expect you to be controlled by me. A look of surprise flashed in Babe's eyes. If I remember correctly, I should have planted a living egg in the body of the Namek. You, what do you want to do? Dandy asked tremblingly. Leave the Dragon Ball to me, I can let you be my subordinate, this is a supreme honor. Babe stretched out his hand and said to Dandy. Sure enough, is it for Dragon Ball? You die this hard, I won't hand over the Dragon Ball to you. Dandy plucked up the courage and said loudly. If you give the Dragon Ball to him, then the whole earth will really be over. Dandy, you better cooperate with Master Babe. We will still be good friends. Son Gohan suddenly sneered and said to Dandy. Cut, Gohan and I are friends, not you. Dandy shook his head, and now in front of his eyes, it was not Gohan at all, but Baby's puppet. Toast and not eat fine wine, you will say it right away. Babe's voice suddenly fell cold, as long as he controlled him again, he had to obey him obediently. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. I advise you not to mess around, Mr. Feng is screaming at the gods, if you dare to mess around, he will definitely not forgive you. Dandy could only quickly move Feng out. At this time, I am afraid that only Feng can shock Babe. Cut, that BD? He probably got into the hole after seeing my strength. If he drives out, I will break his bones by myself. Hearing Feng's name, an angry look suddenly appeared on Babe's face. That BD. He actually humiliated himself twice, now that he has become stronger, he will never let him go easily. Is it? You seem to be floating, Babe. As soon as Babe's voice fell, a very familiar voice suddenly rang in her ears. Then Feng's body walked out of the mental time room, followed by. Truly, what an unpleasant guy. Babe clenched his fist tightly. Although he knew that he had become stronger, the moment he saw Feng, there was still a trace of jealousy in his heart. It seems that I was afraid of being beaten by Feng. Aren't you going to break my bones? I'm standing in front of you now, come and try. Feng walked towards Babe step by step, waved to Babe, and said, "Master Babe, please let us fix him." Sun Gohan and Trunks stepped forward and volunteered. "The guy in the way." Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and his body suddenly appeared behind the three of Sun Wukong. Bang bang bang. After 3 consecutive shots with a hand knife, the 3 of them fell softly to the ground. "Dandy, use super divine water to wake them up." Then Feng said to Dandy. "Yes, Mr. Feng." Dandy only recovered from the shock at this time, and quickly nodded with a look of excitement. Then he dragged the 3 of Monkey King over. Babe frowned tightly. He didn't even see how Feng moved just now. The speed is too fast. Is there still such a big gap between them? The battle here will destroy the Temple of Heaven, so let's go down here. As Feng's voice fell, his body suddenly appeared in front of Babe. With his right hand into a palm, he directly pressed Babe's face. In this posture, the two fell into the Temple of Heaven at a very fast speed. Rumble. Babe's body was directly pressed into the ground, arousing clouds of dust. A huge pit was shaken out of the ground. The whole earth trembled violently at that moment. But, damn it! Babe gritted his teeth tightly. This almost humiliating way made him completely angry. Then the palms condensed energy and blasted directly at Feng. Feng flew up gently, then slapped the energy ball out. Burst. Useless things, just this little power, dare to claim to be the strongest Xian power. Feng looked at Babe dismissively, and said coldly. Chapter 29. And, don't look down on my power again and again. The anger in Babe's eyes was blazing, and his palms directly aimed at Feng, and the energy balls flew out one by one. Explosive. The energy balls are constantly colliding and exploding. Feng was instantly enveloped by the smoke from the explosion. Vengeful death bomb. After completing a set of Prince tactics, Babe directly raised both palms high, and a stream of black energy converged from all sides. This time I must take advantage of the grievances of all human beings on the earth to make this hateful ant disappear forever. The thick smoke dissipated a little bit, and Feng's figure reappeared in Babe's line of sight. But being bombarded by so many energy balls by Babe, Feng was like a okay person. Fancy, this kind of attack can also arouse some dust. Feng patted his clothes and said lightly. Babe's current strength is just the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3. Even all the revenge death bullets, he didn't pay attention to it at all. Give me disappear forever. Babe roared, and the revenge death bullet above his head hit Feng directly. This time he is very confident, absolutely no one can survive his revenge death bomb. Seeing a huge black energy ball pressed down like a mountain, Feng directly held his hands high, wanting to throw revenge on death. Huh. The moment his hands touched the energy ball, Feng's body suddenly fell, and a terrifying force pressed down. This force somewhat exceeded Feng's expectations. After all, this brought together the resentment of human beings on the entire earth, which is by no means comparable to Babe's own energy. Feng's feet fell on the ground, and then plunged directly into the ground. Ha ha ha. The arrogant ant wants to take revenge death bullets, you take yourself too seriously. Seeing Feng's stupid behavior, Babe yelled triumphantly. As long as Feng, the ant is eliminated, the entire universe will no longer have its own opponent. Really? It seems you have confidence in your so-called garbage death bomb. Suddenly, Feng's joking voice came out, read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Aha. Immediately following a low roar, a white arrogance burst out from under the revenge death bomb. But Feng's temperament had undergone a huge change at this time, his black hair stood up high, and a sharp light shot from his eyes. Then he held the black revenge death bullet in one hand, and his body floated in the air little by little. Is this what you are proud of? It's too weak. Feng's mouth was suddenly the same, and he said to Babe dismissively. After speaking, with a slight force, the revenge death bullet was pinched and exploded in an instant. A burst of black energy blasted in all directions. Explosive. In an instant, countless deep pits were exploded on the ground around. No. Impossible, he actually crushed my revenge death bullet with his hands, this is absolutely impossible. A look of horror finally appeared in Babe's eyes, and his body retreated subconsciously. His strongest attack was actually squeezed and exploded, and the BD in front of him suddenly surged dozens of times in his breath just now. And the eyes of the whole person have changed a lot. Call out. In the next second, Feng appeared directly in front of Babe. A punch fell on Babe's chest. Although it seemed to be a very easy punch, Babe was knocked out directly. Bang bang bang. She smashed dozens of mountain peaks in an instant, and flew nearly 100 feet away from the ground before she stopped. Wow. Then a mouthful of blood came out from his throat. An expression of incomparable pain appeared on his face. When he wanted to fight back quickly, he found that he couldn't stand up at all. Huh. Then Yefeng's body appeared in front of Babe again. Looking at Babe condescendingly. Go away. Poor parasite. Yefeng's palm was aimed at Babe, killing intent in his eyes awe-inspiring. After turning into a mysterious form, there is no such indecision at all. Wait a minute, give me another chance. Feeling the call of death, Babe was finally frightened, and a look of horror flashed in his eyes, praying to Yefeng. Chance? Are you worthy? Yefeng suddenly smiled coldly, and the energy ball expanded again. But, damn it, I don't want to die in the hands of this ant. After Babe's eyes flickered, she suddenly turned into a small grey ball of flesh, rushing. He broke Vegeta's body, and then became Babe's original appearance, and escaped as quickly as possible. Finally, can you give it up? Seeing Babe, who was running around with horror on his face, Yefeng moved directly to Babe in an instant. The energy ball is directly attached to Babe's body. Disappear. The cold voice fell, and the energy ball directly rushed Babe into the sun. Chapter 30. Rumbling. The energy ball collided with the sun, instantly igniting crimson ripples. The dazzling light instantly covered the entire galaxy. And Babe's chi disappeared completely without a trace at this moment. Is it resolved? Yefeng took a faint breath and returned to normal. Although I have always wanted to make Babe stronger, I can compete with him at that time. But this guy is really unpleasant, and when I see him, there is an urge to kill. As for Monkey King transforming into Super Saiyan 4, it is not necessary to rely on Babe's power. After solving Babe, Sun Wukong and the others have regained their sanity and returned to Yefeng. Mr. Yefeng, thank you very much. Monkey King said to Yefeng with a look of guilt and embarrassment. They lost their minds when they were controlled by Babe, but they can still remember what happened in the past few days after recovering. You are just controlled. Yefeng turned his head and said faintly. Father. Trunks quickly ran to Vegeta and hugged Vegeta. We actually, indirectly killed Dad. Monkey King and Monkey King clenched their fists, looking guilty and regretful. Presumably Dad hates both of them in heaven too. If they can, they really want to exchange their own lives for their father's. At this moment, a sudden sound of breaking through the air rang. Yo, has everyone recovered? A familiar voice sounded from behind, and Sun Wukong and Sun Wushan burst into tears when they heard that voice. Dad, Dad! Called out dumbly, and then turned his head quickly. I saw Monkey King's signature smile looking at them. And beside Monkey King, it is God Jebet. Dad, how could you? Sun Wukong said excitedly with tears in his mouth. He wanted to ask why his father didn't die, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. But Mingming's father was hit by Babe's revenge death bullet, and his breath has completely disappeared. Because when I was about to be hit by Babe's revenge death bullet, Lord Realm King suddenly rescued me with teleportation and brought me to Realm of Realm King God. Monkey King said with a smile. It seems to be talking about a very trivial thing. Master Realm King God. Monkey King and Monkey King turned their gazes to God Jebet, and hurriedly opened their mouths to thank them. If there was no Lord Realm King God, Dad might have been killed. Okay Gaku, now that Babe has been solved by Mr. Yefeng, I will return to the realm of Realm King God. God Jebite spoke. His purpose is to send Monkey King back to Earth. Thank you, Lord Realm King God. Monkey King nodded and thanked him with a smile. Okay. God Jepiter gestured towards Monkey King and looked at Yefeng, and said with a smile, Mr. Yefeng, thank you very much for destroying Babe and preventing a cosmic catastrophe. If Yefeng didn't destroy Babe, maybe the entire universe might be civilized. After all, Babe's control ability was too strong. Completely controlled the entire Earth in just one day. You don't need to thank me, I can't understand him at all when I wiped out Babe, I am not as great as you said. Yefeng waved his hand to God Jepiter, and said. No matter what, thank you. After God Jebi finished speaking, he immediately moved back to the realm of Realm King God Realm. A few minutes later, Vegeta had already woke up. A little ashamed and looked at everyone. By the way, Dad, why did your tail suddenly grow out? At this time, Monkey King asked curiously. He had discovered Monkey King's tail a long time ago, but he hadn't asked about it just now. This is the old world King God in order to guide the power in my body, so he helped me pull out my tail. I should be stronger now. Monkey King said with a happily smile. Cut, Kakarot, the BD, is he stronger again? Vegeta glanced at Monkey King with some jealousy, and thought. It is really uncomfortable to be left behind by this guy all the time. So what is it? Monkey King nodded seemingly. Since it was said by the god of the old world, there should be no problem, but I didn't feel that Dad's breath had become stronger at all. Well, I was thinking of using stronger power to solve Babe. But Babe has been solved by Yefeng, which is really a pity. Monkey King said unwillingly. That guy babe is indeed very strong, did not fight him, indeed a little bit reconciled. Will, regret. Is that right? The bitterness of the three monkeys' faces is probably only his father would regret it. They all wished to wipe out the terrible guy who almost destroyed the earth, babe. Do you want to try your strength after becoming stronger? Monkey King. Feng, who hadn't spoken to the side, suddenly asked faintly. Well, I really want to feel it. Monkey King nodded, a smile appeared in his eyes. It seemed that he understood why Feng asked himself so. Okay, then I will be your opponent. The corner of Feng's mouth raised slightly and said to Monkey King. Chapter 31. Wow Kaka, I'm just waiting for your words. Hey, your strength is much stronger than babe. Monkey King suddenly said to Feng with a look of excitement. In fact, I had always wanted to fight Feng well before, but because I knew the strength gap with Feng, I didn't have that idea. Now the old world king god said that after pulling out his tail, his strength can be greatly increased. That's why he became so excited. Dad, you are now competing with Mr. Feng, it's not so good. Monkey King quickly reminded him. After all, Mr. Feng just saved them all. It's okay Gohan, we are just ordinary contests. Monkey King said with a smile. You are wrong, son Wukong, this time I am not prepared to compete with you purely. If you are not my opponent, I will kill you. Feng suddenly spoke very seriously. That's right, this time I have to fight him with the mentality of killing Monkey King, so maybe he will feel the pressure. Then release his potential and become a Super Saiyan 4. Huh. Monkey King was taken aback, and he didn't believe that this was what Feng said. After all, from seeing Feng to now, he has not shown any threat to the earth or hostility towards them. So how can you kill yourself? Mr. Feng, are you kidding me? Sun Wukong also thought that Feng was joking. It stands to reason that Feng is not their enemy, so there is no motive or reason to kill Dad. Are you kidding? You will soon understand. Of course, if he is defeated by me, not only Monkey King will be killed, but all of you. Feng's eyes suddenly shot out a sharp cold light, killing intent suddenly appeared. What? Sun Wukong, Vegeta and others were startled by Feng's eyes. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind, that is, Feng really wanted to kill them. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. In this case, I can only do my best. Looking at Feng's murderous gaze, Monkey King also nodded very seriously. And at this time in the realm of Realm King God. What happened to Feng? Why did he suddenly seem to be a different person? God Jebet was very puzzled, and it was clear that Feng was okay just now. And he also killed Babe and relieved the siege of the earth. If he wanted to kill Monkey King and others, why did he save them first? I don't know, that guy is like a mystery, but it's possible that he can really do that kind of thing. The old world king god said with a serious face. I don't know Feng at all, and he is as deep as a bottomless pit, making myself completely invisible. Really? But master and sister, didn't you help Wukong improve his strength? Maybe Feng is not necessarily Wukong's opponent. With a fluke mentality, God Jebite looked at the old world king god tentatively and said. If Wukong can successfully become Super Saiyan 4, maybe he can really defeat Feng. But, that idiot is too anxious. Before I finish talking, you will return to Earth. Just by helping him pull out his tail, his strength has not improved at all. The old world king god said angrily. Originally, he had to explain to Monkey King, but that guy was so anxious that he didn't give himself time to finish. Very good, then let me see your strength after you improve. Feng clenched his fists, a hurricane swept away, and his eyes became unusually sharp. Hey, if I fight with you, I will directly become Super Saiyan 3. Monkey King is also very interesting, he knows Feng's power, so unnecessary temptations are avoided. With bursts of low roars, Monkey King turned directly into Super Saiyan 3. Huh? The strength doesn't seem to improve. Monkey King looked at his body with some doubts. Is it that you are good? Well. Regardless, after a while, the battle will start to know if there is any improvement. When Monkey King was puzzled, Feng's body suddenly disappeared. He appeared in front of Monkey King in an instant, and punched Monkey King in the past. Hey, you are too crazy. Seeing Feng who suddenly attacked, Monkey King complained, and then quickly clenched his fists to his chest. Bang! Feng's fists fell heavily on Sun Wukong's crossed arms, and Sun Wukong's body flew out directly. Boom boom boom. In an instant, several mountains were turned into gravel, and Monkey King's body was embedded in the rock wall. Shooting, it hurts, it hurts. Monkey King shook his arms quickly, looking painful. Feng's fist is too heavy, His arms are already completely numb. In this case, then I have to be serious. After shaking his arm, Monkey King looked at Ye Feng with a serious face. Chapter 32. Then his body jumped up and directly attacked Ye Feng. However, Sun Wukong's body became smaller and his speed dropped too much. He attacked dozens of punches without even touching the corner of Ye Feng's clothes. And the picture is very funny, like a primary school student and high school students, quite funny. What's the matter? Did Lord Realm King God deceive me? Monkey King was a little confused, his strength and speed really didn't improve at all. Go down, Monkey King. Ye Feng suddenly grabbed Monkey King's fist, and then slammed it hard, and Monkey King's body hit the ground heavily. The ground was smashed into a huge sinkhole. After knocking down Monkey King, Ye Feng didn't intend to keep his hand, but raised his palm high. A terrifying golden energy ball condenses from the palm of the hand. What? Is Ye Feng really going to kill Dad? Feeling the horror in the energy ball, Monkey King and the others frowned. An energy ball of this level can definitely kill Monkey King. I knew that BD was not a good thing. Vegeta frowned tightly and said angrily. But now even if they all shot, they couldn't be Ye Feng's opponent. Only Kakarot can fight one, and now it seems that this is impossible. At this moment, the energy ball in Ye Feng's palm was directly thrown at Monkey King. Father! Kakarot! Uncle Wukong! Son Gohan and Vegeta called out almost at the same time. But they couldn't stop it, because it was impossible, and it couldn't be stopped at all. What? Ye Feng, is this guy really going to kill me? Monkey King was also shocked, but the energy ball had already fallen towards him, and there was no way to avoid it. Rumble. After the energy ball fell, the ground with a radius of 100 feet collapsed instantly. There was a violent sensation, read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. But Monkey King's body was directly swallowed by the terrifying explosion. Father! Kakarot! Monkey King and Vegeta hurriedly appeared in front of Ye Feng, looking at Ye Feng angrily. Damn, why are you doing this? Monkey King clenched his fists tightly, and instantly turned into a Super Saiyan, and questioned Ye Feng. Do I need to explain to you what I want to do? Ye Feng said lightly. Anyway, after a while, they understood their intentions. Damn it, go to Gohan together. Vegeta said in a heavy tone. Although his arrogance does not allow him to join hands with others, the current situation has to make himself do so. Compared with Bulma and their lives, their arrogance can be put down temporarily. Yeah, I know Uncle Vegeta. Sun Wukong nodded seriously, and they had to fight against Ye Feng to stop Ye Feng. Goten, let's go together. Trunks looked at Sun Wukong and said firmly. Okay. Sun Wukong nodded, he naturally knew what Trunks said about the teaming up. Then the two walked a few steps out in a very tacit understanding, and then made a very strange set of movements. Ariel. He. A tacit voice came from the throats of the two of them, and then the two of them made the same movement, with both hands and index fingers facing each other. In an instant the golden light masterpiece, everyone's eyes were attracted to the past. Oh. Giddunks. It's kind of interesting. Ye Feng looked at the golden arrogance and smiled with interest. After the fusion, Sun Wukong seems to have the strength of Super Saiyan 3, right? It seems that Monkey King can buy some time. These two little guys, I haven't seen them merge for a long time. A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of Vegeta's mouth, and her mood stretched a bit. Because he could feel that Giddunks Chi at this time was very strong, far stronger than Kakarot's Super 3 form just now. The golden light disappeared little by little, and Wu Tianxiu's body appeared in the sight of everyone. The hair is erected high, black in the middle, purple on the sides, and wearing the unique little vest of the Metamor. The corners of the mouth are raised with a touch of arrogance. Hey, you guy is so rude, let's see what ruined this place. Now let me Giddunks to teach you a good lesson. Wukong wiped the tip of his nose and pointed at Ye Feng proudly. Although Sun Wukong and Trunks are both big-hearted. There was a change, but after the fit, the funny personality of the two returned. Teach me? Come and try. Ye Feng smiled, beckoned to Wu Tianqiu and said. I don't know how to repent, you successfully angered me. Wukong raised his head, raised his mouth, and clenched his fists tightly, and a golden flame burst out of his body in an instant. Her hair turned golden in an instant, and blue lightning surrounded her body. Obviously became Super Saiyan 2. Chapter 33. After the fusion, the fighters are really not ordinary. Ye Feng looked at Wu Tianqiu and said with a smile. This guy seems a bit overconfident, right? The strength of the Super Saiyan 2 is just overwhelming. Giddunks, hurry up and become Super Saiyan 3. You can't fight Ye Feng like this. Monkey King said quickly. He naturally knew that Giddunks after the fusion would be quite conceited. Well. Don't worry, so I can beat him, he. Gedunk stretched out his index finger and shook it, raising his head with a conceited expression. If this guy hadn't been too arrogant to deal with Majin Buu, he wouldn't be absorbed by Majin Buu in the end. Hey Gedunks, immediately become Super Saiyan 3. At this time, Vegeta suddenly said loudly in a commanding tone. Oh, okay. Being yelled at by Vegeta, Gedunks could only nod his head in a disappointed manner. He didn't dare to disobey Vegeta's words. It's an honor for you to be able to turn me Gedunks into Super Saiyan 3. Wu Tianx said triumphantly towards Ye Feng. After speaking, he suddenly squeezed his fists, and a lump-like tendon appeared on his arm. The breath of horror erupted from the body again. The golden hair kept growing until it reached his waist. At the same time, Gedunk's eyebrows had disappeared, and the brow bones were raised high. It seems to have a kind of evil temperament. In this way, it's really an honor for me. Ye Feng nodded with a playful look. At this time, Wu Tianx was really good. At least it's not much weaker than the Super 3 Monkey King that I first encountered. After fusion, it would have been able to generate a powerful force. Hey, know how good I am. Now I will make you pay for your impolite behavior just now. After Gedunks finished speaking, he attacked Ye Feng. Then Son Gohan and Vegeta also shot at the same time. We shot together, maybe there is a chance to win him. Monkey King thought secretly in his heart. Well, before Monkey King successfully becomes Super Saiyan 4, I will accompany you to have a good time. Ye Feng put his hands on his chest down and said with a faint smile. It's just that the smile disappeared instantly and turned into a fierce color, his hair stood up high, and the white arrogance surged. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Although it is impossible for him to lose to them, there is still a little trouble with an annoying Gedunks. But after becoming a mysterious form, defeating them is much easier. Shoo. In the next second, the fists of the three people blasted towards Ye Feng almost at the same time. It just happened to be. Ye Feng's two fists blasted out at the same time, and he directly chose to head with Wu Tianx and Monkey King. Bang bang. At the moment when the punches collided, Monkey King and Gedunks were shaken back several tens of feet. Then Ye Feng tilted his head slightly and drew Vegeta's fist away. Start with you. Vegeta. The corner of Ye Feng's mouth suddenly curled up, and he grabbed Vegeta's fist, pulled his left hand back vigorously, and then pressed his right knee heavily against Vegeta's lower abdomen. Bang. Wow. A mouthful of sour water came out of Vegeta's mouth. Then Ye Feng condensed an energy ball in his hand and pressed it tightly on Vegeta's chest. Your battle is over. The sound fell and the energy ball exploded. Burst. Vegeta was directly blown out and fell into the sinkhole where Sun Wukong was located. Father. Uncle Vegeta. Gedunks and Monkey King called out almost at the same time. But, damn thing, you angered me, I want to take care of you. Gedunks frowned, he must use his full strength. Super Ghost. Kamikaze Fist. Gedunks blows out 10 ghosts exactly like him, just like blowing bubble gum. In this scene, Ye Feng is very familiar, of course, isn't it the trick that he used to fight against Demon Buu? Unexpectedly, after growing up, it was still a funny comparison. Dead souls, attack me. Wu Tianx gave an order, and then 10 ghosts rushed towards Ye Feng. Cut, boring little trick. Ye Feng shook his head lightly. This kind of children's plaything can't get on the table at all. Ha. The next moment, Ye Feng suddenly roared, terrifying. The breath exploded from the body. Explosive. The ghosts were shaken back in an instant, and exploded as they touched each other. But Ye Feng's body suddenly disappeared, and when Wu Tianqi's appeared again, he had been knocked out. But, damn, Gedunks can't stop him at all. The scarred Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, but he no longer had the ability to fight. But when Vegeta turned around, she saw Monkey King next to her. Although Monkey King suffered a terrible attack, fortunately, there was still a breath. Hey Kakarot, are you ready to give up like this? Vegeta looked at Monkey King and asked. Vegeta, I don't have any power anymore. Monkey King suddenly opened his eyes slowly, and now he didn't have the strength to move his fingers. How to fight back? No, you still have power. Vegeta looked at Monkey King's tail and said in a very firm tone. Chapter 34. What? There was a look of doubt on Monkey King's weak face. It's a difficult thing to move my fingers together now, where are the other powers coming from? What a fool, you forgot that the power of Arceans is concentrated on the tail. As long as you become a giant ape, you will be able to have 10 times the power. I think that is what the Realm King said about becoming stronger. Vegeta explained with a serious face. It's just that Kakarot is too nervous sometimes, so he didn't hear the point of what others said. And at this time in the realm of the Realm King, the old Realm King's tears were full of excitement. Someone finally understood what he meant. Vegeta and Pick are worthy of the intelligence in the Z Warrior. You mean, Make me a gorilla. But that will lose your mind. Monkey King frowned hard and said to Vegeta. When he was a child, he became a gorilla and trampled his grandfather to death. He didn't want to let this happen again. Cut, what a idiot, does the current situation still care about this kind of thing? Vegeta cursed Monkey King, then looked into the air. Gotenks and Gohan couldn't hold on anymore. No matter what, now only Kakarot became a great ape, maybe he can stop Feng. It's a pity that his tail had long been cut off, otherwise he would have become a great ape fighting. Then Vegeta used her last strength, and a group of silver-white rays of light condensed from her palm. Then thrown directly into the air, there is a feeling of rippling water. This is an artificial moon made by Vegeta. This method can only be used by Xian nobles. And it just so happens that he is the Prince of Xian. Artificial moon. Vegeta is really smart. At this time, their only way is to make a desperate move to turn Monkey King into a gorilla. As for whether he can successfully become Super Saiyan 4, it depends on whether he can hold on to it. Feng looked at the wave of energy that suddenly appeared in mid-air, and said to himself. At this time, because Monkey King's body was completely unable to move, he could only stare at one place. The artificial moon made by Vegeta just appeared in the side of Monkey King. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Earth, this place full of good memories, I will definitely protect you. Looking at the blue sky, Monkey King muttered to himself. Then the tail squirmed like a snake. The eyes that were originally emptied suddenly opened suddenly, and the pupils instantly turned red. Boom boom boom. The violent heartbeat sounds like drums. The shocked Monkey King's chest was violently ups and downs. Are you going to succeed? Seeing Monkey King's appearance, Vegeta's face was excited. Kakarot's great ape-like form has never been seen before. The heartbeat became more and more intense, and a hideous look appeared on Monkey King's face, and his arms and Hun's mouth suddenly swelled. The originally tattered clothes were directly burst. A mouth opened, revealing 4 sharp canine teeth. Father! What happened? Monkey King and Gotenks felt something was wrong, and quickly looked at Monkey King. Rumbling. At this moment, the whole earth began to tremble slightly. Monkey King's face became more and more ferocious, and his body grew rapidly. Ah! Accompanied by the painful roar, Monkey King suddenly stood up, and a golden breath burst out of Monkey King's body instantly. The entire ground exploded suddenly, and rubble floated in midair. Immediately after that, the golden flame became more and more intense, and in just a short time it completely turned into a golden beam of light, rising into the sky. Blue lightning hovered above it, looking magnificent. At this time, Monkey King had completely turned into a black-brown gorilla. As tall as a big mountain. It worked, Kakarot. Vegeta looked at the gorilla Monkey King with excitement, clenched his fists and said. What the hell did Uncle Vegeta do? Doesn't he know that his father will completely lose his mind when he becomes a great ape? Son Gohan frowned tightly, looked at Vegeta with some blame and said. If this goes on, without Feng's hands, maybe they will all be killed by their father. At this time, the combination of Monkey King and Trunks has also been lifted. Wow! Wow! A weird cry came from the gorilla Monkey King, and then with a wave of his hand, a giant mountain was directly shot off by the waist. Great Kakarot, hurry up and kill that BD Feng. Vegeta said loudly to Monkey King excitedly. Call. Hearing Vegeta's voice, Monkey King suddenly looked at Vegeta, and then a fierce spirit appeared in his eyes. The body suddenly jumped up and stepped on Vegeta. What? Vegeta's face changed suddenly. I haven't recovered my physical fitness yet. Oops, I can't hide it. Son Gohan and Trunks were also shocked, their speed was completely out of reach. Chapter 35. Call out. Vegeta could only summon the strength of his whole body, and rolled a few somersaults, which was able to escape the stepping on by Monkey King. Rumble. The moment the huge solace of feet stepped on, the ground exploded, and Vegeta was blasted out by the terrifying shockwave and gravel. Trunks stepped forward quickly and took Vegeta down. Uncle Vegeta, now my father has completely lost his mind. If this goes on, the earth will be destroyed. Hurry up and think of a way. Son Gohan looked at Vegeta with an anxious look and asked. He doesn't know what to do now. Really, how do I know what to do? Vegeta shook her head. If she is herself, she can freely control the giant ape form. But ordinary Saiyans can't. As for how they control their giant ape form, they don't know. At this moment, the brown-black gorilla suddenly turned golden brown. Wow! Wow! With a piercing scream in his mouth, Monkey King, who had turned into a golden gorilla, suddenly looked at Feng. The corner of his mouth showed a hideous arc, and then he jumped up and stepped directly at Feng. With a slight leap, Feng avoided Monkey King's attack. Although Monkey King was very powerful at this time, his speed couldn't keep up because of his huge size. Moreover, he is completely irrational now, so it is impossible to hit himself at all. Rumble. The high mountains were shot down by Monkey King, and the ground kept cracking and collapsing. Wow! The gorilla Monkey King screamed again and slapped Feng directly with a slap. Let me try your current strength. Looking at the gorilla as tall as a mountain, Feng suddenly became curious, and he was about to try the Monkey King who became a golden gorilla. How powerful is it? Then Feng slammed the palm of the giant ape Sun Wukong with a fist. Bang! At the moment when the palm of his fist touched, Feng felt a power as vast as Wang Yang coming from his arm. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Then the body flew out like an arrow from the string. Bang bang bang. The body rubbed the ground and flew nearly 100 feet away before stopping. The ground was plowed into a gully several meters wide and 100 meters long. Damn, this power is too great. Feng stood up, shook his arm, and said with an ugly face. It is undeniable that I was careless just now and did not try my best, but the power of the gorilla Monkey King is indeed very strong. Okay, so awesome, you shot Feng into the air in an instant. Son Gohan, Trunks and others were speechless. Somewhat unbelievable, I didn't expect that after turning into the form of a great ape, my father would be so strong. But after Monkey King slapped Feng with a slap, his body jumped again, and he flew towards Monkey King. Well, Kakarot is going to attack us. Vegeta's face changed a lot, and she yelled badly. Kakarot lost his mind at this time, and couldn't tell whether it was his own or his enemy. Dad. I'm Gohan, don't you remember me? Monkey King directly blocked the gorilla Monkey King, and said emotionally. He hopes to wake up his father and let him find his sanity. Quickly come back to Gohan, the Saiyan after becoming a gorilla has no affection. Vegeta quickly reminded. Obviously, Monkey King was more persistent and didn't want to give up. Wow! The gorilla Monkey King screamed, and after hammering his chest, he showed a hideous look. The next moment he directly punched Sun Wukong and smashed it out. Bang! Monkey King was smashed directly into the ground, and the dust suddenly splashed. After knocking down Monkey King didn't seem to have any emotions at all. His body jumped up and stepped directly on Monkey King. Big brother Gohan. Brother. Monkey King and Trunks shot at the same time, saving Monkey King from the feet of the gorilla Monkey King. But the three of them are in danger at the same time. Because the gorilla Sun Wukong's palm covering the sky and the sun has been photographed towards the three of them. Well, I can't hide it. The three of Sun Wukong frowned, and they couldn't avoid it at such a distance. Just when the three of them were almost completely desperate, suddenly a slightly immature shout rang out. Stop, Grandpa. The voice fell, and a small figure appeared in front of the gorilla Monkey King. Red short sleeve. Orange turban, wearing light purple cropped trousers, carrying a small blue bag behind her back. It is Monkey King's most beloved granddaughter Feng. Grandpa, do you really know Dad and Uncle Wushan? I am Feng, you must remember, right? Looking at the gorilla in front of her, Feng's eyes flashed with crystal tears. Why did Grandpa suddenly become like this? Wow! The gorilla monkey's eyes trembled suddenly, but then quickly returned to a violent look. Directly blow Feng away for a distance of 10 feet. Chapter 36. However, Monkey King seemed to have some mood swings, and he did not continue to act on Monkey King and others. Call out. Feng flew again in front of the golden gorilla Monkey King. Grandpa, these are the clothes I wore when I participated in the world's #1 Budokai for the first time. You did it for me personally. And this is a photo of our family, our memory. Have you forgotten it? The tears in Feng's eyes burst out instantly. Thinking of the days with Grandpa, and seeing how Grandpa doesn't recognize him now, Feng feels uncomfortable. The gorilla monkey's eyelids trembled violently, and segments of memories poured into his mind like seawater. Feng. A hoarse voice came out of his throat, and Monkey King's scarlet eyes turned gold little by little. Then stretched out her fingers to catch Feng's tears, and then licked. Then Monkey King's body trembled violently. His eyes swept across Feng, Monkey King, Vegeta, and Trunks. Then a little golden halo emerged from Monkey King's body. Like a billowing heat wave. Are you going to succeed? I have been waiting for you for a long time, Super 4 monkeys. Feng looked at the golden halo with some excitement, and muttered to himself. Among all the forms, what I like the most is the Super 4 and the free extreme art. Now I have been able to perform his free and extreme power, so I very much hope to witness the Super Saiyan 4 form with my own eyes. I'm finally going to see it, I'm still a little excited. Grandfather. Father. Kakarot. Feng, Monkey King, and Vegeta all looked at Monkey King in shock. They can clearly feel that Monkey King's chi is back, and it is growing rapidly. The golden arrogance surged, and lightning crackled all over his body. Monkey King's body became smaller, and the golden hair on his body turned red. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. The canine teeth began to disappear, and the hair turned black. A minute later, the golden halo disappeared completely, and a red figure appeared in the sight of everyone. With black hair hanging down his shoulders, and red body hair, the body looks unusually strong. The pupils turned golden like owls, very sharp, and the eye sockets turned red. A long red tail swings flexibly behind him. What's going on? Dad has completely changed. Monkey King and Monkey King's eyes straightened in shock. Looking at the Monkey King in front of him incredibly, they had never seen his father like this. Okay, so handsome. Xiaofang's face is really handsome. Hey Kakarot, what the hell is going on? Vegeta looked at Monkey King with jealousy and asked. He could feel that Kakarot's anger was very strong, incomprehensibly strong. Well, I don't know, but this power is really comfortable. The corner of Sun Wukong's mouth raised, and he squeezed his fist lightly, and a hurricane of fear swept away in an instant. Wow, haha, did you see it? This is the effect after I helped Wukong develop his potential, Super Saiyan 4. After seeing the Super 4 Monkey King from the crystal ball, the old world king god danced with excitement, and said very loudly at the same time. Okay, so awesome, much better than Super Saiyan 3. A horrified look flashed in the eyes of God Jebet. Unexpectedly, the ancestors are still quite powerful, and they have made Wukong so strong. Humph. Maybe Ye Feng isn't Wukong's opponent anymore. The old world king god said confidently. But at this time on the earth, after Sun Wukong felt the unimaginable power, he looked at Ye Feng. Congratulations, Monkey King, Super Saiyan 4, it really makes people look forward to fighting with you. Ye Feng smiled excitedly and said to Monkey King. Super Saiyan 4. Since I didn't think of a name, let's call it Super Saiyan 4. Monkey King was stunned for a moment, then said with a smile. The previous transformation was called Super Saiyan 3, so now the new transformation is called Super Saiyan 4, which is reasonable. You deliberately helped me become this form. Monkey King suddenly smiled and asked. Because with Ye Feng's strength, if he really wanted to kill them, they would have been killed a long time ago, and there would be no chance to transform themselves into Super Saiyan 4. The only possibility is that Ye Feng is to make himself stronger and then fight against himself. Ha! Your IQ seems to have improved a lot after becoming Super Saiyan 4. Ye Feng also said with a smile. Indeed, if you really want to kill, it won't be so troublesome at all. What? Mr. Ye Feng deliberately wanted to help father improve. Sun Wufan and others are confused again. If this is the case, his acting skills are also great. How could that kind of substantive killing intent come from a performance? Truly, what an unpleasant BD. Vegeta clenched her fists tightly and looked at Monkey King and Ye Feng with a rather unhappy expression. Chapter 37. Originally, only Kakarot surpassed himself, although he was not reconciled, he was reluctant to accept it, or he was used to it. But now, the two bastards have left themselves far behind, which makes him quite uncomfortable. I'm afraid I can't keep the status of Wanyan's second child. In the Temple of Heaven, Dandy was relieved after hearing the dialogue between Monkey King and Ye Feng. Just now, when I learned that Ye Feng was going to kill Wukong and others, he really lifted his heart into his throat. The old world king god and Jabit god who are in the realm of the realm king also breathed a sigh of relief, although Wukong was indeed very strong after becoming Super Saiyan 4. But Ye Feng is not a vegetarian, and when the two fight, it's definitely not just that the earth suffers. Although I feel my power gushing out like spring water, you still make me feel very difficult to deal with. With a faint smile on his face, Monkey King said to Ye Feng. Of course, if I'm so easy to deal with, I don't want you to become a Super Saiyan 4. Ye Feng said lightly. At any time, I will not put myself in danger. Even if Monkey King seems to be a decent figure. But you guy really excites me. Monkey King clenched his fist, his eyes gleaming. I feel the same as you now. Ye Feng also said excitedly. Fighting against the Monkey King of Super Saiyan 4 is definitely a very exciting thing. The destructive power of fighting on the earth is too great, let's go to the realm of the Realm King. Ye Feng suggested. The power of the two of them now can destroy the earth at will. If you accidentally miss it, it will be a little troublesome. But in the realm of the Realm King, there is no need to worry about this kind of problem. Ah, I think so too. Monkey King nodded, the earth really couldn't stand the toss of the two of them. You two bastards, are you going to tear down my planet? World King God Realm, Old World King God yelled at the two with his hands on his hips. The current strength of the two of them, even the Realm King God Realm could not hold them back from tossing. Master Realm King God, don't you be so stingy. Let's just compare and discuss, hee hee. Monkey King smiled flatteringly, then gently patted the Old World King God on the shoulder, Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. It's just that Monkey King, who became Super Saiyan 4 just now, didn't realize how strong he was at all. With a single tap, the Old World King God flew out. Boom. The body of the Old World King God is directly embedded in a piece of rock. My ancestor. God Jebet quickly ran over and helped the God of the Old World. I'm sorry, Lord Realm King God, I didn't know my strength was so great. Monkey King quickly apologized with an apologetic smile. My own strength is too strong now? UBD, are you just thinking about tearing down this old bone of mine? The Old World King God was sore and angrily said. If he didn't know that Monkey King didn't mean that, he really definitely wanted to murder himself. Forget the ancestors, we can't stop the two of them. God Jebet quickly spoke to discourage the Old World King God. If Monkey King and Feng want to fight, it is estimated that no one can stop them now. And fighting in the sturdy realm of the Realm King is indeed much better than fighting on other planets. Humph. The Old World King let out a cold snort, and he didn't bother to stop it. Anyway, just like the God Jebet said, he couldn't stop it. It seems that the two World Kings and gods have acquiesced. Feng smiled and said. Ah. Let's get started. Monkey King nodded, and then made a fighting pose. The power in the body is constantly pouring out, and this power is really comfortable. Ha. Feng clenched both fists, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body in an instant. Then the mysterious power was directly released. Because he can also feel the power of the Super 4 Monkey King, if he doesn't take it seriously, maybe he really can't beat him. After Feng increased his strength, the two of them jumped up almost at the same time, and two huge pits exploded in the ground instantly. The fast gods of the Old World and Jebets couldn't see clearly at all. OM. In the next second, a harsh buzzing sound erupted in the air as the two fisted each other. A huge sound blasting coil appeared from mid-air, and the ground was directly shaken by the powerful shockwave into a big crater. Good, such a powerful force. They can't see their figures at all, just a single encounter made the hard ground like this. God Jebi muttered to himself, dumbfounded. Judging from this situation, the Realm King God Realm might not be able to withstand their battle. After Feng and Monkey King collided with each other's fists, the two went back dozens of feet. Wow, you guys are too powerful. Monkey King said to Feng with excitement. He felt that the power of Super 4 was already unimaginable, and he didn't expect Feng to have the same powerful power as himself. Happy, come again. An expression of excitement also appeared on Feng's face. Since coming to Dragon Ball World, this is my most exciting matchup. There is a sense of pleasure of meeting opponents. It is good. Monkey King nodded, and the two attacked each other again. Shoo. Bang bang bang. The two black lines in the sky are constantly colliding, separating, and colliding again. Every time a low collision sounded, the Realm King God Realm would tremble slightly, or a sinkhole appeared on the ground, or a mountain peak fell at the sound. Chapter 38. This battle has lasted for half an hour. The entire Realm King God Realm seems to have been devastated and devastated. Can't these two idiots just relax a little bit? The Old World King looked at his God Realm distressedly, his teeth tickled with anger. But there was no way, the two in the battle couldn't hear their own words at all, and they didn't know it hurt at all when it was destroyed. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo. At this time, Monkey King and Feng were facing each other, both panting heavily. Obviously, half an hour of fighting had already caused obvious problems with the physical fitness of the two. The power of Super Saiyan 4 seems to be much stronger than I thought. Feng stood up straight, said with an excited smile on his face. The battle just now was so enjoyable, a sense of comfort that I have never had before. Ah! Your strength is beyond my imagination. And you haven't used all your power until now. Monkey King said to Feng with a smile on his face. Because he knew very well that Feng's ability was very strong when he first played against him. His body was full of silver-white arrogance, and the speed was so fast that he couldn't touch his body at all. If he used that ability from the beginning, it would be impossible for him to hold on for that long. It would be boring if you fight with the Super Saiyan 4 and you are using Ji Yi Gong. Feng said lightly. If he has performed the free extreme Yi Gong, then he is quite sure to defeat Monkey King within 2 minutes. Zose Ji Yi Gong? Originally, that kind of ability was called Zose Ji Gong. Monkey King asked curiously. Then Sun Wukong continued, well, we continue to fight like this and there seems to be no result, let us finally decide the winner. Because the fighting continues, the two will only consume all their physical energy. Use the strongest attack now to decide whether you will win or lose. Okay, just to my liking. Feng nodded. At that time, the Super 4 Monkey King's battle was completely mastered, and his power and speed were also completely understood. There is no need to continue fighting, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. However, it seems a bit uncomfortable if it is so disagreeable. So the final decision will be made. 10 times, Turtle Kigong wave. A deep roar came from Monkey King's throat. Then the palms were emptied and pressed against the lower waist, pinching out a calyx shape. Crimson energy condensed from the palm of his hand, with a devastating atmosphere of terror. Ultimate, flash. Ye Feng's palms were flat, and the energy ball quickly gathered in both palms. Then the two energy balls were fused together to form a huge energy. That horrible aura seemed to be no weaker than Monkey King's tenfold Turtle Kigong wave. But, damn it, do those two bastards want to destroy the entire God realm? There was a look of horror in the eyes of the old world king. If these two energies explode, the entire realm King God realm will be destroyed in an instant. Even the entire underworld cannot be avoided. Oh, the God realm is going to be destroyed. God Jebet has been so scared that the 3 souls have disappeared from the 7 souls, and he muttered to himself. Ha ha. Aha. Ye Feng and Monkey King roared almost at the same time, and the ultimate flash and the 10 times Turtle School Kigong wave blasted out of their palms at the same time. One red and one blue, the two energies bite together like 2 giant dragons. Humbling. Monkey King clenched his teeth tightly, his face was full of pupils, and the blue veins on his arms squirmed like a small snake. Obviously it has reached the limit. Ye Feng was not much better, sweating on his forehead. The muscles on the body have doubled in size, and they are also clenching their teeth. You lost, Monkey King. Ye Feng suddenly smiled coldly, and a white arrogance surrounded him. The ultimate flash suddenly thickened, and the power instantly increased. Suddenly swallowed Monkey King's 10 times Tortoise School Kigong wave. The blue energy light wave expanded rapidly in the pupil, and Monkey King screamed badly. I have already lost, but if I am hit by such a strong ultimate flash, I will undoubtedly die. But in the current situation, there is no way for it to suddenly withdraw. Wukong is going to lose. The faces of the gods of the old world and Jebite were quite ugly. It's not just about losing, it might be killed. Are you going to be killed? Although the battle is very enjoyable, but I have just become Super Saiyan 4, and I am really unwilling. What? A helpless wry smile appeared in Sun Wukong's eyes. This level of Kigong wave could not be resisted by himself, and Ye Feng himself probably couldn't take it back. Just when the energy ball was only 2 meters away from Monkey King, when Monkey King looked desperate, Ye Feng suddenly raised his hands. Kigongbo suddenly changed its direction, and almost wiped Sun Wukong's body and flew into space. Then it turned into a stream of light, and disappeared without a trace. WH. What? Ye Feng actually changed the direction of Kigongbo. Monkey King looked surprised. Although he could also change the direction of Gippei Kigongbo, but that was without going all out. If I were Ye Feng just now, I would definitely not be able to control Kigong wave in that situation. And he doesn't have that kind of strength anymore, this guy still has spare energy. Chapter 39. However, even if he was not directly hit by the ultimate flash, the burning energy wave still burned his whole body. Okay, so awesome, not only didn't kill Wukong, but also didn't destroy the God realm. Jebai was shocked and mixed with joy. At that moment, he was really afraid that the two energies would suddenly explode in the fierce confrontation, and then destroy the entire God realm. But now it seems that Ye Feng has always been confident, really lucky. Humph, that guy is still a bit conscious, if he destroys my planet with the strength I have given him, it would be too unconscionable. The old world king turned his head away, and finally heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Monkey King suddenly changed back to normal, because it was too expensive just now, even if the Super 4 had sufficient energy, it could not withstand that consumption. Wow, you guys are too strong. Monkey King turned into the appearance of a child, still speaking to Ye Feng with excitement. But you guy is too much, you haven't tried your best. You are pretty good too, much better than I thought. Ye Feng looked down at the smiling Monkey King and said. This is not for flattery, but to tell the truth. Because the strength of the Super 4 Monkey King is indeed a bit beyond his expectations. His own mysterious form is worthy of being able to win him, although this has a lot to do with the old world king god not developing his full potential. But I will definitely become stronger until I surpass you. Monkey King clenched his fists and said firmly. Along the way, I met many powerful opponents, surpassed them one by one, and then defeated them. He believed that as long as he worked hard, he could surpass Ye Feng. Silly boy, you may not realize that the protagonist's halo above your head is already very indifferent. Looking at the confident Monkey King, Ye Feng shook his head gently and said in a low voice. What did you say? Monkey King was taken aback, he didn't hear what Ye Feng said. I said. Then come on. Ye Feng smiled quietly, and said to Monkey King with some sympathy. It is impossible to surpass yourself. Then Ye Feng and Monkey King apologized to the two realm kings and then returned to Earth, Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. At this time, a conspiracy was brewing in hell. After being killed by Babe, Dr. Meow wandered around in hell. I have been waiting for you for a long time, Dr. Meow. Suddenly, a cold voice rang from the airs. Who? Who is calling my name? Dr. Meow looked around vigilantly, a figure appeared in his line of sight, and Dr. Meow was startled. This person has no impression at all. Who are you? Why do you know me? Dr. Meow still asked vigilantly. Although he is also a big bad guy, he also knows that those who fall into hell are not good birds. I am Dr. Gru, a genius doctor of the earth. My research has encountered some bottlenecks, so I need to draw on the high-end scientific and technological concepts of the ZVR people. Dr. Gro said with a gloomy face and smiled. Ha ha ha. Why should I work with a guy like you? Dr. Meow looked at Dr. Gro with disdain. I have mastered the most high-end technology, how can I cooperate with others? Because, we have the same enemies. Dr. Gro's eyes flashed with a spiteful look, and he said coldly. Sun Wukong, that BD, even if he goes to prison, he will never be spared. The same enemy. Dr. Meow seemed to be a little interested. Turning his head to look at Dr. Gro, if that is the case, he can make good use of this guy. Sun Wukong. Dr. Gro said coldly. Are you talking about that Xian kid? When Dr. Meow heard Sun Wukong's name, his eyes were also resentful. It is because of that BD Xian that he has fallen into this kind of place, absolutely unforgivable. Including all Xians, and anyone related to Xians. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. This is how the two old bastards reached a consensus. At this time, in the spiritual time house, Monkey King and Feng were practicing desperately. Monkey King's purpose is very simple, that is to surpass Feng. And Feng's goal is not just to abuse Monkey King, he wants to become stronger. Because he didn't want his destiny to be controlled by others. But there are so many guys in this world who are better than him. The Super 1-Star Dragon of G-Time and Space, the Super 4 Wu-Jita, the God of Destruction in the Dragon Ball Super Time, the Jillian of the 11th Universe, the Angels, the Great Priests, the little ones who are the king. They are almost above their own strength now. If you have comprehended the perfect freedom Ji Yi Gong, you will not be afraid of the Super 1-Star Dragon, Wu Jita, Jilian and others at all. But now, I still can't do it. So you have to practice, keep practicing. Become stronger desperately. Chapter 40. In this way, another 2 years passed in the spiritual time house. The past 2 years have been quite fast for both Monkey King and Feng. I remember that Feng spent 2 years in the spiritual time house for the first time, and almost went crazy. But this time it was completely different, because Monkey King could be his opponent and practice together. Compete against the Super 4 Monkey King without using the mysterious form, so time flies very fast. Wow, it's been so long before you know it. Let's take a break. Monkey King said with a tired face. In the past 2 years, the two of them have been practicing each other all the time. Therefore, his improvement is also very huge, and the results of his cultivation far exceed those of Yub. It's been 2 years, and it's really fast. Feng nodded, chewing the food in the spiritual time house casually. To be honest, it's hard to swallow, but now I'm too hungry to take care of that much. But you guys are too stupid. I have taught you how to do it for 2 years. You haven't made any progress at all. Feng looked at Monkey King and said with a little disappointment. He thought about letting Sun Wukong also learn the Freedom Jiagong, because even if the Monkey King learned the Freedom Jiagong, he would not be able to affect him at all. It is absolutely impossible for oneself to stay in this time and space forever. But this guy is totally unable to comprehend it. It is simply impossible to directly respond to the muscles without thinking. You must know that the Monkey King in Dragon Ball Super, but it took less than a year to enter that state. Although it is not very stable, it is not far from success for the first time. Feng summed it up because the Monkey King in this time and space is too smart. So he was just like Vegeta, a little vigilant. That kind of vigilance to the surrounding environment was very high, not as careless as Dragon Ball Super Gaogong, full of gaps. So there is no way to comprehend the true meaning of self-consciousness. Although I'm very interested in Zi Gong, it doesn't seem to suit me, so let's forget it. Monkey King smiled and said. After cultivating for so long, there is no way to figure out the way, so I feel very comfortable that it is not suitable for me. You should rely on your own way to become stronger. Whatever you want. Anyway, following the route of bloodline evolution, you can also transcend the realm of freedom extreme art. Feng said casually, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Super Saiyan 5 in Dragon Ball AF fandom, and White God in the anime Smash Brothers. These forms shouldn't be weaker than the free extreme mind power. If you follow the route of bloodline evolution, maybe Monkey King can reach that level. Okay. Monkey King nodded, agreeing with Ye Feng's statement. Just as the two were communicating, the door of the spiritual time house was suddenly opened. The person here is Monkey King. It's not good, Dad, Mr. Ye Feng, something happened outside. Sun Wufan said to the two eagerly. What's the matter, Gohan, speak slowly. Monkey King stood up and asked. Seeing Gohan's expression, it shouldn't be a trivial matter. And Ye Feng seemed to guess what it was. Trunks was injured by the cyborg on the 17th, and they also said, let you go to hell to find them. Also, a big hole suddenly appeared in the sky. If I didn't expect it to be bad, they should have made it on the 17th. Monkey King said in a low tone. There is absolutely no good thing for these guys to trick their father into hell. Robot number 17? Speaking of it, I haven't seen that guy yet. Why does he want me to go to hell to find him? Monkey King scratched the back of his head and asked a little puzzled. Do you still want to kill yourself under the order of Dr. Gru? I don't know, but now the city is in a mess. Many people think it is the end of the world and they are ready to flee here. After Sun Wufan shook his head, he continued. It's ridiculous, if it's the end of the world, where can they escape? Ye Feng smiled sarcastically and said. The Earth is destroyed, can they run to Mars? Mr. Ye, do you know their conspiracy on the 17th? Monkey King suddenly looked at Ye Feng and asked. Ye Feng is extremely mysterious, maybe he will know something. Tune the tiger away from the mountain, deceive Monkey King into hell, and then they attack the Earth. It's that simple. Ye Feng didn't hide it, and said truthfully. This is the plan of Dr. Gro and Dr. Miao. If this is the case, then Dad you can't go to hell. Hearing Ye Feng's analysis, Monkey King hurriedly looked at Monkey King and said. What? It doesn't matter, their target is me, so it's the same everywhere. Maybe you can see Frieza and True in hell. I don't know how their strength is. Monkey King touched his fist and said with some excitement. It's fun to think about going to hell. If you want to see the strength of Frieza and True, it can indeed be as you wish. Ye Feng said to Monkey King. In the original Dragon Ball G, Frieza and True did not come to Earth like the others, but waited for Monkey King in hell. Hey, the Earth has you anyway, Gohan and Vegeta, and Yub, it's the same whether I am or not. Monkey King showed a pure smile and said to Ye Feng. If there is a guy that even Ye Feng can't handle, then there is no chance of winning by himself. Chapter 41. Cut, you guy will really make plans. Ye Feng schemed Sun Wukong and said lightly. This guy seems to be stupid every day, but he is still very shrewd when he needs to use his brain. Especially when it is related to combat, it is not an exaggeration to describe it as an IQ explosive meter. Hey. Monkey King smirked at Ye Feng. Then the three people walked out of the spiritual time house. Sure enough, the lower realm has become a mess. And in the sky, a huge black hole appeared, just like a tunnel connecting hell and the world. Is that the place? Monkey King looked at the dark tunnel, then his body jumped directly into the tunnel. Father. Monkey King was too late to persuade him. At this time in hell, Dr. Gro and Dr. Miao stared at the Monkey King in the crystal ball. Ha ha ha, that damn Sun Wukong was fooled. Seeing Monkey King flying towards hell, Dr. Miao laughed loudly. Our plan has gone so well, and the Earth will be in our bag soon. Dr. Gro took a liquid, which was unknown whether it was red wine or engine oil, put it in a goblet, and handed it to Dr. Miao. Ding. The two left one to celebrate the success of their plan in advance. Earth. My goal is not just this small spot. Dr. Miao glanced at Dr. Gro, and said disdainfully. With the ultimate robot number 17, all the galaxies and the entire universe will be in their own pockets. Well, it's time to send some gifts to humans on Earth. After Dr. Gru finished speaking, he threw most of the evil people in hell out of the tunnel. This will speed up their rule of the Earth. A minute later, Monkey King appeared in hell. Huh? Speaking of which, I seem to have been to this place twice. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Monkey King looked at the familiar surroundings and said. That's right, I did come, once when I sanctioned Shrew and the others with the ribs rice. Another time was when fighting against Xian Yanbo. Hey, Monkey King, I didn't expect you to actually come. A soft voice suddenly sounded from behind, and Monkey King turned around and saw two familiar figures. Ah, it turns out that you two bad guys are doing the trick. Ha ha ha, you were thrown to hell after you died. Monkey King was startled at first, and then laughed unceremoniously. Truly, it's really annoying as always. Dr. Gro and Dr. Miao gritted their teeth. It's annoying to see this face, and to say such annoying things as soon as we meet. Hey, why are you two bad guys asking me to come here? Monkey King asked curiously. Humph. You'll know soon, Monkey King. Dr. Meow and Dr. Gro suddenly smiled darkly, and then jumped into the tunnel with the body of hell number 17. What? What's the situation? Monkey King looked dumbfounded. These two bad guys led themselves to hell, but they went to the world themselves? What is this called? Only after Monkey King reacted, the tunnel connecting hell and the world had been completely closed. But, damn, you bad guys, you ran away after you lied to me here, are you men? Monkey King suddenly yelled. These guys are too credible. What's the matter of leaving yourself in hell by yourself? Monkey King, you will be in hell forever, feel the taste of hell. Never want to return to your lovely earth. Dr. Gro's sullen laughter reverberated in hell. Damn, you bad guys. Monkey King clenched his fists tightly. If he could fight himself, it wouldn't matter if he stayed in hell. Just when Monkey King thought so, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. Long time no see, Monkey King. Hearing two familiar voices, Monkey King suddenly smiled. Hell seems to be interesting too. And the earth at this time, because many extremely evil people were thrown on the earth from hell. So the earth is completely out of chaos at this time. Mr. Yefeng, what should we do now? Looking at the misty city in an instant, Monkey King asked with gritted teeth. What else to do, where to send it to? Don't you have it? Yefeng said lightly. Sometimes fighting does not necessarily involve competing with opponents who are stronger than yourself. Isn't he fragrant with proper abuse? After Yefeng finished speaking, he swooped down directly. Today it seems that I can have a good time. Yeah, I got it. After Sun Wukong nodded, he followed Yefeng and jumped from the Temple of Heaven. Chapter 42. Rumble. Loud noises continued to occur in the downtown area, explosions continued, and smoke billowed everywhere. Call out. Yefeng's body suddenly appeared on top of a building whose roof had been cut off. At this time, there were a few familiar faces on the street. Gula took his Gula Mecha unit, as well as the Kinho Special Forces, and a toad. The energy ball kept blasting from the palm, and the houses fell one by one. Hey, you guys. Yefeng put his hands on his chest and suddenly spoke to the street below. After a pause, he continued, it's not very friendly to destroy public property. Looking at Gula and others, Yefeng said with a smile on his face. What? An ant would dare to talk to us like this? Shaiza, the captain of the Gula Mecha unit, glanced at Yefeng coldly, and then directly blasted Yefeng with an energy ball. Burst. The energy ball exploded, causing billowing smoke. Shaiza raised the corner of his mouth triumphantly. The ant is the ant, so vulnerable. Call out. In the next second, Yefeng suddenly appeared in front of Shaiza. The fingertips pointed directly at Shave's eyebrows, still smiling. I hate things like you that are incapable and polite. Before the words fell, a beam of light instantly pierced Shave's head. He didn't even scream, he fell to the ground and died. Team leader. Damn, this BD actually killed the captain. Dre and Nez looked at Yefeng angrily, and clenched their fists tightly. In addition to the hateful Xians, there are people who dare to take action against their Gura Mecha units. I really hate my own life. Piu. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. In the next second, a few more energy beams shot out from the fingertips. Reed, Nez, and Keith and Bart of Special Forces Kinho were shot directly through the center of the eyebrows. Killing a few people easily, Yefeng didn't have any mood swings. They were originally from hell, but now they are just sending them back. It's kind of interesting, it's so easy to kill the waste. Gula looked at Yefeng with interest and said lightly after watching all of his men were killed. Seeing that you seem to have some strength, have you considered being my subordinate? I can give you a planet. The strength of the people in front of them far surpasses those of Shavza and they can completely take their place. Mentally retarded. Yefeng looked at Gula sympathetically. The moment the voice fell, Yefeng disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was in front of Gula. The palm was against Gula's body, and the energy ball emitted a golden light. What? No. Don't kill me, I can give you all my planets. Gula panicked instantly, because he felt a strong breath of death. Don't resurrect, this is just ruining yourself. Yefeng's words fell, and the energy ball instantly swallowed Gula. Bo is not as good as a dog in the early stage. The Gula just now was in such an awkward situation. After clearing up Gula and others, Yefeng sent Bojaik, Yeji, and others back to hell in a friendly manner. With the help of Sun Wukong and others, all the people in hell were sent back in more than half an hour. No. There are two old guys, Dr. Gro and Dr. Miu, on Earth. It's the breath of Vegetas battle. Is it already fighting Cyborg 17? Yefeng felt Vegetas' breath rising. Although I can't feel the breath of the 17th, I can guess what's going on. Mr. Yefeng. At this time, Sun Wukong, Sun Wushan, Trunks, and Yub had already cleaned up the mess and flew to Yefeng's side. Since it's all here, let's go and see the excitement. After Yefeng finished speaking to the four of them, he flew directly towards Vegeta. 2 minutes later, I saw the scene of the battle between Vegeta and Hell 17. At this time, Vegeta had become Super Saiyan 2, with golden arrogance lingering all over her body. He looked at the Hell number 17 in front of him with a haughty look. Hell 17 is obviously not the opponent of Super ER Vegeta, his body is covered with scars, and his clothes are already in tatters. Huh. A bunch of broken copper and iron, I will tear you down now. After Vegeta's haughty voice fell, he attacked Hell 17 again. Cut, I didn't expect this Vegeta to be so strong. Dr. Gro frowned tightly. In my own impression, as long as the Sun Wu is air-conditioned on the Earth, they will be able to properly control it. Unexpectedly, there is another tricky Vegeta. Vegeta is indeed surprising, but he is absolutely impossible to be a Super 17. Dr. Meow's mouth showed an evil arc, smiled and said. As long as Hell number 17 and Human number 17 are combined, then they will be the strongest ultimate robot warrior. No one can match it. What are you doing on the 17th? Come here, I am you, you are me. Suddenly, Cyborg 17, who was persuading Cyborg number 10, had his own voice in his mind. Then the pupils suddenly turned red, and the remaining humanity completely disappeared. Chapter 43. Dad, let's help you. Trunks looked at Vegeta and spoke. It is estimated that there are only the 17th and the 2 doctors who are still on the Earth. As long as they are killed, the Earth's crisis will be resolved. None of you need to take action, I can solve him alone. Vegeta turned around coldly, and drank to Trunks. The strength of his current is not at all comparable to that of the humanoid number 17 in front of him, even if he wants to kill him, it is easy. After being drunk by Vegeta, Trunks had to return to his original position obediently. He was quite clear about his father's character, and he said exactly what he said. And looking at the current situation, Dad does have the ability to solve the 17th robot. Oh. My 17th is back. A stream of light suddenly appeared in the sky, and Dr. Meow said excitedly. He was really afraid that Hell 17 would not be able to hold on. Call out. The moment the sound of breaking through the air sounded, the 17th in the world suddenly fell behind the 17th in the Hell. WH. What? How come there are 2 17s? A look of shock appeared on Vegeta's face. Monkey Gohan and Trunks were also dumbfounded. If they were 2 17ths, it would still be a little troublesome. It seems that all the warriors on the Earth have gathered, and the most exciting part is coming soon. If that's the case, let's fit together, 2 17s. Dr. Gru commanded the 2 17ths excitedly. Finally you can see your ultimate research results with your own eyes. The combination of the 2 17s will give birth to the strongest ultimate robot in the universe, Super 17. It is definitely not comparable to anyone. I am you, you are me. After receiving Dr. Gro's instructions, the 2 17s chanted at the same time. Then a crimson light appeared in their pupils, and a dazzling golden halo appeared all over their bodies. Super 17, it really makes people look forward to it. Yefeng pursed his lips, looked at the 2 men covered with golden halo, and said lightly. At this moment, the 2 bodies of number 17 slowly overlapped one after another. In an instant, the golden light was brilliant, and it was so shining that people couldn't open their eyes. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. What? It's so dazzling light, what kind of monster will be born next? Sun Wukong covered his eyes with both hands, and said in a heavy tone. This kind of big battle will definitely give birth to something terrible. Rumbling. In the next second, the city under the feet of a few people was directly destroyed and turned into a huge pit. And the Super 17 after being combined also appeared in everyone's sight. After fitting, the figure of number 17 is even more slender, with her hair hanging down to her shoulders, she still wears a bib, and a tight-fitting combat suit. The corners of her mouth are drawn with an arc of evil charm. Good, such a powerful force. A look of horror appeared on the faces of Yub and Monkey King, and this guy gave them very strong pressure. Yo, we succeeded, and the ultimate humanoid I dreamed of was finally born. Dr. Gro looked at Super 17 excitedly. Our plan to invade the Earth has come to an end. It is a time to celebrate. Dr. Meow also said excitedly. After the Earth, there is the entire northern galaxy, and then to conquer other galaxies, the entire universe will be its own. Cut, damn, I will kill him. Vegeta looked at Super 17 with a grim look, then jumped out and directly attacked Super 17. Bang. Vegeta's fist was firmly placed on the face of Super 17. He didn't move, he didn't even blink his eyes. What? How is it possible? Vegeta's face changed suddenly, shocked. Your own attack is completely ineffective. Then Super 17 tidied up his clothes and patted the dust on his shoulders. Then an uppercut hit Vegeta's stomach heavily. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth, and Vegeta flew out directly, smashing heavily into the ruins hundreds of meters away. Hateful! The four of Monkey Gohan and Yub dispatched at the same time and attacked the Super 17. In less than a second, several people flew out at a faster speed. With just one blow, his fighters completely lost their combat effectiveness. Damn BD, I haven't been this hot in a long time. Vegeta stood up tremblingly, clenched his fists tightly, and became Super Saiyan 2 again. Die me. Right. Then he attacked the Super 17 again. It just flew back in less than a second. There was a huge gap between the two, and Vegeta was like a child in front of the 17th. Ha ha ha, Xylogo is Xylogo, no matter how much you come, it won't be the climate. Dr. Meow looked at Vegeta who were lying on the ground in disdain, and said. Now you should understand that my Super 17 is terrible, right? Dr. Gro's face was sullen. This is his long-standing achievement, his most proud work. But. Damn, I'm so unwilling to be defeated like this. Vegeta slammed the ground hard, it was too useless. Now you should understand the gap between us, right? A bunch of fools who live and die. Super 17 pointed his palm at Vegeta and others, and said with a sneer. Hey, don't you see me still standing here? At this moment, Feng couldn't help but speak. Damn, perseverance, such a living person, was directly ignored by them. Simply unforgivable. Chapter 44. What? There's another one who took the initiative to die. Dr. Gro and Dr. Meow looked at Feng with some sympathy. This guy didn't take the opportunity to slip away just now, but he took the initiative to stretch his head over? Send to death. Feng was taken aback for a moment, and continued to smile and said, I think you might be wrong, I'm here to send you on the road. Oh? He seems to be a fool, otherwise how could he say such ignorant things? Don't you see how awesome my Super 17 was just now? Dr. Gro had a high-profile appearance. So what? Can I save you? Feng suddenly took a step forward and asked faintly. Bullish idiot, killed him on the 17th. Dr. Gro obviously didn't want to have any more verbal arguments with Feng. Directly at the command of Super 17. Dr. Meow secretly pressed his own controller, because the current Super 17 can only listen to his own commands. After receiving the instruction, Super 17 lightly blasted an energy ball at Feng. In his opinion, it was enough to kill the lifeless thing in front of him. Call out. Just when the energy ball was about to touch Feng's body suddenly disappeared. What? Where did you go? Dr. Gro and Dr. Mew were shocked, they hadn't seen it at all just now. Even Super 17 showed a shocked look. That kind of speed is even faster than myself. Then Super 17 hurriedly turned his head and saw that Feng had supported Vegeta and Monkey King and sat on a stone slab. Cut. Super 17 curled his lips, with an unhappy expression on his face. Save people in front of your own eyes? This is hitting myself in the face. Please protect the earth, don't let this kind of people destroy the earth, please, Mr. Feng. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Vegeta looked at Feng with a pained expression. Feng was taken aback for a moment, looking at Vegeta in an incredible way. If this was what Son Gohan or Trunks said, then I wouldn't be surprised at all. But this kind of words came from Vegeta's mouth, which made Feng a little surprised. Because Vegeta's impression of herself is arrogant and very self-esteem. I will never condescend to pray for others. Even the Vegeta of Dragon Ball G has changed a lot, but please ask an Earthling to protect the Earth. This is absolutely impossible. But the fact is true. Vegeta really asks herself, and she asks herself to protect the Earth. Incredible. Vegeta, you really surprised me, or you can say, admiringly. Feng smiled and said to Vegeta. But there was absolutely no ridicule in that smile, nothing at all. It just simply feels incredible. Vegeta just frowned, and did not speak. He can die, but Bulma can't die, neither can Trunks and Bra. Now I don't have the power to stop Super 17, so I can only ask Feng. Although my self-esteem is still strong, the safety of my family is far more important than my self-esteem. Don't worry, even if you don't ask me, I won't let him destroy the earth. Then Feng nodded. Vegeta's words just changed his view of him. If there is a chance in the future, he might be able to guide him to become stronger. Then Feng turned around and looked at Super 17. On the 17th, kill him quickly for me. The speed of Feng just now made Dr. Gro and Dr. Meow feel uncomfortable. After receiving the instruction, Super 17 directly pointed its palm at Feng, and an energy ball blasted towards Feng. Small bugs. Looking at the energy ball, Ye Feng sneered. Then with a backhand shot, the energy ball was bounced out. Rumble. The moment the energy ball hits the ground exploded instantly, stirring up a huge mushroom cloud, and the ground trembled violently. Obviously the power of this energy ball is also very strong. Call out. In the next second, Ye Feng suddenly appeared behind Dr. Gru's Dr. Miao. I feel that hell seems to be more suitable for you, so you should go back. A faint voice rang from behind, and Dr. Gro and Dr. Miao turned their heads in horror. I saw the two fists rapidly enlarge in the pupils. Bang bang. After two crisp sounds, the mechanical heads of Dr. Gro and Dr. Miao were directly blown out by Ye Feng. Ola la. The electric current flickered a few times in the wound and then disappeared, and the two died completely. Haha. Thank you so much for helping me kill these two annoying old guys. Suddenly a grinning smile appeared on the corner of Super 17's mouth, and now he could finally be out of control. Don't be too busy to thank you, because you will be with them soon. Ye Feng suddenly grinned and said to Super 17. Although this guy is very strong, but compared with himself, there is a big gap. Chapter 45. Cut, arrogant things, I want to kill you more easily than smashing an ant, and I am still here to speak up. You wouldn't be naive to think that you are qualified to fight me if you kill two stinky old men. Super 17 said to Ye Feng with a confident appearance. The guy in front of him is at best a little faster than himself and his speed. If he really talks about his strength, he will definitely not be his opponent. Besides, he still has a little secret, that is, he can absorb all the energy attacks and then convert them into his own power. So the current self is fundamentally invincible. Tisk tusk tusk, your self-confidence really makes me feel sad. Ye Feng shook his head. It seemed that the 17th didn't realize the difference between the two of them. Your ability to anger me is really not so strong. Congratulations on your success in angering me. An evil smile suddenly appeared on Super 17's face. Then his body rushed directly towards Ye Feng. The speed was so fast, even the Vegeta of Super Saiyan 2 only saw a black line. You can't see the figure of Super 17 at all. Bang. In the next second, the fist of Super 17 hit Ye Feng's stomach heavily. Ye Feng's waist instantly arched. There was a look of pain on his face. WH. What? Can't even Mr. Ye Feng escape? Monkey King and the others watched Super 17's attack in horror. Fast. It's so fast, you can't see it at all. What's wrong, can't you escape at this speed? It seems that I overestimate you. Super 17 looked down at Ye Feng with a painful face, and said softly and sarcastically. Hum hum. Ye Feng suddenly sneered, then slowly stood up straight. At this time, Super 17 and Monkey King could see clearly that the fist of the 17th didn't hit Ye Feng at all, but was picked up by Ye Feng. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. That guy is acting. Vegeta frowned, but the heaviness in her heart was released. If Ye Feng were also defeated, then they would have nothing to do. Yeah, Mr. Ye Feng has nothing to do. Monkey King quickly replied excitedly. The panic on his face just disappeared instantly, replaced by excitement and excitement. Is this your strength? It really disappoints me. Ye Feng slowly pushed the fist of Super number 17, the corner of his mouth raised, and he said sarcastically. At this time, Super 17 is not as powerful as Super 4 Monkey King. In the original Dragon Ball G, the reason why Monkey King was suppressed by Super 17 and was almost killed later was entirely because Monkey King did not know that Super 17 could absorb energy. In the initial battle, Super 17 absorbed too much energy, so the situation was reversed. But this kind of thing, I absolutely don't allow it to happen. It just happened to be an attack. Don't be overwhelmed, UBD. A look of anger clearly appeared on the face of Super 17. Then the body jumped up, and his right leg swept towards Ye Feng's head like a stick. The speed was quite fast, and the air was rustling, as if to be torn apart. Your speed is too slow. After Ye Feng spoke disdainfully, he grabbed the Super number 17 ankle ring, and then threw it out with force. Bang bang bang. The body of the Super number 17 flew out like a cannonball from a chamber, directly piercing through countless ruins in the middle, and stopped thousands of meters away. Both feet plowed the ground into a gully tens of feet long. But, damn, how could this BD's power be so powerful? A heavy color appeared on Super 17's face. If one time is an accident, then you need to re-evaluate the opponent's strength twice. Call out. Ye Feng's body followed closely. Then he looked at Super 17 with a joking look, and smiled faintly. What's wrong? Do you start to be scared like this? Scared? Don't be so self-righteous, I will tear you to pieces. After the angry roar of Super 17 fell, the body retreated several tens of feet and hovered in mid-air. The hands are in the shape of 5 fingers, and the fingertips are shining with golden light. Flash electric shock. The roar fell, 10 fingers spit out fire like 10 machine guns, and the energy wave shot towards Yefeng. Rumble. The harsh buzzing sound was accompanied by the explosion of smoke, and Yefeng's body was instantly swallowed in. The ruins instantly turned into sinkholes. This kind of attack can only raise some dust. You don't naively expect to use him to defeat me. Before Super 17 had time to get excited, Len Yu's voice suddenly rang from behind. Chapter 46. Hearing the cold and faint banter behind him, the Super number 17 head quickly moved several tens of feet to the front without turning back, and then turned his head back. He looked panicked, quite embarrassed. But Yefeng looked at Super 17 with a smile on his face, and put his hands on his chest, and didn't regard Super 17 as an opponent at all. Damn, look down on me again and again, this time I will kill you completely. Super 17 had already lost his sense of anger, and after a roar, his palms were raised high above his head. A golden energy ball instantly condenses and expands rapidly. In just a few seconds, it has expanded to the size of half a basketball court. Things that do not live or die for me. When the voice fell, the energy ball held high by Super 17 directly slammed at Yefeng. The energy ball contains the power to instantly destroy the entire Earth. You want to kill me with this kind of thing? You look down on me too. The corner of Yefeng's mouth raised, revealing a look of disdain. Then he squeezed his fists, and a frightening breath burst out from his body, directly turning into a mysterious form. After turning into a mysterious form, Yefeng's body flashed and kicked directly at the huge energy ball. Under Yefeng's terrifying power, the energy ball was directly kicked and deformed. Then, like a rocket launched, it flew out of the earth, turned into a light spot, and finally disappeared. What? Impossible. A look of fear suddenly appeared in the eyes of Super 17. The energy ball just now gathered all of his strength. Even so, is there no way to harm that damn guy? What a boring battle, I have lost interest. Yefeng looked at Super 17 and said lightly. The Super 17 in front of me was a bit too weak, and it was too far apart from what I imagined. Of course, maybe it's because you are too strong. Hey, there should be a limit to being overwhelmed. The entire face of Super 17 is almost completely distorted. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing just now when I became a body, it is simply unforgivable. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. The Super 17, who had almost gone violently, directly attacked Yefeng frantically. The speed has improved again, but he has obviously lost his sanity. Court death. Yefeng frowned, his body disappeared instantly, and he met the fist of Super 17. Boom. At the moment when the fists collided, a huge sound-blasting circle appeared directly in midair. The entire ground collapsed a few minutes in an instant, and Sun Wukong, Vegeta and others were shaken a few tens of feet away. The earth began to tremble violently. The horrible vibrations instantly flattened the ruins and mountains within a radius of 100 miles. Yefeng's body staggered and went backward 7 steps. And the Super 17 is directly like a bullet out of the chamber, flying out. Yefeng's strength was amazing, and the Super 17 flew upside down half the distance of the earth directly and uncontrollably. The surface of the earth has been plowed into a trench for thousands of miles. The right arm that had collided just now had completely disappeared, and red liquid flew out of the empty shoulder. I don't know if it is motor oil or blood. After all, it is a combination of a human and a pure robot. Call out. Yefeng moved in an instant, directly found the position of Super 17, and appeared next to him. Step on the head of Super 17 and step it into the ground. You're done, the ultimate android. Now that you choose to erase the Super 17 directly, there will be no hesitation. The body of Super 17 was struggling frantically, with endless anger still hanging on his face. But there was still no way to get rid of Yefeng's feet. The confrontation just now has caused some disorder in his body, and his energy has dropped drastically. After Yefeng's voice fell, the energy ball in his palm directly blasted towards Super 17's body. Rumble. The energy ball exploded, and a huge sinkhole was exploded on the ground, with several small flames burning in the pit. And the body of Super 17 has disappeared without a trace. Although he can absorb energy to become stronger, he was injured just now, and Yefeng's energy was too strong, and he didn't give Super 17 a chance to absorb it. Solved. Yefeng took a long sigh of relief and returned to normal. Although he easily killed the Super 17, he couldn't be happy. Because whether it's Babe or Super number 17, it seems that the gap with yourself is a bit too big. In this way, it is difficult for oneself to improve one's strength in battle. It seems, I can only wait for Yuxinglong and Gogeta to appear. The figure of Super 1 Star Dragon and Super Si Wujita appeared in his mind, and Yefeng's eyes burst with excitement. Call out. Then Yefeng returned to Sun Wukong and the others. By this time Dandy has treated them for their injuries, there is no problem. Is Super 17 resolved? Mr. Yefeng. Dandy, Monkey King and others asked curiously. Because the earth has calmed down, but because they can't feel the anger of the artificial people, they are not sure if the Super 17 was actually killed. Well, it's solved. Chapter 47. After solving Super 17, Dr. Gro and others, Yefeng immediately moved to Hell and brought Monkey King back. Because Yefeng's teleportation is unlimited, it can be said that it is a god's skill, and it is not like Monkey King needs to perceive chi, so Hell can also go to Hell. Although peace has been restored on the earth, all the people who ran out of Hell have been sent back. But after a series of destruction, the earth has been killed many people, and the cities and nature on the earth have also suffered very serious damage. Natural disasters such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, flooding, etc. have appeared one after another. Are you really not going to find Dragon Ball with us? In the Temple of Heaven, Monkey King looked at Yefeng and asked. They are going to find the Dragon Ball, and then use the power of the dragon to restore the earth to its original appearance. Then bring the humans who died in this disaster to life. I won't go. For you, it won't take a long time to look for it. Yefeng smiled and said to Monkey King. After all, they are quite experienced in finding Dragon Balls, mainly including Dragon Ball Radar. As for what kind of Dragon Ball they could find, Yefeng couldn't bear to tell them. Ah, well. Thank you for defeating Super 17 this time, otherwise the earth might be destroyed into what it is. Sun Wukong said to Yefeng politely. At that time, I was trapped in hell. Fortunately, Yefeng is here. You don't have to thank me. I didn't kill number 17 for your gratitude. Yefeng said with a smile. I am also on the earth, so I can't watch the earth be destroyed. Well, let's go, goodbye. Monkey King nodded, and then led Trunks and Xiaofang into the heavenly god temple. After the Monkey King and the three were gone, Dandy came to Yefeng and asked respectfully, Mr. Yefeng, eat something first while practicing. Alright, my stomach is really hungry, please trouble you and Mr. Yefeng turned his head and smiled, and said to Dandy politely. After all, so many days, I really did not bother them to, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Where are you? You are the savior of the earth, this is what I should do. Dandy was very respectful and said seriously. As the god of the earth, I am often powerless at all. Both times, Yefeng solved the earth's crisis, so he should have such an attitude towards Yefeng. After eating, Yefeng continued to the spiritual time house. This time he needs to make a decision about the path he will take in the future. Call. Yefeng took a long breath, then clenched his fists. Mysterious form. The legendary Xian form. He hadn't made up his mind before. I don't know if I need to follow the Xian line or the human line in the future. In fact, if one's potential can be fully exploited, perhaps one can consider the human line. But at present, it seems that one's own potential cannot be developed in a short time. And soon he will face a powerful opponent like Super 1-Star Dragon. Your own strength needs to be improved. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, a full half an hour. So, it's decided. It's the legendary Super Xian. Yefeng said to himself with a serious face. Because he is very clear about the talent and potential of passing Xians, it can be said that there is almost no limit. However, no matter how high the potential of human beings, there is a ceiling, and they still rely on the potential of transcendence. System, release all my super blood. After making up his mind, Yefeng said silently in his heart. When I first merged my blood, I used the power of the system to hide most of my super blood, because I hadn't made up my mind at the time. Understand the host. The moment the system's electronic synthesis sounded, Yefeng felt a burst of very strong and violent energy suddenly appeared in his body. It's almost like bursting my body almost instantly. Hiss. Yefeng took a breath, clenched his fists tightly, and the veins wriggled on his arms. Immediately after Yefeng's whole body muscles increased rapidly, his body became very strong. Every time the skin is full of power. Then the black hair suddenly began to grow, the back of his head fell to his shoulders, and a few strands of black bangs appeared before his eyebrows. And behind Yefeng, a brown tail suddenly appeared, swinging flexibly behind him. After completely fusing Chuan Chao's bloodline, did he become a Xian directly? Yefeng looked at the tail behind him a little unbelievably, and muttered to himself. However, as expected, Chuan Chao's bloodline is too powerful, and the terrestrial bloodline in his body can be assimilated instantly. Since there is Chuan Chao blood flowing in my body, I should be a Xian. Anyway, I don't have any nostalgia for the body that had only been used for half a month before. Chapter 48. Try to become a Super Xian. I have become a very pure Xian now, so naturally I really want to know if I can become a Super Xian now. Then Yefeng looked straight, clenched his fists tightly, and pulled out a posture. Ha! A deep roar came from Ye Feng's throat. When he first watched Dragon Ball, he didn't know why Monkey King and the others relied on roaring when outputting. But now I understand that that kind of roar can indeed stimulate the power in the body. Really feeling. Rumbling. Accompanied by Ye Feng's roar, the whole mental time house began to shake violently. Golden arrogance erupted from Ye Feng's body, and swept across all sides with a smile. The black hair stood up high, and the blue veins wriggled around his brows like a snake. Burst. The next moment, the spiritual time house suddenly exploded. And Ye Feng's body also appeared in the temple of heaven. At this time, Ye Feng's eyes were sharp, like a beast, his black hair stood up high, and his pupils turned golden yellow. What happened? Dandy and were attracted by the huge movement. Are you alright? Mr. Ye Feng. Looking at Ye Feng with a hideous expression, Dandy quickly asked. Call. Hearing Dandy's voice, Ye Feng exhaled, and the violent aura disappeared little by little. The hair also returned to its original appearance, and the pupils turned back to black. Mr. Ye Feng, you. What are you? Suddenly, Dandy saw the tail behind Ye Feng. Isn't this a symbol of Xian's? Is Ye Feng a Xian? But he didn't have a tail before. As you can see, Xian. Ye Feng. Ye Feng smiled and said to Dandy. Now that he has acknowledged his identity as a Xian, and has accepted Chuan Chao's blood, then he is a real Xian, and his blood is more pure than monkey and Vegeta. Oh. I was suddenly a little curious. Dandy was also considered shrewd, and nodded quickly, without further questioning. There are some things that you can't know, and it's not good for you to ask too much. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. The spiritual time house was destroyed, it seems that you have to work hard again. Ye Feng was also a little embarrassed, and said sorry. No, it's okay, Mr. will be able to fix it soon. Dandy waved his hand and said quickly. Seeing Dandy's appearance, he seemed to be a little more afraid of Ye Feng. Seeing Dandy's appearance, Ye Feng shook his head. I'm not a beast that cannibalize people, so I'm so scared. But since the spiritual time house had been destroyed, Ye Feng couldn't continue to practice. Go and see the Shenlong summoned by Monkey King. Ye Feng thought for a while and said. The dragon with a cigar in his mouth seems quite interesting. Then Ye Feng moved directly and instantaneously. At this time, Monkey King and others had gathered Dragon Ball. Although there were cracks on the Dragon Ball, after a brief shock, Monkey King and the others didn't care too much. Call out. Ye Feng appeared in front of Monkey King and the others. Oh, Ye Feng. Huh? Why do you have a tail? What? You became a Xian, what's the matter? Monkey King turned his head and saw the tail behind Ye Feng. It is exactly the same as his own tail, it can be confirmed that it is a Xian. Asked in shock. Mr. Ye Feng is also a Xian. Monkey King and the others also had expressions of horror, they hadn't noticed it before. Moreover, Ye Feng in front of him seemed to be taller, and his hair became longer, exactly the same as the Xian's promise. Surprised. Seeing everyone's shocked eyes, Ye Feng asked rhetorically. Really surprised, what did you do? Monkey King nodded honestly and said. It's a long story, I'll talk about it later, I think you should summon the Shenlong first. Naturally, Ye Feng couldn't tell his secret. And for a while, I didn't think of a more reasonable excuse. Just change the subject directly. Sun Wukong nodded, he also knew that ordinary Earth people were not as strong as Ye Feng. It is simply not possible to achieve that level by training alone. And it seems that when we first met, I got out of his body. I felt something familiar. It seems that he has been hiding, since he doesn't want to say, then forget it. Compared with this, I now want to summon the Shenlong quickly and restore the Earth to its original appearance. Let those innocent people on Earth who have died be resurrected. Seeing Monkey King, they didn't ask, even if they were curious, the Monkey King and others didn't ask questions. Come out. Shenlong. Monkey King screamed out the spell to summon Shenlong very skillfully. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. There was no movement from Dragon Ball, a cold wind blew by, and Monkey King looked embarrassed. How could the spell fail? Chapter 49. Come out. Shenlong. Monkey King chanted the familiar spell again. But Dragon Ball still lay quietly on the ground, as if playing with Monkey King. Huh? What's the matter, did I remember the spell wrong? Monkey King scratched the back of his head and said dazedly. Impossible, I have said this spell many times before. What, Grandpa, why is there no movement at all? Xiao Fang looked at Monkey King impatiently and asked. It doesn't make sense, the spell is like this, but why isn't the sky dark? Bulma looked at the bright surroundings, but also a little puzzled. The spell is absolutely okay, and Dragon Ball is okay. The only problem was the crack that suddenly appeared on the Dragon Ball. I always feel anxious. Monkey King spoke in a low voice. This feeling is hard to say, but it lingers in my heart and can't get rid of it. Okay, I will try again. Seeing everyone's eyes, Monkey King smiled and said. Then both hands pointed at Dragon Ball. Out. Just as Monkey King was about to speak, the Dragon Ball suddenly moved, and wisps of blue smoke came out through the cracks on the Dragon Ball. Almost at the same time, the sky turned blood red, and the entire ground trembled violently. What? How could there be an earthquake? I feel that the appearance of Shenlong this time is a bit different. There is also a powerful evil aura. Everyone said in a panic. Only Ye Feng calmly looked at the situation in front of him. The social dragon is about to be born. Whoa, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. The blue smoke gathered above everyone's heads, and then formed the shape of a dragon. What? Is this a dragon? Grandpa. Xiao Fang looked at the ugly dragon in front of him with disgust, and asked. Ah. It should be regarded as it, after all, it also came out of Dragon Ball. Monkey King nodded, but quickly looked at Ye Feng and asked, do you know what's going on? Do not know. Ye Feng shook his head, and someone will explain to them later. But I'm sure that the ugly thing in front of you is not a dragon, and it won't help you realize your wishes. Ye Feng said to Monkey King with a certain face. Well, I also felt it, a very evil aura, which was completely undetectable in Shenlong before. Monkey King nodded, his eyes became more cautious. It seems that the appearance of this dragon is related to the cracks on the Dragon Ball. But no matter what, I will first try if I can restore the earth to its original state. After Sun Wukong finished speaking to Ye Feng, he looked directly at the blue evil dragon. Shenlong, please help restore the recently destroyed earth and resurrect all the killed earthlings. Monkey King made a wish with hope. Everyone is also looking forward to the expression. Since they all popped out of Dragon Ball, they should be able to realize their wishes. In the eyes of everyone's expectation, the evil dragon lit a cigar and smoked it leisurely amidst everyone's dazed expressions. The appearance of a social man. Damn, it's really a dime. Ye Feng almost laughed, this evil dragon is really a naive. Huh? Why do you feel that this Shenlong is a bit unreliable? Both Kiki and Bulma spoke with some suspicion. After the voices of the two fell, the evil dragon blew a puff of smoke at the crowd, and then said, I won't take orders from you humans anymore. After speaking, the evil dragon sucked the Dragon Ball into its mouth, and then turned into 7 blue smoke dragons, flying in different directions. Then the North Realm King and Realm King God began to transmit their voices to Monkey King and others. The purpose of the King of the North is to tell Monkey King the source of the evil dragon, and the purpose of the King God and others is to reprimand Monkey King and others for abusing Dragon Ball. Of course, these people are basically the kind of people who are like a pig after the fact. Knowing that frequent use of Dragon Ball will accumulate negative energy, why not stop Monkey King and the others from using it? Even if you ignore it, why not just remind you a little bit? They didn't even think that if their gods were useful, they wouldn't need Monkey King and the others to fight against those cosmic powerhouses. There will be no companion sacrifices, and naturally, Dragon Ball will not be used so frequently. It turned out to be like this, it seems to be really troublesome. After listening to the narrations of the God of the Realm and the King of the North, Monkey King nodded his head clearly. Rubbing his chin. Thinking of a solution. I'll say it's all to blame for you idiots, you all use Dragon Ball frequently. The old world kings and gods cursed Monkey King and Bulma like a shrew. And this guy is in a spiritual dialogue with everyone here, including Ye Feng. Ye Feng was a little upset by the noise for almost half an hour after yelling and beeping. I said you are almost able to get it, then beep, be careful, I will tear down your god realm, why do you have so much negative energy from Dragon Ball? As the supreme god in the universe King Frieza, the universe Thug Bojack, and the Majin Buu are yours to solve, shouldn't they all be your responsibility? I'm so embarrassed to yell here. Ye Feng couldn't help cursing loudly at last. The old guy didn't care if he said a word or two, he kept beeping and beeping, and he couldn't help if he was too busy. Chapter 50. Huh. I didn't remind them. The old world king god muttered a word and then stopped talking. As a result, I can't make up for these things now. The evil dragon has appeared, and the only way is to knock it down, get the Dragon Ball and completely seal it. Secondly, the fellow Ye Feng did make himself a little jealous, after all, he and Wukong were not the same. Although it seems that there is no threat to the universe at present, the important thing is that as long as he wants to threaten the entire universe, he has this ability. The most important thing is that Ye Feng's character cannot be figured out by himself, unlike Wukong and their innocent ones, so although he is a realm king god, he dare not offend him. Look, what is that, Aurora? At this time, Monkey King suddenly raised his head and looked at the things that appeared in the sky. Colorful, like aurora. No, I can feel a very powerful evil atmosphere enveloping the earth. Monkey King said with a serious face. But soon, the seriousness turned into excitement. Although I don't know what is going on, as long as the evil dragon is eliminated, it's right. Speaking of Monkey King starting to move his body, that evil dragon should be very strong. Ye Feng, do you want to go with me? Monkey King turned his head, looked at Ye Feng and asked. Of course, I also want to meet those evil dragons. Ye Feng nodded and said. Before the 1-star dragon comes out, the 4-star dragon is also very strong, you can use him to practice your hands properly. At this moment, the electronically synthesized sound of the system suddenly rang out of my mind. Ding. The system releases the mission. Please sign in during the battle with the Super 1-star dragon. After the mission is successful, you will receive the corresponding reward. The mission period, 10 days, the mission time, and half an hour. Just when Ye Feng was about to set off, the system's voice suddenly rang. Ye Feng was taken aback, then a look of joy appeared on his face. After waiting so long, the system finally appeared again. The 10-day mission period means that he has to fight the Super 1-star dragon within 10 days. The first mission reward is unlimited teleportation, so this time the mission reward should not let you down. So what I need to do now is to kill all the evil dragons as soon as possible, until the Super 1-star dragon appears. Of course, the sooner the better, because I only have 10 days, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Hey Ye Feng, what's the matter with you? Monkey King waved his hand at Ye Feng and asked. Why is this guy so stunned all of a sudden? It's okay, let's go. Let's go separately, so faster. Ye Feng said to Monkey King. This guy is too procrastinated in the fight, and it's boring, and he might die of anxiousness if he acts together. Well, that's okay, let's compare to see who killed the evil dragon first. Hee hee. Monkey King smiled naively and said to Ye Feng. Well, you will definitely lose. Ye Feng said confidently. Because among all the evil dragons, the strength of the 4-star dragon and the 1-star dragon is fine, and the strength of the other evil dragons is very average. It's just that he knows some bells and whistles, which is nothing to worry about. Hey, don't be too confident, I won't lose. Monkey King is also confident. The two jumped up almost at the same time, and instantly disappeared in front of Monkey King and the others. At this time, Xiao Fang secretly followed Sun Wukong. Call out. Ye Feng used teleportation directly, and the first place to appear was the Endless Glacier. The ice in this place is a bit strange. It is not pure white and transparent, but a little light blue. It looks like I found a Samsung dragon. Ye Feng's mouth raised slightly, and said with a smile. Among all evil dragons, only the 3-star dragon has this ability. Ye Feng's eyes swept around, all of them were endless crystal icicles. At this moment, a blue-green figure appeared on an icicle behind Ye Feng. The sound is soft and almost silent. He has a big mouth and a pair of small wings grows behind him. With a cold smile on his face, he looked at Ye Feng. At this moment, Ye Feng suddenly had a glare in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. It seems that this blood is going to be taken by myself. I didn't know whether to live or die, but I came to my site, then it will become an ice sculpture artwork. The cold smile on the corner of Sang Xinglong's mouth was even worse, and suddenly there was a light green light in his eyes. As long as anything in this world is frozen by your own freezing light, it will be frozen forever. And its own ice, but it won't be dissolved, except the stunt of his brother 4-star dragon. Call out. Just as the freezing light was about to touch Ye Feng's body suddenly disappeared. The freezing light hit the ice surface, and an icicle was instantly erected. WH. What? The cold smile on Samsung Dragon's face instantly disappeared without a trace, and he looked around in shock. Is it cool to attack someone from behind? I'll try it too. A cold voice sounded from behind, and Samsung Dragon suddenly felt that he was enveloped by a thick murderous intent. The god of death is only half a step away from him. Chapter 51. Sang Xinglong quickly turned his head and looked at Ye Feng with horror. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The face of Samsung Dragon is full of fear, and the people who can appear behind him unknowingly, even if he is stupid, understand that there is a gap between them. Hey. Ye Feng smiled suddenly, and then blasted out directly at the Samsung Dragon. He was not so careless like Monkey King, who was blinded by others. And this guy's freezing light is indeed a bit troublesome, so just solve it directly. The energy ball swallowed the Sang Xinglong in an instant, and the body gradually disappeared completely like cooking smoke straightened by the wind. Rumble. Kigongbo directly plowed the ice into a deep trench, and a green dragon ball fell into Ye Feng's hand. 3 small red stars are inlaid in the beads. Samsung ball, got it? Feng smiled and installed the Samsung ball. So next. Feng slowly closed his eyes and began to sense the breath of the evil dragon. These guys are very weak, except when fighting, and because the earth is wrapped in evil, it is very difficult to find them. Found it? Feng suddenly felt a very faint evil spirit, faint for 10 minutes. I am not even sure if it is an evil dragon. Call out. In the next second, Feng's body disappeared in the glacier. When he reappeared, Feng came to a fishing village. The unique style of the fishing village is very easy to identify, and has a very strong fishy smell. It's so fishy, it seems that the 6-star dragon is nearby. Feng looked around, muttering to himself. Because I have a good understanding of the plot of Dragon Ball G, I naturally know that the 6-star dragon is hiding in the sea near the fishing village. It's just that I don't feel the evil spirit anymore. At this moment, dense black spots suddenly appeared in the sky, and when I looked closer, it turned out to be a variety of fish, shrimp, and seafood. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Immediately afterwards, the fisherman ran over with the fish cages, looting for a while. Feng jumped up, looked at the surroundings condescendingly, and soon discovered a blue sea. It's there. Feng dived directly and stopped on the surface of the sea. Then he shouted at the sea, 6-star dragon, come out. After Feng's voice fell, a huge vortex suddenly appeared on the sea. At the same time, a figure slowly floated up from the whirlpool. Dark blue hair, light blue skin, wearing a long skirt, the facial features are fairly delicate, somewhat beautiful. If you don't know his body, you really think he is a dragon god princess or something. But thinking about its body, Feng has an urge to vomit. Of course, what attracted Feng's eyes the most was the 6 planets in his heart. You let me waste 5 minutes, 6-star dragon. Feng looked at the 6-star dragon faintly, and said impatiently. Damn it, you dare to talk to me like this. I am a 6-star dragon that controls the direction of the wind and the air. Liu Xinglong looked at Feng's impatient look, and said angrily. It doesn't matter, please hand over the 6 planets to me obediently. Feng shrugged and said to 6-star dragon. Cut, arrogant things, if you want a 6-star dragon, it depends on your ability. 6-star dragon clenched his fists, and dozens of black gas bullets suddenly appeared all over his body. Empty cracking gas bomb. Dozens of gas bombs immediately attacked Feng. Boom. Boom. The air bomb hit Feng's body with incomparable precision, and then exploded. But the effect is not obvious, because Feng's body was motionless, and he couldn't tell that he was under attack. Are you tickling? Come here, my back is also a little itchy, do it again. Feng turned around with a joking expression, and said to the 6-star dragon. With his current physical strength, even if he stood and let the 6-star dragon attack, his bells and whistles couldn't hurt him. Damn, the overwhelming BD, watch me crack the wind and vacuum. Liu Xinglong gritted his teeth, and then quickly made a set of handsome gestures with both hands. Suddenly, Chi blade slashed towards Feng. The power is also quite strong, just that kind of strong pressure will cut a trace of the sea under your feet. The bells and whistles are of no use at all. Feng glanced dismissively at the so-called split wind vacuum slash, and then his body flashed, with a golden light on his fist, and he blasted directly at the 6-star dragon. Did not avoid the attack of the 6-star dragon at all. Explosive. The fists collided with split wind vacuum slash, making a harsh explosion. But Feng's speed didn't decrease at all, and he instantly arrived in front of 6-star dragon. The fist fell on the chest of the 6-star dragon. Bang. A punch directly penetrated the 6-star dragon's chest. No. Impossible. 6-star dragon didn't believe that he was killed by a punch. In the incomparable shock, the body of the 6-star dragon disappeared little by little. 6 planets fell into Feng's hands. Chapter 52. Easily got 2 Dragon Balls, which made Feng feel a lot at ease. At this speed, even if Monkey King re-inked, it would be appropriate to gather the Dragon Balls in 10 days. At this time, Monkey King and Xiao Fang were still entangled with Xinglong. Obviously, the Super Saiyan can completely solve it in the instant of meeting, so he has to let Xiao Fang take the shot. Then I almost killed myself. Fortunately, after 2 hours of fighting wits, Monkey King and Xiao Fang managed to get the 7-star dragon. Hey, the 7-star dragon is here, and we will hurry up next, but we can't let Feng get ahead. Monkey King looked at the distance, smiled and said. He must be much faster than Feng. After all, Giroud had its own Dragon Ball radar, so it was easier for them to find the evil dragon. Yeah, we won't lose Grandpa. Xiao Fang nodded and said firmly. I have rarely lost since I was a child, so the desire to win is very strong. Jiro, hurry up and see where the next Dragon Ball is. Then Xiao Fang asked the robot beside her. Jirajilo, find the Dragon Ball and find the Dragon Ball, in the southwest, about 2,000 miles away. A golden light spot appeared on the small screen on Giroud's chest, and that was the location of the next Dragon Ball. Well, now that we have found the position, then we have to act quickly. Monkey King said seriously. Then Monkey King and Xiao Fang led Ji Lu directly into a stream of light and disappeared in place. At this time, Ye Feng had already appeared in the middle of a small town. Because of the frequent earthquakes and volcanic eruptions in this small town recently, all the people in the town have moved away. This kind of hot feeling should be the 4-star dragon. Ye Feng looked at the surrounding environment and the hot air, and said with a smile. Because the earth is completely surrounded by those negative energy sources at this time, it is impossible to see the sun at all, so it is impossible to be so hot. The only possibility is that the 4-star dragon fire dragon is nearby. Finally there is an opponent who can fight well. Ye Feng looked at the top of his head and suddenly an orange-red fireball appeared. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. He smashed it towards Ye Feng at an extremely fast speed, like a falling meteorite. Ye Feng slowly raised his palm, and a beam of energy shot out from his palm, instantly smashing the fireball. After the fragments of the fireball fell to the ground, a raging fire ignited. Almost at the same time, a red figure appeared on the roof in front of Ye Feng. The appearance is very similar to the 3-star dragon, the only difference is the color of the body. I have been looking for you for a long time, 4-star dragon. Ye Feng's body rose up a little bit, and after being parallel to the 4-star dragon, Ye Feng said with a faint smile. It has been more than 2 hours to find this guy by myself. You killed the 3-star dragon and the 6-star dragon. The 4-star dragon's tone was very light, but his eyes revealed a bit of cold killing intent. Although he is different from the older brother of Samsung Dragon, he is also his own brother anyway. And he felt the 3-star ball and 6-star on the body of this guy in front of him. It shows that the 3-star dragon and 6-star dragon have been solved. Yes, you are next. Ye Feng smiled and nodded, very confident. Cut, be naive, if you think of me the same as the 3-star dragon and 6-star dragon, then you are very wrong. 4-star dragon snorted coldly, and said to Ye Feng. Although Samsung Dragon is his elder brother, his strength far exceeds him. It is no exaggeration to say that he can kill the 3-star dragon in 10 seconds. I know that your strength is very strong. Except for the 1-star dragon, it should be the strongest among all the evil dragons. Really, because of this, I am willing to spend 2 hours looking for you. Ye Feng still said faintly. The 4-star dragon is indeed very strong, not even weaker than the Super 4 Monkey King, but that is also relative. In front of him, he is really not strong, at best he is a little bit tricky. Originally I was waiting for Monkey King, but since you came and killed the Samsung Dragon, then I will solve you first. 4-star dragon said to Ye Feng quite confidently. Solve me? You are quite confident, then try it. Ye Feng smiled playfully and said to the 4-star dragon. Well, I'll be able to defeat you soon. After the voice of the 4-star dragon fell, its body disappeared. At almost the same time, Ye Feng's body also disappeared. Shoo! Can only be seen vaguely in the air. The two lines, one black and the other red, flickered and entangled. The 4-star dragon suddenly adjusted its body temperature to C, which was the same as the surface temperature of the sun. In the next second, the two fists collided tightly. Bang! After the collision, the two quickly separated, and Ye Feng frowned slightly. The high temperature of C is a bit tricky. Feeling the piercing pain in his fist, he said faintly. Humph. Realize now, you can't be my opponent at all. 4-star dragon took a slight advantage, and said to Ye Feng. Of course, he also has that kind of self-confident capital. The high temperature of C is not so easy to deal with. Chapter 53. Moreover, the current self is just an ordinary form, and he still has an original form, with a higher temperature. After transforming, your strength will increase drastically. Don't rush to the conclusion, the temperature of C is only, it really doesn't pose such a big threat to me. Ye Feng shook his head gently, still with a very confident smile on the corner of his mouth. Although he can't become a Super Saiyan form now, he can already become a Chuan Chao's anger form. This form is enough to defeat the 4-star dragon in front of me, and I am very confident about this. And his current anger form, the strength can surpass the anger form Broly in Dragon Ball Super Broly. Really? By this time you are still trying to speak quickly. 4-star dragon can't believe that this guy in front of him will be his opponent. At best, it's just a fool who likes to talk big. Guy who sits and watches the sky, then I will show you my strength. Ye Feng's fist suddenly clenched tightly. Ha! A deep roar came out of his throat, and then strands of grass-green arrogance burst out of Ye Feng's body. The ground under his feet exploded in an instant, spreading in all directions like a spider web. Rumble. Then the town began to shake violently, as if there was a major earthquake. the surrounding houses that were originally like ruins fell directly to the ground. What? This guy's anger is so strong. The confidence on the face of the 4-star dragon instantly disappeared, and then it turned into a thick color of shock. Unexpectedly, there was such power in his body. But at this time, Monkey King, who was fighting the Erxinglong, suddenly felt Ye Feng's anger and stopped his actions. Ye Feng's anger, has he already started fighting? This guy's anger has grown so much, it's really exciting. A look of excitement appeared on the face of Sun Wukong, who had turned into a Super 4. It seems that I need to find another time to make a good deal with Ye Feng. Okay, so powerful, the whole earth is shaking violently. Xiao Fang muttered to herself with a dull look. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. This Ji is much stronger than Grandpa, and that Ye Feng is too powerful. Sun Wukong and the others felt Ye Feng's anger, and Vegeta, who was working hard in the gravity room to catch up with Sun Wukong and Ye Feng, naturally felt it too. After feeling Ye Feng's improvement, Vegeta gritted her teeth tightly and practiced harder. Each of these bastards seemed to be on the hook. On the other hand, Monkey King and others have a look of joy. If Ye Feng is there, then the evil dragon will definitely be subdued. A minute later, Ye Feng's breath finally stopped. At this time, Ye Feng's black hair was erected high, his pupils turned golden yellow, and the whole person was like a sharp sword out of its sheath. The breath is very fierce. This is Ye Feng's first form, the angry form. Integrating the power of the great ape, according to the setting in Dragon Ball Super Broly, the power is 10 times the normal. But Ye Feng knows very well that the power of this form is definitely more than 10 times as simple. It seems you are shocked. Where did your confidence go? Ye Feng suddenly grinned and asked the 4-star dragon. Unexpectedly, there is such a strong guy. It's undeniable that you really exceeded my expectations, but don't you think that this will definitely win me? Although the 4-star dragon was horrified in his heart, he couldn't express it in his mouth. And before the last minute, it's not always true who loses and who wins. Really? You may be overestimating yourself. When Ye Feng's teasing voice fell, his body suddenly disappeared. At almost the same moment, a fist mark appeared on the chest of the 4-star dragon, and the body flew out directly. Boom boom boom. The body of the 4-star dragon instantly collided with dozens of ruins, and a long trace appeared on the ground. But, damn, what kind of power and speed is this? A bit of fear suddenly appeared in the heart of the 4-star dragon. The speed and strength just now exceeded his expectations again. Shocked? To be honest, I was shocked myself. After Ye Feng smiled, he suddenly appeared in front of the 4-star dragon. Ha! The 4-star dragon roared, and then a crack appeared directly in his body, and a golden light shot out from the crack. Then the red fragments fell off directly. This is how you were originally? There seems to be no change except the temperature a little bit higher. Ye Feng looked at the 4-star dragon that had suddenly turned into a golden color, and said flatly. This is like. You will understand soon. 4-star dragon looked at Ye Feng coldly, and after speaking, directly attacked Ye Feng. Da-da-da. His fists were shot at Ye Feng like a machine gun, but Ye Feng avoided them one by one. I thought that the 4-star dragon would be a little bit stronger, but it seems that I still have too high hopes for you. Ye Feng shook his head gently. After he turned into an angry form, the strength and speed of the 4-star dragon was already far from his own. Chapter 54. Well, the battle ends here. I am no longer interested in you. Ye Feng suddenly shot, grabbed the fist of the 4-star dragon, and said lightly. Indeed, the strength of the 4-star dragon is not as strong as he imagined, so this kind of battle has become a bit boring. Less look down on people. 4-star dragon said with an angry expression. Although he was sure that he was not the opponent of the guy in front of him, his superior tone made him unbearable. Hand over the 4 planets, I can consider letting you live. Ye Feng still said flatly. The 4-star dragon is different from other evil dragons, and his nature is not bad. I just hope to have a good duel with Monkey King. If he took the initiative to hand over the 4 planets, he wouldn't wipe him out. If he didn't realize it, then there would be nothing he could do. Let me hand over the 4 planets obediently and stop dreaming. The 4 planets naturally have their own arrogance. Death is not terrible to me at all, the only regret is that I can't have a good duel with Monkey King. If that's the case, then go to death. Ye Feng is not a saint. He obediently surrenders the Dragon Ball and can spare him his life, but if he doesn't realize it, then he will never show mercy. After the sound fell, Ye Feng threw out a fist like lightning, directly hitting the 4-star dragon's chest. The terrifying power caused the 4-star dragon to fly upside down, with a hideous look on his face. But because the power of Ye Feng's fist was too strong, the 4-star dragon couldn't control his body at all after being hit. Call out. In the next second, Feng suddenly came behind the 4-star dragon, and a grass-green energy ball condensed out of his palm. Contains the power to destroy the world. When the 4-star dragon's back was attached to the energy ball suddenly exploded. Burst. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Rumble. Gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the sky, and a huge pit was shaken by the shockwave on the ground. Fengyuan Qianzhong directly collapsed more than 10 meters. The body of the 4-star dragon completely disappeared, and then the 4 planets fell down and was caught by Feng. Feng tightly shook the 4 planets in the handshake, and after looking around the damaged area, his body disappeared again. 5 minutes later, a figure suddenly appeared at the place where Feng and Xinglong had just been fighting. The coming person is off-white, with black bone spurs on his wrists, chin, and back, a pair of elf ears, and 2 tentacles with the same skin color on the top of his head. There was a gloomy cold light in his eyes. And this person is what Feng is looking for at the moment, a star dragon. Who was that guy just now? There was such a powerful force that could easily kill the 4-star dragon. Yu Xinglong looked at the direction of Feng's disappearance, and a heavy color appeared in his gloomy eyes. Although the strength of the 4-star dragon is not as strong as its own, it is definitely not too weak. He actually killed the 4-star dragon in such a simple way. That means he also has the power to kill himself. Unless, he swallowed the other 6 Dragon Balls and turned into a super 1-star dragon. At that time, there will never be an opponent in the entire universe. But now that the 3 Dragon Balls are in the hands of that human being, and his strength far exceeds himself, how should he get it back? Thinking of this, Yu Xinglong felt a little irritable. But the thing to do right now is to hide all of your breath and don't be discovered by him. Only in this way can we find another way. But at this time, Feng wandered around for 2 hours, and did not find the target 1-star dragon he was looking for. Of course, his current goal is not to kill the 1-star dragon, but to enthusiastically give him the 3 Dragon Balls he got. Then let him seize the Dragon Ball obtained by Monkey King and turn it into a super 1-star dragon. In this way, you can fight him well. There are 2 advantages to fighting a star dragon. First, my current strength is stuck in rage form, and I can't become a Super Saiyan. Need a good opportunity. The strength of the super 1-star dragon definitely surpasses his own rage form, so at that time, he can use the strength of the super 1-star dragon to turn himself into a Super Saiyan. After becoming a Super Saiyan, you can definitely defeat Yu Xinglong easily. In case it doesn't work, he still has the strongest whole card and is free to make great effort. So I'm not afraid of a big wave caused by the 1-star dragon. Second, that is to complete system tasks. Although this is not mandatory, Feng is still very interested in this mission reward. After all, the novice spree and the first sign-in reward are good things. Presumably it won't be too bad this time. I can't find a 1-star dragon for the time being, but I seem to feel other evil dragons. Feng looked at a city not far away, and said to himself. Because there was a faint evil air coming out of the city. Chapter 55. Feng's body gently fell on the cross street in the city center, and the city of Nyodo was unusually quiet at this time. No people can be seen, not even a moving car can be seen. Suddenly, the traffic lights at the intersection flashed, and then dimmed a little. Then Feng Mingrui observed that there were a few pink, sticky things clinging to the traffic lights. Come out. 5-star dragon. Feng smiled faintly and said loudly. In fact, as long as you see the abnormal traffic lights, you can be sure that it is the 5-star dragon that controls the current, also known as the electric dragon. There is no power, but ordinary attacks have no effect on him, because his body is wrapped in a layer of pink mucus. It is difficult to directly damage his body. But fortunately, I know very well how to solve the 5-star dragon. Just after Feng's voice fell, suddenly masses of pink things crawled towards Feng. Have you been discovered? The inside ability is still quite strong. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of Feng. Strictly speaking, it is not a person, but a product of the combination of a penguin and a pterodactyl. You can solve the 3-star dragon, 4-star dragon, and 6-star dragon. The strength is indeed very strong, but it is definitely not my 5-star dragon's opponent. Wu Xinglong looked at Feng with a conceited look and said. Really? You may not know that the 3 killed earlier are more confident than you. Feng still said with a faint smile. The 5-star dragon's power control ability is indeed very strong, but compared with the 4-star dragon, he is really nothing. Humph. Then let you see the consequences of making me angry. Electrical slime, give it to me. The 5-star dragon suddenly opened his hands, and the pink solution around him suddenly gathered towards Feng. Feng's arm suddenly shook, and a breath exploded directly from his body. The horrible breath directly shook the slime back. Although this kind of thing is of no use to me, the sticky thing makes people look quite disgusting. How can he stick to his body? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. There seems to be some ability. There was a look of surprise in the eyes of the 5-star dragon, but it was just surprise. He still has the absolute ability to kill him. Evil Dragon Electric Shock. Then the 5-star dragon attacked Ye Feng again. An electric current shot out from the fingertips and shot directly at Ye Feng. Ye Feng didn't evade at all, letting the so-called evil dragon hit him with electric shock. Damn it! A stream of electric current flowed through his body, and Ye Feng didn't feel any discomfort. Instead, it was like a massage, quite comfortable. Is this your attack? It seems that the power is too weak, can it be stronger? Ye Feng looked at the 5-star dragon with disdain, and asked. My current plan is to let the 5-star dragon absorb more power. In this way, he can easily get rid of him. Damn it, dare to say such blatant words in front of the strongest evil dragon, I can't forgive you. The body of the 5-star dragon chi bulged. Since you want a stronger attack, then you can satisfy him. Then suddenly 10 antennas appeared on the shoulders of the 5-star dragon, and then stretched out to the high voltage line and power generation site. Soon the 5-star dragon's body swelled up, and within a few seconds, it had become like a 10-story building. It's now. Ye Feng looked at the 5-star dragon and said. His body is now full of electric currents, so the most feared thing is water. Once he touches water, his whole body will short circuit. Then Ye Feng's body jumped up and suddenly disappeared in front of the 5-star dragon. It reappeared 2 seconds later, dragging 4 huge iron buckets in his hands, which looked quite contrary to peace. Ha ha ha, are you trying to laugh at me with that kind of thing? 5-star dragon looked at Ye Feng and laughed triumphantly. This guy, wouldn't he be scared stupid by himself? No, I want to kill you. After Ye Feng's sneer fell, he threw the 4 big iron buckets directly on top of the 5-star dragon. Then an energy beam shot out from the fingertips, and the iron bucket instantly exploded. And the water inside sprinkled all over the world in an instant, all on the body of the 5-star dragon. What? Water. A look of horror appeared on the 5-star dragon's face for an instant. I am not afraid of any attacks, but the most feared is water, because in this way I will have a short circuit. All electrical solutions, leave now. The 5-star dragon hurriedly yelled, but there was no other way, his huge. The body began to explode everywhere. Burst. A few seconds later, there was a loud sound, the golden light burst, and the body of the 5-star dragon exploded directly. Ye Feng stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the 5 planets in his hand. Although he can also solve the 5-star dragon in his own strength, this guy is a bit too annoying and may take some time. So it is better to solve it in the simplest way. Now I have 4 Dragon Balls in my hand, and Monkey King and the others probably also got the 2nd planet and the 4th planet. That means, there is only one 1-star dragon left. Chapter 56. Sun Wukong and Xiao Fang suddenly flew towards Ye Feng. Yeah, Ye Feng, I didn't expect you to win. Monkey King fell in front of Ye Feng and said with a smile. He doesn't care about things like winning or losing. How do you know I have won? Ye Feng also smiled, and asked curiously. And they didn't release much anger when they fought just now, they found themselves so quickly. Hey, you have 4 Dragon Balls on your body now, so naturally you won. Monkey King said with a mysterious smile. Understood, it's the robot with its own radar, right? Ye Feng looked at Ji Lu next to Xiao Fang, and quickly understood. He has Dragon Balls on his body, and the guy can sense the Dragon Balls. They can know themselves and know how many Dragon Balls they have. This is very easy. Hey. How many planets are there on your side? Monkey King asked curiously. They have gathered 6 Dragon Balls now, and don't know which Dragon Ball is the last one. The rest is a 1-star dragon. Ye Feng answered directly. 1-star dragon is also the most difficult one to deal with. Of course, that is for Monkey King, in his own view it is just like that. Unless he becomes a super 1-star dragon. 1-star dragon, I can't find that guy's position at all. Monkey King frowned and said. I tried to find other Dragon Balls, but I couldn't find them at all. Not even Dragon Ball radar. Ye Feng asked in surprise. Well, Jirao tried it several times, but couldn't find it, so we came to you. Monkey King nodded and said. Oh, by the way, why don't you put these Dragon Balls together? It doesn't matter. After Ye Feng finished speaking, he took out the Dragon Ball and handed it to Xiao Fang. Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. Anyway, it needs to be absorbed by the 1-star dragon, so whoever holds it is the same. We have now found 6 Dragon Balls, and 1 more Earth will be able to return to its original state. Xiao Fang put the 4 Dragon Balls into her backpack, and said with a look of excitement. 1-star dragon will not leave the Earth, we will look for it again. Monkey King looked at Ye Feng and said. Wait, coming. Ye Feng suddenly looked at a position, and a terrifying wave of energy blasted towards the 3 of them. What? Monkey King and Xiao Fang were shocked. Rumble. As soon as the three of them reacted, the energy ball had hit the ground under the three of them and exploded. Suddenly the dust was flying, and rubble was splashing everywhere. Feng and Monkey King flashed their bodies and appeared directly in midair. Xiao Fang's strength was inherently poor, and there was no way to evade such a surprise attack, and he was blown out in an instant. Fang. Monkey King hurriedly flew over and took Xiao Fang down. At this time, the backpack in Xiao Fang's hand had disappeared. Master. Grandpa. Xiao Fang looked at Monkey King weakly, then passed out into a coma. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a cold and wild laughter came out from the dust. Finally, can you give it up? Hearing the laughter, Ye Feng's mouth raised subconsciously. This guy Yuxinglong, IQ is really good. I didn't know what method was used, completely concealing his breath, and even Dragon Ball radar couldn't feel him. But he has been watching the three of them all the time, looking for a suitable opportunity to start. But this is also in his arms. He still wondered how to make the one-star dragon absorb the other Dragon Balls. The dust disappeared little by little, and an off-white figure appeared in the sight of Ye Feng and Monkey King. One-star dragon. Monkey King frowned, and an angry expression appeared in his eyes. This guy actually dared to hurt Xiao Fang. Huh. What a bunch of idiots. I thought there would be some difficulties, but I didn't expect it to be so easy to get the Dragon Ball. With a complacent look on Yuxinglong's face, he coldly snorted to Ye Feng and Monkey King. 6 Dragon Balls are floating on the chest of a star dragon. But. Damn, I will never let you go. Monkey King clenched his fists tightly. Ye Feng, take care of Xiao Fang for me. After speaking, he handed Xiao Fang directly to Ye Feng. What's the matter, Monkey King, do you want to fight me? One-star dragon. Said to Monkey King disdainfully. With the strength of Monkey King, he can defeat it even without swallowing other Dragon Balls. It's just that there is a tougher guy beside him. For the sake of safety, he can only become a super one-star dragon. This is foolproof. I said, you hurt Xiao Fang, I will never let you go. Monkey King clenched his fists tightly, frowning. The golden arrogance burst out from the body at that moment. The golden arrogance of Jing was lingering around him, and Monkey King turned into Super Saiyan 4 directly. Because he could feel that the one-star dragon in front of him was much stronger than the 2-star dragon and the 7-star dragon before him. I must go all out. Chapter 57. At this time, in the western capital, Vegeta was practicing frantically in the gravity room at home. Originally, after Monkey King defeated Demon Bu, he had already admitted that he was the strongest in the universe, and there was no idea of surpassing him. But Ye Feng's sudden appearance caused the flame of catching up with them in his heart. Cut, they are both fighting, but I can only torture myself in this kind of place, damn. Vegeta clenched her fist tightly, her face violent. This feeling is really quite uncomfortable. Especially Trunks himself, after Ye Feng's fellow was also a Saiyan, the feeling of aggrieved feeling erupted like a volcano. Hey Vegeta, do you really want to surpass Goku that much? Suddenly, Bulma stood at the door of the gravity room, looking at Vegeta and asked. Cut, what are you doing? Seeing Bulma coming, Vegeta could only stop practicing and wiped his sweat. Did not answer Bulma's question. But as a wife, Bulma naturally knew Vegeta's thoughts. Perhaps, you can also become Super Saiyan 4. Bulma spoke tentatively. What? Vegeta's expression suddenly condensed, and a look of astonishment appeared in her eyes. Can he become a Super Saiyan 4? Well, because I was controlled by Babe last time, I learned from Babe that the Saiyan can awaken the power in the body and become a gorilla as long as the Saiyan is irradiated by the strong Super Bolt's light. Bulma said with a serious face. But I haven't really tried it, so it's still unknown whether we can study the Super Bolt's light. Can you really make me a Super Saiyan 4? The shock on Vegeta's face turned into ecstasy a little bit. I'm only 50% sure now, but I can give it a try. Bulma said seriously. I really don't have complete confidence, after all, I just got some knowledge from Babe, and didn't get the real skills. Read more at hotandtilnovel.xyz. Super Bolt's light, you still need to study by yourself. How long will it take? Vegeta asked, since she can become Super Saiyan 4, she must catch up with the evil dragon. It's not clear yet, but I will do it as soon as possible. Bulma shook her head and said. Well, that's good. Kakarot, I will definitely surpass you. Vegeta clenched her fists tightly, and the corners of her mouth raised an arc of excitement. At this time, on the other side, Monkey King had become Super Saiyan 4, staring at Yuxinglong angrily. Now I will let you see the perfect power above all evil dragons. After the one-star dragon had finished speaking, 6 Dragon Balls flew directly into the mouth of the one-star dragon. What? He actually ate the Dragon Ball. Monkey King looked at Yuxinglong with a surprised look. Is this guy crazy? Huh. Feel the strongest power in the universe. After eating the Dragon Ball, Yuxinglong's arm suddenly shook, and a terrifying breath erupted from his body. The terrifying air shook the ground out of cracks, and Monkey King's body was blown away 3 or 4 steps. Okay, so powerful, this guy has become stronger. Monkey King frowned and said in an incredible way. After swallowing other Dragon Balls, the aura of a star dragon turned out to be so huge. At this time, the appearance of the star dragon also changed a little, and the inner planet disappeared. And on the chest, there are 4 Dragon Balls inlaid. Super 1 Star Dragon is indeed very strong. This power should not be weaker than my angry form. Ye Feng looked at the Super 1 Star Dragon, and silently estimated in his heart. But now the stronger he is, the better, and he will get stronger and stronger during the battle. This is the characteristic of one's own super bloodline. Come on, Sun Wukong, didn't you look like you wanted to kill me just now? I'm waiting here now. After devouring other Dragon Balls, Yuxinglong said to Monkey King with a smug expression. Even if you become stronger, I will also teach you a good lesson. Monkey King clenched his fist and directly attacked Yuxinglong. Super 4 Monkey's speed is still quite fast, almost instantly, the fist has fallen on the chest of Super 1 Star Dragon. Bang! With a punch, the Super Star Dragon's feet rubbed the ground and retreated several feet. Then Monkey King swept his foot heavily on the cheek of Super Star Dragon. It's just such a powerful attack, it just makes the Super 1 Star Dragon go too far. That's it? But... damn, my attack was completely useless. Monkey King frowned, and he could naturally feel the power of 1 Star Dragon at this time. In that case, Monkey King backed away dozens of feet. 10 times, the Tortoise School Qigong Wave. Chapter 58. The Crimson Turtle School Qigong Wave blasted directly towards the Super 1 Star Dragon. The Super 1 Star Dragon seems to have not paid attention to Monkey King's attack at all, standing still on the spot. Rumbling. The Qigong Wave hit the Super 1 Star Dragon with unparalleled precision. The ground was plowed into a ravine several feet deep, and the Super 1 Star Dragon stood there, unmoving. The energy wave blasted the 2 sides behind the 1 Star Dragon into 2 huge semicircles. WH. What? My tenfold Tortoise School Qigong Bow is useless to him. What kind of monster is this guy? The solemn expression on Monkey King's face was even worse. In this case, he might really not be able to defeat the guy in front of him. Maybe his strength has surpassed Ye Feng's. Monkey King, your attack can only raise some dust, it's useless to me at all. Super 1 Star Dragon patted the dust on his shoulder and said arrogantly. Of course he now has arrogant capital. It seems that the situation is much worse than I thought. Monkey King frowned and said in a heavy tone. Now I can be completely sure that I can't be the opponent of Super 1 Star Dragon at all. Shoo. At this moment, Monkey King, Trunks, Yub, and others flew over. Dad, are you okay? Xiao Feng. Sun Wukong quickly took Xiao Feng from Ye Feng's hand. Fortunately, I just passed out. Okay, so strong, is that guy an evil dragon? Yub and Trunks looked at Yuxinglong and asked. This breath is quite powerful and evil. Yes, he is a 1-star dragon, but he has swallowed all the Dragon Balls, and now he has become a Super 1-star dragon. Monkey King said solemnly. Super, 1-star dragon? No wonder this evil spirit is so depressing. Can't even beat Dad's Super Saiyan 4 forms. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Monkey King asked incredulously. You know that Dad's Super Saiyan 4 is almost invincible. If even this form cannot defeat the Super 1-star dragon, then he is too noisy. Although I am very unwilling, but the gap between me and him is very big, he can forcibly pick up my 10 times tortoise-style Qigong Wave. Monkey King said unwillingly. Being able to completely ignore one's own 10 times tortoise school Qigong Wave, this directly shows the gap between them. What? There is such a terrible monster. The faces of Sun Wukong were even more ugly. Sun Wukong suddenly seemed to think of something, looked at Ye Feng in the air, and said, Ye Feng, you can help me for a while. I have already thought of a way to defeat the 1-star dragon, but I need some time. Is 10 minutes enough? Ye Feng asked directly. The duration of your mission is 10 minutes, and you will be able to get the sign-in reward if you fight the Super 1-star dragon for 10 minutes. Hakuo, 10 minutes is enough. Monkey King nodded and said with a smile. He now needs to use the Saiyan energy of Gohan and Trunks to transform himself into a Super 4 full energy form. At that time, his strength will skyrocket and reach the Super 4 peak state, so that he may be able to defeat the Super 1-star dragon. Have you played? I seem to be more interested in you. Super 1-star dragon looked at Ye Feng and suddenly said with a faint smile. Really? I'm also very interested in you. Ye Feng smiled and replied to Super 1-star Dragon in the same tone. It is undeniable that you are very strong, even stronger than Monkey King. If it were a few days ago, I would not be your opponent at all, but now. The Super 1-star Dragon was interrupted by Ye Feng before he finished speaking. Now you still can't be my opponent. Ye Feng tilted his head and said provocatively. Cut, the brazen guy, it's really irritating. I will be kind enough to let you feel the strongest force in the universe. After the voice of the Super 1-star Dragon fell, his body flashed directly towards Ye Feng. The speed is quite fast, it can be said that even Monkey King only saw the after image. With the words of Monkey King and the others, they couldn't clearly see anything at all. Everyone was shocked and confused. Ye Feng didn't compare myself to avoid the Super 1-star Dragon's attack, but instead put his arms in front of his chest. Almost at the same time Ye Feng raised his arms, Super 1-star Dragon's fist also smashed over. Bang! At the moment the deep crash sounded, Ye Feng's body flew out directly. Boom boom boom. Dozens of hard buildings were shattered on the way. Huh. So vulnerable. The Super 1-star Dragon looked at the big holes on the building, and his face was dismissive. This guy's power is really not so big. Ye Feng stood up from the ruins and shook his arms felt as if they had been shocked, numbness and pain intertwined. Ding. The system mission has begun, please fight the Super 1-star Dragon for 10 minutes. At this moment, the sound of the system also rang. 10 minutes? It seems that I need to become angry. After Ye Feng finished talking to himself, his fists clenched tightly. Chapter 59. With a roar, the ground shook violently, and the surrounding ruins were directly razed to the ground. The grass-green arrogance hovered all over his body, his pupils turned golden yellow, and his black hair stood tall. You haven't even become a Super Saiyan, so your anger is terrifying to this level. Monkey King and the others looked at Ye Feng in shock. Obviously he is still an ordinary Saiyan, even if it is similar to a mimic super game, but it has not yet become a Super Saiyan. This guy is too strong. Before he becomes a Super Saiyan, he is even better than Dad. If he becomes a Super Saiyan, how much can he reach? Monkey King looked at Ye Feng, his tone was full of horror, and said. Well, Ye Feng is estimated to be able to withstand it for a while now, you hurry up and pass all of your superpower to me. Monkey King hurriedly said to the Monkey King. Only when you become a Super Saiyan with 4 full energy can you fight the Super 1-star Dragon. Well, yes Dad. Yes, Uncle Gaku. Sun Wukong nodded their heads, and then directly turned into a Super Saiyan, surrounding Sun Wukong in the middle. Call out. After Ye Feng turned into an angry form, he immediately appeared beside the Super 1-star Dragon. It was just a warm-up, the real battle is only now beginning. Ye Feng raised the corner of his mouth, and said to the Super 1-star Dragon with a look of excitement. This guy is definitely the strongest opponent he has ever encountered, and his current strength may not be his opponent. Rest assured, this battle will end soon. The Super 1-star Dragon is very confident. After swallowing other Dragon Balls, he is now standing at the top of the universe. It is simply not something a Saiyan can contend. Really? Then I'll wait and see. After Ye Feng responded faintly, his body flew out in an instant. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. The grass-green arrogance hovered around his fist, directly blasting the eyebrows of Super 1-star Dragon. Huh. Life and death. Super Star Dragon snorted disdainfully, and also punched Ye Feng in the past. At the same moment, a flame-like halo appeared directly on the whole body of the Super 1-star Dragon. All of a sudden the surrounding air became hot and dry. After all, the high temperature of sea is not a joke. Boom. The moment the fists collided, there was a deafening roar, and then a huge shockwave swept in all directions. A deep gully with a width of hundreds of feet and a length of thousands of feet was shaken directly from the ground due to the huge impact force. At a glance, it was as if the whole earth had been cut open in the center. The Monkey King who was receiving the energy of the super game was directly blown away by the terrifying shockwave. Wow wow. Sun Wukong, and Trunks vomited a mouthful of blood, their faces instantly pale. Okay, it's terrifying, just the shockwave has such a powerful power. The face of Monkey King and the others changed drastically in an instant. This is something they hadn't thought of before. Gohan, Goten, Trunks, are you alright? Monkey King quickly asked worriedly. It's okay, Dad. Let's go further and continue. Sun Wukong resisted the severe pain in his body and said. Okay. Monkey King nodded, and then a few people went straight to Zadu. This should be safer. After Ye Feng and Super 1-star Long had a heavy blow, they both stepped back a few steps at the same time. However, it is clear that in this confrontation, the Super 1-star Dragon has the upper hand, and he has only taken a dozen steps back. But Ye Feng retreated a dozen feet away. A strong guy, much better than I expected. Ye Feng shook his fist, thinking secretly in his heart. The Super 1-star dragon's power is obviously far beyond his own. If he does not become a Super Saiyan, he may be defeated. Of course, if you want to become a Super Saiyan, then from now on, you have to completely forget that you will be able to do your best. Let yourself be angry because you can't do anything, so you might be able to become a Super Saiyan. It's just that this is only Ye Feng's plan at the moment. I seem to see fear from your face. Where did your arrogance go? Super Star Dragon looked at Ye Feng with frowning brows, naturally thinking that he was scared, so he sneered. Is it so overwhelming just by gaining some upper hand? Ye Feng raised his head, looked at the Super 1-star dragon, and responded coldly. I'm not afraid of him. If I really can't become a Super Saiyan, then I can only use freedom to solve it. Decided him. A little bit of the upper hand? In that case, I will let you see my abilities. After the Super 1-star dragon's voice fell, his mouth opened wide, and the terrifying air blade cut through the void and directly slashed towards Ye Feng. That power, it is no exaggeration to say that it is 1,000 times the display of the 6-star dragon. Naturally, Ye Feng didn't dare to be careless. It felt uncomfortable to be cut by that kind of thing. Can only use teleportation, avoiding the past. Chapter 60. Boom boom boom. Split wind vacuum cut instantly cut the waist in front of the Super 1-star dragon into debris. As for Ye Feng's evasion of his own attack, the Super 1-star dragon seemed to be totally unsurprised. Then he looked at Ye Feng quickly, and at the same time, a little purple thunder and lightning struck Ye Feng from the sky. Cut, it's really troublesome. Ye Feng frowned and said in a low voice. Although the abilities of these evil dragons are separated, it is not a big deal. But when gathered on the same person, the danger is completely different. More importantly, those abilities have been greatly enhanced in the hands of Super 1-star dragon. Whether it is speed or destructive power, it far surpasses other evil dragons. It doesn't seem to be a way to keep hiding like this. Ye Feng's brain is spinning fast, thinking that only by this way can he avoid the attacks of the 1-star dragon while causing him a certain amount of damage. Frozen light. Then the eyes of Super 1-star dragon suddenly shot out 2 light green rays, shooting towards Ye Feng. For a while, he didn't think of a way, so Ye Feng could only avoid it in a panic. Call out. Just when Ye Feng had just moved instantaneously, before he could stand firm, the body of Super 1-star dragon suddenly appeared in front of Ye Feng. Your movements have been figured out by me. The moment Yuxinglong's voice fell, a fist hit Ye Feng's chest heavily. Bang. The moment the deep sound rang, Ye Feng's body flew out like a cannonball out of the chamber. Then it smashed directly into the ground. The ground was smashed into a huge sinkhole. Mushroom clouds rose to the sky. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Cough cough cough. Ye Feng coughed violently. The punch of Super Star Dragon just now was too heavy. At this time, he felt that his internal organs seemed to have been displaced by a punch, which was quite uncomfortable. And this guy actually mastered his evasive movement just now while he was evading the attack. This makes myself a little unbelievable. Give me to die. The roar of the Super 1-star dragon fell, his hands raised high, and a huge energy ball was directly condensed in his palm. The moment the energy ball condensed, it hit Ye Feng fiercely. When the energy ball fell on the ground, it was like a boulder falling into the silt, and it soon sank. Humph. I thought you could hold on for a while, but I didn't expect it to be resolved so quickly. It was really disappointing. Yuxinglong looked at the little energy ball that had sunk into the ground, and said with a sneer. Actually, he was very jealous of this guy at first, but he didn't expect that he would be so careless and handed the dragon ball to the kid for safekeeping. This allows me to take advantage of it. How could such a careless guy be his opponent? It seems that he has been killed, and he needs to find Monkey King and the others. Solved. You look down on me too much. Just when the Super 1-star dragon was about to turn around and look for Monkey King and the others, Ye Feng's voice suddenly rang. Then the energy ball that had completely submerged into the depths of the earth rose up a little bit. WH. What? He is not dead yet. A look of horror suddenly appeared on the face of Super 1-star dragon. The attack and the energy ball he had just now knew very well, and he could definitely kill that guy. How could he still be alive? Che, really a tough guy, but it doesn't matter at all, or it will only endure more pain. Super 1-star dragon curled his lips, the color of horror on his face disappeared little by little. It was replaced by a cruel look. At this time, Ye Feng held the energy ball with both hands, his body rose a little bit, and after being level with the Super Star Dragon, he pushed the energy ball directly out of the earth. I am the legendary Super Saiyan, how could it be so easy to be defeated by your bug? Ye Feng lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. The black hair had no wind, and the grass-green arrogance was lingering around the body a little bit again. His eyes opened wide, and the pupils suddenly disappeared in an instant, completely turning white, but soon the golden pupils appeared again. What's going on? How did that BD take the heavy attack from me? How did his anger become stronger? Feeling Yefeng's breath grow again, a look of jealousy appeared in the eyes of Super 1-star Dragon. This guy made himself feel very uncomfortable. The cockroach that can't be killed is still just a cockroach, it's nothing great at all. The Superstar Dragon gritted his teeth, and then the energy ball flew towards Yefeng one after another. Facing the successive energy balls, Yefeng waved his hands continuously and directly flew the energy racket out. Call out. In the next second, Yefeng's body rushed towards the Super 1-star Dragon like a sharp sword. Bring it on. The Super 1-star Dragon made a fist and didn't intend to dodge at all, but instead greeted Yefeng. His own strength far surpassed that Xian. So I have nothing to fear. Chapter 61. Bang. The fists of the two collided again. The terrifying shockwave raised Fan Yuan dozens of miles to the ground instantly, and the earthquake collapsed more than 10 feet. But this time, Yefeng and Super 1-star Dragon backed a dozen steps at the same time. Yefeng only felt that his fists were burning like fire, and it was painful. The Super 1-star Dragon is also uncomfortable, because at this time his arm will feel numb. What kind of monster is this guy? After suffering so much damage, his strength is not weakened, and it is even more powerful than before. Super 1-star Dragon frowned tightly. If this guy is really stronger than the Vietnam War, then this delay is not a good thing for him. It must be a quick fight. Break wind vacuum cut. Evil dragon electric shock. Frozen light. Large fireball. After making up his mind, the Super 1-star Dragon instantly released all the skills. The 4 skills attacked Yefeng almost at the same time. But, damn it, I won't avoid it. Seeing the various skill attacks flying around, Yefeng gritted his teeth and a crazy look appeared in his eyes. If you want to become a Super Saiyan, you have to put yourself in an extremely dangerous situation. In this kind of almost despair or suffering from heart-wrenching pain, you may be able to stimulate your body's potential, or stimulate your anger, and then transform yourself successfully. Splitting wind hit Yefeng with a vacuum slash, tearing Yefeng's clothes to pieces in an instant. Although Yefeng's body was not directly cut out of the wound, dozens of red marks also appeared. The piercing pain was quite unbearable. Immediately afterwards, the evil dragon's electric shock smashed from the sky again, hitting Yefeng in the middle. Ah! A painful voice came from Yefeng's throat, and then a golden light flashed in Yefeng's eyes. The muscles on his body are swelling extremely rapidly, and it looks like he has completely lost his mind in an instant. Read more at hotandtilnovel.xyz. Suddenly, Yefeng's hair flickered, a golden halo, but it quickly disappeared. Yefeng still gritted his teeth tightly, but the pain seemed to be weakening a little bit. Then a huge fireball centered on Yefeng and exploded Yefeng's body. The freezing light followed, directly hitting Yefeng's body. Then the body was instantly frozen and turned into an ice sculpture. Humph. Let me solve you completely next. Looking at Yefeng, who had been frozen by ice, Super 1-star Dragon didn't want to give Yefeng any chance, because this guy gave himself a dangerous feeling. If you don't kill him this time, maybe waiting will put you in a very passive position. Although I believe in my own strength, in order to make sure, I just erase it. After all, an energy ball was gathered in the palm of the Super 1-star Dragon and shot towards Yefeng without hesitation. Now as long as the ice sculpture is smashed, Yefeng will undoubtedly die. Call out. The energy ball came out and blasted directly at the frozen Yefeng. Click. At the moment the energy ball was shot, the ice sculpture suddenly cracked. Boom. The energy ball was in the middle of Yefeng's ice sculpture, and the ground instantly stirred up dust, making it impossible to see the situation in the dust. Is it finally solved? It seems that it is only capable of this. Super 1-star Dragon is very confident, and this time he absolutely solved that nasty guy. Only after the dust completely disappeared, I let Yuxinglong down again. Yefeng's body stood there, unmoved. His eyes seemed to be filled with endless anger, and the Super 1-star Dragon saw it very real. What? Impossible. How could this happen? The Super 1-star Dragon was completely stunned this time, and his attack just now failed to solve him. This guy is too abnormal. Damn the bug, it caused me to endure that kind of pain. I will never spare you. I'm the strongest passer of Xian, your behavior just now completely angered me. Yefeng's low voice came out of his throat word by word. The piercing pain just now, like a good medicine, completely aroused my anger. Suddenly, Yefeng's hair flickered again, and then his eyes became ferocious. The body was trembling slightly, and the grass-green arrogance of the whole body suddenly rose directly like a beam of light. Then the colors of the entire world began to change. Grass-green, black, purple, alternating constantly. What? What the hell is going on? Looking at this unusual sign in front of him, a panic appeared in the eyes of Super 1-star Dragon. Can this guy become stronger? No way. Never allow this to happen. Air crack gas bomb. Frozen light wave. Evil dragon electric shock. The Super 1-star Dragon attacked Feng again. Because that feeling of anxiety has become more and more intense. Chapter 62. And this time, the Super 1-star Dragon's attack obviously did not achieve any effect. Because all the attacks had completely disappeared when they touched Feng's energy arrogance. No. Impossible, how could this happen? Super 1-star Dragon's face was quite ugly, his head shook like a wave, as if he had seen something very unbelievable. How could there be such a perverted guy on this earth? I don't even have any impression of him at all. Ha. In the next second, a roar like thunder came out from his mouth. The grass-green arrogance shot directly from Feng's eyes and mouth, as if the energy in the body had been completely full, showing a state of overflowing. Explosive. Rumbling. Wherever the energy flame went, it was instantly destroyed, turned into billowing smoke and sky full of rubble. It is as terrible as the end of the world. At this time in the Western capital, Monkey King and others have reached the final stage of energy transmission. What? This is Feng's anger, how could he become so strong? Monkey King, and the others were instantly stunned by the horrible atmosphere. It's just unimaginable. Instantly filled the entire galaxy, and even farther away. Maybe Feng alone can solve the Super 1-star Dragon. Monkey King said with a rejoicing expression. Speaking of the recent appearance of Feng, it seems that every enemy is solved by him. Babe, there is Super 17 from hell, and the evil dragon in front of you. I still want to fight the guy Yuxinglong. Monkey King said suddenly. It was really uncomfortable to be defeated by him just now. I finally met such an exciting opponent, but I couldn't just miss it. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Besides, he is about to become a Super Saiyan with 4 full energy forms, which is completely different from ordinary Super 4. At this time, not only Monkey King and the others, but even the Realm King God Realm felt Feng's breath. My ancestor, Feng's anger has spread to the Realm King God Realm. God Jebite said to the Old World King God with a look of horror. Wukong and the others are also Saiyans, but they are so different from Feng. You should know that Goku is 4 Super Saiyans, and he is still not the opponent of Super 1-star Dragon. But Feng hadn't completely become a Super Saiyan, he was already able to fight against the Super 1-star Dragon. What a terrible guy. The Old World King God's face was extremely serious, and he looked at Feng and said. This guy is more dangerous than the evil dragon. If I'm not wrong, he should be the Demon Saiyan among the Saiyans. Demon Saiyans, I have seen in a classic book, their talents and strength far surpass ordinary Saiyans. But at the same time, this Saiyan can amplify this anger infinitely after receiving a little bit of anger. Moreover, it is easier to become a Super Saiyan than a normal Saiyan, and becoming a Super Saiyan will completely lose consciousness and become a fighting tool. Fight until you die of exhaustion. On the contrary, he was more worried about Feng now, because judging from the violent he is now. It is very possible that the information I have seen is true. Evil. Demon Saiyan. God Jebite looked blank, he had never heard of the name. I only hope that Feng can be special and can maintain his sanity after transforming, otherwise it will really be a devastating disaster to the universe. The Old World King said imploringly. This time it's rare not to scold God Jebite. Seeing the fearful look of the ancestors, God Jebite became even more frightened. After all, when Majin Buu and other enemies appeared, the Old World King God did not show this kind of fear. And on the earth at this time, because Feng's chi was too large, the earth, which was originally dilapidated, was more like a flat boat in Wangyang. It seems to be swallowed by Wangyang at any time. At this time, the arrogance of Feng's whole body gathered towards the body little by little, and finally all was absorbed by Feng into his body. Then Feng's eyes suddenly appeared golden pupils. At that moment, Feng's hair turned golden. It's not just a flash or two, but it turns into golden yellow. Then the grass-green energy formed a barrier around Feng. Super Saiyan. I finally became a Super Saiyan. An expression of excitement appeared on Feng's face. And after becoming a Super Saiyan, he didn't lose his mind and destroy unscrupulously like Broly. He could feel the power in his body at this time, and it seemed that the rubble might burst out. The next moment Feng clenched his fists tightly, and suddenly the grass-green arrogance around his body bloomed like fireworks. The energy beam exploded violently wherever it went. That BD's anger has changed drastically. The Super 1-star Dragon panicked completely, the aura was too strong. Chapter 63. But. Damn, no matter how strong you become, I will kill you completely today. Super 1-star Dragon gritted his teeth tightly, and the anxiety became more and more intense. He can't let this feeling last. Then a huge energy ball was directly condensed in both palms, and a raging flame rose in the energy ball, and the temperature of the entire earth suddenly increased at this moment. Give me to die. After a roar, the energy ball slammed directly towards Ye Feng. Huh. This kind of thing is useless to me now. After becoming a Super Saiyan, Ye Feng looked at the huge energy ball with a dismissive arc in the corner of his mouth. Then the palms were directly attached to the energy ball. His feet rubbed the ground and back for 7 steps, then he stopped steadily, and his right hand gently lifted the energy ball above his head. Do you want to kill me with this kind of thing? You really know how to joke. Ye Feng said to the Super One-Star Dragon with a playful tone in her voice. Cut, what an overbearing BD. Super One-Star Dragon clenched his fists tightly, and the anger in his eyes became substantial. Then his body flashed out and directly attacked Ye Feng. After Ye Feng kicked the energy ball away, he also greeted the Super One-Star Dragon. Bang bang bang. The low crash sound kept sounding, and the popping voice coils appeared one after another in the sky. Every time I think of the collision, the entire air trembles violently. Bang. Call out. The next moment, Ye Feng directly swept the face of Super One-Star Dragon with a heavy kick. Suffering a heavy blow, the Super One-Star Dragon suddenly fell to the ground in an oblique line, rubbing its body against the ground and sliding a distance of tens of feet. The ground was plowed into a long trace. Bah, damn BD. The Super One-Star Dragon spit out the sand and soil in his mouth, the anger in his eyes was burning raging, his hands tightly gripped the sand on the ground. Damn, I am the strongest evil dragon in the universe, how can I beat a Saiyan? This is absolutely impossible, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Call out. Ye Feng's body suddenly appeared in front of Super One-Star Dragon. I can't get up while lying on the ground like this. One-Star Dragon. Then asked faintly. In fact, the purpose of fighting the One-Star Dragon is very clear. First, use the power of the Super One-Star Dragon to break through the limits and become a Super Saiyan. And now that he has done it, he has become a Super Saiyan. Originally, he thought it might be a little harder, because the prerequisite for Super Saiyan transformation is enough S cells, and another prerequisite is extreme anger. Originally, he thought that extreme anger should be a very difficult thing. But just now he suddenly discovered that after he had completely integrated the blood of the legendary Super Saiyan, even a little bit of anger in his heart would be infinitely magnified in battle. That's why I became a Super Saiyan so easily. The second thing is that the system is signed in. Ye Feng looked at it, there was still 1 minute left. 1 minute later, my goal was achieved. Sign in successfully, and then receive the sign-in reward. Damn it, don't underestimate me. The Super One-Star Dragon jumped up instantly, and the energy ball in his palm directly blasted towards Ye Feng like raindrops. Explosive. The energy ball kept exploding, and the pit on the ground kept expanding and then expanding. Spread, has been spreading in all directions. Woo. A minute later, the Super One-Star Dragon finally stopped attacking, panting heavily. Of course, this is not just a breath of consumption, but more importantly, the anger after being looked down upon by Ye Feng. The dust dissipated a little bit, and a grass-green energy barrier appeared in the side of Super One-Star Dragon. And Ye Feng's body is wrapped in a grass-green energy barrier. It's completely useless. The Super One-Star Dragon became more and more frightened, this guy is simply a perverted cockroach. No matter how you hit it, you can't kill it. Ding. Congratulations to the host and the Super One-Star Dragon fighting for 10 minutes, completing the sign-in task, reward, the power of time and space. 10 minutes have passed, and the system's voice rang from my mind very punctually. The sign-in task is completed, sign-in rewards will be issued. OM. Ye Feng only felt a buzzing in his mind, it was incredible. The sign-in reward this time turned out to be the power of time and space. Shocked, unparalleled shock. Ecstasy, uncontrollable ecstasy. The effect of the power of time and space is definitely far beyond the effect of unlimited teleportation. Acquiring space-time ability means that you can travel through time and space at will in the future. It can even be used in battle, just like the evil thought wave of Dragon Ball Theatrical Edition, disassembling and reorganizing one's body at will in the space. It is very important that if you encounter such a super powerful opponent in the future, when it is too strong to contend, you can still use the power of space to run away completely. My own system, the ability to reward is really against the sky. I can't wait to know the next sign-in location and sign-in reward. Ye Feng muttered to himself with excitement. Forget the Super One-Star Dragon completely. Chapter 64. That BD, with my current ability, it is impossible to be his opponent, what should I do? Looking at the intact Ye Feng below, Super One-Star Dragon secretly calculated. This guy is exactly the type that gets stronger and stronger. In just 10 minutes, his strength has increased so much. If this continues, he will definitely be killed by him. At this moment, the heart of Super 1-star Dragon had already appeared cowardly. And Ye Feng, who had received the sign in reward, also gradually eased from his ecstasy at this time. Then he raised his head happily, looked at the Super 1-star Dragon and said, "The value of your existence is gone, do you think about how to die? The purpose of fighting the Super 1-star Dragon is complete, so there is no need to consume him anymore. Cut, do you think you can kill me easily? Don't be too self-righteous." Super 1-star Dragon clenched his fists tightly, and then condensed 2 huge energy balls in the palms of his palms. In the battle just now, he just used his power. Now I have to use a lot of power. This time, he completely killed this arrogant guy. Give me to die. The Super 1-star Dragon roared out, and the energy ball directly blasted towards Ye Feng, and the air burned by the hot energy ball roared. Ye Feng smiled slightly, showing no signs of avoiding it, and looked quite confident. Huh. Damn it, overconfidence, there is only one dead end if you want to hardwire my negative energy ball. Looking at Ye Feng, who was extremely arrogant, Super 1-star Dragon said viciously. Of course, Ye Feng can naturally feel the difference in the Super 1-star Dragon energy ball. There is still a bit of danger. The reason why he didn't evade and didn't plan to fight back was because he wanted to try the power of time and space he just rewarded. When the energy ball was only 2 meters away from Ye Feng suddenly made 5 fingers with his hands and pointed at his chest. Then an ordinary whirlpool-like wormhole appeared in front of his chest, and when the energy wave hit the wormhole, it seemed to be swallowed. It disappears instantly without a trace. What's going on? The Super 1-star Dragon saw this scene, completely stunned. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Where did your energy wave go? Did it just disappear out of thin air? When the Super 1-star Dragon was puzzled, suddenly a spatial vortex appeared behind him. Ye Feng suddenly smiled weirdly. Seeing Ye Feng's evil smile, the Super 1-star Dragon seemed to realize something and turned back quickly. It's just that the moment he turned around, the energy ball he had just blasted was entertaining him. Ah! A horrified cry came out of Yuxinglong's mouth, and was instantly swallowed by the energy wave. After the energy wave ended, the body of the Super 1-star Dragon disappeared without a trace. Shoo! At this time, Monkey King, and other talents flew over. Has the Super 1-star Dragon been resolved? Looking at the battered battlefield, but the Super 1-star Dragon disappeared, Monkey King asked. I'm still going to fight that guy well. Monkey King looked around with some regret and said. Super 1-star Dragon is the strongest opponent besides Ye Feng, so I really want to fight him. Don't worry, that guy didn't die that easily. You want to fight him, you have a chance. Ye Feng looked at the surrounding environment, although the figure of the Super 1-star Dragon had completely disappeared. It seems to have been wiped out by myself. But there was still a reddish-pink slime left on the ground, slightly. This Ye Feng is quite familiar, it is Wuxinglong's electrical slime. So the Super 1-star Dragon has not been solved at all. What do you mean? Monkey King quickly asked. Hasn't the Super 1-star Dragon been killed? Why does Ye Feng even say that he has the opportunity to fight the 1-star Dragon? When everyone looked at Ye Feng with puzzled eyes, the electrical slime on the ground gathered together little by little. Soon it piled up into a vague figure. That's it? The Super 1-star Dragon has not been resolved yet. Trunks suddenly swept the magenta thing over the corner of his eyes, and said in horror. Monkey King, and the others hurriedly cast their eyes on the red-purple thing. Under the shocked eyes of everyone, the red-purple slime suddenly turned into a Super 1-star Dragon. But, damn, dare to make me so embarrassed. Ultra. Level 1-star Dragon's eyes were burning with raging flames. If the eyes could kill people, perhaps Ye Feng had already been killed. I was almost killed just now, this kind of humiliation, I must pay back thousands of times. So you really are not dead. 1-star Dragon. If this is the case, then I will deal with you next. The shock on Monkey King's face turned into excitement. Then he looked at Ye Feng and asked with a smile, Ye Feng, right. It doesn't matter, but you have to plan to be beaten. Ye Feng shrugged and said indifferently. Chapter 65. This guy, Monkey King, won't die until the Yellow River. After he has increased his strength, he will definitely have to compete with the Super 1-star Dragon again. If he doesn't fight once, it is estimated that he will suffer to death. Anyway, just taking advantage of this time, I can take a good rest and get familiar with the power of time and space. Sun Wukong, do you want to find death? Super 1-star Long looked at Monkey King lightly, and said with a look of disdain. It is undeniable that the Xian just now is indeed very strong, maybe he can kill himself. But Monkey King also wants to fight with himself, it seems that he really regards himself as a soft persimmon. Hey, don't be so eager to define, I have become a lot stronger. Monkey King smiled at the Super 1-star dragon, and after speaking, he squeezed his fists, and the golden breath burst out from his body. Aha! Accompanied by a burst of shouts, it directly became Super Saiyan 4. However, at this time, the Super 4 form of Monkey King is still somewhat different from the previous Super 4, because the body of Sun Wukong emits a scorching chi. There was also a faint red halo around the hair. Super 4 full energy forms. It seems to be stronger, but do you think this is my opponent? Although I felt that Monkey King's chi had improved a lot, but this improvement alone was not his opponent. Well, if it's an opponent, don't you know if you try? Monkey King raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile. After the sound fell, Monkey King and Super 1-star dragon flashed out almost at the same time. The speed is quite unexpected. Almost instantly, the fists touched each other. Boom. In an instant, thick dust was directly stirred up on the ground, and rubble flew everywhere. Sun Wukong's body directly retreated nearly 100 feet, and slammed heavily into the mountain peak. The Super 1-star dragon only took 3 or 4 steps back. Okay. It's amazing. Dad has become a Super 4 full energy. Is there still such a big gap between him and the 1-star dragon? Monkey King looked at Super 1-star dragon with a shocked expression on his face. Then he looked at Ye Feng. What kind of monster was Ye Feng fighting just now? And Ye Feng also defeated the Super 1-star dragon. Doesn't that mean that Ye Feng is the monster among the monsters? This guy is really terrifying. Read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Dad is going to lose so soon. Sun Wuxian also frowned tightly. Does it absorb their Xian energy, or is it no match for the Super 1-star dragon? Hey, this guy is too strong. Monkey King curled his mouth, pain came from his body, and then looked at Super 1-star dragon with some surprise. The power of this guy is too terrifying. Just now, it was his full blow, and his strength has clearly increased so much. Why, Sun Wukong, didn't you just make a promise? Super 1-star dragon looked at Monkey King coldly, then glanced at Ye Feng after speaking. Monkey King is not worth mentioning in his own eyes. The one who fears most is the Xian. Although he is now fighting Monkey King, he has always been thinking about how to defeat Ye Feng. You guy is really strong, but the battle is not over yet. Monkey King's arms shook, and the mountain behind him burst instantly. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and then he moved his body. Although the Super 1-star dragon is much stronger than himself, he still can't restrain the excitement. Act recklessly. Super 1-star dragon frowned and looked at Monkey King. Now he must solve Monkey King as quickly as possible, and then do his best to fight Ye Feng once more. The bodies of the two flew out at the same time again. Bang bang bang. The sound of fists collided constantly, and after the collision of sufficient strength, a figure slammed into the ground like a meteorite. Boom. The ground burst, and Monkey King's body directly hit the bottom of the Tiankang. Air crack gas bomb. The Super 1-star dragon obviously wanted to end the battle in the fastest way, with dozens of grey energy gas bombs condensed above its head. Then blasted towards Monkey King. Explosive. The energy gas bomb exploded with a deafening sound, and Monkey King was hit by the gas bomb head-on. Large fireball, whirlwind slash. Then the Super 1-star dragon directly displayed the strongest skills of the 4-star dragon and the 6-star dragon at the same time. Rumble. The ground exploded again, and at this time the entire ground was cut down by nearly 100 feet. Father. Master. Uncle Wukong. Monkey Gohan, Yub, and Trunks looked at the giant pit with worry. The attack of the Super 1-star dragon just now was really terrifying, and every attack contained a very terrifying lethality. And they can clearly feel that Monkey King's chi has become very weak. The smoke and dust on the ground disappeared little by little, and the figure of Monkey King appeared. At this time, Monkey King looked abnormally embarrassed, his face was dark, and there were large and small wounds all over his body. He held his left arm in his right hand, gritted his teeth, his face was painful, his breath was already very wilted. But, damn it, there is no way to maintain Super Saiyan 4. Monkey King frowned and muttered to himself in a low voice. Then it went back to normal, like a child. Ha, ha ha. Then he had no choice but to laugh bitterly. Originally thought that his strength could at least compete with the Super 1-star dragon. Chapter 66. Bang. The next second, Monkey King fell heavily to the ground. Although I really don't want to admit it, there is still a big gap between myself and the Super 1-star dragon. It is estimated that this gap will be difficult to make up for a while. Father. Sun Wukong quickly helped Sun Wukong up. Sun Wukong looked at Ye Feng apologetically. He had sworn to himself just now, but he didn't expect to be defeated by the Super 1-star dragon so soon. It's really shameless. At this time, the Super 1-star dragon looked at Ye Feng again. Hey, it's your turn next. Then coldly said to Ye Feng. The tone is really big, It seems that defeating Monkey King has greatly increased your confidence. By the way, let me tell you one thing. Just now, I didn't use all my power at all. Ye Feng looked at the Super 1-star dragon with a joking expression, and said lightly. What? Super 1-star dragon frowned suddenly. But it stretched out soon. This BD must be lying to himself, he can never have reservations. When he first started fighting, he almost killed him. If he really had power, how could he not use it? Looking at you, it seems that you don't believe me. Super 1-star dragon's skeptical gaze clearly just didn't believe it. Since you don't believe me, then I will let you see it. Ye Feng suddenly smiled coldly, then punched the air out. The superstar dragon looked dumbfounded and didn't know what Ye Feng was doing. Even Monkey King and the others couldn't understand Ye Feng's operations. They punched out of thin air without attacking them with air. What are they doing? Bang. Only in the next second, under the shocking eyes of everyone, Ye Feng's fist appeared directly in front of the superstar dragon, and hit the back of the head of the star dragon. Hit by the terrifying force, the Super 1-star dragon flew out toward the front while being frightened in his heart. Then Ye Feng's fists kept blasting out of thin air, and his fists kept hitting the Super 1-star dragon in a non-stop position. Bang bang bang. Yuxinglong was like a ball at this time, and there was no power to fight back at all. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. A familiar move. Seeing Ye Feng's attack, Monkey King thought for a while and said. By the way, this attack is exactly the same as the evil thought wave. Monkey King suddenly remembered that when he was in hell more than 10 years ago, Xianianbo attacked himself in this way. I didn't expect Ye Feng to have this kind of ability, which is really unexpected. This guy is really getting more and more mysterious. Bang bang bang. The Super 1-star dragon foot was attacked for 3 minutes. At this time, there were obvious scars on his body, and purple blood was flowing out of the corners of his mouth and nostrils. Ye Feng finally stopped the attack, it seemed that he was almost done. Then it's time to completely solve the Super 1-star dragon. Damn, a hole, I will never let you go. After being beaten for 3 minutes, the facial features of the Super 1-star dragon energy have been completely distorted. Humiliation, this is definitely a great humiliation. Absolutely unforgivable. Call out. In the next second, the body of the Super 1-star dragon instantly appeared behind Ye Feng and punched Ye Feng. Ye Feng didn't even look at it. A strange space suddenly appeared behind him, and the fist of the superstar dragon blasted in, as if hitting the air. Then Ye Feng hit the superstar dragon's waist with a heavy elbow. The Super 1-star dragon flew upside down with pain on his face. The gap between us is too big. You are not my opponent at all. I have completely lost interest in you, Yuxinglong. Ye Feng walked towards Yuxinglong step by step, and said to Yuxinglong high above. Ye Feng, who became a Super Saiyan and then gained the power of time and space, has far surpassed the height of the Super 1-star dragon. And he hasn't used his freely extreme power, otherwise he could kill a star dragon in an instant. A hole, haha. The face of Super 1-star dragon Chi turned green, and he blasted a continuous energy ball towards Ye Feng frantically. Bang bang bang. The energy ball hit Ye Feng, but at this time the Super 1-star dragon had received too many attacks, and his chi had dropped very obviously. This kind of disorganized attack will have no effect at all. You can disappear, Super 1-star dragon. Ye Feng said coldly to Super 1-star dragon. Then he appeared in front of the Super 1-star dragon instantly, and slammed into the mouth of the 1-star dragon with all his strength. Bang. The fist sank directly into the chest. Wow. A mouthful of purple blood spurted from the mouth of the Super 1-star dragon, and the breath wilted instantly. But Ye Feng's eyes instantly saw killing intent, and this time he completely moved the killing intent on the Super 1-star dragon, because the value of his existence was gone. Wait a minute, don't. Feeling the breath of death, Yuxinglong finally became scared, and a deep fear appeared in his pupils. Dead. As the sound of judgment fell, Ye Feng directly threw the body of the Super 1-star dragon into the air. Ha! Then there was a roar, and the terrifying grass-green energy condensed directly from the palm, although the energy ball was only the size of a basketball. But the breath of death and destruction changed the color of everyone present. After the energy ball was condensed, Ye Feng rushed to the Super 1-star dragon without hesitation. Chapter 67. Ah! Accompanied by bursts of miserable screams, Yuxinglong's body directly disappeared in the grass-green energy wave. Call out. The energy wave finally turned into a little streamer and disappeared in the sight of everyone, and then the 7 green dragon balls fell directly. Bang bang bang. Too good, it's Dragon Ball, the evil dragon is wiped out. Monkey King and the others looked at the Dragon Ball with excitement, and said. At this time, the cracks on the Dragon Ball disappeared. It's exactly the same as the previous Dragon Ball. Thank you Ye Feng, You again saved the earth. You are the true savior of the earth. Monkey King walked up to Feng and said to Feng seriously. To be honest, it is really rare to see Monkey King's serious expression. I don't want to be a savior, but I defeated Yuxinglong for myself. Feng smiled and said to Monkey King. Now that he has reached a certain height, he doesn't care about the false name of the savior of the earth at all. He just wants to become stronger and stronger now. Because this world has a lot of time and space, and there are a lot of big people in other time and space. Take the Dragon Ball Super familiar to me, God of Destruction, angels, great priests, all kings, etc. Maybe he can catch up with the gods of destruction in a very short time, or even surpass them. But the great priest and the whole king, that are unknown and powerful. If you don't want to be restrained by them, not controlled by them, or destroyed at will, if you don't want to be destroyed, you must become stronger and stronger than them. Maybe this is difficult, but this is the goal I want to strive for now. Anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Feng. Monkey King said to Feng very gratefully. He cared more about his family than Monkey King, so the feeling of being left behind was really unspeakable. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Cut, I hate this kind of imaginary thing the most. When I'm free, just invite me to dinner. Feng patted Sun Wufan on the shoulder and said. Thanks and the like, there is really no real meal. Sure. Monkey King nodded quickly. Compared with the safety of the earth, a meal is too insignificant. Okay, Dragon Ball is right in front of you, then you can figure it out by yourself. After Feng finished speaking to the Monkey King, his body disappeared in front of them in a flash. Although he became a Super Saiyan, his strength far surpassed Super 4, but he was not enough now. It takes some time for myself to perfectly blend free extreme skill and Super Saiyan. In this way, he will be able to perform his free and extreme skill on the basis of the Super Saiyan in the future. This is not only right now, but also when I become full power, Super 2, or even Super 4 in the future, I can also perform free and extreme power on the basis of transformation. Perhaps this is more difficult, but with the power of the system, it should be possible to do it. Dad, what shall we do now? Seeing Feng had left, Sun Wufan asked Sun Wukong. Let the earth return to its original appearance first. Monkey King said very simply. Their original purpose of summoning the dragon god was to restore the destroyed earth and then resurrect the killed humans. This led to this great crisis, but fortunately everything has subsided. The earth's crisis was resolved and normal again. Well, I got it. Sun Wufan nodded, and the restoration of the earth and the resurrection of those terrestrial people who were killed are indeed the most important things right now. And at this time in the realm of Realm King God. Call. The king of the old world let out a long sigh of relief. The big rock in his heart was finally put down. Although he was almost certain that Feng was the legendary Demon Saiyan, he seemed a bit special. That is, he entered that violent state and did not lose his mind after becoming a Super Saiyan. The earth is saved and the universe is not threatened at all. This is the best ending. My ancestor, that Feng is really amazing. God Jebai felt that he hadn't recovered from the shock yet. It's too strong, I can't imagine that there will be such a strong guy in the universe. Well, it's really amazing, I hope he can always keep his heart. The old world king nodded, agreeing with the words of God Jebet. After separating from Monkey King, Feng went directly to the Temple of Heaven. To be honest, this place I am most familiar with now. It's a bit uncomfortable to go to other places. What's more, I now need a relatively long period of time to merge the form of free extreme art and Super Saiyan together. If you are outside, you don't have so much time to waste. So you can only practice in the spiritual time house. Chapter 68. You are back, Mr. Feng. Dandy and Mr. ran out quickly. Dandy said to Feng in awe. Why are you in awe? One is for strength, super strength, the other is because Feng saved the earth again. As the god of the earth, he can do nothing. Well, I'm back. Feng nodded, he still had a good impression of Dandy, the god. After all, he was really good to himself, whether it was because of fear of his own strength or other reasons. At least I like it. You haven't eaten yet, I will ask Mr. to prepare. Dandy had a clear view of the situation in the lower realm, and naturally knew that Feng and the Super One-Star Dragon would consume a lot of money in the battle. Ancients are already very edible. Then trouble Mr. When Dandy said so, Feng did feel a little hungry. Then smiled and said to. After simply eating something, Feng walked into the spiritual time house. Maybe this is the last time I've been to this place. Feng looked at the spiritual time house and said to himself. Okay, then hurry up and start practicing. It shouldn't be an easy task to integrate the free extreme power on the Super Saiyan form. I don't know how long it will take. Then Feng clenched his fists tightly, and a vast breath exploded from his body. Then Feng's whole body was surrounded by grass-green arrogance. The golden hair is similar to Monkey King and the others, but the difference from them is that Feng's pupils are golden at this time, not light green. Freedom, extremely great. A deep voice came from Feng's throat. Then strands of silver arrogance lingered around his body. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. It just disappeared in just that moment. No. Feng frowned and shook his head. It seemed that it was not that simple. Again. Freedom's ultimate power. Feng gritted his teeth and tried again. The next second, the silver arrogance appeared again, but soon disappeared. After 2 attempts, Feng directly withdrew from the super game form. A little sweat appeared on his forehead. On the basis of the super game, if you don't master the trick, it will consume a lot of physical energy. Even Feng, who has huge energy in his body, felt weak after trying twice. There is no way at all. It seems that I need to think about it. Maybe I can find some tricks. Feng thought about it seriously. Such common sense is not a sensible behavior. At this time, when Feng was cultivating in the spiritual time house, Monkey King and the others used the power of Shenlong to restore the earth to its original appearance. Those human beings who were killed in violent death have all been resurrected. But the price is that the dragon will disappear forever and will no longer be used by Monkey King and others. The only difference from the ending of Dragon Ball G is that Monkey King did not leave with Shenlong. In this way, time passed day by day. 5 days are almost fleeting. At this time in the western capital, in Vegeta's house, Bulma had successfully developed a super Bulza light. Succeeded, Vegeta. Bulma said excitedly. After 5 days and nights of hard work, the Ultra Bolt's light installation is finally completed. If nothing else, Vegeta can become a Super Saiyan 4 with the help of Super Bolt's light. 2. Good, thank you very much, Bulma. Vegeta was excited at first, then looked at Bulma and said gratefully. Becoming a Super Saiyan 4, it means a lot to me. Ah. Vegeta, you really have changed a lot. I remember you never said this before. Bulma said to Vegeta with a happy face. The hard work of a few days was wiped out? Hurry up and get started. Vegeta blushed and said shyly. Speaking of this kind of words, it is indeed somewhat different from your own style. Okay. Bulma nodded, and directly activated the Ultra Bolt's light device. When a lot of Super Bulls shined on Vegeta's body suddenly began to swell. Then he became a gorilla. A few minutes later, they practiced in Baizai Mountain and Yub. Monkey King suddenly hurried to Vegeta's anger. So strong, it's Vegeta. Monkey King was stunned, and said something incredible. When did Vegeta's anger become so strong? This breath is almost comparable to the form of his own Super Saiyan 4. Is it possible? Has Vegeta also become Super Saiyan 4? Chapter 69. After feeling the breath, Monkey King spoke directly to Yub and then moved along with Vegeta's breath for an instant. Call out. Monkey King suddenly appeared in the courtyard of Vegeta's house. I happened to see Vegeta with red body hair. Yo Vegeta, you really have become a Super Saiyan, hee. Monkey King gently rubbed the tip of his nose and said to Vegeta. In fact, Sun Wukong almost thought of it when he felt the strong chi. Huh. What you Kakarot can do, how could Prince Vegeta fail to do it? Vegeta looked at Monkey King with a smug expression, and said to Monkey King arrogantly. Of course, there is the kind of excitement and joy that has just become Super Saiyan 4. Kakarot, I finally caught up with you. Vegeta clenched her fists tightly, her eyes intertwined with various complex expressions. On this day, I have been waiting for decades. In the past few decades, Kakarot has been in front of him, which made him quite uncomfortable, and his self-esteem was devastated. Although he was relieved in the past few years, he no longer wanted to keep following Kakarot's footsteps. That's because he found that no matter how hard he tried, he was always surpassed by Kakarot. But now, with this opportunity, of course I will not miss it. Yes, Vegeta, you are now a Super Saiyan 4, maybe you are better than me. Monkey King said with a smile. Vegeta's spirit is indeed very strong. If it is really fighting, it is really not sure who will win and who will win. But I am not interested in you Kakarot, because I want to compare it with Feng now. Vegeta clenched her fists and said with a smile. When they first met, the guy humiliated himself severely. Now he has finally become a Super Saiyan 4, even if his strength is still not as good as him, I want to try it. Feng. I advise you not to go to Vegeta, because his strength is definitely not what you can imagine. Monkey King was stunned, and then said to Vegeta very directly. Feng's strength is definitely not comparable to that of Super Saiyan 4, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Kakarot, you didn't seem to be like this before. Vegeta looked at Monkey King and said. This guy will become quite confident when he meets a stronger opponent than himself. I've never been so aspiring to destroy my prestige. Today is really strange. That's because I know very well that our strength is not on the same level at all. Monkey King said seriously. From the time he fought the Super One-Star Dragon, he knew this very clearly. If this is the case, then I have to go take a look. The corner of Vegeta's mouth raised, and his body jumped up, and the light flew towards the celestial temple. Vegeta! Monkey King screamed and followed him. Vegeta didn't know Yefeng's horror at all, and it would be a problem if he made him angry. This is what the old world King God Jian Sunwan has instructed him to, and he can't provoke Yefeng. Vegeta and Monkey King appeared in the Temple of Heaven in almost a few seconds. Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, what's the matter with you? Dandy hurried over and asked the two of them. Hey, where is Yefeng? Vegeta asked Dandy coldly. This one. Dandy hesitated for a moment, looked at Monkey King, as if asking Monkey King how to answer. He naturally knew Vegeta's character, and liked to mess with things. Do you have anything to do with me? Vegeta. Just when he didn't know how to answer, Yefeng suddenly walked out of the mental time house and asked faintly. Then I looked at Vegeta, who became Super Saiyan 4, and I was not surprised at all in my eyes. Because I felt Vegeta's anger just now. Yefeng, I want to compete with you again. Vegeta explained her intentions straightforwardly. No need to try, Vegeta, even if you become Super Saiyan 4, there is still a big gap between you and me. Yefeng smiled faintly, and said straightforwardly. And this kind of faint smile, in Vegeta's eyes, naturally became a kind of look down and disdain. Cut. Some anger appeared on Vegeta's face, but the person in front of him was Yefeng, so he didn't dare to directly get angry. Seeing Vegeta's aggrieved look, Yefeng smiled again and said, I promised to compete with you, but you lost. You have to promise me one condition. What conditions? Vegeta blurted out and asked. As long as Yefeng agrees to compete with himself, if the conditions are not too excessive, he will definitely agree. It's very simple. If you lose, you will merge with Monkey King and become Gogeta and fight with me. Yefeng looked like a profiteer and said to Vegeta. Because of my appearance, I didn't see the Chao Si Wuji Tower that I had admired for a long time, and it was a bit regretful. Now that Vegeta has become Super Saiyan 4, then maybe she can fight Super 4 Gogeta. Chapter 70. What? Fusion with Kakarot. Vegeta frowned tightly. This is definitely my least favorite thing to do, fusion with the guy Kakarot. This is a joke. You two compete, why are you pulling me in? Monkey King murmured softly. But, can you change the terms? Vegeta gritted her teeth, looked at Yefeng and asked. I really don't like this matter very much, and I don't like it. Since you can't do it, forget it. Yefeng shrugged, turned around and walked into the spiritual time house. Wait a minute. Vegeta gritted her teeth tightly, then she was unwilling. Yefeng turned around, did not speak, just smiled lightly, looked at Vegeta faintly, and waited for his next words. I promise you, but you don't want to beat me. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly and said angrily to Yefeng. In order not to merge with Kakarot, I must fight as hard as I can. Well. Yefeng nodded, and he knew that Vegeta would definitely agree, because if a guy like Vegeta didn't achieve his goal, it was absolutely impossible to give up. Then hurry up, let's start now. Then Yefeng looked at Vegeta and said. Ha! Vegeta screamed, and suddenly she was surrounded by golden arrogance, and her body directly attacked Yefeng. The fist was surrounded by golden arrogance and slammed at Yefeng. Yefeng's expression did not change in any way, but his body moved a few steps lightly, and then all Vegeta's attacks were avoided. Da. Shoo. The shadow of the fist was like the wind, brushing around Yefeng, but he didn't hit Yefeng with a punch. What? My strength and speed have obviously improved so much, why can't I hit this guy? Vegeta was surprised as she hit her heart. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Yefeng's speed was more than a star and a half stronger than when he first fought with him. Give up, Vegeta, you can't be my opponent. Yefeng said lightly while avoiding Vegeta's attack. Cut, don't forget to make a conclusion, I haven't lost yet. Vegeta roared and blasted directly at Yefeng again. Tisk tusk, it's really annoying. Yefeng shook his head, and then reached out with his right hand like lightning, and grabbed Vegeta's throat. And Vegeta's fist was frozen in midair. If it's a real battle, you are dead, Vegeta. Yefeng said flatly in Vegeta's ear. I lost. Vegeta slowly retracted his fist, although he was very unwilling. But like Kakarot and Yefeng said, the gap between them is too big. The reason why I am so persistent is entirely because I want to see how big a gap is between myself and the strongest Saiyan. Now it is finally clear that the gap is very big, especially big. Although very reluctant, but Vegeta clenched his fists, looked at Monkey King, and said, "Fuse. Kakarot." Huh? Vegeta, are you serious? Monkey King looked incredible. Vegeta actually asked to merge with herself? This is the first time the big girl gets on the sedan chair. Cut, less wordy, don't you want to see how strong Feng is? Vegeta glared at Monkey King and said. Ah. I understand Vegeta, but you are smarter. Monkey King nodded. In this way, they can indeed know how strong Feng is, and how far the gap between them and Feng is. Then the three walked into the spiritual time house. Because fighting in the Temple of Heaven is too destructive, it is estimated that the Temple of Heaven will be completely destroyed in an instant. Come on. Vegeta. Monkey King turned into Super Saiyan 4 directly, and said to Vegeta with a serious face. Although I promised to merge, but to do that kind of shameful action. Vegeta gritted her teeth, her face ugly. After struggling for a minute, I finally made up my mind. Super Vegeta, I'm finally going to see you. The corner of Feng's mouth raised, showing an expectant smile. Rel. He. After the two took strange dance steps tacitly at the same time, the two index fingers were tightly attached to each other. At that moment, the golden light instantly enveloped Vegeta and Monkey King, and the whole spiritual time house became a golden world. The golden light lasted for a full minute, and the outline of a figure appeared little by little. Looking at that very familiar figure, Feng suddenly smiled and asked, "Who are you?" The main reason was that he wanted to hear Gogeta's more pretentious answer. Am I? I am neither Monkey King nor Vegeta. I am the one who is about to defeat you. Sure enough, an arrogant and very familiar voice. Then Gogeta's body completely appeared in Feng's line of sight. Red hair, wearing the exclusive vest of the Metamor Star, a long red tail swinging behind him, blue pupils, and an arc of confidence hanging from the corner of his mouth. The whole body's complexion and arrogance rose as high as an iron tower. Super Vegeta, I can finally fight you. Feng said with an excited smile. Chapter 71. Hurry up and use all your strength, I am very, very strong. Gogeta put his hands on his chest and said with a confident smile. That is necessary, this super strong breath really makes people feel unprecedentedly huge. Feng nodded and said. Indeed, the breath of Gogeta definitely surpasses the Super 4 Monkey King and Bei. I don't know how much Gogeta. It is no exaggeration to say that they are not in the same dimension at all. Haha. Then, a deep roar came out of Feng's throat. The flames of grass-green energy burst out instantly. Come. Suddenly, the whole spiritual time house was in two colors of gold and green. There is a distinct feeling. Humph. If this is all your strength, you are not my opponent. Chao Si Wujita looked at Feng, shook his head and said bluntly. Although I can feel that Feng in front of me is also very strong, he is definitely not his opponent. It's okay. It's just a competition anyway. It's not a battle of life and death. When I can't fight for a while, I will naturally increase my strength. Feng's eyes flashed with surging fighting spirit, and he said. I just want to try how strong Super Vegeta is, and feel his bottom. If this is the case, then I will let you see my strength. The corner of Gogeta's mouth raised, and after a cold smile, his body suddenly flashed. The speed is quite surprising, almost for an instant, even Feng himself did not see clearly before he appeared. In front of Feng. Bang. In the next second, Feng flew directly upside down and fell 1,000 feet away. It's really strong. Feng stood up and said in shock. You must know that your super game form can completely crush the Super 1-star dragon. I did not expect that in front of Vegeta. It was so vulnerable. To be honest, I didn't even see Gogeta's figure clearly just now. The difference is too big. No, you are not my opponent at all. Vegeta shook his head at Feng and said very proudly. Ah. I understand. Feng rubbed his chest and said with a smile. Almost at the same time as the sound fell, every silver light suddenly wandered around Feng's body. Although Feng's hair was still golden, it moved without the wind, and it felt very elegant. And there is also a silver light gleaming in the hair. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Freedom to the ultimate goal. Gogeta was stunned for a while, and said. Because Feng had told Monkey King and also taught Monkey King freedom kung fu, it is not surprising that Vegeta knew. This is just a little bit like, now maybe I can have a good time. Gogeta smiled and said. Well, you can really have fun now. Feng shook his head tightly, and then suddenly disappeared. Body. Feng and Vegeta disappeared in place almost instantly. Then I can only see clearly the red and white lines are constantly touching and interlacing. Bang bang bang. The low crash sound kept ringing, and all the popping voice coils were produced in the air. The mental time house was trembling constantly with the sound of the collision. In just a few seconds, the two have touched each other hundreds of times. Bang. The two of them collided with a heavy blow for the last time, and the terrifying force shook them back more than a dozen steps. But apparently Feng retired more, even if it was based on the super game, he showed his free power, it still seems to be in line with the super 4. Gogeta still has some gaps. Yo good. Your power really surprised me. Chao Si Wujita rubbed the muscles of his arms, tilted his neck, and said to Feng with a smile. This guy is really strong, you must know that he is a fusion warrior. After fusion, his combat power has skyrocketed. Unexpectedly, Feng's own power would not lag behind himself too much. With each other, you are also completely stronger than I imagined. Feng was also a little surprised. Because he always felt that he was able to achieve a level with Wujita when he used his free and extreme skill on the basis of the super game. But now it seems that there is still some gap. It seems that if you want to defeat him, you must become a Super Saiyan with full energy form. Coupled with the free extreme power, then there is absolutely no problem. Okay, see if you can take my place. An attack. Gogeta suddenly stretched out his hands in front of him, and a huge energy ball condensed from both palms. Big Bang Turtle School Kigong Wave. After speaking, he blasted directly at Feng. As soon as Feng gritted his teeth, a huge grass-green energy ball was directly condensed on his chest, facing Gogeta's Big Bang Turtle Pie. Kigong Wave blasted past. Boom. The moment the terrifying Kigong Wave collided, it exploded, and the spiritual time house was directly shaken into rubble. Feng's body retreated dozens of feet, and the violent shockwave just made him feel sore all over. But after Wujita used the Big Bang Turtle School Kigong Wave, it disintegrated directly. He became Monkey King and Vegeta again. Did it disintegrate so soon? Feng looked at the two with some regret and whispered. The two of them are too strong. After the fusion, they can't hold on for 30 minutes. I know that, but just now. It seems that it has not yet reached 10 minutes. Forget it, my main purpose is to see the legendary Chao Si Wuji Pagoda, and I have seen it now. I fought with him too, it was a wish. What? Why did it disintegrate so quickly? Vegeta looked at herself and Monkey King dumbfounded. Isn't the Metamor's fusion technique lasting for half an hour? It seems that Super Vegeta's power is too strong, that's why it led to its premature disintegration. Monkey King guessed. Then the two looked at Feng, and there was an expression of admiration in their eyes. The strength of this guy is indeed terrifying. Although there is no way to beat the combination of the two of them, it is already quite powerful to be able to fight to that degree. Chapter 72. Ding. The system mission is being released, please go to the Dragon Ball Super Time and Space, Bulma Birthday Party Luxury Cruise Ship to sign. 2. Task duration, 10 days, task duration hour. At this moment, Feng's mind suddenly rang the electronically synthesized sound of the system. What? Overtime. Check in on the cruise ship for Bulma's birthday party. Feng was stunned, didn't he let himself as an Isaiah wait for the arrival of the God of Destruction Bureaus? After the system released the task, it disappeared completely, leaving only Feng with a dazed expression on his face. Originally, my plan was to practice well, break through the full power of the Super Saiyan, and go to Dragon Ball Super Space. After all, the God of Destruction, Villas, the angels, and the great priests, are all very strong. Only by breaking through the full power of the super game will you have the strength to protect yourself. 2, 4, 7, but now that the system has all released tasks, then my plan can only be advanced. Dragon Ball Super Time, to be honest, it's quite exciting. Feng, you guys are too strong. Monkey King walked up to Feng and didn't hesitate to praise him. For them now, Feng is indeed very strong. Humph. Although I lost this time, I won't just give up the challenge to you like this. Vegeta looked at Feng, the corner of her mouth raised, and said. Obviously, he was not upset because Feng defeated him just now. You are welcome to challenge Vegeta at any time, but I may be going to other places recently. If I want to challenge, I will let you. Make yourself stronger. Feng looked at Vegeta and said. What? Where are you going? Monkey King and Vegeta asked tacitly at the same time. A very far away place. Feng replied ambiguously. The two time and space are nothing to themselves who possess the power of time and space, but to Monkey King and others. It is indeed very far away. A faraway place. Monkey King and Vegeta have some doubts, even the entire universe is not very far away to them, right? Mr. Feng, are you really leaving? Dandy walked over and asked Feng somewhat reluctantly. That's right, although I was very afraid of Feng, after all, I had known each other for so many days. Moreover, Feng has always been polite to herself, and help the planet solve so many crises, so she will be a little bit reluctant for a while. Yes, take care of yourself. But I will definitely come here when I have time. Ye Feng patted Dandy on the shoulder and said with a smile. To be honest, these days, I seem to have more affection for Dandy than Monkey and Vegeta. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. After all, I ate so much food. Well, then you also take care. Dandy nodded heavily. For the first time, he felt that he was valued like a friend. It was a very good feeling. Hey, you two. Ye Feng looked at Monkey King and Vegeta again and called out. What? Tell you a way to improve your strength, and inject the hearts and minds of 5 Xians with pure hearts into another match. In the body of the demi-people, there will be unexpected improvements, so you can try it if you are interested. After Ye Feng finished speaking, he disappeared in front of a few people. 5 Xians with pure hearts? What? What the hell is that guy talking about? Vegetana said that she didn't understand her face. Maybe it's similar to my previous Super Saiyan 4 full energy form. Monkey King thought for a while and said. Because I was Gohan, Goten and Trunks last time. If they were 5 Xians, they might change. Is it stronger? Cut, Vegeta, disdain to use other people's power to improve. After Vegeta finished speaking, he jumped directly down the celestial temple. Then I'm leaving too, Dandy and Mr. After Monkey King waved at Dandy and Huo, he also jumped down. Mr. Ye Feng, Polly. Dandy smiled and said to himself. Ye Feng appeared directly in the realm of the Realm King God realm after leaving the Temple of Heaven. I said, 2 world kings and gods, when can your voyeuristic habits change? Ye Feng suddenly appeared behind the god Jipet and the king of the old world, and he saw the two of them staring at the crystal ball. In the ball is the heavenly temple of the earth. Ah! Jebai was taken aback, and quickly turned around to look at Ye Feng. Scared me to death. Every time you show up, you can. I can't say hello, I'm so old, how can I be scared of a heart attack? What to do? The old world King Shen turned his head and looked at Ye Feng with a complaining expression. Oh, you peeping at someone else's being discovered, it seems like I was wrong. Ye Feng smiled and shook his head, this old guy. Mr. Ye Feng, is there anything you have come to God realm this time? God Jebet asked tentatively. Friends, I'm going to be alone with you, I'm leaving. Ye Feng said to God Jebet. Although these guys may not think of themselves as Monkey King and the same people. But after all, I helped myself. Before I left, I was alone. Anyway, it was easy for me to teleport. Hey, aren't you going to other time and space? A shrewd light gleamed in the eyes of the old world King God, staring at Ye Feng and asked. If you are going to other planets, there is no need to say goodbye to yourself. Old guy, really shrewd. Ye Feng looked at the old world King God, and said in his heart. You won't be able to tell where you are going, anyway you don't like that I am here, right? After Ye Feng finished speaking, his body suddenly disappeared again. What an unpredictable guy. The old world king shook his head. 0.1. But like Ye Feng himself said, he really didn't want him to stay in this universe forever. Because he is like an unstable time bomb, in danger of destroying the universe at any time. After performing the space-time movement, Ye Feng soon appeared in another space-time Dragon Ball Super space. Is this the time and space of Dragon Ball Super? It seems to feel a few breaths, all of which are very weak. Ye Feng stood in the air and said to himself. There is only a slightly stronger chi, it should be Vegeta. Then Ye Feng directly used teleportation and appeared in the place where several chi gathered. In the next second, Ye Feng appeared on a huge cruise ship. Chapter 73. At the moment when Ye Feng suddenly appeared on the luxury cruise ship, almost all his gazes were regular. Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, Kellen, etc. Then there are Kiki, Bulma, Vidiri, Satan, and others. Tail, right? Xian. Piccolo saw the flexible tail behind Ye Feng at first sight, and there was horror and fear in his eyes. Look. Is it really a Xian? Kellen, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and others looked at Ye Feng with horror, and their bodies trembled. Tails, hairstyles, this is a very obvious sign of Xians. Why are there Xians, and they are Xians they have never seen before? It is indeed a Xian, but apart from Dad and Uncle Vegeta in this universe, there should be no purebred Xian. People. Sun Wukong frowned tightly, holding his fists, looking at Ye Feng and said. This guy gave himself a very strong pressure, just standing there, he felt like the general pressure of the top of the mountain. The blood in the body seems to feel the fear 03. How can I do Piccolo? How about let Wukong come back from the World King planet? Klin quickly looked at Piccolo and suggested. Xians have left indelible fear in their hearts. And there is an unfathomable feeling in this guy's body. Hey, what are you doing here? Xian. Piccolo didn't answer Klin, but took a step forward, staring coldly at Ye Feng and questioning. Then Sun Wukong and others all made preparations for battle. In their impression, Xians are not a good thing, except for Goku and Vegeta now. Bu, don't eat for now. If that guy is here to make trouble, teach me a good lesson. Satan quickly returned to Majin Buu and said. Beak-san, this guy is very strong, maybe he is better than Dad. Monkey King hurriedly walked to Piccolo's side and said with a heavy face. I also feel that it is a difficult opponent to deal with. Piccolo said lightly. Now that Vegeta and Goku are not there, it would be a bit difficult if this guy does it. Why are everyone so nervous? Looking at the nervous people, Ye Feng suddenly smiled, and continued to speak, isn't this a birthday party? I came to the birthday party. After speaking, Ye Feng found a place to sit down very consciously. The purpose of coming here by myself is very simple, that is, to sign in, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. After an hour, I will leave naturally. But within an hour, no one can drive him away, including the god of destruction Beerus. Cut, you may not be welcome here, if you are interested, please leave immediately. Big said to Ye Feng coldly. In the absence of Monkey King and Vegeta, he must ensure the safety of everyone. Don't talk to me in this tone, because you might offend me. Seeing Rubik's cold eyes and arrogant voice, Ye Feng suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. This guy and Dandy are both Namex stars, even with indistinguishable faces. But my feelings for them are worlds apart. Hey, everyone, don't hurt your peace, even if it's giving me a face. At this time Satan came over, smiling as a peacemaker. Ye Feng doesn't speak anymore, there is no need to care about such people. Are you Vegeta's friend? At this time Bulma came over and asked if Ye Feng asked. Because this person is also a Xian, maybe it is Vegeta's friend in the universe. The Bulma in this time and space is obviously younger than the time and space of Dragon Ball GT. Right. Ye Feng smiled and said. I do know Vegeta, it's just Vegeta from GT time space. That fellow Vegeta is also true. He won't attend the birthday party of his beautiful wife, and his friends should come. Hello. After Bulma spoke madly, he went directly to call. This time I must scold Vegeta well. After Bulma left, Piccolo still stared at Ye Feng closely. I always feel that this guy is very weird. Don't keep staring at me with your eyes. This is the second warning. Ye Feng looked at Piccolo, and there was already some anger in his eyes. Big's gaze makes himself very uncomfortable. Beak-san, let's sit down first, and wait for Vegeta's to come back. Son Gohan was afraid that Piccolo would fight the Xian, so he quickly pulled Rubik and said. Piccolo didn't listen to Monkey King's words, but walked towards Ye Feng one step at a time. You said you were Vegeta's friend, but I never seem to have seen you. Piccolo looked at Ye Feng again and asked. Stop playing your cleverness in front of me, this is the third time, kneel down. Ye Feng suddenly yelled, and Piccolo really fell to his knees with a puff. What? Piccolo was shocked. He hadn't seen the Xian in front of him at all just now, but he was indeed attacked. And now, 573 can't stand up at all. How is this going? Bison. Ratio. Sun Wukong quickly yelled out in horror. Big actually kneels in fright. Everyone was so frightened that even Piccolo was so frightened that they knelt down. Then can they be scared to death? Evil, let go of Bizang. Sun Wukong became a Super Saiyan directly leaping up and attacking Ye Feng. But with a wave of Ye Feng's hand, Monkey King was blasted out and fell heavily on the deck. Gohan. Gohan. Kiki and Vitalai rushed over to help Son Gohan up. That guy is really amazing. Sun Wukong stroked his chest and said solemnly. Hey, you are too much, a good party is made like this by you, I will not spare you Satan. Bu, beat that guy hard for me, I'll give you more delicious food later. Satan pointed at Ye Feng, his body exuding the light of righteousness. Okay. Hearing the delicious food, Majin Buu narrowed his eyes into two crescents, nodded, and bounced towards Ye Feng. Chapter 74. Satan, let me beat you up. Majin Buu suddenly raised his eyes and said to Ye Feng with a fierce expression. I have a broad heart, but I don't like someone deliberately finding fault. Ye Feng glanced over all the people present, and said lightly. Actually, I have no interest at all for these people in front of me, but if they want to provoke themselves, then they wouldn't mind knocking them all down. If you don't understand what you are talking about, just hit you down anyway. Majin Buu shook his head with a dazed expression, and then turned into a ferocious look. Banged at Ye Feng. Bang. The fist was centered between Ye Feng's brow. Only. Ye Feng was like a rock, sitting there motionless, without blinking his eyes. Outdated boss, Get out. Ye Feng lightly punched the enchanted Bu. When the school head touched Majin Bu's face, it instantly sank like an airbag. Then Bu flew upside down like a cannonball out of the chamber, and was hit directly at a distance of tens of thousands of feet. What? At this moment, everyone's jaws were shocked and almost fell to the ground. Majin Bu, whose strength was comparable to the existence of Super Saiyan 3, was so lightly knocked into the air. And that Saiyan hasn't transformed yet, right? Shock and fear spread in everyone's hearts instantly. Piccolo's face was even more ugly, and the punch that this guy hit Demon Bu just now was enough to kill him. Thinking of this, Piccolo felt cold in his heart. On the other side, Bulma had already called Vegeta. Hey Vegeta, can you take into account the feelings of your beautiful wife? Today is my birthday party. What are you not like? Bulma yelled on the phone. Cut, who would participate in that kind of boring stuff? Vegeta snorted, the guy Kakarot went to the World King planet to practice, and he must not be lazy. Vegeta, you must come today. By the way, a friend of yours has also come to the birthday party. Others are coming from afar, so you can't hang on one side. Right. After Bulma shouted, he added. My friend. Vegeta is a little confused, does she have friends? Then he asked, which friend of mine? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. You'll know if you come over and see for yourself. Anyway, it's a Saiyan. Bulma hung up after speaking. Saiyans. Impossible. In this world, besides me and Kakarot, there are also Trunks. There are no Saiyans anymore. Cut, it must be made up just to let me pass. Vegeta hugged her arms, flicked her fingers lightly, and muttered to herself coldly. But after thinking about it, Bulma never seems to lie, and there is no need to lie downward arrow. No, I have to take a look downward arrow if there is really a Saiyan, it will be fine. But at this time on the luxury cruise ship, after Ye Feng easily knocked the Demon Bu into the air, everyone calmed down. Looking at Ye Feng with a look of fear. This guy is too strong, even if all of them shot together, they weren't that person's opponent at all. It is not yet known what his purpose is, so they must remain calm before he does it. Waiting for Monkey King and Vegeta to arrive. After half a minute, Vegeta appeared on the cruise ship. Hey Bulma, where are the Saiyans? Vegeta asked directly when she came. I am here, Vegeta. Ye Feng said lightly. Because he completely shielded his breath at this time, Vegeta didn't feel his breath at all. Is it a Saiyan? Vegeta looked at Ye Feng in surprise, and said in disbelief. But it's impossible. There are obviously only two purebred Saiyans in this universe, he and Kakarot, right? And his ineffective brother Tabor, why are there still Saiyans? But that guy was indeed a Saiyan, and as a Saiyan prince, he would naturally not admit it wrong. Beware of Vegeta sang, the Saiyan he shot Bu away. Son Gohan quickly reminded Vegeta. What, shoot Bu? Shell. Vegeta looked at Monkey King, an incredible look appeared in her eyes. Bu's strength is still higher than that of himself, so he can have such a strong strength. When I was on the planet Vegeta, I had never heard of such a talented Saiyan. Yeah, and he hasn't become a Super Saiyan at all. Monkey King spoke again. Cut, defeated Bu without becoming a Super Saiyan? What a joke. Vegeta clenched her fists tightly, the solemn expression on her face even worse. What's the situation? Didn't that guy say that he is Vegeta's friend? But it seems that Vegeta doesn't even know him. Him. Kellen, Tianjin Fan and others looked at Vegeta with some doubts and said. Then Vegeta frowned and walked towards Ye Feng step by step. Who on earth are you? Vegeta asked gravely. Although he is arrogant, a Saiyan who can easily defeat Majin Bu must make himself serious. Stayed. As you can see, I am a Saiyan just like you, Vegeta. Ye Feng stood up slowly and said with a faint smile. The moment Ye Feng stood up, Piccolo felt his body regained his freedom, and he quickly stood up. Stand up. Fear flashed in his eyes, looking at Ye Feng Yuan. This guy is definitely a very powerful existence. Saiyans. Impossible, there are only 3 purebred Saiyans left in this world, and on the planet Vegeta I simply haven't seen you. Vegeta denied directly. There are too many Saiyans you haven't seen. Ye Feng said lightly. Seeing Ye Feng's arrogant posture, Vegeta really wanted to get angry, but when he thinks of Gohan, there is still. The environment can only endure it. Fighting here may ruin Bulma's birthday party, and may even make Bulma and Trunks. They are injured, which is not allowed. What is your purpose here? Vegeta gritted her teeth and asked again. Chapter 75. There is no purpose, just to come and sit, but you must not provoke me, Vegeta. Ye Feng suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly. The powerful pressure instantly made Vegeta feel like an enemy. Why? What's going on? It was just a glance at him, and I could feel it in my body. All power has been banned. Kind. Vegeta suddenly shrank her pupils, her hands trembled frequently, and cold sweat appeared on her forehead. This guy is really strong to this point, a look in his eyes makes him unable to parry. In other words, his Saiyan bloodline is too strong, which has caused the suppression of his bloodline. Impossible, he is a Saiyan prince, with the purest and most noble Saiyan blood. How could it be suppressed from the blood? What's the matter, Vegeta-san, who is he? Sun Wukong and others stepped forward, staring at Ye Feng and said. If Vegeta tells them that Ye Feng is an enemy, they will take action without hesitation, even if that guy is very strong. He is my friend, let's get away. Vegeta gritted her teeth, and slowly loosened her clenched fist 143, and said to Monkey King. The Saiyan in front of him felt very dangerous, so he must not offend him rashly. If it's my previous self, I wouldn't think about so many things, but now I have to be Bulma and Trunks considered. Although I want to return to my previous self. Well, I know Vegeta-san. Monkey King nodded, and then retreated to other seats with Klin, Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, and others. Since Vegeta said it was his friend, it means that it may be his friend, or it may be in front of him. The Saiyan was so strong that Vegeta felt fear. Regardless of the possibility, they should listen to Vegeta. After Gohan and Piccolo dispersed, Vegeta walked up to Ye Feng and asked vigilantly. Who on earth are you? Sit down, I will tell you slowly. Ye Feng looked at Vegeta, who was also wary, smiled, and said. It is true that Vegeta, who did not expect this time and space, seems to be very self-aware. After feeling the strong pressure, he did not choose to fight with himself. Vegeta could only sit down, and he couldn't cause unnecessary panic now, at least until he figured out the true identity of the Saiyan in front of him. Can I speak now? Vegeta is still very vigilant, because the guy in front of him is too mysterious and too strong. Well, my name is Ye Feng, and I am a Saiyan like you, but my blood is more pure than you, I think. You already feel this, right? Ye Feng said lightly, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Cut. Vegeta curled her lips. Although she didn't want to admit this fact, the group of suppression just now existed. What is your purpose in coming to Earth? Vegeta continued to ask. If he wants to be bad for the Earth, even if he is not as strong as him, he will never. Will you let him go wild? You don't need to know so much, I can only tell you that I will not harm the Earth. Ye Feng looked at Vegeta and said. There is no need to tell him all his secrets. Seeing that Ye Feng didn't want to say anything, Vegeta stopped asking questions. Since he said he has no malice towards the Earth, he can only choose to believe him now. When Ye Feng was talking with Vegeta, he suddenly felt a very strong and mysterious aura. It's completely different from the Vegeta in front of me, or anyone in GT. A good breath. Ye Feng stood up suddenly, with a solemn expression in his eyes. This breath should not be human. Is it the anger of Pyrus, the god of destruction? In the next second, Ye Feng suddenly realized. That's right, at this time, the god of destruction, Pyrus, should come to the earth to find the so-called Super Saiyan god. But why do I feel destructive? Is it because of the system, or is it because of freedom's great effort downward arrow? This huge breath is rushing towards the earth, traveling very fast. Yes, it must be that Pyrus was right. Ye Feng is 100% sure that this breath is definitely from the god of destruction, Pyrus. Because of this time and space, except for the gods of destruction, Billis and Weiss, no one can be stronger than himself. What's happening? Vegeta looked at Ye Feng's sudden heavy look, and couldn't help but ask curiously. Someone might be coming to Earth. Ye Feng sat down for a while, and said faintly. I was really surprised when I felt that chi just now, because this chi completely surpassed myself. But when you think about it, you don't have to worry at all, you have the power of time and space and teleportation. If he really fights, even if his strength is not as good as him, he can't kill himself. Big man? Can you make it clear point? Vegeta asked again. You'll find out later. After Ye Feng said something, he then started looking for food. Speaking of which, I am really hungry. There is really no way to refuse these dazzling delicacies in front of me. And at this time in the realm of the Realm King, the gods of the old Realm King and Jebet were trembling with the breath of the destruction god. It's not good, Lord Billis is heading for the northern Realm King planet. It's estimated to be there in 2 minutes. Sun Wukong, the guy who likes to cause trouble, is still with the king of the North Realm. This is in trouble. The old world king god's face was full of fear. Those Saiyans are all provoking masters, especially Monkey King, if you let him anger Lord Billis. Then the whole earth, and even more stars will follow, unfortunately. Why don't I bring Monkey King to the god realm now? God Jebet hurriedly spoke. It's probably too late. The old world king Shen shook his head, and said in a somewhat desperate voice. I just hope that Monkey King can be smarter this time, and don't provoke Lord Billis. Bang. On the Northern World King planet, two figures suddenly fell from the sky. It's been a long time, King of the North Realm. A faint voice reached the ears of the Northern Realm King. Chapter 76. Master Bibaruz, welcome you to visit my planet specially. The North Realm King looked terrified, and said in a trembling tone. Your planet is really small. Billis looked at the planet of the King of the Northern Realm, and said faintly. I remember that this place was no different from other planets before. But last time the North Realm King gave him too bad food, so since too he can only change his planet to this point. Up. What a big place, it made you laugh. The King of the North quickly replied. Huh? Is that Lord Billis? I can't feel his breath at all, but it feels very strong. 2. Monkey King was hidden in the house by the King of the Northern World, staring at Biruz and whispered. There was an inexplicable excitement on his face. He was bigger than Ruth, he should be very strong. Since Master Billis is here, why don't you just enjoy lunch? The King of the Northern Realm said so, but he was looking forward to Biruz to leave quickly. Because of Wukong, this time bomb, I don't know when it will explode. No, I'm here this time to find that Xian on your planet. What is it called? Billis stroked his chin and couldn't remember it again. It's called Monkey King, Lord Billis. Weiss reminded him calmly behind him. Ah yes, Monkey King, that's the Xian. Biruz nodded, and then looked at the Northern Realm King. It turned out to be for Wukong. It seems that I can't hide it anymore. I just hope that Wukong will not say anything later. I want to try that kind of stupid words. The King of the North thought helplessly in his heart. Come out Gaku, Lord Billis wants to see you. Even though there are thousands of people who don't want to, but Master Billis has already spoken, and he can't refuse it anymore. Hearing the words of the King of the North, Monkey King walked out with excitement. Oh, I'm Monkey King. Monkey King greeted Bizzies directly and very casually. Of course, the reward was an education from the King of the North. Huh? You don't look like Frisia's opponent, right? Billis looked at Monkey King and said. But then he asked, hey, do you know the god of Super Xian? This is my purpose. As for Frisia, he is dead if he dies. What? God of Super Xians, I only know Super Xians, and Super Xians beyond Super Xians. As for the god of Super Xian, I haven't heard of it. Monkey King rubbed his chin, thought for a while and replied. I really can't remember the name of the god of Super Xian. Never heard of it. Downward arrow, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Looking at you, it seems that you really don't know the god of Super Xian. Billis stroked his chin and said. The guy in front of him was far from the Super Xian god in his foreseeable dream. Master Billis, it seems to be just an ordinary dream. Let's go back. How could it be possible in this world? Someone is competing with Lord Billis. At this time, Weiss spoke lightly. Huh? It's not just what I said, the prophecy fish also said, since he doesn't know, I think we should go to the earth. Ask Vegeta. After thinking about it for a while, Billis said, Vegeta is a Xian prince, so he should know something. If you can't find the Super Xian god in your dreams, you will be quite uncomfortable. It's like the sound of something in the teeth that can't be picked out. Yes, Lord Billis. Weiss nodded, and since Master Billis said, then he can only do it. Wait, Lord Billis, I heard that you are amazing, can you let me see if it's true or not? At this time, Monkey King suddenly smiled and said. It's hard to meet such a strong opponent, of course you can't just let it go. If you don't compete with Lord Billis, then you will be very uncomfortable. Oh? You want to try my power? Billis looked at Monkey King in surprise. I have lived for hundreds of millions of years. This is the first time I heard such arrogant words. Challenge the god of destruction? Maybe this guy is just a big idiot. Gaku, don't do stupid things, Lord Billis's strength is different from any of your previous opponents. You have to. It angered Lord Billis, he could kill you with a finger. North Boundary. When Wang Yi heard Sun Wukong's ignorant words, he was so scared that his hairs were erected, and he quickly blocked him. If this continues, the Earth and its own planet of the Northern Realm will be finished by Wukong, a big idiot. Ah. If that's the case, then I'm even more interested. Hearing the words of the King of the North Realm, Monkey King seemed to become even more excited. Haha. Then he became a Super Xian. Oh. Strength seems to have been improved, but this level can only defeat Frisia. Billis looked at Monkey King dismissively, and said lightly. Has the fight already begun? On the earth, Feng raised his head and muttered to himself faintly. Because he felt another very weak breath. The breath of Biruz came from the same place. It seems that Sun Wukong, who is practicing on the planet of the Northern World King, Is right? Now that the two of them have started fighting, it means that Beerus will soon descend on the earth. Bring me some pudding, salmon sushi, and octopus balls, thank you. Feng walked to the food stall and said to the chef. Okay, wait a minute, you'll be fine soon. The chef looked at Feng with some fear, and quickly nodded in agreement. Just now, Feng flew the big pink fat man with a punch, and the scene of the green-faced monster on his knees, they can see clearly. A few minutes later, Feng got his own food, found a table casually and sat down. Begin to taste the food slowly, waiting for the arrival of the god of destruction Beerus. And Vegeta kept staring at Feng. Suddenly, a voice rang from his mind. Vegeta, I am the king of the north. What? King of the north, what do you want me to do? Vegeta directly asked coldly. Please calmly listen to me and finish talking. The god of destruction Beerus has already gone to the earth. Wait for Master Beerus to arrive. You must not act rashly, and you must not provoke him one, otherwise the earth will be destroyed. The king of the north said to Vegeta in a very heavy tone. Beerus, god of destruction? I seem to have heard this name before. Vegeta frowned, a very familiar name, she wouldn't remember it for a while. Remember, don't do it. Goku has too many things to challenge Lord Beerus and was easily defeated. The Realm King God once again solemnly reiterated. Kakarot was easily defeated. Vegeta's face changed suddenly, and Kakarot was easily defeated. That is to say, the god of destruction is much stronger than Ruth and Kakarot. Chapter 77. Remember my words, Vegeta, don't provoke Lord Beerus if you don't want the earth to be destroyed. The voice disappeared after the king of the north had finished speaking. Kakarot was defeated easily. Vegeta frowned tightly, cold sweat appeared on her face. Suddenly, Vegeta looked at Feng, who was enjoying the food leisurely. Because he remembered that Feng said that there will be a big figure appearing on the earth. Could it be that he was talking about the god of destruction then? Ruth. This name always feels very familiar, but I can't remember where I heard it. Was the big man you just mentioned, Beerus, the god of destruction? Vegeta walked to Feng and asked with a heavy tone. Oh, it seems that the king of the northern realm has already told you about the birth of the 49-0 on the planetary king. Feng had a calm look, and said to Vegeta while eating sushi. What? You even know what happened on the World King planet, how is this possible? Vegeta asked with a look of horror, because the defeat of Kakarot, the god of destruction, was just what happened. But Feng has always been with them and never left the cruise ship. Why would he know what happened on the World King planet? This guy is too mysterious, right? You don't have to know how I knew, you should think about how to deal with the god of destruction, Beerus. Feng smiled and said. After speaking, I went to the food stall again. The food here is really good, and the craftsmanship is even better than Mr. Who is Beerus, the god of destruction? Who is this fellow Yejen? What is their purpose in coming to Earth? Vegeta clenched her fist tightly, her face sullen, and she couldn't figure it out at all. Long time no see, Prince Vegeta. Suddenly, a cold voice rang from behind. Vegeta and Feng looked back almost at the same time. Vegeta didn't find a figure, but Feng could see it clearly. That's right, the people here are the god of destruction Beerus and the angel Weiss. The ones in the comics are almost exactly the same, but Feng's heart is shocked by the powerful breath that he saw with his own eyes. Of course, all he felt was the anger of Beerus. Weiss is like a pool of calm lake water, without waves, and can't feel the existence of chi at all. And at this time, Beerus slowly appeared behind Vegeta, his sharp nails pointed towards the back of Vegeta's head. Pointed to the past. As if suddenly feeling the danger, Vegeta subconsciously rushed forward. When he turned his head, he saw the cat face. Beerus, god of destruction. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. The moment he saw that face, Vegeta suddenly remembered. That's right, it's this face, I saw it on Vegeta when I was a child. At that time, for a pillow, King Vegeta was trampled on the foot. Just a look in his eyes completely lost his combat effectiveness. It seems you think of me, Vegeta. But you dare to call my real name, you are already dead. Destroyer Beerus pointed his index finger to Vegeta, and said coldly. Feng took the pudding, takoyaki, tamagoyaki, and sushi with a plain face, and then returned to his seat. Bit. At this time, because the lottery has started, everyone went to join in the fun. Only Feng and Vegeta are calmer. What? What is this guy doing on Earth? The cold sweat kept slipping from Vegeta's face. The body began to tremble because of fear. This is simply a shame. But before I kill you, I still need to ask you, do you know the god of Super Saiyan? Beerus asked faintly. Saiyan Prince, should know something. Super Saiyan God. Vegeta doubt and fear in her face. I have never heard of such a thing. Humph. It seems you don't know anything. Looking at Vegeta's expression, he knew that he didn't know the news about the god of Super Saiyan. Originally thought you would be able to practice hand skills for me when you grow up, but now it seems that I overestimate you. Zero. A purple energy ball appeared on Biro's fingertips and aimed at Vegeta. Since this guy didn't know the existence of the Super Saiyan god, then he had no need to live. Bigger than Ruth. At this moment, Y suddenly called Biro's. What? Billis asked without looking back. Look over there. Weiss pointed to Yefeng, who was sitting on a chair with a calm face and enjoying the food. Biroz turned his head and looked at Yefeng. Then his eyes suddenly narrowed. There is still a Saiyan. Billis saw that iconic tail, and the entire universe was only owned by Saiyans. But I don't know where the tails of Vegeta and the Monkey King have gone. Of course, he doesn't care about these, what he cares most about is the foreknowledge, the god of Super Saiyan. Feed Saiyan. Billis walked directly in front of Yefeng and yelled aloft. Yefeng ignored Biroz and continued to enjoy the food. It was not that I wanted to deliberately provoke Biroz, but his superior tone made him very uncomfortable. Because I have reached the point where I am not afraid to destroy God. Cut, damn guy, 0.3 dare to ignore me. Seeing the Saiyan in front of him unmoved, Beeps instantly became angry. No one has ever dared to ignore his own words like this. My name is Yefeng, not the Saiyan. Even if you are a god of destruction, you should know a little bit of politeness and respect for others, right? Yefeng wiped his mouth, stood up and said to Billis in a flat tone. What? Billis was suddenly confused by Yefeng's words. Why does this guy feel familiar? Cut, you know that I am a god of destruction, but I can still be so arrogant. It seems that one of the three Saiyans finally has a bloody appearance. Billis grinned suddenly, smiled coldly, and said to Yefeng. Chapter 78. But as usual, I still have to ask the last sentence, do you know the god of Super Saiyan? Biroz stared at Yefeng coldly and asked. Of course I know. Yefeng nodded and said truthfully. What? You know, it's really a bit unexpected. Biroz looked at Yefeng in surprise, and said. In fact, although he was asking, he didn't have any hope in his heart, because Vegeta is the Prince of Saiyans. Even he does not know the existence of the god of Super Saiyan. How can an ordinary Saiyan know? I just didn't expect that an accident happened. Hurry up and tell me where the Super Saiyan god is. Billis asked Yefeng in a commanding tone. He can't wait to see the rival in his dream now. Sorry, I may not be able to tell you where the Super Saiyan god is, because there is no Super Saiyan god in this universe yet. Saiyan god. Yefeng smiled and said to Billis. Are you kidding me? Be careful, I destroy you. Killing intent suddenly appeared in Biroz's eyes, and a purple arrogance emerged from his body. Yefeng suddenly felt an extremely strong pressure. Master Billis, don't be angry. Although there is no Super Saiyan god for the time being, I know how to create a. Yefeng Jing was not frightened by Biroz's aura, but still said calmly. Anyway, I wouldn't be afraid of him. If I really couldn't beat him, I would just use the power of time and space to go. Cut, damn BD, can't you just finish it in one go? Billis clenched his fist tightly and said fiercely. If this guy didn't know the way to become a Super Saiyan god, he really wanted to destroy him now. But before you find the god of Super Saiyan, come and try it with me. If you win, I will naturally tell. How do you create a Super Saiyan god? If you can't even beat me, then there is no need to find a Super Saiyan god. Yefeng suddenly said with a serious face. What? Vegeta was startled and looked at Yefeng with some unknown reason. This guy, does he want to challenge Biroz, the god of destruction? Even Kakarot was easily defeated. Can he fight the god of destruction? It seems that this guy has no idea about the horror of the god of destruction Biroz, so he is so arrogant. The ignorant are fearless. If the green onion angered the god of destruction, Biroz, the earth would be in danger. Downward arrow, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. After Yefeng's voice fell, Weiss couldn't help but look at Yefeng more. There seems to be something different about this Saiyan, there seems to be something familiar in his body. But even he couldn't even see what the problem was. Oh? Are you trying to challenge the god of destruction? Ignorant Saiyan. I don't know if you are too arrogant, or if you are a big idiot. Biroz glanced at Yefeng squintingly, his tone full of disdain. Goo. The Saiyan on the World King planet just now seems to be as arrogant as the Saiyan in front of him. It was defeated in 2 hits. The self-righteous Saiyan is really unlikable. If you underestimate me, you might suffer, Lord Billis. Yefeng still smiled faintly and said to Billis. His own super game form bonus is free and extremely conscientious, even if he can't compete with the god of destruction, he wants to easily defeat. It's absolutely impossible for myself. Really? I seem to be a little interested in you. If you are just a big idiot who likes to talk big, I will not hesitate. Use destroy you. The killing intent in Biro's eyes was awe-inspiring. This guy didn't like him very much, especially his smile. Hey, do you want to die? Do you understand the horror of the god of destruction? At this time, Vegeta whispered to Feng. This guy is too self-righteous, right? In front of him was Biro's, the god of destruction who could destroy you at his fingertips. It's you who don't understand, Vegeta. Feng glanced at Vegeta, then at Billis. A serious look appeared in his eyes. Biro's is definitely the strongest opponent he has encountered so far, and even Super Vegeta may not be able to beat him. What's more important is that this guy is a god, possessing destructive skills that can destroy everything. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Billis squinted his eyes. This time is really an uncomfortable trip. After killing this guy, destroy the Earth Society castle directly. It seems that the god of Super Saiyan is really just a strange dream. Master Billis, don't underestimate the enemy, this little guy is a bit unusual. Why suddenly reminded? Just a Saiyan, how big a storm can be set off? Biro sneered at Weiss's reminder. Then the body floated a little bit in the air downward arrow. Feng also followed slowly. It's over, Feng, that BD, actually challenged Billis. Vegeta looked at the two men in horror. If Feng loses, the Earth will be destroyed by 610. No one can resist Biro's at all, and no matter how strong Feng is, he is only a Saiyan. How could it be destruction? Opponent of God Biro's upward arrow. What's going on? Isn't that the Saiyan just now? Who is the other one? I don't know, it looks like they are going to fight. It wasn't until Feng and Billis appeared in the air that Son Gohan, Piccolo and others realized that something was amiss. Hey Saiyan, you should also become a so-called Super Saiyan. Biro stared at Feng coldly and said. Although he knew that he was vulnerable, Biro still hoped that this guy was a little bit stronger, not just being able to speak big words. In this way, you can also exercise your muscles and bones well. Feng's purpose is very simple. First of all, he wants to try the strength of the god of destruction by Whis. More importantly, it would be great if he could use his power to break through the Super Saiyan's full power form. Of course you can, but I am a little different from the guy on the Northern World King planet. The corner of Feng's mouth raised, and then a serious look appeared in his eyes. Aha! Accompanied by a roar, an aura of terror burst out of Feng's body in an instant. Chapter 79. The terrifying air wave swept in all directions, directly blowing the giant cruise ship away from its course. What an amazing breath! So strong, I have never felt such a strong chi. Is that guy really Saiyan? After feeling the cosmic air, Monkey Gohan, Piccolo and others were shocked. Everyone was shocked beyond words. He has not yet become a Super Saiyan, and his anger has surpassed the Goku of Super Saiyan 3. What kind of monster is it? Impossible, how is this possible? Vegeta's pupils shrank tightly, her eyes filled with unbelievability. How can Saiyan's anger reach this level? And he hasn't become a Super Saiyan at all, and his aura is boundless. Aha! Then there was another burst of shout, and Feng became a Super Saiyan directly. Gee! The grass-green arrogance hovered around Feng like a beam of light. Oh! It seems to be different from that guy, but his strength is not small. Looking at Feng in front of him, Baiwazi had a shocked look in his eyes. But it's just fleeting downward arrow. What's the matter? After he became a Super Saiyan, his anger was grass-green. It's completely different from Goku and Vegeta. Piccolo, Tianjin Fan and others looked at the sky almost stained with grass-green with shocked faces, and muttered to themselves. That's amazing, is that guy also Saiyan? It's really too strong. At this time, Monkey King was hiding in a corner, looking at Feng and Biroz. Unexpectedly, two such powerful opponents appeared suddenly today. While worrying, it's really a bit exciting. But at this time in the realm of the Realm King, the gods of the old Realm King and the gods of Jebet were already a little frustrated. It's over, how come there is another Saiyan who loves trouble, this earth is really over. The Monkey King and Vegeta alone caused them headaches. Now there is another Saiyan who is more arrogant and likes to make trouble. The earth really won't be able to keep it? I have been waiting for Master Billis, please enlighten me. After becoming a Super Saiyan, Feng smiled and said to Billis. I have not directly performed the free and extreme power on the basis of the super game now. Chapter 80. Humph. Is there no way to fight back like this? It seems that my expectations of you are a little too high. Biroz attacked Feng and said faintly. In the next second, Feng's body suddenly disappeared, making Biroz's fist empty. When he reappeared, he was already behind Biroz. What? It's pretty fast. Biroz turned his head and looked at Feng in surprise. At the speed just now, I didn't even see it clearly. It seems that they are just some tricks that you can't use. The god of destruction is really powerful. Now he estimates that he hasn't even used 30% of his strength, and he is the most powerful. It is the skill of destruction. Ye Feng secretly shocked. It seemed that he had to improve his strength again, otherwise he would only be passively beaten. Haha. Immediately after Ye Feng roared again, the terrifying grass-green arrogance burst out of Ye Feng's body. The breath has obviously been greatly improved. Oh. The strength seems to have improved again, it's really interesting. Biruz looked at Ye Feng in surprise again. This yin would really surprise people. Come on again, Lord Billis. After increasing his strength again, Ye Feng said with a faint smile. 923 huh. Billis snorted coldly, and his body disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he passed in front of Ye Feng. The fist was unusually tricky, and he slammed Ye Feng's eyebrows. Bang. In the next moment, Biruz's fist was directly received by Ye Feng steadily. What? There was a flash in Biruz's eyes. It was incredible. My fist was actually caught. Biruz-sama is now estimated that you haven't even used 30% of your strength. If that's the case, then you are too young. Look at me. Ye Feng shouted loudly, then his right fist hit Biruz's lower abdomen with a hook. Billis was directly repelled by dozens of steps. But Biruz didn't seem to be angry, but stretched out 2 fingers at Ye Feng. It's barely 20%, right downward arrow. Billis spoke lightly. What? Only used 20%? Or is it reluctant? Ye Feng frowned and said softly. Remember that in Dragon Ball Super, because Bulma was beaten, he became Vegeta of the Mutant Super Saiyan 2, like, read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. Almost all forced out the strength of Biruz. It is also 10% of the strength to deal with the Super 3 Monkey Kings, which now seems to be a lie. Because he defeated the Super San Wukong, he couldn't even use half of his strength. However, given your strength and your rudeness just now, I am going to increase my strength to 30%. A cold light came out of Biruz's slender eyes, and he stretched out 5 fingers towards Ye Feng. I haven't been hit by anyone for a long time, even a god of destruction of the same level can't do it. I didn't expect to be hit twice by a Saiyan today. It was really careless. Is it 30%? Come on. I just want to use your power to become a Super Saiyan full power form. Ye Feng gritted his teeth, thinking in his heart. This is a very good opportunity for myself, and it is also my purpose of starting the battle with Biruz. After turning into a Super Saiyan with full power, he will be able to cope with Biruz by adding his free power. In the theatrical version of Dragon Ball Super Broly, Monkey King once said that Broly Super Saiyan's full power form. It seems to be able to catch up with Biruz's downward arrow. If you add up to Freedom's extreme power, you have an 80% chance of winning. As Billis's voice fell, his body instantly swept towards Ye Feng. The speed is completely incomparable with just now. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and blasted out at Biruz with a punch. Fight, fight. His bloodline is stronger as he fights, and he doesn't break through the limit that he still has in the battle. Boom. At the moment when the fists collided, a terrifying shockwave was generated and spread out in all directions. The sea surface on the soles of the 2 people's feet instantly stirred up great turmoil. Be careful, everyone, the cruise ship has been hit hard. Piccolo quickly reminded everyone. But obviously it was too late, and Satan, Kiki, Bulma and others were overthrown directly to the ground. Klin, Tianjin Fan and the others also couldn't stabilize their bodies at all, and slammed into the deck heavily. Oh, the food has been overturned. It's really a waste. Wes looked at the clutter around him, and the staff in his hand lightly nodded, and a grass-green barrier suddenly moved. The huge cruise ship enveloped. Immediately the cruise ship returned to calm. Before Lord Billis decided to destroy the Earth, his actions were not considered a violation of the rules. Vegeta looked at Wes, and the heaviness in his eyes was even worse. He didn't expect that even a servant of the god of destruction, Biruz, would have it. Such a means. At this time, in midair, Ye Feng and Biruz were directly knocked into the air after a punch. It stopped after shattering several peaks. Bah! Biruz, who is only 30% strong, is that strong? Ye Feng spit out a mouthful of dust, his eyes were a bit solemn, and at the same time they were shining with excitement. Then he stood up, his body appeared in front of Biruz again in a flash. Come! Ye Feng yelled and took the initiative to attack Billis. Bang bang bang. The 2 kept fighting head to head, fist to fist, and popping gardens appeared in mid-air. The peaks within 100 miles were shattered one by powerful shock waves. Then the ground began to collapse and then collapse again. It's so strong, I actually have a relationship with the god of destruction, Billis. Vegeta's shocked jaw almost fell to the ground at this time. Can Saiyans really achieve this level through cultivation? If Ye Feng can do it, then as a Saiyan prince, it should be okay. Bang. Immediately above the sky, Yefeng was once again blown away by Biro's scream. Yefeng clenched his fists tightly, a bit of anger appeared in his eyes. Damn it, can I resist even 30% of the power of the god of destruction Biros? Even the god of destruction can't deal with it, how can I surpass the guys who really stand at the apex of time and space and the universe? Try this. Xian. Bishansi's cold voice fell, and a huge orange-yellow energy ball condensed from his fingertips. Then he threw it directly at Yefeng. Chapter 81. Oh. Lord Billis seems to be a little angry. Wes looked at the energy ball condensed by Billis and spoke. It seems that Lord Biros is already serious, and that Xian is really amazing. Bring it on. Yefeng clenched his fist, gritted his teeth tightly, and placed his palms directly on the huge energy ball. Aha! Then he used both punches to force, and he was able to measure the ball and flew out. Only in the next second, Biros appeared directly in front of Yefeng, swooping down and hit Yefeng's cheek in the next punch. Snapped. After a crisp sound, Yefeng's body suddenly smashed into the sea below like a falling meteorite. Puff. The sea stirred up huge waves of hundreds of feet, and a circular ripple spread out in all directions. Then Biros rushed into the water like an eagle in the sky. Bang bang bang. A deep sound came out of the water continuously downward arrow. The sea water seemed to be boiling, with a lot of bubbles coming out. How's it going, did that Xian lose? Kellen and Tianjin Fan asked, frowning. Not sure, but his anger seems to be declining. Monkey King shook his head and said in a heavy tone. What kind of person is that long cat-like guy, who would have such a powerful strength? And looking at Vegeta's eyes, she seemed very afraid of that guy. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wufan and others. Father! Gaku! Sun Gohan, Piccolo, Klin and others exclaimed excitedly. Okay. Monkey King nodded and looked at the sea, frowning tightly. Son, do you know who that guy is? Piccolo quickly asked Monkey King. Maybe he will know something. Ah, that is Lord Billis, the god of destruction. When I was on the planet of the Northern Realm King just now, I was defeated by him with only 2 moves. Monkey King looked at Piccolo, said with a serious face. What? You were defeated by 2 tricks? Shocked, unparalleled shock appeared on everyone's faces. You know that Wukong is now the strongest of them, and he was defeated by 2 tricks, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Well, and I can feel that he didn't use any power at all to defeat me. Monkey King spoke again. As soon as this remark came out, Piccolo and others only felt that their scalp was numb. There is such a terrifying guy in the world, it is simply unimaginable. By the way, who is the Xian who fought with Lord Billis? Monkey King asked curiously. His strength seems to be very powerful, able to play against Lord Biros for such a long time. It took him 10 minutes to show up here. To be honest, we don't know. Piccolo shook his head, and felt a little ashamed of his face getting hot when he remembered that he was kneeling in shock. The fact that 2 such powerful guys appeared in one day is really exciting and worrying. Monkey King said with a wry smile. Burst. Suddenly, the sea exploded, and Yefeng flew out, bowing his body. Then Biros also followed. It's undeniable that you are really strong and can force me to use 30% of the power. But there is no one in this universe who can contend with the god of destruction. Billis stared at Yefeng, and an orange-yellow energy ball condensed in his palm again. Haha, is it? Who says that human beings must be weaker than gods? It's too sloppy. Yefeng lowered his head, although he was quite embarrassed at this time, he smiled. What? You still laugh out loud, you are really a bit special. However, this battle ends here. Biros was surprised at first, and then the energy ball in his palm blasted towards Yefeng. If you are hit, you will definitely lose your full combat effectiveness even if you are not dead. Is it over here? It's not over yet. Yefeng slowly raised his head, his golden pupils gradually turned silvery white, and silver arrogance and lines appeared all over his body. Suddenly he stood up straight and slapped out the huge energy ball. Billis's energy ball was accidentally bounced out. What? This way. A look of shock suddenly appeared on Biruz's face. Yes, this time I was really shocked, extremely shocked. A Xian who actually realized the utmost meaning of freedom. Work. Although it doesn't look perfect, it's enough to shock me, because I have practiced for hundreds of millions of years. It was just the beginning to glimpse the way to freely mindful work. Not impossible. Biruz shook his head, and couldn't believe what happened before him was true. Oh. It turned out to be the best effort of freedom. At the very beginning, I felt that there was something familiar in this little guy's body. It turned out to be a self-conscious effort. Even Weiss, who has been calm, with no wave of expression on his face, spoke in surprise. This is the first time I have seen this in humans. What? Freedom's ultimate power? What is that? Vegeta is relatively close to Weiss, so she naturally heard Weiss's voice. However, I have never heard of it at all. Was it the silver-white light that suddenly appeared around Ye Feng? Monkey King and the others were also shocked, because the Xian's breath was not improved at all, but he slapped away easily. Destroyed the attack of Beerus. It seems that Xian is also strong and boundless. It's really unbelievable, you have actually realized the power of freedom. The astonishment on Beerus's face hadn't completely dissipated, and he said to Ye Feng. I didn't want to use it, but Lord Beerus is indeed too strong and he was forced to helplessly. Ye Feng raised the corner of his mouth, smiled quietly and said. On the basis of the super game, the extra free power is added, even if there is no way to compete with Beerus, but at least it should be able to force. His strength is 6 to 7%, right? Although you are surprised, but you think you can become my opponent in this way, then you are too naive. Looking at Ye Feng's confident smile, Baiwei said coldly. Chapter 82. I'm not perfect, I can achieve it by myself, and I have destructive skills, so I don't care. How he improves, the ending is the same. Try it, and then you'll know. Ye Feng didn't say much, but flew directly to Beerus, leaving a silver tail in the air. Bang! Ye Feng's speed was extremely fast, and he had a hard punch with Beerus. Suddenly the shockwaves spread out like ripples, and the damaged ground continued to spread. 100 miles, 200 miles, 500. Beerus was directly shocked by Ye Feng's punch by dozens of feet. However, not only was Beerus not angry this time, there was a light of excitement in his eyes. It seems that I haven't fought so happily for a long time. Happy, come again 023. The corner of Beerus's mouth was raised, and his eyes were visibly excited. He hadn't fought so happily in a long time. Naturally, Ye Feng was not to be outdone, and the two ran into each other again. Every time the collision causes the earth to shake violently, if this continues, it is estimated that the whole earth, even very many surrounding planets will be destroyed. Monkey King and the others looked terrified, for fear that this would ruin the entire earth. But at this level of fighting, they couldn't get in at all. No, the earth will really be destroyed if we continue to fight like this. Ye Feng looked at the violently shaking earth, thinking in his heart. After thinking of this, Ye Feng could only fight with Beerus, while his body moved to a higher place. Once they reach the stratosphere, their battle is not so destructive to the earth. It's over, if those two guys continue to fight like this, the entire universe will be destroyed. Realm King God Realm, old Realm King God seems to have completely given up hope. No one in this world would be the opponent of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. All their resistance and battles are futile and will only anger Lord Beerus and cause the acceleration of the earth. Destroy. My ancestor, maybe that Xian can win. He seems to be very strong too. God Jabet looked at the battle in the crystal ball and said with hope. After defeating the god of destruction, wouldn't the earth be destroyed? Cut, you don't know anything about idiot. There is no person stronger than the god of destruction in this universe. The king of the old world directly scolded God Jabet. This guy did not realize the horror of the god of destruction at all. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Now Lord Beerus is fighting the Xian because of interest, but once that interest disappears, he will destroy the earth without hesitation. Kill that Xian, this is the god of destruction. All destruction is a whim downward arrow. At this time, Ye Feng and Beerus were fighting fiercely in the stratosphere. There is no way to completely defeat Ye Feng. Gee, what a tough guy. Beerus frowned and said. Having lived for hundreds of millions of years, this is the first time I have seen such a powerful human being. It seems that the Super Xian god in my dreams. Maybe it will be more powerful. The god of destruction is indeed well deserved. I have used all my power now, but he can handle it easily. Ye Feng also thought in his heart with a solemn expression. At this time, his arms and body were already very sore because of hundreds of strong encounters with Beerus. The breath has also begun to weaken slowly, and if this continues, it is estimated that it will soon be unable to hold on. If you want to tie or even beat Beerus, you must break through and become a Super Saiyan full power form. Anger, you must quickly make yourself angry. It seems that your power has reached its limit, and this exciting battle will soon come to an end. Beerus said coldly with his hand slowly. Then his palm suddenly flattened, and dozens of purple energy balls hovered around him. Destructive energy. Looking at the purple energy, Ye Feng frowned. Because that kind of energy ball contains the power of destroying the sky and the earth, and at the same time it is mixed with the breath of death. With the earth to me disappear together. After the cold voice of Beerus fell, dozens of destructive energy balls flew directly towards Ye Feng. In this case, there is no way to escape. Ye Feng stared at the destructive energy closely without making any movements. Cut, have you been so scared that there is no movement? Bilis took a look. Ye Feng, who didn't do any defense at all, said. The power of time and space. When the energy ball was still 3 meters away from him, a low voice suddenly came out of Ye Feng's throat. Almost instantly, a layer of things like water waves appeared in front of Ye Feng, floating with waves of ripples. When the destructive energy ball hit the water wave, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. It's like being eaten by a black hole in spring. What? This guy can control time and space. Biruz was shocked again. How could this ability be mastered by Isyan? But without waiting for Biruz to slow down, dozens of destructive energy balls blasted out from behind Biruz. But when the destructive energy appeared next to Bilis, it suddenly disappeared without a trace. You are really interesting, but I'm a little sleepy now, so it's over. The moment Biruz's faint voice fell, his body suddenly disappeared. What? Ye Feng hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly there was a tingling pain in his chest, and his pupils shrank tightly. The hair turned back to 1.6 black, and the silver-white arrogance of the whole body disappeared completely. Then Ye Feng's body fell directly and quickly. Cut, it's really unpleasant to let me use 100% of my power. Looking at the falling Ye Feng, Biruz curled his lips. Boom. A figure fell out of thin air and fell heavily into the sea. Ye was defeated. Vegeta's body was shaking violently. Such a strong Xian was defeated like this? Forcing out all the power of Lord Bilis, it seems that only the one who did it 900 years ago has done it. Weiss looked at Bilis, and said lightly. That guy is also an old enemy of Lord Biruz. Chapter 83. What to do? Ye Feng was defeated, which means that no one knows that the god who created the Super Xian, Biruz, will destroy the earth. Vegeta's mind was spinning quickly, thinking of a way to counter Biruz. By the way, maybe there is a way to try, although this is a way I don't want. After thinking of a way, Vegeta hurried to the front of Monkey King. Hey Kakarot, did you think of a way to deal with Bilis? Vegeta asked Ruo Monkey in a cold voice. He has fought with Bilis, he should think of some way, right? To be honest, Vegeta, there is no way at all. Barasama is too strong, even if we work hard, there is still a big gap between him and him. Monkey King shook his head. Although the words didn't seem like his own character, he had to tell the truth. With their current strength, it is impossible to regenerate the god of destruction, Biruz. But. Damn, even you said such things. Vegeta gritted her teeth tightly. Kakarot's character is very clear, and he never gives up lightly. 03. Unless that enemy is really too strong, so strong that they are completely helpless. E.g. If we fit together, there will be a few % chance of winning. A struggling look appeared on Vegeta's face. This is the last thing I want to do, and I have to take the initiative to say it, which is even more uncomfortable than killing myself. But now the earth is in danger, and the lives of Bulma and Trunks are threatened. Apart from this, I can't think of other ways. Do you use Potala earrings from Lord Realm King God to fit together? Monkey King was taken aback, and asked some incredible. Vegeta took the initiative to speak of the fit, which not only surprised Monkey King, but even Monkey King, Piccolo, and others were the same. The incredible face? They knew very well how arrogant Vegeta was. Especially with Wukong, this is definitely a very difficult choice for him. Downward arrow. Vegeta. Although we use Potala earrings to fit together very well, but I want to be honest with you, even the earrings. Together, we have only a 10% chance of defeating Lord Biruz. Monkey King said very seriously. If you are not sure when Biruz defeated him, I watched the battle between Biruz and the Xian just now. He is already very clear. The gap between them is a world of difference. Damn it, doesn't that mean there is no way at all? Vegeta smashed the table with a punch, looking angry. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. He hates why he is so weak. Downward arrow. If we shoot together, maybe we can beat him. At this time, Clint asked naively and tentatively. Be naive, do you think you can beat the elephant by adding a few more mosquitoes? Vegeta said without giving Clint face, disdainfully. Although the description may not be very good, it is quite appropriate. Perhaps in the eyes of Biruz, Clint, and the others are at best a mosquito. Gurulu. At this moment, Ye Feng exhaled at the bottom of the sea and slowly opened his eyes. Is this the power of the destroyer god? It is really strong. Ye Feng looked at the sky through the sea. The punch just now directly shocked me, it was too strong. But am I going to give up like this? I am the legendary Demon Xian, and my fighting power will continue to grow with the battle. I will never lose. Absolutely not. What can the god of destruction? If you block my path to become stronger, then step on him. At this moment, Ye Feng's eyes were full of warfare. The fists were clenched tightly, and at that moment, the pupils turned directly into golden. An unusually hot chi was generated from Yefeng's body. Guru. A small bubble suddenly appeared almost calmly. Then the bubble started to grow bigger and bigger, more and more frequent. Just a few seconds, the whole sea surface was like a lot of bubbles, and heat came out like it was boiling. Oh! That little guy was not killed, and his energy started to increase. Weiss looked at the boiling sea in surprise and said, "He can still be alive after the full strength of Master Beerus. This little guy is definitely the first of all human beings. Look at the sea." Sun Wukong quickly pointed to the surface of the sea and said to everyone, "What?" Yefeng's anger. He was not killed, and his anger was increasing sharply. Is this guy really Xian? For a while, the cruise ship was in an uproar. Although they don't know whether the Xian is an enemy or a friend, the god of destruction is definitely the opposite of them now. Because his purpose is to destroy the earth, of course everyone hopes that Yefeng Sheng. Boom. The next moment, the sea boiled more intensely, and the entire earth shook. Then a little grass-green light pierced the sea surface like a sharp sword and shot out. The sea suddenly exploded, and 127 Yefeng's body jumped up. At this time, Yefeng's clothes were tattered and he looked embarrassed, but he was surrounded by grass-green arrogance. Cut, he was really a tough guy, he was not killed. Beerus curled his lips and said in a somewhat uncomfortable voice. He made a full blow, but planned to kill him. Now that I didn't even kill, this is a kind of blasphemy to myself. Yes. My life is indeed very hard, it is not so easy to be taken away. Yefeng suddenly raised his head, showing some evil arcs at the corners of his mouth, and said to Beerus. Unpleasant guy, luck will not always look after you, this time I will kill you completely. Beerus' tone was cold, and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. Want to kill me? It's not that easy, ha ha ha. Yefeng roared out, and at that moment, the green energy Guangdong shot out from his eyes and mouth and plunged into the sky. The black hair stood up completely and suddenly turned into grass-green downward arrow. The breath of the whole body swept out in all directions, and the earth was like a flat boat, shaking endlessly, as if almost the gravel will be destroyed. What? Has this BD's Jingran leveled up again? Looking at Yefeng who was mad in front of him, Baiwazi's face finally appeared a bit heavy. Chapter 84. The horrible breath was like a blaze, and the temperature around him was rising sharply. The entire sky is rendered into grass green. Very strong guy, but this violent aura seems to be out of control. Monkey King and the others looked at Yefeng with some concern. I always feel that this guy hasn't been able to control this energy. It seems that Beerus may have encountered an opponent today. Weiss looked at Beerus and Yefeng, and said lightly. Originally based on my own estimation, even if I found the so-called Super Saiyan God, it was impossible to interact with Lord Beerus. Fight to this extent. Even if it is a real battle, at most it will destroy the Earth or some surrounding planets. But now, the battle between the two of them is likely to pose a threat to this world. It even led to the disappearance of the world. At this moment, the color of the entire sky changed with Rui Feng's arrogance. Black, purple, red, grass green. This state lasted for a full minute, and Beerus was not busy interrupting him. Because he felt that an opponent that excites himself is being bred. Yefeng's anger gradually stabilized, but the intensity did not drop at all. Great, it seems that Yefeng has controlled that breath. Vegeta said excitedly. It stands to reason that you should be jealous and unhappy. But now it's about the life and death of the earth, so I don't have time to consider those downward arrow. Yefeng? Is his name Yefeng? Hey, he is also a Xian, that guy is so powerful that it is incomprehensible. With a smile on the corner of Sun Wukong's mouth, he spoke. By this time Yefeng had completely returned to normal. The grass-green hair is unusually messy, and the body is taller and stronger than before. There was a sharp light gleaming in the golden pupils. Is this all your strength, one? I have to admit that it is really strong, but it will definitely not be the opponent of the god of destruction. Beerus smiled confidently and said. There was confidence in himself in that smile, and enthusiasm for Yefeng, his opponent. Really? How about this downward arrow? Yefeng smiled suddenly, and then strands of silver arrogance hovered around Yes' body. Pupils little by little became silver gray. It was still grass-green arrogance, but the whole person's aura instantly calmed down, very calm. Like a clear stream in a valley, and like a gentle breeze blowing in your face. Yefeng suddenly felt very comfortable in the state. Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. Because after becoming a Super Saiyan with full power, that energy is very violent, just like an angry beast. Stocks can easily affect the mind. But after performing the Freedom Mastery skill, those violent auras began to soften again, just like a gentle cotton. Like sheep. The mutual restraint seems to have become a kind of fetters. Very comfortable feeling. It's also freely-minded work. Biruz frowned, and it seemed that it was really troublesome. It seems that I also need to perform his own self-conscious effort. A showdown. Lord Bilis. The moment Ye Feng's voice fell, his body suddenly burst out, appearing in front of Biruz almost instantly. The force of the mighty force condensed on a punch, and blasted towards Biruz. Because Ye Feng's speed was so amazing, Biruz couldn't avoid it for a while, so he quickly folded his hands on his chest. Before, used to resist Ye Feng's fist. Bang. The fist hit Bilis's arms, and a low crash sounded. Immediately afterwards, I saw Biruz's body fly directly backwards, at a very fast speed, as if a meteor flashed across it. Fighter Bilis hit the earth. This power really makes people feel extremely comfortable. The corner of Ye Feng's mouth raised slightly, and he said to himself. Only in the next second, Biruz flew back at the speed of light, and blasted towards Ye Feng in the same posture. Ye Feng was also punched and flew by Biruz's downward arrow. At this time, the battle between the two of them has been regarded as Sun Wukong and others completely unclear. Bang bang bang. Then, the popped voice coils flickered in mid-air. The earth is shaking. 3 minutes later, Ye Feng and Biruz appeared in the stratosphere. There were two figures, one purple and one green, with terrifying arrogance hovering around them. Hoo hoo. Asterisk. They were all panting heavily, and there were already injuries of various sizes on his body. You guy, really strong beyond my expectation. Downward arrow. A faint smile was drawn at the corner of Biruz's mouth, and he said to Ye Feng. This battle, with all my strength, the unscrupulous battle is really cool. It's easy to get a daughter, but it's hard to find a confidant. For Biruz, a powerful person at the top of the universe, it's evenly matched. Opponents are harder to find than confidants. The strength of Biruz-sama also far exceeded my expectations. Asterisk. Ye Feng also smiled. He now feels the same as Biruz, quite excited, and his blood is boiling. And Biruz's strength seems to be much stronger than he thought. Because in the theatrical version of Dragon Ball Super Broly, Monkey King commented on the full-powered Broly of Super Saiyan, saying, it is his strength that may have surpassed Biruz. But now I have the full power bonus for the super game, and I have used the power of time and space to fight Biruz. Comparable downward arrow. It shows that in Dragon Ball Super, Bilis has never tried his best to fight. Monkey King doesn't understand the true power of Biruz at all. That's good, it doesn't make sense to fight like this anymore. Let's have a showdown now. Bilis looked at Ye Feng and said with a smile. Okay, then there will be a showdown. Ye Feng nodded. The strength of the two of them is now almost between the two, and it will be difficult to tell the winner if the battle continues like this. The two roared almost at the same time, and the arrogance of Ting Shi's body rose up into the sky like two open swords. The arrogance is as high as 100 zhang, and the entire universe can feel those two huge chi. After raising the aura to the commanding heights, Ye Feng and Biruz flashed out at the same time and directly collided in the past. It's over. The two of them collide with all their strength, and the shockwave generated will destroy the entire universe. World King God Realm, old World King God has been weakly sitting on the ground, muttering to himself. No one can stop the destruction of the universe. Chapter 85. But at this time on the earth, everyone has no way to see the battle between Biruz and Ye Feng. It's just that they can still feel Ye Feng's breath that almost fills the entire Milky Way. Strong, strong boundless, strong incomprehensible too. Master Bilis seems to be too impulsive this time. Weiss frowned unusually, and then his body suddenly disappeared on the cruise ship. What? Haha. When the fists of Ye Feng and Biruz were only 3 meters apart. Suddenly Weiss' body appeared in the middle of the two. Instantly spread both hands flat. Bang bang downward arrow. The fists of the two hit Weiss's palm, and it was so easy to follow. Then Weiss put a gentle force, and the two went back dozens of steps. It's so strong, with the full blow of Biruz and I, was he so calm and gentle. For a moment, Ye Feng's heart turned into a stormy sea. He knows that Weiss is very strong, but this strong is too outrageous, right? At this moment, he felt that he was in front of Weiss, as weak as a pupil. The positioning of the angel was once again rapidly improved in Ye Feng's mind. Hey Weiss, why are you preventing a duel between the two of us? Biruz asked 510 to Weiss unhappily. Master Bilis, you are too impulsive. You know that if you two hit the punch just now, the entire universe may be destroyed. Weiss said to Bilis coldly. The kind of energy just now is enough to destroy the universe. Cut, nasty guy, I'm the god of destruction, what if the universe is destroyed? Bilis glanced at Weiss, and said unconvincedly. Master Bilis, if the 7th character universe is destroyed, how can you explain to Master Quan King? Weiss asked. What? Lord Quan. Hearing this name, Biruzstan felt a cold sweat on his forehead. Obviously 10 no, it is very afraid of this name. Then Bilis was discouraged. Indeed, even though he is the god of destruction in the 7th universe, the entire universe is destroyed and he is in front of Lord All. There is no way to explain. I was too excited just now, so I didn't have so many worries for a while. Thinking about it now, I was indeed too impulsive, and almost caused a catastrophe. Mr. Yefeng, this game ends here, Adfi. You and Lord Bilis are tied. Weiss looked at Yefeng and said lightly, read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. It doesn't matter, but Lord Biruz shouldn't destroy the earth now, right? Yefeng shrugged, then looked at Biruz and said. In fact, when I was fighting with Bilis just now, I didn't care too much about whether the earth would be destroyed downward arrow. Protect it as much as possible, but if there is really no way, there is no way by yourself. He was actually gambling just now, and the entire 7th universe is a bet. He bet that Biruz would stop at the last moment, or think of other ways to end the battle. Because he is very clear that even the god of destruction does not have the right to destroy the entire universe. Unless the whole king has given an order, the whole king has the right to clear the universe. Furthermore, he also bet that Weiss will take action at the last moment to stop their fight downward arrow. In the event that the worst is really reached in the end, he would have long thought of a way out. That is, at the moment the universe explodes, I will use the power of space and teleport to leave the 7th universe, or the person is going directly to other time and space. Fortunately, I won the bet. Weiss really made a move, and the earth was saved. Since I haven't defeated you, the earth is naturally lost. But the god of Supercian, you promised me to create it, you can't go back. Biruz looked at Yefeng coldly, and said. After fighting with Yefeng, Bilis's idea of destroying the earth and searching for the god of Supercians is no longer so strong. It's fierce. Saying this is just to let yourself have a step down. Of course, the god of Supercian will be created soon. Yefeng nodded and said. 5 Cians with a righteous heart inject their own heart into the body of another Cian, and they will be able to give birth to Super Cian God. It's very simple and can be done in a few minutes. Master Bilis, are you going back to the castle now? Seeing that the matter was almost over, Weiss looked at Bilis and asked. Go back, it just happens to be a little sleepy, you can sleep. A nap. Bilis yawned and said lazily. Master Bilis, since they are here, it would be a shame not to taste the delicacies of the earth. Yefeng said suddenly. After the previous battle with Bilis, Yefeng seemed to have a feeling of sympathy between his opponents. After all, such a well-matched opponent is hard to find. Presumably Biruz feels this way too, right? Good food. Is it delicious? Hearing the food, Biruz's eyes were brightened. Of course, you can't find it in the entire universe. Yefeng smiled and said confidently. If you lie to me, I will withdraw my promise not to destroy the earth. Bilis stared at Yefeng and said. Really? Then there will be only one more battle. Yefeng smiled and said. His current strength is no longer weaker than that of Destroyer Biruz. And with the system, the gap between him and himself will only get bigger and bigger. Master Bilis, the sushi, pudding, and tempura of the earth are quite delicious. Wes also smiled and said at this time. Cut, you guys just eat? Bilis glared at Weiss and said. Is it over? It looks like the earth is saved. On the cruise ship, Monkey King, Vegeta, and others were relieved. It seems that the Cian named Yefeng blocked Biruz and saved the earth. The two guys are really too strong. It's really a thrilling cue. Tianjin Fan, Kellen, and others smiled bitterly. Today is such a good day, it almost became their anniversary. The fear in my heart has not completely dissipated until now. At this time, Yefeng, Bilis, and Weiss suddenly appeared on the cruise ship. What? Why are they here again? The people who had just felt relieved saw Biruz and raised their hearts again. Chapter 86. Hey Weiss, where are the pudding, sushi, and heaven you just mentioned? Biruz glanced coldly at Monkey and Vegeta and others, and then asked Weiss. Over there, Lord Bilis, I will take you there. Weiss smiled faintly, and led Bilis to a food stall. Is this solved? Isn't he going to destroy the earth? Monkey King and Vegeta murmured to themselves with dumbfounded faces. But looking at Bilis's appearance, shouldn't it damage the earth? Did Yefeng really defeat the god of destruction? Otherwise, how could he give up destroy the earth? Wow, you guys are too good, asterisk. Monkey King walked in front of Yefeng and said with excitement on his face. Unexpectedly, they are all Cians, and there is such a huge gap between them. It's just that their transformation seems a little different. Yefeng, have you really defeated the god of destruction Biruz? Vegeta still asked suspiciously. After all, in front of the destroyer god, he couldn't even raise his anger at all. Of course not, the god of destruction is stronger than Ruth. Feng smiled and said faintly. Although he is strong now, there is no need to show off in front of people like Vegeta. Pretending to be in front of them, there is no sense of accomplishment at all. Also, Beerus is a god of destruction after all, so he still wants to give him a little bit of face. Then why does he seem to give up destroying the earth? Vegeta continued to ask curiously. Maybe it's because I'm so handsome. Who knows? Feng shrugged, and then smiled slightly. Would you like to ask him? After Feng finished speaking, he went to find something to eat. The battle just now was too fierce, and his consumption was quite huge, and if he consumes a large amount, it is easy to feel hungry. Anyway, it seems that the earth has escaped safely this time. Vegeta let out a long sigh of relief, and the stone that had been in her heart finally let go. It's just that after such a thrilling battle, the original lively party is now a bit boring. More importantly, the sudden appearance of the god of destruction Beerus and the Sion named Feng made them very restrained. Fear accidentally offended them. 20 minutes later, Beerus and Weiss were also full and drunk, and they also packed some outside. The delicacies of the earth do attract Beerus. Any kind of delicacy here is that he did not eat on other planets. Over. This made him very regretful why he didn't come to Earth earlier, and felt that he had lived for hundreds of millions of years in vain. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Mr. Feng, then we will leave first. Weiss said to Feng very friendly. Well, there will be a period later, Mr. Weiss. Feng hugged his fist and said. Since other angels are so polite, naturally you can't be too rude. Hey, remember our agreement, although our battle is temporarily over, I still want to meet the Super Saiyan. The god. Bila said to Feng coldly. Although the voice was very cold, it was audible that Beerus was not upset. Do not worry. Feng nodded. It's nothing more than creating a Super Saiyan god. I will definitely beat you when I meet next time, huh? Beerus suddenly smiled and said to Feng. Really? I won't be defeated so easily by you. Feng also smiled. When we meet next time, it is estimated that Beerus, the god of destruction, is no longer his opponent. Then let's just wait and see. Let's go, Weiss. Billis moved away and said to Weiss. Then the two left the earth like this. Ding downward arrow. Congratulations to the host for completing the 1-hour sign-in task on the Bulma birthday party cruise ship. Reward, time is temporarily. Stop for 0.2 seconds. Just after Beerus and Weiss left, the electronically synthesized sound of the system rang in his mind. Has an hour passed? Because he had been fighting with Beerus, he didn't pay attention to the time. Does the time pause for 0.2 seconds? Although the sign-in reward this time was also very powerful, it did not make Feng so excited. Of course, this is only less exciting than the power of time and space, the transfer of super blood and the power of freedom. But it doesn't mean that the time is useless if the time is suspended. On the contrary, it is very useful. Especially the strength has reached the level of Feng, not to mention that the time is suspended for 0.2 seconds, even if the time is suspended for 0.01 seconds. Can determine the success or failure of the battle. The same is to control time, just like Hit, the strongest killer of the 6th character universe, although his strength is not as good as the Super Blue Sun Wu, Sara and Vegeta. But after using the flashing power of 0.1 seconds, he can easily defeat Ultra Blue Vegeta. And this is not jumping time, but directly letting time pause. Okay, looking forward to the next check-in. Feng said to himself. Now that he has the ability to control time and space almost at the same time, all the gods of destruction are no longer his own right. Then the next goal I want to surpass is heaven. Although they are very powerful, they are very confident. At this moment, Monkey King and Vegeta walked towards Feng. Feng, can you teach us to be so strong? Monkey King said to Feng with a smile on his face. To be honest, Feng's strength shocked him, and he also let himself know that Saiyans can become stronger. Idiot cockroach. Vegeta gave Sun Wukong the elbow heavily and cursed. Can't this guy tell the situation? Feng's strength was unimaginable, and he was comparable to the god of destruction, Beerus. He still has such a foolish tone, so he is not afraid that Feng will be unhappy to destroy the earth. After all, I don't know the details of the other party, who knows what he thinks about the earth. Hey Vegeta, what are you doing? Monkey King had a pain on his face, clutching his waist, and muttered. Vegeta ignored Monkey King, but looked at Feng and said respectfully. Mr. Feng, can you tell us how to become stronger? Although this is a bit inconsistent with my personality, I want to become stronger. At least able to catch up with Feng's footsteps. After all, he is Prince Vegeta. Chapter 87. It seems that Vegeta in both time and space has undergone a great change in personality after the Majin Buu incident. If it were before, Vegeta's arrogant character would not speak to people like this, let alone please. Ask Xian how to guide him to become stronger. I can't teach you how to become stronger. Ye Feng looked at Vegeta, and said lightly. Why? Vegeta asked quickly. Because my blood is different from yours, but if you really want to become stronger, I do have a way to make you the god of Super Saiyan in the mouth of Bliss. What can we become a Super Saiyan god? Hearing Ye Feng's words, Vegeta and Monkey King opened their mouths almost simultaneously. Although August 27 does not know how strong the Super Saiyan god is, since it can arouse the concern of Beerus, it should be not too weak. Of course. Both of you can do. Ye Feng nodded and answered calmly. It's just a sentence or two, it's okay to tell them. Mr. Ye Feng, please tell us how to do it. There was a fanatical look in Vegeta's eyes. The god of Super Saiyan, if he and Kakarot become the god of Super Saiyan at the same time. Doesn't it mean that I have caught up with Kakarot's footsteps? It's very simple. First, 5 Saiyans with pure hearts are needed to inject their heart power into the body of another Saiyan. In this way, that Saiyan can become the god of Super Saiyan. Ye Feng said directly and concisely. His own appearance influenced Monkey King to become the god of Super Saiyan, so the follow-up plot of this time and space will be quite similar. Hard to go. If the two of them can't become Super Saiyan gods, then the battle of the unknown star in the future, and the 7th in the power conference. The universe is likely to be erased. Wow, is it that simple? Monkey King said excitedly. Turns out to become a Super Saiyan god, is this okay? Cut, this idiot. Vegeta stared fiercely at Monkey King. How easy is this? The Saiyan who needs 5 pure hearts will inject his heart power into the body of another Saiyan. That means it takes 6 Super Saiyans to complete. And now, they, Kakarot, Son Gohan, and Son Wushan Trunks total only 5 Saiyans, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. His younger brother Tabor is also a Saiyan, but now he doesn't know which planet he was assigned to. And it is uncertain whether he has a pure heart. So it sounds simple, but it's not easy to do. Naturally, Vegeta's thoughts could not go against Ye Feng's eyes. Well, let me tell you by the way, Vitalai is pregnant. With the addition of Xiao Fang in Vitalai's belly, there are exactly 6 Saiyans. After all, in the original Dragon Ball Super, Monkey King became the god of Super Saiyan. Hearing Ye Feng's words, Vegeta was suddenly overjoyed. That's right, in this case there are exactly 6 Saiyans. Thank you, Mr. Ye Feng. Vegeta said excitedly. Hey Vegeta, let me become a Super Saiyan god first. I'm really looking forward to getting stronger. At this time, Monkey King said with a grin again. Cut, Ziobai dreamed of Kakarot, I won't let you do everything, I will definitely want me this time. Vegeta gritted her teeth and sternly scolded Monkey King. Since I met this guy, he has been in front of almost everything, this time I will never let him. Vegeta, don't you be so stingy, it's a big deal to let you get better next time. Humph. Don't even think about Kakarot. Vegeta and Monkey King argued endlessly. And at this moment, Ye Feng suddenly felt a very powerful chi downward arrow. That kind of gas is almost exactly the same as Beerus. But there are still some gaps, and it's not as strong as Shan's. Ye Feng thought for a while, and then directly used teleportation. Ye Feng instantly appeared on a huge barren planet. 2 very familiar figures appeared in front of them. 0. Bado's, elephant. Looking at the 2 figures in front of him, Ye Feng said in surprise. No wonder. The breath I feel is more than. Ruth is very similar, it turned out to be the god of destruction in the 6th universe, Li Sheng of Beerus. Brother Elephant Pa. This guy went to Universe 7, definitely for Super Dragon Ball. Elephant. Bados spotted Ye Feng as soon as Ye Feng appeared, and then reminded the elephant. What? Why are there humans on this planet? The moment he saw Ye Feng, Xiangpa asked in surprise. Before, I felt that there is no fluctuation of my life on this planet. Master Xiangpa, he just came from another place. It seems that he used the ability to move instantaneously. It seems that I came here because I felt our anger. Bados faintly explained. Oh. I can actually feel the breath of God, it seems that he is not an ordinary guy. Elephant Pa said again in surprise. It's just that I can't feel any spirit of God in this guy's body. Hey, who are you guys? What are you doing here? Xiangpa looked at Ye Feng and asked coldly. Long admiring the name, the 6th group of cosmic destruction idols, Pa and Bados. 0.6. Ye Feng leaped slightly, appeared in front of the 2 of them, and said again, I haven't asked you to come to the 7th. What is the universe? Did you ask me first? After speaking, Ye Feng looked at Bados. Bados in front of him, with a light blue complexion, a pair of slender eyes, and a playful ponytail stood tall. Straight down to waist. The slender tall figure sets off the high cold temperament. After seeing it with my own eyes, I have to admit that Bados is indeed a great beauty at the level of a goddess. The only drawback is that her angel costume is too ugly. If you change into ordinary clothes, the return rate is absolutely 100%. Unfortunately, the age is a bit too big, hundreds of millions of years old. Ye Feng shook his head gently. Chapter 88. Little guy, have you seen enough? Just when Ye Feng shook his head gently, Beta C's Ying-like voice rang out. But it didn't seem to be angry, but with a somewhat ridiculous tone. Beautiful women naturally don't see enough. Ye Feng looked at Bados and smiled, and said. Anyway, the angel can't do it without authorization, so he is not afraid at all. And, if you praise her for being beautiful, you won't be beaten, right? Unexpectedly, you, a little fellow, can still talk. Bados also smiled and said to Ye Feng. Although Bados is an angel, she is also a female, so she won't be angry when facing praise. Moreover, she has seen too many worlds, and this kind of small scene can naturally be easily dealt with. Hey Bados, what are you doing? Looking at the eyebrows, the two people who completely regarded themselves as heir, Xiangpa got annoyed at 03. What's the matter with Master Xiangpa? Bados turned his head and asked. Cut, who the hell is that guy? It seems to know our details. Xiangpa whispered. I don't know. But this little guy seems quite interesting. Bados shook his head, then said with a small smile. Hey, who are you? Why do you know us? Xiangpa looked at Ye Feng coldly and asked. Except for Biros, Weiss, and the Realm King God in Universe 7, no one should know their existence. Not only do I know you, but I also know that the purpose of your coming to Universe 7 is to steal Super Dragon Ball, right? Ye Feng said lightly. With his current strength, he didn't put Xiangpa in his eyes at all. Because he is also a god of destruction, there is still a big gap between his strength and Biros. If he was able to tie with Biros, he could easily defeat the elephant. The only thing that makes myself jealous is the destructive ability of the destroyer god. What? You know even Super Dragon Ball, you know too much human beings, it seems I can't keep you. A strong killing intent appeared in Xiangpa's eyes. I'm secretly collecting Super Dragon Balls, and I must not let Biros know about it. Downward arrow. Otherwise, it will be quite troublesome again, after all, he is now in the 7th universe. At this time, Ye Feng and Bados appeared in the crystal ball in front of the Realm King God realm, the old Realm King God and Jabit God. 3 people with elephants. Why did that guy ran to look for Master Xiangpa again? God Jabite looked at the crystal ball in shock and said. What a guy who knows nothing about life and death, he can cause trouble too. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. The king of the old world feels that he is about to have a heart attack. Downward arrow. I used to feel that a monkey and Vegeta could cause trouble, but now there is a more fierce iron-headed baby. And also looking for the trouble of the god of destruction. Isn't this the old birthday star hanging himself and looking for death? Why did a troublemaker suddenly appear? Don't be angry with Master Pa, I just suddenly felt a strong chi, so just come and have a look, you continue. Ye Feng smiled and said to the elephant. It was indeed out of curiosity that I moved over and took a look. But I didn't expect it would be the destruction idol of the 6th universe, Pa. Since he is looking for Super Dragon Ball, let him find it. Anyway, he specified that he couldn't find the last Super Dragon Ball, and in the end he had to hand over the one he found to Biros. Humph. You know so many things, do you want to leave like this? The corner of Xiangpa's mouth suddenly grinned, revealing a bloodthirsty arc. Now that this guy knows his plan, he absolutely can't keep it. What? You want to kill me? Ye Feng looked at Ruoxiangpa and asked faintly. Of course, since you know my plan, then you must die. Elephant Pa said coldly. Only the mouth of a dead person is the safest. Master Xiangpa, I think we should leave now. If it's discovered by Lord Billis, it might be a little troublesome then. Looking at the killing intent of Elephant Pa, Bados spoke from the side at this moment. Bados, do you want to help this guy? Don't forget who you are. Xiangpa glanced at Bados, and after speaking, a purple energy ball condensed directly from his fingertips. It only takes a second to kill you. Really? If you are so confident, you can try. Ye Feng is not afraid. What about the destruction energy? He has the power of time and space, and his destructive energy can be destroyed. Time and space fail. Call out. Xiangpa didn't speak, and the destructive energy in his hand shot directly at Ye Feng. Seeing the destructive energy hit, Ye Feng's heart moved, and something like water waves suddenly appeared in front of him. After the destructive energy hit the water wave, it disappeared without a trace. What? Disappeared? Xiangpa's face changed drastically. Your own destructive energy just disappeared like this? It seems that this guy does have some strength. 990. Want to fight? Come on then. Feng clenched his fists tightly, and a terrifying grass-green breath burst out of his body in an instant. It directly becomes a Super Saiyan full power form downward arrow. Good anger. I can't believe this is a human anger. A shocked look appeared in Xiongpa's eyes. This breath is hardly weaker than himself. Beerus would allow such monsters to exist in Universe 7? Humph, I will spare you this time, and I will kill you without hesitation next time I meet. After feeling Feng's anger, Xiongpa threatened fiercely. I am not afraid of the human being in front of me, and if I want to deal with such a powerful breath, I must do everything. Force. And once he exerts his full strength, he will expose his anger, and it will be a little troublesome to be discovered by Beerus. Spare me? Ridiculous. Feng snorted and said to Xiongpa, I know you are afraid of Beerus, but next time I will visit you in person. Destroy the gods, see if you can kill me. There will be some time later, Bados. After Feng finished speaking, he disappeared directly in front of Beta C and Xiongpa. Chapter 89. The reason why I didn't do it just now was because I hadn't fully recovered my physical fitness after fighting with Beerus, so there is no way to fight for a long time. Furthermore, the battle here cannot be over soon, and Bishans will definitely be attracted by that time. Although Xiongpa didn't want to be discovered by Beerus, there was a gap between the two. But he was more afraid than Ruth. After all, the two of them are brothers Li Sheng, and the blood and blood are thicker than water. What if the two of them join forces to deal with themselves? But since Xiongpa wants to kill me, he must go to the 6th universe to meet him. Sooner or later. Cut that nasty BD, let him go today, and I will swallow him alive when I get the chance. Looking at Feng who was leaving, Xiongpa clenched his teeth tightly, clenched his fists and said. As the god of destruction, he has never been so despised and contradicted by a human being. Master Xiongpa, if you really fight, you won't have beaten that little guy, haha. Bados smiled, covering his mouth, and said. But soon it seemed to remember something, and he paused. I seem to have forgotten the name of that little guy. It seems that it is also the first time that I have met the kind of human who dares to confront the gods of destruction and molested angels. It seems quite interesting. I won't be able to beat him. Hey Bados, why do you always turn your elbows out? Xiongpa stared at Bados closely, and asked questioningly. Yes? I'm just telling the truth. Bados continued to smile, and said to the elephant. Then he reminded, but Master Xiongpa, if you don't go back, Master Beerus may really find him. That's it? I know. Xiongpa waved his hand impatiently, and then disappeared into the universe with Bados. The call is finally over, this guy, it's really scary. The old world king god wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said with some trepidation. It seems that the sudden appearance of this guy will scare his heart disease out sooner or later. The idea of God Jebet is somewhat different from that of the old world king god. He feels that there is such a powerful one in the universe. Of humans does not seem to be a bad thing downward arrow. Of course, the premise is that this guy is right-minded and has no idea of harming the universe. After leaving Bados and Xiongpa, Feng returned to Earth. But at this time Bulma's birthday party was almost coming to an end. Because after so much tossing, there is no mood to go to a carnival. Mr. Feng, do you have a place to live now? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. If not, I can help you choose a place to live. Vegeta asked very concerned. After all, Feng told them how to become a Super Saiyan god, and he has super strength. If you help him arrange a place to live, it will be easier to talk about what you need to ask in the future. It doesn't seem to be there yet, then it's troublesome. Feng didn't reject Vegeta's kindness, so called not to hit the smiley person with his hand. And I just came here, and I really haven't found a place to stay. As the richest man in the Dragon Ball world, Vegeta probably won't find herself too shabby. No trouble. Vegeta obviously didn't expect Feng to agree so simply, and shook his head quickly. He actually has a purpose, because he must surpass Kakarot. Judging from the battle between Feng and Beerus just now, it is indeed very powerful. If he can get his guidance, I will definitely be greatly improved. After deciding where to live with Vegeta, Feng wandered on the luxury cruise ship for a while. Except for the Piccolo, Monkey King, Kellen, and others, Feng did not see the person on the 18th. Shadow. Hey Vegeta, let me ask you one thing. Feng suddenly called Vegeta. What's wrong with Mr. Feng? Vegeta hurried over and asked. Why didn't the cyborg on the 18th attend this birthday party? Because I clearly remember that in the original Dragon Ball Super, the cyborg on the 18th followed Clint to participate in Bulma birthday party. What? Cyborg 18th. Hearing Feng's words, Vegeta was stunned. Feng Jingran knows the number 18 of the android. You should know that cyborgs on the 17th and 18th were absorbed when True appeared. Then he was turned into a Super Saiyan 2 by the little devil Son Gohan. Wiped out? That's it, the cyborg on the 17th was wiped out before. Although a little surprised, Vegeta replied respectfully. What? The cyborg 18 has been eliminated? There are no cyborgs in this time and space. A look of surprise appeared on Feng's face. That is to say, the cyborg on the 18th was not with Klin, but was killed directly. Doesn't that mean that the history of this time and space has already had problems? Yes, the cyborgs have indeed been wiped out. Vegeta nodded confidently. Okay, I understand. After Feng nodded, he stopped asking about this matter. After the party, Vegeta took herself back to the so-called residence. Mr. Feng, this place was where I lived when I was practicing before, but it has been sorted and cleaned in all directions. Now, you can stay at ease. There is also a gravity room outside, where you can practice and move your body. Vegeta said with a serious face. Nothing, Nyonyo Zhao, I'm interested. Feng waved his hand. What appeared before my eyes was a large villa. The decoration inside is very luxurious. To be honest, it was the first time that I lived in such a luxurious villa, but I didn't expect it to be because of Vegeta. It's really unexpected. Then you should rest first, and if you have any problems, please feel free to contact me. Vegeta looked at Feng and said. Okay, thank you. Feng nodded towards Vegeta, smiled and said. No matter what Vegeta's plan or purpose is, a proud Saiyan who can perform like this is worthy of himself. Thank. After speaking, Vegeta disappeared in front of Feng. Then Feng walked in. There were some robots inside, cleaning and cooking. This makes Feng a little envious, the days of the rich are really cool. At the end. Chapter 90. After half an hour, a few beautiful maids and a few chefs came to the villa. It was said that Miss Bulma asked them to come over to entertain Feng's daily life. Feng naturally did not refuse this. Who doesn't like the feeling of being served? If you say you don't like it, then it must be a lie. After a simple dinner, Feng walked into the gravity room, and he really needed to move his body a little bit. And because he has been cultivating, he has formed this habit. If he is allowed to stay like this, it would be strange. Boring. 300 G, this is the highest gravity of the gravity chamber. Feng directly adjusted the gravity of the gravity chamber to the highest multiple. The gravity chamber directly turned dark red, and the airflow fell stubbornly. Although Feng's strength is very strong, 300 times the gravity is still somewhat affected. After all, his own strength has been directly increased by 300 times. And Vegeta seems to have installed a device to evade attacks in the gravity chamber. Feng gently pressed the start button, and suddenly a dozen laser transmitters spit out flames at Feng. Huolin. Feng's body moved easily, avoiding all the laser attacks of 050. Then Feng jumped up and instantly turned off all the laser transmitters. Hey, this can only be regarded as moving the body, not cultivation at all. Feng shook his head boredly. For oneself, this kind of thing can't play any role in cultivation at all. At this moment, Vegeta's anger suddenly appeared. Can't wait so soon. Feng smiled and said to himself. He knew that there was no free lunch in the world, and Vegeta clearly wanted to guide him. Mr. Feng. Vegeta walked into the gravity room and greeted respectfully. Come in. Feng nodded. Vegeta walked in, and suddenly felt her body sink, and the weight of gravity was blessed on her body. Although the highest gravity of this gravity chamber is 300 G, but I usually practice 150 G, so 300 G. For me, the gravity of time is really hard to bear. Guide me to practice, Mr. Feng. Vegeta gritted her teeth and said to Feng. Obviously, it is very embarrassing to say this kind of thing. I never seem to have said this kind of thing. Actually, I really have nothing to teach you. Feng said truthfully, read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. To be honest, the main reason why I am so strong is the system. If it weren't for the system, he might still be an ordinary person in Dragon Ball GT. And now, although his own abilities such as super bloodline, power of time and space, instant movement, and time stillness are very powerful. But there is no way to teach Vegeta. This is not something that can be mastered by teaching and learning. If you have to teach it, then it should be freely minded. It's just that with Vegeta's cautious character, it's probably not so easy to learn how to be at ease. That's it. Take people's hands short, eat people's mouth softly. Whether Vegeta can master it depends on his own comprehension ability and good luck. Okay. Then I'll teach you how to do it. Feng thought for a while and said to Vegeta. What? Freedom skill. Is it the kind of transformation you cast when you fight with the god of destruction, Bilis? Vegeta's pupils shrank, and a look of ecstasy appeared in her eyes. It seems that I didn't do all this in vain. I heard from that wise mouth that Yefeng's whole body was braving in the form of brilliant silver-white light. It is said that the freedom is extremely important. Ida. That kind of terrifying increase in strength, I have witnessed it with my own eyes. If you really have mastered the free extreme skill, you can definitely surpass Kakarot easily. To be precise, it should be a state that is difficult to reach. If you want to achieve the ultimate freedom of mind, you must first have no distracting thoughts, return to yourself, and inner peace. Yefeng thought for a while and said. Of course, this is what I saw in the Dragon Ball Super comics, because my free power is a system reward. Therefore, I really don't really understand how to practice. Well, I remembered. Vegeta nodded seriously. You are now too anxious in your cultivation, eager to achieve success, and always maintain excessive vigilance in the battle, so you can't maximize your own strength and speed. In short, to speak more concisely that is to practice the free extreme mind Kung, you must completely separate consciousness and speed and responsiveness are greatly improved, and the body can act automatically without the control of the brain. Yefeng said to Vegeta with a serious face. Is that so? It's really hard. Vegeta squeezed her fists and paused, but I can definitely do it. Very well, since you have this determination, you should succeed. Yefeng could only encourage Vegeta so much. This kind of self-conscious gong is that the master leads the door to practice in the individual. The theory is all up to you, then the rest of the practice, you still need to practice. Mr. Yefeng, can you perform your self-consciousness again, let me see. Vegeta looked at Yefeng longingly and said. I am indeed very interested in freedom mastery. Unexpectedly, Yefeng Jingran would be willing to teach himself this kind of good thing selflessly. It seems that my efforts have not been in vain. Okay, then you can take a good look. Yefeng nodded, his expression did not change. Because it does not need to suddenly lift up the energy like transforming. In the next moment, brilliant silver rays loomed over Yefeng's body, and strands of silver lines appeared in his hair. Yefeng's pupils also turned silver gray. This time, I just performed the free power, and did not perform it on the basis of the super game. Vegeta looked at Yefeng frantically. This form is simply unheard of. Would you like to personally experience Freeze Ji Yi Gong? Yefeng asked suddenly. Okay. Vegeta nodded heavily. Perhaps in the battle, he could grasp the true meaning of freedom skill faster. Chapter 91. Yefeng closed the gravity setting of the gravity chamber, and the gravity of 300 G is a bit difficult for Vegeta. Even if he becomes Super Saiyan 2, his speed will be greatly restricted. Haha. Vegeta screamed and turned directly into a super game Aaron. The golden hair stands tall, the light green pupils are surrounded by golden arrogance. Although they are both Super Saiyan 2, there is still a big gap between Super Vegeta and GT Vegeta. After all, the age is there. Then I attacked. After becoming a Super Saiyan, Vegeta made an attack. Well, try my best to attack. Yefeng nodded. At this time, Vegeta is already one of the best on the earth, but in his own eyes, at most, it is a child. It's just a kid in the small class. Vegeta's body flash, directly attacked Yefeng. Huolin. The fist kept blasting towards Yefeng. Vegeta felt that her speed was already quite fast, and it seemed that she could hit Yefeng with every punch. But every time his head was pressed close to Ruo Yefeng's body and swiped past. There is no way to hit it. Your guard is too strong, and there is no way to display all your speed and strength. Yefeng said to Vegeta faintly. He could feel that Vegeta's strength and speed should be more than that. Damn it, obviously I have attacked with all my strength. Vegeta gritted his teeth tightly, and he felt unreserved. He has become accustomed to this way of fighting, and will not be able to change it at all for a while. Although Vegeta tried his best to attack, the result remained unchanged. I can't touch Yefeng's clothes at all. Hoo. 10 minutes later, Vegeta was panting heavily, but Yefeng was still, his face was calm and relaxed. Now that he is performing his free and extremely minded skill, it doesn't consume much. Of course, it's just normal. On the basis of the full power form of the super game, the free extreme power is added, and the consumption is quite huge. If you can have unlimited energy and physical stamina, you may be able to perform your freely minded work to your heart's content in the future. Up. Looking at Vegeta, who was completely relieved, Yefeng's silver arrogance slowly disappeared, becoming normal. Don't be depressed, this is only the first day. It's not something that can be achieved overnight if you want to master the freedom ultimate skill. Yefeng patted Vegeta on the shoulder and said. By the way, your gravity chamber laser transmitter is set up very well. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. It's conducive to the practice of freedom and extreme Yigong. This is because the freedom of Ji Yigong mainly relies on muscles to make corresponding responses. So using this setting is really good. Vegeta glanced at Ye Feng with some gratitude and nodded. To be honest, I didn't expect Ye Feng to teach himself to practice freedom and extreme Yigong so seriously. In this way, time passed day by day. Half a month's time passed in a flash. During this half month, Ye Feng also competed with Vegeta many times. Gave a lot of things. Gru, Weiss, who appears to be a servant of the god of destruction, Bekans, is actually Bess's master. And his favorite is food. With Vegeta's cleverness, it should be easy to understand what he means. And more importantly, he didn't have much patience to teach Vegeta. Following Weiss is better, he is more suitable to be a teacher. At this time, Vegeta and Monkey King had successfully become the gods of Super Saiyans. They also successfully integrated the power of the god of Super Saiyan. Early the next morning, Ye Feng got up early and had breakfast. Okay, I'm going out for a long trip. Starting today, you can leave and settle your salary at the capsule company. Right. Ye Feng looked at the servant girls and the chef, and said. I want to go to a place, I don't know how long it will take, so I don't need them here for the time being. Mr. Ye Feng, Mr. Vegeta and Miss Bulma have ordered, even if you leave here, we have to call. Clean up here. A maid sister said respectfully to Ye Feng. This is explained by Vegeta and Bulma, but will Ye Feng live here for a long time? Their daily work. Have to continue. Is that so? Okay, do whatever you want. Ye Feng nodded. Here to him. Their salaries must be very high, so let them stay well. They won't be unemployed anyway, and they don't have to pay for it. Although he is not a saint, such ordinary people can help as long as they can. After all, in the past half month, I have been getting along well with them. Well, thank you Mr. Ye Feng. Will you come back then? The young lady who spoke just now plucked up the courage to ask Ye Feng. Who knows? Ye Feng smiled, and then disappeared in front of everyone. Because they were used to Ye Feng's sudden disappearance, they didn't make a fuss. At this time, Earth AIG 764 years downward arrow. Through time and space, Ye Feng came to this point in time. The second year after Frieza and his father, King Kurd, were killed by future Trunks. I can clearly feel the anger of Monkey King and Vegeta. Ye Feng felt the breath on the earth. The anger of Monkey King, Vegeta, Monkey King, Piccolo and others are very clear. It's just that I came here this time, not to find them. But for others. In the next second, Ye Feng's body disappeared again. Although the earth is not that big, if you want to find the chi of two ordinary people, and two artificial people without chi, it is not so easy. This search took more than 3 full hours. It's already 12 o'clock at noon. Remember that Bulma once said that Dr. Gro's research institute should be located in the mountains north of western capital. It was transformed from a cave, how come you haven't found it after searching for so long? Ye Feng was floating in the air, frowning and muttering to himself. I also went up and down to find dozens of caves, but couldn't find the research institute. What is even more annoying is that these guys did not even give out a little stronger anger. Then Ye Feng's gaze swept around again. Yes, the cave over there doesn't seem to have been visited yet. Ye Feng suddenly saw a hole in the rock wall of a high mountain. Chapter 92. Ye Feng appeared directly at the entrance of the cave, and saw a large iron gate with an access code set outside. Ye Feng walked over, gently pushing with his palm. Puff. The big iron gate fell directly to the ground, making a loud noise. And inside the cave, it looks like a cave, there are many machines, computers, and electronic devices. There are 4 figures. On the 18th, on the 17th and Dr. Gro, and the android on the 19th. At this time, the 18th and the 17th are lying on a place similar to an operating table, and they seem to have been anesthetized. Unable to move. Who? The moment Ye Feng appeared, Dr. Gro suddenly turned his head to look at Ye Feng in a panic. How could this guy find his own research institute? And he actually broke his special iron gate on April 20. Hello. Dr. Gro. Ye Feng smiled coldly and walked directly towards Dr. Gro. Damn it, who on earth is this guy who appeared at such a critical moment and disturbed his own research? Research. Dr. Gro frowned and looked at Ye Feng angrily. No matter who he is so rude, he will never let him leave alive. It seems that I came just right, the cyborgs on the 17th and 18th have not been transformed. Ye Feng looked at the 18th and 17th lying on the operating table, thinking in his heart. Because at this time he could still feel the faint breath of the 17th and the 18th. If it is transformed, it will be completely out of breath. I just said that I didn't find their anger just now, it turned out to be so weak. At this time, The 18th, who was lying on the operating table, looked at Yefeng diligently. His eyes seemed to flash with a call for help. Number. It's just that she doesn't have the strength to open her mouth anymore. Yefeng's eyes narrowed slightly, and he could see the despair, hatred, and fear in the eyes of the 18th. And the survival of downward arrow. Think about it, the good-natured lady of Huanghua, who is about to be transformed into a man-made person at the time of her youth. How angry, terrified and desperate she is. It's no wonder that the first thing they did after they were released was to kill Dr. Gro, because that kind of hatred had already infiltrated the bone marrow. Even if it is transformed, there is no way to forget it. On the 19th, kill him for me. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Dr. Gro's eyes suddenly saw killing intentions, and ordered the cyborg on the 19th. Anyone who wants to stop his research and prevent himself from avenging the Monkey King will kill him without hesitation. Hey, the energy in this guy's body seems to be very powerful, so I laughed at it. There was a ray of greed in the eyes of Cyborg 19. If you absorb this powerful energy, you will definitely become the strongest artificial man. Yes, what he thought was right. If he absorbed Yefeng's energy, he would indeed become a cosmic powerhouse. But did he smoke? Is he qualified? Yeah. Cyborg 19 suddenly screamed, and then attacked Yefeng. Seeing the speed like that of a snail, Yefeng suddenly narrowed his eyes, and his eyes flickered. In the next second, the cyborg will explode directly on the 19th. That's right, it just exploded for no reason, not even a single part was left. What? What happened, on the 19th? Dr. Gro seemed to be a ghost, his pupils shrank tightly, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. My own 19th suddenly exploded like this. Is it because there is a problem with the program? No, there will never be any problems with your own program, that is. The sudden explosion on the 19th was done by the guy in front of you. Impossible, absolutely not. They are the strongest artificial humans. How could they be stared at by a human and exploded? Even if I was extremely disbelieved, it seemed that there was no way to explain it except for that guy. At this time, the 18th beautiful eyes stared at Yefeng closely. Curiosity appeared in her eyes, surprise, and some strange colors. To be honest, although Yefeng didn't follow the idol route, he was really handsome after fusing the blood of the super game. It's not an exaggeration to use tall and mighty, handsome looks. Maybe some girls can resist the temptation of money, honor, and status. But it is difficult to resist heroes to save the beauty, especially when you are in a desperate situation. This is the case with Lazuli on the 18th at this time. What do you want to do? I want to understand. After that, Dr. Gro looked at Yefeng in horror. His strength is similar to that of the cyborg on the 19th. If this guy can kill the 19th with a single glance, then he can also. Enough to kill yourself in the same way. Nothing, I just came to find both of them. Yefeng pointed to the 18th and 17th, and said to Dr. Ruijluo. The two of them are my research objects, and they are the best candidates for transformation. I have been looking for more than 10 years. Find it, I will never let you ruin my research. Upon hearing Yefeng's words, Dr. Gro was unhappy at the time. The body of number 17 contains unimaginable potential. If he can develop it, he will be nothing. A man-made human being able to match it? In that case, you must die. Yefeng suddenly appeared in front of Dr. Gro like a ghost, and pinched Dr. Gro's neck. Even if you transform 10,000 guys like the 19th, I won't find you. After Yefeng finished speaking, he twisted slightly. Dr. Gro's neck was directly twisted, and after a few flashes of electric current on his body, he disappeared without moving at all. After solving the Grobo 3.8's oil, Yefeng helped the cyborg number 17 and number 18 up. Then he divided his chi into the two of them, and the anesthetic effect on the two of them disappeared. Hello, my name is Lapis, this is my sister Lazuli, thank you very much for your help. On the 17th stood up said to Yefeng with gratitude. The handsome face is intertwined with the joy of the rest of his life. Downward arrow. Lapis. A nice name. Yefeng nodded. He didn't pay much attention to the 17th before, and he really didn't know his name. Hello, my name is Lazuli, thank you. With a sweet smile on the face of number 18, she stretched out her slender hand towards Yefeng. Hello. My name is Yefeng. Chapter 93. Yefeng also stretched out his hand towards Lazuli. The two shook hands gently, and Lazuli quickly closed her hand back, looking a little bit shy. It seems to be a little bit different from the 18th after being transformed. Let's go. I will take you out of this place first. After leaving Dr. Gro's lair, Yefeng directly took the 18th Lazuli and the 17th to Zidu. Although they are not the 18th and 17th now, they might still be screaming like that. The three of them randomly found a restaurant, and then prepared to eat something. Fortunately, I took some money when I came here. Mr. Yefeng, I toast you a glass and thank you again for helping our siblings get out of their mouths. On the 17th, Lapis said to Yefeng with respect. Then directly raise the wine glass and do it first. If it weren't for Yefeng's help, they wouldn't know what it was like now. Maybe it has become a machine without any emotions. Actually, I don't know if I am doing the right thing. Yefeng shook the wine glass and gently tied his head. If the two of you are really rebuilt, you may gain strength far beyond ordinary people, and you will get old. People are also slower than ordinary people, which means they live longer. Will you choose to be transformed? Yefeng looked at the two and asked seriously. I'm just an ordinary person, I have always yearned for an ordinary person's life, looking for a simple job, baby. Wife and child, nothing more. Long life and super strength are not very attractive to me. On the 17th, Lapis said with a faint smile. My pursuit is not high, that is the life I yearn for. What about you? Lazuli. Yefeng looked at Lazuli on the 18th and asked. A normal girl, who would want to be transformed by herself. On the 18th, Lazuli looked at Yefeng and said in a cold voice. It seems to be asking Yefeng. Looking at the eyes of the two, Yefeng knew that he had done nothing wrong. Okay, let's eat. Then Yefeng said to Lazuli on the 18th and Lapis on the 17th. After simply eating lunch, the three of them walked out of the restaurant. Do you two have any plans for the future? Yefeng looked at the two and asked. The family was killed by Dr. Gru, and now it seems there is really nowhere to go. On the 17th, Lapis shook his head, the sky was big, and suddenly he didn't know where to go. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Forget it, I'll go find a job downward arrow. Then the 17th shrugged, life will continue, and she will realize her dream. How about you? Then Yefeng looked at Lazuli on the 18th and asked. To be honest, the reason why I wasted my time to come to this time and space is very simple, that is, I came for the 18th. But it takes a certain amount of time to pursue a girl, and you can't rush for success. Lazuli paused, and seemed to shook her head again, I don't know where I should go. After speaking, Lazuli looked at Yefeng again. As Li Sheng's sister and brother, Lapis on the 17th still knows his sister very well. From the look in her eyes, she could tell that she had some affection for Yefeng. After all, Yefeng looks handsome, powerful, and is their savior. This kind of man is very good for women. Difficult. Even if my sister is colder, she has a higher vision. Mr. Yefeng, please help take care of my sister. On the 17th, Lapis suddenly said to Yefeng. What? What? Yefeng and Lazuli were both surprised, what are this guy doing? Yefeng thought to himself, this brother-in-law would have trouble. Can you see your purpose? Lapis, what are you talking about? Lazuli glared at Lapis fiercely, and said coldly. Sister, Mr. Yefeng is indeed very good. I think you know it in your own heart. If you miss this village, you won't have this shop. Grasp it yourself. Lapis smiled at Lazuli, and then left alone. Lazuli looked at the figure of Lapis, her eyes tangled. I am not sure how I feel in my heart. Worship. Gratitude. Or affection. It's complicated, after all, I'm completely. Never experienced such a thing. Lazuli glanced at Yefeng awkwardly, not knowing how to speak for a while. Your clothes seem to be a bit torn. Let's buy you a set of clothes first. Yefeng looked at Lazuli, breaking the embarrassing situation. Lazuli nodded, this guy seems to know his hobbies. Time passed quickly, a month's time passed quickly. In this month's time, Yefeng took Lazuli almost all over the earth. At the same time, she also taught her to learn how to dance the air and the control of qi. After all, it will be used in the future. Moreover, the two of them also went to find Lapis on the 17th twice. The guy really found a simple job, as he said. Maid. It seems to be the job of a garden guardian. It's easy. And seems to be in love with a girl. Think about it, with the appearance and personality of the 17th, it is really not difficult to find a girlfriend. I want to go to a very far place now, would you like to go with me? Yefeng pulled Lazuli and asked. Well, I am your girlfriend. From now on I will follow you wherever you go. Lazuli looked at Yefeng and said to Yefeng with a look of luck. This month is my happiest time. Yefeng is unexpectedly excellent. He has passed his own test and has officially become his boyfriend. Okay, let's say goodbye to my brother-in-law, and come back to see him when we are free. I want to return to Dragon Ball Super time. Because in this time and space, everything except Lazuli is too boring. If this continues, my body will probably rust. Lazuli nodded, and then the two disappeared in midair. Chapter 94. After returning to the time and space, Yefeng took Lazuli directly to the villa. Is this house yours? Lazuli was obviously a little surprised, but she didn't expect Yefeng to have such a big house. Right. Yefeng nodded. Although this villa belongs to Vegeta, it is estimated that Vegeta will come here directly. Is very happy. The two ate something at home and then went out shopping. After all, girls still like to go shopping, and the 18th is no exception. At this time, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had been taken by West to the world of destruction and taught them. Should be able to reach the strength of Super Saiyan Blue soon. Ding. The system releases the task, please go to the 6th universe to destroy the gods to sign in, receive the corresponding rewards, the task period. Limit, 1 month, task duration hour. When I was shopping, the electronically synthesized sound of the system suddenly rang in my mind. What? Sign in at the destruction god realm of the 6th universe. Yefeng was stunned suddenly. I only had some contradictions with Xiangpa more than a month ago, and now the system has allowed myself to break in the 6th Yushin. Bad god realm sign in. Isn't this the obvious reason that the Dogecoin system encourages oneself to violently beat and destroy the idol Fra? But I want to imagine that Guy Pa's arrogant attitude that day, I really should teach him to be a god. Now that the system has released the mission, and you have nothing to do in Universe 7 for the time being, then go to the 6th universe to play. Stir up. After returning to the villa, Yefeng and the 18th discussed it, and decisively went to the 6th universe. It is very easy for Yefeng, who has teleportation, to go to the 6th universe. The 6th universe, an unknown planet. Two figures suddenly appeared in the air. Ah! Is this the 6th universe you are talking about? It seems a bit messy dash. Lazuli looked at the planet below, when the two groups were fighting fiercely. It looks like it should be a battle between the aggressor and the defender. Ah! It's really messy. Yefeng nodded. He felt that in the space near this planet, there was a slightly improvised aura. Seems a bit evil. It seems that we can play a little bit before going to destroy the god realm. Yefeng smiled and said faintly. Anyway, the check-in period is 30 days, and the check-in time is only 1 hour. So much time, enough for the two of them to revolve the entire universe. At this time in the universe, a huge spaceship hovered over the planet, read more at hotandlenovel.xyz. Master Frost, the guys on planet Savannah are so desperate. I guess they need your help. In the spaceship, a cosmic man knelt on the ground and said with a heavy tone. In front of him, there is a guy who is 8 points similar to Frisia, with the same grim smile on his face. Oh! Can't you even capture such a junk planet? Frost stood up slowly, his tone very cold. Useless things, what use I want you to do? The sound fell, and a dark red energy beam instantly penetrated the chest of the universe man. When the other people in the spaceship saw this vicious method, all of them were so scared and sweaty that they didn't dare to let out the atmosphere. 1. Then Frost walked out of the spaceship by himself. Yefeng, those people seem a bit pitiful. Lazuli looked at the humans stubbornly resisting below, and said with some sympathy. Seeing them, I seemed to think of the helpless mood when my family was killed. Okay, let's go down and help them. Yefeng looked at Lazuli and said. Anyway, being idle is also being idle, bang bang, they just pass the time. Call out. Yefeng and Lazuli on the 18th suddenly appeared in the middle of the battle. Then Yefeng Xiu shook his head lightly, and a terrifying breath exploded directly from his body. With Yefeng as the center, sweeping out in all directions downward arrow. He immediately blew everyone around him to the ground. People on this planet stand behind me. Yefeng shouted loudly. The voice was full of endless power, everyone quickly stood up, without waiting for orders, people on this planet subconsciously. He stood behind Yefeng. To be honest, they are all soldiers, but at this moment they don't know why they are so obedient. After all the warriors on this planet stood behind Yefeng, the invaders looked a little scared. With Yefeng. You know this guy suddenly appeared just now, it knocked them all down in an instant. Most people can't do it. Although I am not interested in your affairs, my woman dislikes your brutal practices. So die. An extremely flat voice fell, and Yefeng shot an energy ball out of his palm. He swallowed nearly 1,000 people in front of him in an instant, and then disappeared without a trace. Killing decisively and mercilessly 1. Lazuli looked at Yefeng in surprise. Although he knew Yefeng's strength was very strong, he didn't expect to kill so many people in an instant. What? This gentleman killed the invaders in an instant. Too strong. Is he a god? For a while, there was an uproar behind Yefeng. Shock, unparalleled shock. The invaders they had fought in blood for so long were actually killed by the front instantly in front of them. Is it too powerful? This is absolutely something human beings can't do. Sing. Suddenly, a gloomy laugh rang out in the air. Yefeng slowly raised his head. In fact, he knew who it was without even looking at it. That guy who is even more annoying than Beaver Issa, Frost of the 6th universe. A person under the guise of justice, secretly conquering other planets, and then reselling them to others to earn money. Take huge profits. And I heard that he has won the peace prize of the 6th universe for maintaining the peace of the universe 3 times. If Frisia in universe 7 is a real villain, those guys are typical hypocrites. I didn't expect this kind of garbage planet to have such a strong guy, it's really a surprise. Frost looked at Feng coldly and said. Being able to kill one's own subordinates in an instant is indeed a bit of strength. Unexpected joy. You will soon discover that this may not be joy, but sadness. Feng grinned suddenly and said with a cold smile. Chapter 95. Oh. You are quite confident. Do you think you can get overwhelmed in front of me by killing those little shit? Frost seemed to be amused by Feng's words. It's been so long, it's the first time I have heard such funny words. Forget it, see you are good at killing so many of my subordinates, if you are my subordinate, I can consider the original. Forgive your ignorance and arrogance. I'm attacking the planet now, it's just when I use people, and although the guy in front of me doesn't know who it is, he's capable. Not bad. If he was asked to help him capture the planet, he might save a lot of effort. Isn't that Frost? He is the captain of the peacekeeping force, who maintains the peace of the universe, why come to attack our planet? Is he lying to us all 100? Yes, it must be like this. At this time, the people behind Feng also recognized Frost. After all, the reputation of this guy in the 6th universe is too loud, and it is completely comparable to the Yushin Emperor of the 7th universe. Cut, has someone come out? Then I can only send you to heaven. As Frost's voice fell, an energy ball suddenly shot out from his fingertips. Although it looks only the size of an egg, it is enough to destroy this asteroid. The 040 energy ball suddenly disappeared without a trace when it was more than 10 feet away from Feng. What? What happened? A look of horror flashed in Frost's eyes. Why did his energy ball suddenly disappear? You did it? Frost looked at Feng suddenly. Except for this guy, no one else has this method at all. What do you say? People like you, let's go to hell downward arrow. Feng's voice fell, his eyes condensed suddenly. Burst. The next second, Frost exploded suddenly. It blooms like fireworks. Then Frost's gas had completely disappeared into the universe. Does it feel that I am a bit too cruel to act? After solving Frost easily, Feng looked at Lazuli and asked. No, those guys should be punished more cruelly. Lazuli shook her head, without any fear in her eyes. Thank you, sir, thank you for saving our planet. Thank you, Eep. For a while, hundreds of people behind Feng knelt down to the ground in front of Feng, thanking him again and again. Let's go 1. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Feng turned to look at the grateful people, took Lazuli's hand directly, and disappeared in front of them. To solve Frost by himself, Lazuli spoke completely. Otherwise, I don't want to worry about this kind of nosy. At this time, inside the spaceship in space, the screen of Frost being killed is shown on the screen. Lord Frost was actually killed. What the hell is that guy? To kill Lord Frost, absolutely can't let him go. That BD can kill even Lord Frost. We are definitely not his opponents, but one person is sure. Ken. In the spaceship, Frost's loyal subordinates looked at Feng on the screen viciously and talked. At this time, besides these subordinates of Frost, there was another place where the same picture appeared. The destruction god realm of the 6th U. Master Xiongpa, come and take a look. Bados lightly nodded the staff in his hand, and a light green projection appeared in the air. And the picture in the projection was exactly the scene where Feng killed Frost. What are you doing? Didn't you see me eating? Xiongpa responded with an unhappy expression. Bados, this nasty guy, always likes to disturb himself when he eats. The little guy from Universe 7 seems to have come to Universe 6. Bados spoke lightly again. What? The little guy from Universe 7? Xiongpa was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly turned around. I saw the face of Rangzi. Cut that damn ant downward arrow asterisk. Xiongpa clenched his fists tightly. He hadn't asked him to settle the accounts yet, that guy actually ran to his own planet. And he even dared to kill people on his own planet. Hateful. Absolutely unforgivable. I was still thinking about how to go to the 7th universe to clean up you, but I didn't expect you to come here by yourself. This time I must break your bones one by one downward arrow. Xiongpa clenched his fist and made a straight sound. The killing intent in his eyes surged crazily. It has been a long time since I have this kind of urge to destroy alone. Hey Bados, how long will it take to find that guy? Xiongpa suddenly asked Bados coldly. To prevent that guy from escaping, he must destroy him now. It takes about 18 minutes and 30 seconds, Master PA. Bado spoke the time very accurately. What? Does it take that long? Xiangpa frowned suddenly. It seemed a bit uneconomical to destroy a human being at such a long distance. But think about the arrogant look of this ant in the 7th universe, and the anger in my heart is rolling downward arrow. 18 minutes is 18 minutes. This time, no matter what, I will destroy him. A firm look appeared in Xiangpa's eyes. Oh. It seems like Master Pa's passed thousands of years. Apart from eating and looking for the super wishing beads, it seems to be the first time for a person. What a heart. Bados looked at the determined elephant PAR, and said faintly. At this time, Feng, who was wandering around other planets, suddenly frowned. What's happening? Lazuli felt the change in Feng and quickly asked. We seem to be targeted. Feng said lightly. There should be nothing wrong with my own feeling. And as an angel, Bados has this ability to monitor the entire universe. We are being targeted. Who is it? Lazuli asked curiously. It seemed the first time I saw Feng's serious expression. The destroyer of the 6th universe. After Feng finished speaking, he suddenly raised his head, revealing a row of white teeth, and said, We meet again, Xiangpa. Chapter 96. And at this time, destroying the God realm in the 6th cosmos. What? That BD discovered us. Xiangpa looked at Feng with an evil smile on his face in the projection, and said. Oh. I was discovered, that little guy is too keen, right? Even Bados on the side was a little surprised. He didn't expect them to be so far away, he would be able to find out that he was being monitored by himself. This little guy looks quite unusual. It seems that I am really more and more interested in him. Cut, he was discovered by this BD. It seems that he will soon be ready to escape the 6th universe. Xiangpa said angrily. If he returns to the 7th universe, then he will be a little bit difficult to start by then. Not necessarily. Master Pa, I see him just now, it seems to be provoking you. Bados looked at the elephant and said with a smirk. She felt that the little guy would not have left the 6th universe so soon. God of destruction? What is that? Lazuli asked in a puzzled way. I have never heard of this name, but when I hear the name, it should be a god, right? The most powerful person in this universe. Feng smiled and said to Lazuli. Huh? It's so powerful, is it better than you? Lazuli asked curiously. In his own consciousness, Feng is already super powerful. Of course not, how can I be awesome? Let's go, we are going to find a planet to eat something. Feng took Lazuli's hand, and the two of them disappeared again. The little guy seems to have used the same skills last time, and he ran to other planets. Feng's body suddenly disappeared in the projection, and then Bados said to the elephant. Doesn't that mean that we can't find him? Elephant Pa gritted his teeth and said angrily. If this is the case, it would be really uncomfortable. As a god of destruction, he could not find a human being hidden in his universe. You can find him, but if he wants to escape, even I can't catch him. Bados said unhurriedly. Although he was already the fastest in the universe, he couldn't catch up with this kind of teleportation. Cut, it's really uncomfortable. After such a tossing, Xiangpa suddenly felt that the food in front of him was not fragrant. In this way, 3 days passed quickly. And Feng took Lazuli and wandered around on various planets, tasting food. After eating so many planets, the things here can still be swallowed, read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. Feng didn't know the piece of meat in his hand, chewing it with big mouthfuls. I have to say that the food in the 6th universe is indeed unpalatable. It's no wonder that a bucket of instant noodles makes Xiangpa and Bados almost refreshed. Well, try it, this meat is not bad too. Lazuli handed Feng a piece of meat and said happily. I can finally have a good meal. And just at this time, a very calm air suddenly appeared. But the anger of ordinary people is not the same. Although it is calm, it has a fierce killing intent that can't be concealed. Call out. Can I sit here? There was a slight breaking sound, and a man in a light purple trench coat appeared in front of Feng's and Lazuli. Purple skin, red pupils, handsome features, and indifferent temperament. What a familiar face. Hit, the most feared killer in the 6th universe. If it's a friend, it's no problem asterisk. Feng raised his head, glanced at Hit faintly, and said with a smile. You can kill Frost, you really have some strength. Hit said indifferently. It's just rubbish. Feng still smiled and said. Originally I didn't like that guy, but no one paid for it. As long as there is a gold coin, I will kill it without hesitation. Then I did you a favor. Unfortunately, someone bought your life. Really? My life is very valuable. They probably can't afford it. I think it should be possible. Hit said coldly. You talk too much, Hittite. Feng looked at Hit, and said lightly. In his own impression, this guy seemed to be unsmiling. It seemed that there was nothing to say about the object he had hunted, but it was a surprise today. Give you 5 minutes. Hit didn't answer Feng's words, but said indifferently. From the beginning, this tone has been maintained. Who is he? When eating time was interrupted, Lazili was obviously a little unhappy, looking at Feng and asked. But it sounds like that guy is here for trouble. It's okay, just a killer in the 6th universe. Feng gently stroked Zili's hair, smiled and said. In fact, he was fully aware of the reason why Hit found himself this time. It is estimated that he killed Frost himself, and then the remnants and henchmen of Frost killed the killer for revenge. Hit came to kill himself. But the efficiency of these guys is really fast and nothing to say. Unexpectedly, Hit found himself in just 3 days. You must know that during this period of time, you have been wandering in the 6th universe all the time, and used teleportation. It stands to reason that most people cannot find themselves at all. Including Destruction Idol Fra. Lazili nodded, she believed in Feng's strength all the time. Just a killer, definitely not Feng's opponent. 5 minutes later, Feng put the last piece of meat in his mouth, and then stood up. Have been waiting, Hittite. Feng looked at Hit, and said lightly. So next, do you have any last words? Hit looked at Feng coldly, without any emotional fluctuations in his tone. Last words? No. Because with your strength, you can't kill me at all. Feng said lightly. It is undeniable that Hit is very strong, and his flash time skills are magical. If you don't understand Hit's ability, maybe it will really suffer. Unfortunately, Feng knows Hit very well. And he has a more powerful time possibility than flash time. Chapter 97. Hearing Feng's words, Hit did not speak again. As the strongest killer in the 6th universe, he has never missed his hand since he started the mission. This time, there will be absolutely no accidents. Downward arrow. In the next second, Hit suddenly attacked Feng. The moment his body flashed, he suddenly disappeared, completely invisible, and unable to feel his breath. It was as if it had completely disappeared into the universe at this moment. Flash time. Bang. In the next second, Feng's temple was directly attacked, and his body flew out sideways, rubbing the ground directly. Slid a distance of more than 10 feet. Leaf. Lazili yelled out in surprise. A worried look suddenly appeared on his face. Didn't Feng say that that guy is not his opponent of 437? Boo. Feng stood up slowly, spat out, and patted the dust on his body. This BD guy actually shot without even saying hello. It really makes people appear so a little bit annoyed. Cut, you can still stand up? Incredible guy. A look of shock appeared on Hit's face. After suffering such a strong attack just now, he was able to stand up? And there seems to be nothing, it seems that the guy who can easily kill Frost is a bit unusual. Haha. Feng clenched his fists tightly, and an aura of horror burst out of his body in an instant. The pupils suddenly turned golden, and the black hair stood up, moving with the wind. Hit's strength was no match for the super blue monkey and the others, so his rage form could easily deal with him. Recommendation, as a reward, you also give me a punch. When the voice fell, Feng's fist blasted out of thin air. What? What is that guy doing? Hit's face was dumbfounded. Is such a fist sure to hit him? Or, the attack just now made that guy confused. Just when Hit was a little at a loss, and even suspected that Feng's brain was broken by himself, Feng's fist suddenly appeared on his right side. What? Hit was shocked. But it was too late, because Feng's fist was so fast that he didn't give Hit any chance to evade. Bang, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. The fist slammed into Hit's side face firmly, and the power of the horror made Hit fly upside down in an instant. The body rubbed the ground and flew 100 feet away, and the ground was plowed out a long trace. In the next second, Feng's body appeared in front of Hit instantly, and he looked at Hit in a condescending posture. Damn, what the hell is going on? Hit gritted his teeth tightly, a deep tingling sensation on his face. What happened to that guy just now? His fist seemed to be able to attack through space. Could it be that this guy can control space? For a while, Hit seemed to figure it out. The universe is so vast, and there are countless strong ones. Since one can control the flashing power, then someone can control the sky. Time is not surprising. Hit stood up. At this time, his left face was swollen high, and there were scratches on his face. A purple blood stain hung on the corner of his mouth. You are the first person to cause harm to me. I have to admit that the strength is really strong. Hit gently wiped his face, the scars and blood on his face disappeared. I have lived for 1,000 years, and it seems that no one has ever done so much harm to myself. Do you feel strong in this way? Feng suddenly smiled coldly. I am only in an angry form now. If I become a Super Saiyan with full power, wouldn't I be scared to death by it? Huh, this is your limit, right? Less pretentious. Hit looked at Feng coldly. The appearance of such a strong man in the universe has already surprised him, and I don't believe that he can become stronger. It doesn't matter, this kind of strength is enough to defeat you anyway. Feng shrugged, since he doesn't believe it, then don't believe it. It's just a successful sneak attack. Is it so defiant? Hit frowned, and the next moment his body suddenly flashed out. The body completely disappeared in an instant. Downward arrow, I can't even feel the breath. Behind me. Feng frowned, and then a huge wave suddenly appeared behind him. Hit's body also appeared suddenly, and his fist slammed heavily towards Feng's cervical spine. The power is average, and the speed is quite amazing. Downward arrow. If it was really Hit, even Feng would definitely be uncomfortable. It's just that when Hit's fist touched the wave-like space, the whole person suddenly got in. Did not touch Feng's body at all. Humph. The corner of Feng's mouth raised, and then he blasted out against the air in front of him. Looks a bit silly, it's just hitting the air. It's just that at the moment when Feng's head blasted out, Hit's fist suddenly blasted out of the space. Bang. There was a low crashing sound, and Hit was directly retreated into the space with a punch. Then flew out from behind Feng. Bang. He fell heavily into the field again. The killer focuses on quick pleasurable attacks and a deadly cruel method. Of course, they are attacking the most vulnerable parts of the human body, so they will not use too much force to attack. Because that consumes too much. But Feng, he is like a warrior 2.9, he has power. Damn it, how could this happen? Hit felt completely unconscious with his entire arm. In front of his spatial ability, his own flash time skill seemed to be useless at all. No, the strongest assassin I've never missed, this time will definitely not be an exception. Hit gritted his teeth tightly and his body jumped up again. Then his body flashed out and attacked Feng. Because Hit's flash time can only jump for 0.1 seconds, so his first time is not used. Instead, the flashing power will be used at the moment of the attack to achieve the effect of being invincible. Time paused. At the moment Hit's body flashed, a low voice suddenly came out of Feng's mouth. Chapter 98. Suddenly, the entire time and space seemed to be completely still at this moment. Lazily, Hit's body appeared completely still in front of Feng, and everything around him. Of course, Feng himself could feel that his time pause did not make the time of the entire universe stand still. But there is a range, if you didn't guess wrong, it should be within 1,000 feet. Although the scope is not very large, it is completely enough for the current self. Then Feng appeared in front of Hit for an instant, and hit Hit's Hungarian mouth with a heavy punch again. Later, time resumed its flow. Hit's body flew out again and fell heavily to the ground. A mouthful of purple blood came out of the mouth, and the internal organs seemed to have been completely displaced, which was very uncomfortable. For a moment, there was a feeling of difficulty breathing. What's going on? What happened just now? Fuzzy, complete fuzzy. Hit had no idea what happened just now. The moment my body flashed out, I was knocked into the air by Feng, and I hadn't seen him move in 04. It just appeared like a ghost. But he knew very well that he had been seriously injured, and even in his heyday he could not be this guy's opponent. This time, I am afraid I will kick the steel plate downward arrow. If knocking yourself into the air twice was caused by coincidence and your own carelessness, then 3 times would indicate the difference between them. The distance is too large. After a killer fails his mission, there is only one consequence, which is to wait to be killed. This is the way for the killer. Did you give up resistance so soon? Hittite. Feng step by step walked up to Hit, and said. I am a killer, and I thought that there might be such a day when I became a killer. Hit stood up slowly, seeming to have completely lost the will to fight. Although this guy is very strong, he is considered to be the top powerhouse in the universe, but it seems that his ability to bear it in his heart is very fragile. Haven't you thought about upgrading your flashing power? 0.2 seconds, 0.3 seconds, 0 seconds. Feng said lightly. Because in the Dragon Ball Super anime, Hit was in the battle with Monkey King and successfully raised his own flash skills. It's time to jump for 0.5 seconds. What? Upgrade my flash power. A look of surprise appeared in Hit's eyes, and he looked at Feng in an incredible way. I have never thought of upgrading my flashing skills, because in the past 1,000 years, I feel that my roots. There is no need. Because he has never met a tricky opponent, read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Or your own flash power can really be upgraded. Then do I still have a chance? Hit frowned tightly, looked at Ye Feng nervously and asked. His meaning is obvious, can Ye Feng let him go? I am not afraid of death. As a killer, I have already thought about this day. It's just that he wants to test whether his flashing power can really be upgraded. If he can, he might be able to fight Ye Feng happily in the future. Your purpose is to kill me. If we switch roles at this time, maybe I would have died long ago. So you are less naive. Do you think I will let you become stronger, and then come to kill me? Ye Feng suddenly said coldly. The palm of his hand was suddenly pointed at Hit, and an energy ball was condensed, which contained a frightening atmosphere. Of course, he would not take Hit after the flash time upgrade in his eyes. Although I don't like to kill people usually. Since others are holding the attitude of killing oneself, how can one be soft-hearted? Heh. I'm really naive. Hit smiled bitterly and shook his head. That's right, if they switch roles at this time, I will kill him without hesitation. The energy ball instantly shot out from Ye Feng's palm. Without a killer Hit in the universe, there will be no change at all. And just as Ye Feng's energy ball flew towards Hit, Deo purple energy flew from the side. It directly hit Ye Feng's energy ball, and then the energy ball turned into a purple light spot, disappearing without a trace. The elephant. Seeing that purple Guangdong, Ye Feng knew who the person was. Destructive energy, only Xiangpa possesses in this universe. Huh. As soon as Ye Feng's words fell, two figures appeared beside Hit. It is the destruction idol Pa and the angel Bados. Oh? Did you find me so soon? Ye Feng looked at Bados and Xiangpa, frowning. The appearance of Xiangpa clearly shows that he has lost the opportunity to kill Hit. It's really useless. It has lost our sixth character Zhou's face. Xiangpa looked at Hit with a surprised look, and said coldly. It was really shameful to be defeated by the people of Universe 7 in his own universe, and to be called the strongest killer. Damn ants, you really make me easy to find. But this time, I will destroy you with my own hands. Then Xiangpa looked at Ye Feng, with anger burning in his eyes. Then a purple destructive energy appeared directly in his hand, full of devastating aura. Oh. Bados looked at the elephant in full anger, then looked at Ye Feng and sighed. With this 597, things seem to have become a little complicated. Want to fight? This place is too small. Looking at the angry elephant, Ye Feng didn't have a trace of fear at all, but smiled faintly and said. Now that I have come to the sixth universe, a battle between myself and the destruction god Fa is inevitable. It's just that it's not here that is fighting, but the destruction of the god realm. Because his sign and destination is there, he needs to spend an hour in destruction god realm. Then Ye Feng's body flashed suddenly, and he appeared directly in front of Lazili, grabbing Lazili's slender waist. He smiled at the elephant and said, if you want to destroy me, then I will come. After speaking, Ye Feng disappeared again. What? Damn it! Even let him run away again. With a grinning grin, he finally found it, but he ran away again. Bados, where did he go? Even if I get to the seventh character this time, I must destroy him. Bados looked at the gems on his staff, and said, Master Xiangpa, they seem to have reached the realm of the gods. Yeah. That's right, Ye Feng instantly moved to the sixth universe destruction god realm. Even if you want to fight, you must fight in this place. Chapter 99. Hateful. Xiangpa's teeth gritted and squeaked, this guy is really good at irritating himself. This time grabbing him by yourself, absolutely must chop him up piece by piece. Bados, go to God realm now. Then Xiangpa quickly turned his head and said to Bados. Although Bados looked reluctant, he could only listen to what Xiangpa said. At this time, Ye Feng had already appeared in the destruction god realm. It seems to be similar to the god realm of Beerus in the earth and universe, just such a simple and ugly palace. Is this the planet where the fat cat lived just now? Lazili looked around with curiosity. It seems a bit too shabby. I heard Ye Feng say that he is also a god at any rate, and he is still the most powerful god. Does he live in such a place? Fat cat? Okay. It's an appropriate description. Ye Feng was stunned. He didn't expect Lazili to be called like a fat cat, but it seemed to be true. Well, the two of them should be here soon. Ye Feng said to Lazili. Because I have been here for nearly 15 minutes. Body. At this moment, there was a sound of Deo Pokong and Bados, and Xiangpa appeared in front of Ye Feng and Lazili again. Damn ants, where do you want to be fascinated this time? The anger in Xiangpa's eyes was burning, as if he wanted to burn Ye Feng alive. This BD, playing with the god of destruction over and over again, is absolutely unforgivable. Escape. I don't want to run away from Master Xiangpa this time. Ye Feng smiled faintly, and said to Xiangpa. It takes an hour to sign in the task by yourself, so in this hour, since two wants to do a good job and play with elephants. Let him take a good look at how the ants in his mouth abuse him downward arrow. Oh. It seems that you finally figured out the consequences of fighting against God for a long time. But even so, I also want you to die when it is better than death. Xiongpa clenched his fists tightly towards Ye Feng, and said coldly. It has been a long time since I wanted to kill someone like this. Really? Then I am really looking forward to it. What is your ability to make me worse than death? Ye Feng stepped out and directly met Xiongpa's cannibalistic gaze, and said coldly. Life is better than death? Ping Xiongpa does not have this ability yet, read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Then Ye Feng directly used his energy to build a strong barrier for Lazili. In this way, the next battle will not affect Razili. I haven't heard such stupid words for a long time. Now I will show you the power of the god of destruction. After the voice of the elephant fell, a purple flame of energy suddenly appeared all over his body. And the spirit of the gods of Xiongpa has also undergone earth-shaking changes at this moment. Although it is not as powerful as Ruth, it is definitely not to be underestimated. In the next second, Xiongpa directly attacked Ye Feng. The speed is so fast, it seems to be completely ignoring the time for an instant. So fast. A look of horror flashed in Ye Feng's eyes. I didn't know the strength of Xiongpa before. He has only seen it in the Dragon Ball Super comics, and Beerus has chosen 11 pictures of the gods of destruction. In the Battle of Destroyer God, the strength of Xiongpa seems to be very average, and he said that his behavior in the past 10 years is basically. He has not practiced, so his strength is a little bit different from other gods of destruction. But judging from the speed just now, this guy is not bad at all. Comprehensive judgment, this is a flexible fat. Seeing such a swift attack, Ye Feng could only turn into a Super Saiyan for an instant, and he also fisted Xiongpa to greet him. Past. Boom. In the next second, Suexia collided violently, and the ground exploded directly, agitating clouds of dust. There was a low rumbling sound from the shock in the air. It's just that the ground that destroyed the god realm is too hard, and the intensity of the confrontation between the two just made the ground. There are only some cracks. A terrifying force came from his right arm, and Ye Feng's body was directly shaken back dozens of steps. And Xiongpa just took 3 or 4 steps back. Cut, this guy, did you go all out as soon as you came up? Ye Feng gritted his teeth, looked at the elephant and said. The force of the collision just now was really huge. What? You took my punch? Really a little surprised. Xiongpa looked at Ye Feng in disbelief, and thought secretly in his heart. Although I gave him a high evaluation in my heart, after all, being able to defeat Hit, the #1 killer, is not what ordinary people can. Enough. But judging from the punch just now, it seems that he still has the strength of Ye Feng's BD. If that's the case, then look at this thing. As Pa's voice fell, a purple energy ball suddenly appeared on his fingertips. Destroy energy. Ye Feng frowned slightly. Then his fists were clenched tightly, and a cosmic expanse of grass-green arrogance burst out of his body. A huge beam of light was formed in an instant, and Ye Feng was wrapped in it. And Ye Feng directly turned into a Super Saiyan full power form at this moment. The grass-green arrogance was rustling, and pieces of rubble floated around. Damn it, it has been upgraded again. Xiongpa can naturally feel that Ye Feng's power, Zhao Li Zhao, has been greatly improved in an instant. He frowned tightly and said in a low voice. However, no matter how strong he is always vulnerable to the destructive energy of the god of destruction. Of course, he wouldn't kill him so easily. But a little bit to let him understand the consequences of offending and destroying God. Then the destructive energy in the elephant's hand shot towards Ye Feng. What destructive energy is not worth mentioning in the face of absolute power? A fierce look flashed in Ye Feng's eyes. The grass-green energy instantly wrapped like a fist, directly hitting the destructive energy ball and blasted it past. Hiss. At the moment when the two energies were released, I suddenly remembered the sound of the red iron flakes entering the water. The energy on Ye Feng's fist was directly destroyed, but the powerful force also dissipated the destructive energy. Chapter 100. No. Impossible. How can my destructive energy be blocked by that guy? Xiongpa's face suddenly appeared terrified. You must know the destructive energy, that is the universe that can destroy everything in the world. Zhou is the strongest divine power. Now he was even knocked apart by a human being only with his own energy and fists. This is definitely a humiliation for the god of destruction, a huge humiliation. Roar. It's really an accident, the destructive energy has been followed. This time even Bados frowned slightly, which was inconceivable. Since I assisted the god of destruction, it seems that I have not seen such a thing yet. Downward arrow. This little guy in Universe 7 is really unusual. Destructive energy, it seems that it is nothing more than that. Ye Feng let out a long sigh of relief. Just now, he was afraid that the destructive energy was too strong and he couldn't take it down. Now it seems that it is not as scary as the legend Downward Arrow. After all, both Golden Frisia and Deep Blue Vegeta can rely on their own abilities, but both can hardly accept the destructive energy. And his own strength has now far surpassed them. Damn BD-050, I just happened to take one, so I don't get too smug. Xiongpa grinned, that was in anger. Then with one palm, the destructive energy has become dozens. Now let me see how you pick it up. After speaking, dozens of destructive energy balls flew towards Ye Feng. Seeing the oncoming destructive energy, Ye Feng didn't dare to hold it up this time. After all, this was not a joke. The force of the space could only be applied in an instant, and a huge barrier-like water wave appeared in front of him in an instant. After the energy ball touches the water wave, it disappears instantly. The destructive energy and the water wave disappeared almost at the same time, and they were already behind Ye Feng when they reappeared. A dozen orbs of destruction energy instantly destroyed a large area of destruction god realm. Space ability. Bados cast a curious look at Ye Feng again. This guy can disperse the destructive energy with his own power, and now Jingran can still use the power of space. Such a powerful little guy, the careful-minded Birosama can tolerate his existence. Unbelievable. Cut, did that guy hide him again? Xiongpa felt that he was about to be smoked with anger, and it seemed that the destructive energy could not destroy this nasty BD. That being the case, let yourself learn to punch him. Although I haven't practiced for many years, I'm just a human being and I can definitely relax. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Cope. Although I don't know where he learned some weird abilities. The next second, Xiongpa's body suddenly flashed out. Want to head on? Come on. Ye Feng gritted his teeth and erected his heart, and also burst out toward Xiongpa. If it's just a confrontation of strength, I'm not even afraid of Biros, let alone Xiongpa. Bang bang bang. Then, popping voice coils appeared in mid-air, and every time a deep muffled sound, the hard god of destruction. A big hole appeared on the ground of the world. Xiongpa had already raised his power to the limit at this time, but Ye Feng obviously had reservations. And Ye Feng can clearly feel that after every encounter with the elephant, his strength will increase. This is the strength of one's own blood. When evenly matched or at a disadvantage, he will become stronger as he fights. The two fist to fist, leg to leg, fists, elbows and knees at this time, every part of the body has become a weapon of attack. The battle lasted 3 minutes. Of course, this is because Ye Feng didn't want to beat Xiongpa so quickly. Eek, if he wants to, he just needs to turn on. In Ji Gong, an elephant that can be beaten within half a minute can't get up. Boom. At this moment, Ye Feng threw his foot heavily on Xiongpa's face. The force of horror directly lifted the huge body of Xiongpan. Diagonally penetrated his palace, and then fell to the ground. Master Xiongpa. Bados looked at the elephant, sympathetic, but not worthy of sympathy. The reason why he is so fat is all because he doesn't exercise. He never looks at the meal. So now when he is really fighting, it is obvious that there is a problem with his physical stamina. Especially when fighting against a relatively powerful opponent like Ye Feng, the physical energy consumption is huge under the full state. Hoo-hoo. Elephant Paw stood up, panting heavily. His face was covered with drops of sweat. It was obvious that this battle was very costly for him. It's been a long time since I did such strenuous exercise. Although I don't want to admit it, the power of that BD human is very powerful. Not to mention that there is a problem with his physical fitness. Even in his peak state, it is not necessarily his opponent. If this continues, I might lose to that BD. The dignified god of destruction of the universe, if it is defeated by a human being, it is absolutely unforgivable. Thinking of this, Xiongpa gritted his teeth tightly again, his feet touched the ground, and his body jumped up. Almost appeared in front of Ye Feng again in an instant. Don't be aggressive, like Master Pa, your speed and strength have dropped too much. Give up. You can't be my opponent. Ye Feng said lightly while avoiding the attack of the elephant. It's just that Ye Feng didn't open his mouth. He was even more annoyed when he opened his mouth, and then his fists blew like a rain of bullets. To Ye Feng. Huolin. There was a slight noise in the trembling air. After the rage, the elephant punches were indeed faster, but they were completely messy. Such an attack is even more unable to pose any threat to Ye Feng. You are so dazzled by your anger, so be sober. Master Xiongpa. After Ye Feng's voice fell, he left school like a lightning. The fist enveloping the grass-green arrogance landed precisely on the front of the elephant. Bang. With a punch, Xiongpa's plump body flew out like a cannonball. Boom. At the moment of hitting the ground, a huge pit was directly smashed out of the extremely hard ground. Chapter 101. Master Xiongpa. Bados looked at the giant pit in surprise, Never thought Master Xiangpa would be so embarrassed. Huh? It seems that you have used too much strength. Ye Feng looked at the sinkhole, there didn't seem to be any movement inside. Fist fainted? Just when Ye Feng wondered if he was knocking out the elephant with his fist, the purple flame suddenly eased from the sinkhole. Slowly rise come. The elephant at this time was indeed a little embarrassed, and there were some scratches on his body. In those eyes, there was almost a completely crazy look. Unforgivable. I will never forgive you, damn koi. An angry voice popped out from between Xiangpa's teeth word by word. This humiliation. It can only be washed with the blood of this ant. It seems a bit troublesome, Master Xiangpa is really angry this time. Bados looked at the elephant, frowned and said. Human, be proud of it. Next you will be killed by the strongest power of the god of destruction. Although the voice of Xiangpa was still full of endless anger, it was unusually calm this time. Didn't roar like before. This made Ye Feng an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. Could it be that this guy has any tricks he hasn't shown? Ye Feng was puzzled. If the god of destruction really had any tricks, would the arrogant Beerus draw a tie with himself? But looking at Xiangpa, it doesn't seem to be bluffing. When Ye Feng was puzzled, Xiangpa's right hand was raised high, and the purple energy ball suddenly condensed. Come. First it was the size of a football, and then it swelled quickly. In just 10 seconds, the energy ball is already the size of a football field. The energy ball contains the power to destroy the world. Ye Feng was very sure that if this destructive energy ball exploded, it could destroy the 6th universe in an instant. Even the 7th universe will be affected. Good destructive power. Now it seems that whether it is the elephant in front of you or the battle to obtain Beerus, the two of them are fighting against themselves. At no time did I go all out. This is the real power of destruction, the ability to make the universe disappear in an instant. Master Xiangpa, do you want to destroy the entire 6th universe? Read more at hotandtilnovel.xyz. Looking at the huge energy ball condensed in the palm of Xiangpa, Bados suddenly said. This time the tone is not so calm and calm. It's like reminding the elephant. Bados, I will destroy this mosquito no matter what. I know you must have a way to save the 6th character universe. Xiangpa looked at Bados, it was obvious that he hadn't changed his mind at all. Damn ants, even if you have the power of space this time, you will undoubtedly die downward arrow. Then Xiangpa looked at Ye Feng with an angry look, and said coldly. If you really can't kill a human being today, then you, the god of destruction, will definitely be ridiculed by other gods of destruction. Especially the nasty guy Beerus. Ye Feng frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Xiangpa could condense such terrifying destructive power. To be honest, even if his own time and space power is very powerful, but such a terrifying energy ball, I am afraid that there is no way to deal with it. Hey. But even so, it is absolutely impossible for Xiangpa to kill himself like this downward arrow. It's over, damn ants. Although some regrets did not torture you well. Xiangpa clenched his teeth tightly, and there was a sense of relief on his face. I am really angry and irritated. But the mosquito in front of me will soon be killed, and the anger will disappear together. After thinking about it, the huge energy ball in Xiangpa's hand directly rushed towards Ye Feng. Although the energy ball is very huge, it does not affect the speed at which it descends. It fell down almost instantly downward arrow. But at this moment, Ye Feng and Beta C disappeared in place at the same time. Bados appeared at Ye Feng's position just now, and with a light wave of the staff in his hand, the huge destructive energy ball disappeared. Lost without a trace. At almost the same moment, Ye Feng appeared directly in front of Xiangpa. Climbing his head with a grass-green arrogance, punching hard. It fell on the lower abdomen of the elephant. The fist plunged directly into the lower abdomen of the elephant. Wow! A mouthful of sour water came out from Xiangpa's mouth, and his pupils shrank tightly and his body arched uncontrollably. Obviously suffering from great pain. Bang! Then Ye Feng was again remembering that the hand knife fell on the elephant's neck. Xiangpa's expression was stunned for a moment, and his eyes went into a coma. The body fell heavily to the ground. Slightly defeating Xiangpa, Ye Feng returned to normal and fell lightly. At this time, Bados also fell in front of Ye Feng. Thank. Ye Feng looked at Bados and said suddenly. Although I moved to the front of the elephant at the moment the energy ball fell, the one behind. It is quite clear to see things by themselves. Bados appeared in front of his original position almost at the same time, blocking the destructive energy. It doesn't matter if she blocked it because she wanted to help herself, or she stopped the words of Xiangpa in order to prevent the destruction of the 6th universe. I should say thank you to her. I didn't teach you just now, little guy, I was afraid that the 6th universe would be destroyed. Bados smiled calmly and said to Ye Feng. No matter what your purpose is, thank you. Ye Feng waved his hand and said to Bados. You are really a very interesting guy. Master Xiangpa was knocked out for the first time. I will wake up soon. The plan is going to be thunderous. Bados spoke again. Although I am the master of Xiangpa, I, as an angel, cannot make any moves at will. Even if the god of destruction gets beaten. At this moment, the electronically synthesized sound of the system suddenly rang from Yefeng's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the 6th universe destroying God realm for 1 hour and completing the sign-in task. Reward, destructive power. Chapter 102. The moment the electronic synthesis sound of the system sounded, Yefeng's whole body trembled in excitement. Destructive energy. That means that from now on, the abilities that the god of destruction is proud of have been mastered by himself. If you still fear his destructive energy when fighting Xiangpa today, then now. He could not treat him as an opponent at all. Even if it is Beerus, it is absolutely impossible to be his opponent. Downward arrow. The system rewards destruction energy, which means that from today, from this moment on, your overall strength has already surpassed above the god of destruction. What an exciting reward. Hey Yefeng, are you okay? Lazili looked at Yefeng with a smirk, and said. It's okay, I thought of a happy thing. Lazili pulled Yefeng back from the shock, and then replied with a smile. This trip to the 6th universe seems to be very cost-effective. What's happy, you don't like her anymore, are you? Lazili suddenly looked at Bados sourly, and asked. Women are like this, even a goddess like Lazili is no exception. Especially Bados said that beauty does not belong to her at all, and she is tall and delicate. And the light blue skin has an exotic charm. More importantly, her strength is much stronger than herself. Women always like to compare with other women, especially when two women appear beside their man. What nonsense. I don't have this idea. Yefeng looked at Bados, and then said to Lazili. To be honest, Bados is indeed a big beauty, but you must know that she has passed hundreds of millions of years, even longer. Besides, this guy is an angel, even if she has an idea about her, she probably doesn't have that idea. After all, the job of an angel is to assist, teach, and urge the gods of destruction. There is no time to talk about love. Welling mouth. Ms. Lazili seems to be thinking too much, but I have lived for hundreds of millions of years. Hearing what Lazili said, Bados covered his face and said with a light smile. What? Lazili looked at Bados with astonishment on her face. Although she looks more mature, she shouldn't be much older than herself. Actually lived for hundreds of millions of years? It's really hard to believe. Well, we should leave Bados too, see you later. Yefeng looked at Bados and said. The purpose of coming to the 6th universe by myself has been achieved, and I am quite satisfied with the harvest. Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. So it's time to leave this place. After all, even the strongest assassin hit and destroying idol Pa have lost to himself here, and he has no responsibility if he stays any longer. What does it mean? Are you leaving? Barasama will be PD off after waking up. Bados smiled and looked at the elephant, and said. After a pause, he suddenly said, by the way, I don't know the name of your little fellow yet. What? Yefeng was surprised, how could this be possible? Angel Bados was asking his own name. In his own impression, although Bados may like to talk, he likes to tease the sabotage god Fa. But I will never take the initiative to ask a human name. Downward arrow. Is this guy really interested in himself? My name is Yet. Yefeng answered directly. No matter what Bados' reason is, but since everyone has asked, if he doesn't answer, that would be too rude. Yefeng, I remember. Bados nodded. Then Yefeng left the 7th universe with Lazili directly. After leaving the 6th universe, Yefeng took Lazili to travel in the universe for more than 2 months. This time they did not return to the 7th universe, because the 7th universe in this period even had a slightly more powerful pair. No hands. This kind of life is very boring. Yefeng, where are we now? At this time, Yefeng had already appeared in another universe. Is it here? The 11th character universe. Yefeng looked at the bustling city under his feet, with a small smile on his face, and said. I have long wanted to come to the 11th universe to experience the power of Jilian. After all, that guy, but the guy who can work hard with perfect freedom. Many people feel that Jillian's strength has surpassed the god of destruction. I also really want to know how good Jillian really is. Boom. And at this moment, a huge monster suddenly appeared in the bustling leisure city, and the city suddenly became huge. Explosion. Once it's interesting, go down and have a look. Yefeng directly pulled Lazili's hand and dropped it on the ground. At this time, the people fled everywhere. Shiu. At this moment, the proud team suddenly appeared and surrounded the monsters. Yefeng looked at the people, It was Topo and Tispo leading the team, followed by KSLR, Boon, and Taba. The four of them shot at almost the same time, encircling the Blamezeng in an instant. Justice Iron Studies. The light of justice. Justice shattered. Several people performed their strongest attacks almost at the same time. Their accusation is to defeat the enemy in the shortest time and minimize the disaster in the city. In just a few seconds, the monster has been cleaned up. It is undeniable that the proud team of the 11th universe does have some strength. Especially Topo and Tiz, Qianzhao, broke two people. Ye Feng looked around, but didn't feel stronger than Topo. It seemed that Jilian was not here. Hey, who are you two? Don't you know this place is dangerous? KSLR suddenly looked at Ye Feng and Lazili, and asked. Because this place has been evacuated, only two of them are left. Sorry, we will leave. Ye Feng smiled and nodded. Since Jilian is not there is no need to entangle them with them. After all, the strongest support, he is not much like Chao Lanqiao. After giving up his justice and becoming the god of destruction, he was also beaten wildly by Vegeta and eliminated. So this kind of guy, he doesn't have much talk about it. Wait. Just after Ye Feng turned to leave, Tuopo suddenly shouted to Ye Feng in a cold voice. Chapter 103. Ye Feng could only turn his body around again. Looking at Topo with a calm face, he asked, What? Is something wrong? Who are you? I can feel very strange energy in your body. Tuopo stared at Ye Feng tightly, and asked Ye Feng with a serious face. The woman doesn't matter, she seems to be a little bit stronger than the average person, but the man seems to have a mysterious power. The amount. Moreover, this kind of power is very familiar to me, as if I have felt it from the body of the delicious adult. Destroyer? Impossible, the god of destruction in the universe should have no such person. I have never heard Master Waymata and Master Makarita say. Instinctively tells myself, this guy is definitely not easy. Is that so? I don't seem to feel the difference between this guy. Tiz looked at Ye Feng, then Ruoto asked. I didn't feel any strange energy or strong energy fluctuations. No, I think the two of them are indeed a bit weird. In the battle just now, if it were ordinary people, it would never be so calm. At this time, KSLR, who was next to Muspo, said to Muspo. Because the people had been evacuated when the monster appeared, and even if they were not evacuated, it was impossible to stay in this kind of place. And the expression is so calm, there is no look of 420 fear at all. This is not a normal person's reaction. I'm asking you again, who on earth are you? There should be no guy like you in the 11th universe. At this time, Tuopo asked again in a serious tone. The universe is so big, are you sure you can know everyone? Ye Feng smiled faintly, and said to Topo. This guy looks fat, big-eared, like a brainless guy, but he seems to be quite sharp. He had hidden the chi in his body very well, but he still felt it. I really can't get to know people from all over the universe, but you guys are definitely not from the 11th universe. Let's talk. Which universe are you from? As the next candidate for the Destroyer of Destroyer, what Tuopo knows is far beyond comparison. It's like there are a total of 12 universes, and even the destruction gods of other universes are basically very familiar. These are what Mr. Delicious and Makarita told him. Oh. It seems to know a lot. Ye Feng shrugged and said with a smile. Now that it has been seen through, it will not be pretended, and the showdown will begin. Eve, really thought well. Tuopo frowned, and a fellow from another universe appeared in his yushin. This is absolutely not allowed, read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. What? He turned out to be from another universe. Tispo Ye Feng was quite surprised. As a core member of the Pride team, they knew a lot of things that others didn't understand. WEAT. No matter what your purpose in coming to this universe, I now warn you to leave immediately, otherwise I may not treat you polite. The tone of command already appeared in Topo's tone. The justice and peace of this universe are guarded by their Proud team, and as the captain of the Proud team, he has the right to. This mysterious guy was expelled. Can't you travel too? Ye Feng looked at Tuopo and said with a smile. This guy seems a bit too serious, right? No way. Topo's tone does not send rejection. That's really no way. I didn't want you to be embarrassed in front of your team members. Ye Feng shook his head gently. It seems that this guy is determined to find his own trouble. It's okay, Ye Feng, those guys look very strong. Lazili was on the side, speaking with some worry. Those 5 guys seemed to be powerful, and she was afraid that Ye Feng could not handle it alone. It's okay, don't worry, they are not my opponents. Ye Feng patted Lazili's hand and said confidently. Even with Jillian, there is nothing to be afraid of, let alone just a few of them. Lazili nodded, Ye Feng's eyes made her feel safe. Cut, that guy doesn't seem to be leaving at all. Then let me teach him well, let him see how powerful our proud team is. Casella squeezed his fists with both hands and said to Topo. Okay. But before you know his identity and purpose, don't kill him. Topo said to Kaesler. They guard the peace, easily and generally will not kill, unless that guy affects the lives of other people in the universe. I got it? Kaesler nodded. This is the observance of the Pride team, he is naturally clear. Then he took a step, with golden energy gleaming on his fist. Get me down. Justice Bomber. A low-pitched voice uttered from Kazeller's mouth, and then the energy in his hand directly turned into a shockwave, towards Ye Feng. Boomed over. The bells and whistles. Ye Feng didn't even look at the so-called Justice Bomber. He gently raised his hand and shot the energy wave away. It seems a little bit of strength, if that's the case, then I will show you my strength. Sword of Justice. Kaesler crossed his hands, and the golden air blade directly extended from the palm of his hand, forming two lightsabers. His body flashed, and he directly attacked Ye Feng. Cut, really overwhelming. Ye Feng's expression did not fluctuate at all, and then he narrowed his eyes slightly, and then Kaesler flew out directly. Bang bang. Kaesler's body quickly flew out, and at the same time he knocked Boon and Tuba into flight. What? What kind of person is this guy who knocked Kaesler away with just one look? A look of shock appeared in the eyes of Topo and Tispo. Although the strength of Kaesler is not as good as the three of them and Jillian, but it is definitely not weak downward arrow. It can be ranked. Unexpectedly, he was killed by that guy with a glance. What kind of strength is needed for this? Or is it that he will have superpowers at all? Topo frowned, thinking about it in his heart, even if he changed to himself, he couldn't do this level. It seems to be a tricky home. Topo, let me deal with him. At this time, Ties broke up and volunteered. He is a battlefield at the speed of sound, holding the fastest speed in the universe, and no enemy can escape his pursuit. What's more, it's not only speed, but also the strength that is powerful. What? Is it Biruz's cousin this time? Ye Feng looked at Tispo, who was eighth like Billis, and said with a smile. These two people are really similar. It's no wonder that Elephant Pa saw Tispo and said that it was very similar to Biruz. Chapter 104. Humph. Although I don't know what you are talking about, I will definitely beat you down this time. Tai said to Ye Feng with an unruly face. I have very confidence in my own strength, except for Jillian in the universe, it is impossible for anyone to keep up. Own speed. Is it? That guy just said the same thing, right? Ye Feng pointed to Kaesler, who was unconscious, and said lightly. Cut, you guys are too crazy to forget. Now let you see the strength of my proud team Tease. The moment Tease broke the sound, his body disappeared in an instant. Fast. Very underscore. Even hit, there is a considerable gap between Tespo. Almost appeared in front of Ye Feng in an instant. Kick of Justice. At the moment he appeared in front of Ye Feng, Ties kicked Ye Feng heavily. Ye Feng's right foot lifted up like lightning, kicking his foot heavily on Ties's broken chest. Bang. The next second Tease broke directly and flew out. Then it fell heavily on the ground. What? That Jing ran. It must be a coincidence. Tiz rubbed his chest, his face angrily. It must have been a coincidence just now, otherwise at one's own speed, no one can see clearly downward arrow. Thinking of this, Tispo attacked Ye Feng again. Wait for Tease to break. But it was directly entrusted to drink. What's wrong? Tispo stopped and looked at Topo. Why does Topo want to stop himself? That guy has completely seen your figure, please do your best. Otherwise you are not his opponent. Topo said lightly. He didn't think that the guy just happened to hit Tease. Well, I get it one. Tispo nodded, he still believed in Topo's words very much. You guy will realize as soon as possible. The next thing you have to face is Captain Vanguard Sonic Warrior Tispo. Ties clenched his fists tightly and made what he thought was very handsome. However, in Ye Feng's eyes, it looked like a stupid child who had been poisoned by Jinyu and Monkey King, who had the most advanced form of second disease. At this time, Tispo's body suddenly appeared arrogant, and his strength seemed to have been improved, but the improvement was not. It is obvious. Wait for me, it will be solved soon. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Ye Feng smiled at Lazili. Then a barrier was built directly around Lazili's body. This kind of barrier, even if the two are broken, may not be strong enough to break through. Well, be careful. Lazili nodded. And at this moment, Tai's broken body flashed out in an instant. I have to admit that this guy's speed is really fast, even Ye Feng sighed very much. Without hesitation, the speed of this guy is comparable to himself. The prerequisite is that you don't use your free power and full power. If the free extreme power and full power form are used, the gap between them will be widened. Feng clenched his fists tightly, and instantly turned into a Super Saiyan. Call out. In the next second, the body also disappeared. Bang. Then, a muffled hum sounded from mid-air, and a huge pop voice coil appeared. Then the image of a person was shot out like a bullet. Bang bang bang. Suddenly smashed hundreds of buildings, and finally slammed into the rock wall hundreds of miles away. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Tai's mouth. What? That BD not only sees his figure clearly, but also has a huge difference in strength. Tiz said in a low voice with a pained expression on his face. Except for Jillian, this is the first time I have met such a strong guy. Too strong, I can't beat him in front of my best speed. The next second, Feng suddenly appeared in front of Tispo. Huh? Even at this point, you dare to claim that the universe is the fastest? It seems that you are really a rabbit and don't know how long your face is. Feng looked at Tispo with a joking look, and said with a sneer. Tiz flushed red, but he couldn't think of a rebuttal, and he couldn't lift any strength in his body now. The amount. Sleep for a while downward arrow. Feng's voice fell, and he slammed Tispo's face with a punch. Tispo was knocked out directly. The main purpose of my coming to the 11th universe this time was to fight with Jillian, and then to improve his strength in the battle. So I don't want to kill people. And from the perspective of the 11th universe, even though this group of pride teams are in the 2nd grade, they do have. There is justice and knowledge. And I really care about the stability of the peace stuff in the universe. As for their destructive spirit, it's hard to say. That guy always has a very sinister feeling. At this moment, Tuopo rushed over. Ties broke. Tuopo looked at Tispo, who had been unconscious, embedded in the rock, and frowned tightly. Fortunately, this guy just fainted Tispo. I said earlier, I don't want you to be ashamed in front of your players. But it seems that your team won't see that scene this time. Feng shrugged and said to Tuopo. Originally, I didn't want to pester them at all, but if they had to find their own troubles, there was no way. But you fellow. I will never let you go. Tuopo gritted his teeth and stunned the 4 members of the proud team. And Tispo and Kcelar are both very strong. But it was almost killed in a few seconds. This is definitely a provocation and humiliation for the pride team. As the captain, he must use justice and iron to crush this humiliation. Stop daydreaming, you are not my opponent yet. Feng shook his head and said to Tuopo. Even if he gave up justice and turned into a god of destruction, he couldn't be his opponent, let alone him now. Less smug. Justice light. Tuopo burst and fell, and the 5 fingers of his right hand shot continuous energy balls. Feng's body was instantly enveloped in the explosion wave and thick smoke. Chapter 105. Boom. The ground was hit by a continuous energy ball into a huge pit, and the thick smoke dissipated a little bit. Deo's blurred figure appeared in Tuopo's sight. What? Tuopo's face changed. Does his flash of justice have no effect on him at all? The dense smoke disappeared completely, and Feng's body reappeared. The broken energy ball not only did not cause any harm to Feng, but even the dust did not fall on his body. Is your attack only this level? Feng smiled and said to Tuopo in a playful manner. It's not even a tickle. This guy is from that universe, how can he possess such terrifying power? Tuopo was shocked, his attack just now was definitely not something ordinary people could take downward arrow. It is estimated that the strength of someone who can hit the 227 without any damage is at least the level of a god of destruction. It turns out that in addition to other universes, human beings also have things beyond the gods of destruction? Cut, but I will never let you go. A firm look flashed in Tuopo's eyes, and then his body suddenly flashed out, almost instantly. In front of Feng. Fist of Justice. The broken fist was very heavy, and the air rustled with the fist. He fisted directly at Feng. The Fist of Justice is his strongest attack at the moment, if he can't even defeat the person in front of him with this estimate. That means the gap between them is really too big, it is too big to be overcome. And now, oneself must never give up one's own justice and become a god of destruction. Feng looked up, looked at Tuopo's fist, and immediately grabbed Tuopo's fist. Boom. The ground collapsed in an instant, and Feng's feet directly stepped into the ground. Don't tell me that this is your full strength, hold it. Then I will be too disappointed in you. Feng raised his head and looked at Ruopao with a small smile. It was obviously very easy to take over the head of Ruopao. Call. Tuopo's face is hideous because of excessive effort, and he is obviously going all out. But Feng still had a calm expression. Is the gap so big? Tuopo had fully recognized the gap between him and Feng, and there was an insurmountable gap. Hey, go and accompany your team members. Feng suddenly showed a row of white teeth, and then hit the broken abdomen with a punch. Bang! A mouthful of blood spurted from the mouth of the support, and then the body flew out in an instant. At the same time, a red figure suddenly appeared, a broken body that flew upside down next. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Tuopo felt that he was being followed, and turned his head quickly. Jillian. Looking at the familiar face, Tuopo called out in surprise. Then a look of guilt appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, the 5 members of their proud team were defeated this time. This is definitely something that has never happened before. Shame, great shame. Sorry, it seems that you still need to act in the end. Tuopo said to Jillian awkwardly. But he is also strange, this guy Jillian rarely comes out to help them. Unexpectedly, he would come to help this time, and it seems that Jillian did not deny these teammates. Jillian, that guy is very strong, you have to be careful. Seeing Jillian not speaking, Tuopo quickly reminded him. Your battle is over, rest. Jillian didn't change his expression, and his body fell a little bit. Then put the brace on the ground. Step by step towards Feng. Jillian? Has it finally appeared? Feng looked at the big-eyed monster in red, finally showing excitement on his face. From this guy, Zi2 can feel a powerful force that he has never felt before. This power may not be weaker than the god of destruction, Beerus. Get out of Universe 11 now. Jillian's cold tone, without any mood swings. It's like a robot without any emotions. Leave here? What if I say no? Feng smiled suddenly and asked Jillian. My goal is to fight him well, Fan. How can I see others now, how can I let go? How about this opportunity? Dead here. Jillian's voice is still as cold as iron. In that cold voice, there was a strong killing intent. As substantial as it is, it makes people feel pressured. It's really different. This pressure is incredible. Feng pursed his lips, eyes flashing with excitement. It seems that I can finally fight a good fight. This time, I must fight Jillian well. As a last resort, try not to use time pause and space-time capabilities. Court death. Seeing that Feng didn't mean to leave at all, he smiled. In this case, if you don't listen to the warning, then you will behead him without hesitation. Then Hit climbed his head with a crimson arrogance, and directly punched Feng out. The arrogance shoots out like a lightsaber, and the speed is so fast that it almost instantly approaches Feng. Feng's head tilted slightly, the arrogant lightsaber rubbed his ears and shot it out. Boom boom boom. In the next second, dozens of high mountains behind Feng fell to the ground and turned directly into rubble. The power of a punch makes people look disillusioned. It's undeniable that you are the fastest person I have ever seen to go to school. The smile on Feng's yen disappeared little by little, and then turned into an extremely serious look. Now that G3.4 even started to fight, there is no need for him to conduct unnecessary temptations. It seems you are lucky, but with the next punch, you will not be so lucky. Just as Jillian's voice fell, Feng suddenly clenched his fists tightly. Aha! A deep roar came out of his throat, and Feng's whole body suddenly appeared green light. It directly becomes a Super Saiyan full power form. Then Feng collected all the chi in his body. This is all my strength, fight. Jillian. Feng shook his head tightly, eyes flashing with excitement. This battle will definitely be very happy. Oh. No wonder it's not ordinary to be able to defeat Topo. Jillian's big eyes moved slightly, revealing a look of surprise.